All right, welcome everyone. We are here for day 2 of the 50K Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. We are in Cyprus. I am joined by Corey Aldemar. This is Jeff Gross. We are in for a treat. This is as good as it gets, the best in the world. We're going to be mixing it up six-handed, I think the most fun format to play. Corey, what are your thoughts today?
Yeah, I agree. I'm super excited to be here and talk about some of the best players in the world, see what they're doing. I think we have a great feature table also to start things off. We have Phil Ivey, we have Artur Martirosyan, who are both top 3 in chips. So yeah, let's see what we see today.
Yes, we're on. All right, we're going to be picking up the action here. As we mentioned, a very exciting feature table. It's been a while. We haven't been in Triton for a bit. I know yesterday was day 1. Myself coming in today, you're fresh off the main event win. Tell us a little bit about yourself, man. What's going on? How has it been winning the main event? Like, how are you feeling to see some high stakes action? I'm sure you want to be in there. What's it like to be here watching?
Yeah, I'm regretting it a little bit not being there playing myself, but I'm super excited to do some commentary. I've never done this before. Yeah, I haven't played much poker lately, so I'm super excited to see these guys battling today. We have Mike Watson also, legend of the game there. And it looks like we're just about to start, and cards are in the air.
Do you have any experience personally? I know you've played poker for many years. Myself, I've battled a few of these guys. What about you? Any experience personally with some of these players?
Yeah, for sure. I've played with lots of them. Phil Ivey, I was lucky to play at the Triton events before, and Artur Martirosyan is actually an online player who had a lot of success in the last few years. I think he hasn't played too many Triton events before. Danny Tang I've played with, regular of the Triton events, and Chris Brewer, I think he's bought in new at the start of the day. Mike Watson, Sir Watts, he was already a legend when I started playing 10 years ago. And then we have a face I haven't seen before, Tommy Kim from Korea. Excited to see what we see from him.
Yeah, it looks like, it's interesting because we see some, Artur you just mentioned, he's had so much success. I see him almost every week in the Super Millions on GG, crushing, but no results yet in Triton. It's interesting, a guy like that who's dominating the poker world right now, coming here for the first time. It's a little bit of a different, feel. It's funny. I think he has had huge results in Cyprus. Even recently, he's played here at the Merit. So let's see how he does mixing up his first time in the Triton streets.
Yeah, for sure. That's what the pandemic has brought to us. Some of these new players that have been crushing it within the last 2 years, coming up to the live scene now. And this is the first hand we're seeing. Chris Brewer limped in from the small blind, and Mike Watson with a good candidate to raise it up. And he's probably going to c-bet here.
Yeah, I see Chris Brewer, he is one of those guys too, during the pandemic, I feel is someone who's kind of emerged. He's playing a lot at the Poker Go studios there in Las Vegas and seems to have some really big results. And he's been, I would think maybe a little bit more of an unknown name. If you're new to watching some of this, you would say like, oh, I've seen him around, but not on some of these TV broadcasts before the pandemic. So I think he's one of the guys that's really taken himself and made a name for himself in the last 2 years. And I mean, this is a tough table. There's just no question. There's really no, as you mentioned, the one player we don't know so well, but everyone else we are very familiar with, and they've been doing very well for a long time. I guess Sir Watts is maybe, other than Phil Ivey, one of the more known and old school players here.
Yeah, and okay, this might actually be a chop pot. Chris started playing cash games from what I've known, and in the past 2 years or so he started becoming a regular on these super high roller fields. Very tough player, knows theory very well. He's probably gonna check it over here.
Yeah, so this is a 6-max tournament. This is the first event of the Triton series. I think there is an added in 50K turbo event, which we will be having and hopefully covering as well. This actually got a little bit delayed yesterday, and we're gonna be playing pretty late tonight. We're gonna play down to a winner, and we're gonna have a long day. So grab your coffee. We're gonna be here, and I know Ali and Brian Rast, Ali Najah will be coming in later today, so we'll be with you all day long. We're gonna play to a winner, and the first event back, and I think I saw Jason Kuhn was mentioning 33 months they haven't had a Triton event in a long time, and I know everyone's happy to be back. This is just all in all world-class everything. World-class players, world-class venue. Triton does a great job, and I'm just, I miss being here. Excited to be here. I know you're first time in the booth, and we're going to have ourselves a nice afternoon. This will be really fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm especially excited to see these guys playing a little deeper here. We have a lot of big stacks at the table, because oftentimes you see final tables being shown with live cards, but here we have kind of the middle stages of the tournament. I mean, yesterday you saw day one, and to me especially, being a tournament player, I don't have a big stack too often, so it's great to see these cash game players. Also Phil Ivey, what he's doing with a big stack like this. He has 100 big blinds coming into the day. Yeah, Arthur has position on him. They're 100 bigs deep. This is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, I think that's something a lot of people are used to watching tournaments where you get to see the final table, which is fun, but it's a different format, right? You get to, there's a lot of ICM, and it's although it's super exciting, I think a lot of the interesting part of the tournament is the mid stages. How do people play? What are they doing? How are they accumulating chips? What are the different strategies? And this is something that's really a treat to get to see sort of this stage of the tournament, how the best players in the world accumulate chips and how they maneuver to make it. So we're getting a big treat here today. With this, this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, interesting to see Chris Brewer limping in here from the bottom, 20 bigs deep. This is the play you'll see with the stack size sometimes, and he flopped very well here, top pair. He's just gonna put one big blind out here. So Mike has a decision here with his ace high. Is it going to be good enough? He has Tommy behind him to act. That makes it a little tougher, but he decides that for quarter pot, his ace high here is good enough to see a turn.
Are you surprised by the Queen 4 suited limp? Do you think this is borderline, or are you?
No. I'm sure Chris knows these stack size pretty well. He has worked on them with 20 bigs. That kind of makes sense. I mean, it's a good hand. You don't really want to blow the pot though, and you can see flop cheaply very often. Of course, you have to be kind of careful and not only do that with that kind of hands, but mix in some good hands from time to time.
Yeah, definitely not questioning his. I know he knows the right plays. I'm just curious if it seems like that would sort of be towards the bottom though of the range, right? To Queen 4 suited to be limping in there. I mean, nicely done. It's nice to get a good flop, and obviously be in position is a huge advantage. So good pick up there for Chris. Going to get up to 245K. Important pot for him.
Yeah, definitely. It always feels good to win those first.
It's hard to make a pair. You flop
exactly.
Top pair, you limp in there with a modest hand. It's definitely, when you're against Sir Watts, it's nice to have position. And again, nice start there. We did have re-entries open, so a really nice field size. Start of the day today, you could re-enter. I believe the re-entry is closed. It was either at the very start of the day you could come in, and now we'll get a prize pool up here in not too long. And again, 50K buy-in. So this is a really healthy turnout for a $50,000 tournament. Obviously, a lot of players traveling here. Top venue at the Merit. It's one of those places that's been around for a long time. They continue to build, grow, adding. I know there's a new poker room coming. They've already opened some more hotels in the past few years, and I think it's one of those destinations people are happy to come to. I think you said you came once before.
Yeah, I was here 9 years ago while we're seeing
wow, look at this.
Two big hands clash here. I mean, this might just go in. Chris only has 25 bigs to start the hand. And is happy to see Mike reaching for those big chips.
Wow, look at this for six-handed. This is a lot of firepower hands. Ace 10, not a bad hand. Six-handed. Jack 10 suited is a pretty one. Queens and Ace King, and yeah, I don't really see too many other options here. Phil with the cool million chip stack. Start with 200, so he's 5x the stack already. Sitting really nice, and looks like his mind's working here, but he's going to get out of the way. Just feels like Ace King. When you get Ace King six hands, just how is it not the best? How are you not just sitting so nice? And he is going to. It's going to be some bad news because he's up against a hand he doesn't want to see. Although it still is essentially a coin flip. But you see the 56% advantage for queens, and he's going to get snap called. Going to be off to the races here.
Yeah, both are going to be a little disappointing seeing the other's hand, thinking, wow, how can he have a hand that good? Especially cut off against button. Yeah, there's nothing either player can do. And we'll see if Chris has a really good start here, or if he is out of the door already.
Surwatt's gonna extend his lead. See the percentages there, 76%, about 3-1 favorite after dodging the flop.
Yeah, we saw Phil folding an ace already, so let's see if.
Yeah, it's true.
It's
not accounting that in the percentages because
oh
my goodness,
there's the king.
Look at that. It's a tough one.
245.
Look at that Surwatt doesn't even flinch.
No.
Doesn't even show any emotion.
He's been
It's
there
absolutely such a big EV pot, such a huge swing, you know, in terms of position at the table, knocking out a great player, and just like that, man, the river, the hopes and dreams. That's what poker's such a great game. You know, there's so much skill, there's so much fun within the game, but there's so much luck too. So it's just the perfect mix, you know.
And Chris Brewer shaking his head there on the turn. He knows all the tricks, and of course gets the king.
Is that the new one? It used to be the stand-up, like the kind of get up a little bit or get your coat, but no, it's 2022, a new year, and maybe it's the head shake, but big pot stays in the game, and we're gonna get to another hand. We see that, you know, six-handed, as it gets deeper today, it will get, you know, shorter. At some point when it gets down below 24, you start seeing, you know, redraws, even five-handed. I mean, six max to me is the most fun format. What is your preference, and what are your thoughts on six versus full ring?
Yeah, definitely. I love playing six max. I mean, you get to see more hands. Yeah, I mean, it's just great to play short-handed, in my opinion. I don't like these 9-handed, 10-handed games, especially live. You have to wait so long to get a hand. But here, I mean, there's a lot of hands that happen between the cutoff or the button and the blinds, basically. Lots of action. You have to be a little looser, so it's great to see.
Yeah, Danny Tang actually won a World Series bracelet. I believe it was a 50K buy-in a few years back, and you know, he's really emerged on the scene. What are your thoughts when you do approach a table like this? You've played a lot of high roller events in your career. What are you thinking when you see, you know, this type of caliber of players? Like, what is your kind of strategy going in? Like, so somebody always asks the great players, I wonder, what do you see the difference when you're like registering with these kind of guys? Like, where does the edge? You know, is it like certain parts of the game? Everyone you just feel like has a little bit of a weaknesses in different areas. I'm just curious. You know, what do you do when you approach this?
For me personally, I just love playing with the best players. I mean, just battling it out. I mean, of course, edges are pretty thin usually, but it's just so much fun to play with the best and try to beat them, be a step ahead of them. Everybody knows each other too, so this kind of creates a certain atmosphere.
Right.
And yeah, especially here at the Triton events. I mean, the atmosphere is great. We can hear the people talking with each other. Everybody's having a good time usually, although Mike's probably not too happy about the lost coin flip there. Still having a smile on his face. Oh no, there was the head shake.
Yeah, I mean, again, no matter how well you hold it together, right? It's like those pots hurt. You know, it's just like because you know how big it is, like what you can do with that, how much of a difference your chip stack is. So it's always interesting to see how players deal with adversity, if they're able to, you know, stick to their A game, stay on plan, or if they kind of are rattled. And I think that's one of the things at this level. Most of the guys are able to just kind of they just say, okay, it's a new situation. Now I have this stack. Let's move on to the next hand. And this is why a lot of these are the best in the world.
Yeah, they've all been there before on both ends of the coin flips, so they know how it is. And Arthur with a very nice hand here, small blind against button. He's probably gonna raise it up here.
90.
I'm not sure if he's played with Phil Ivey before. I remember the first time I played with him, that was actually at a Triton event, and I believe it was in Manila. And yeah, definitely very excited to play against him. I mean, he has this aura about him. If he looks at you, it's definitely different than playing against other players. And he's thinking about it here.
You know, Phil Ivey's it's one of those guys too that he just knows that he's one of the most. Everyone looks at him as like they just want to 4-bet bluff him, right? So it's like every time he gets 3-bet, he's got to be a little extra cautious because he knows that, you know, there's just a chance someone's stepping out of line agaast him.
Yeah, doesn't snap for the ace-3 off here. I think he knew that he was going to fold there, but made his opponent at least sweat a little bit there.
Yep.
How can you come all in and fold to his 3-bet? This guy's full of shit. You can come all in, you should at least 4-bet him and get it in.
Yeah, and looks like we're having more than 80 players on this field. 82, I'm seeing. So this is really a great turnout here for 50k in Cyprus. I mean, lots of people have flown over from the US, from Asia. Yeah, that's really cool to see.
Yes, this is a really nice turnout, and we see, look at the ace king Watson going to pick up now here, thinking, man, I was just Delta Premium and it didn't work out. Now I was going to get to try again, a little different chip stack. He is under the gun, and look at this.
Oh, wow.
Just, I mean, it's just reversed. He just tried queens versus ace king. Now we're going to get to see the difference. And you know, Artur, who is known as an aggressive player, we just saw him get a 3-bet in with the real hand, is going to get another hand here right away. And you almost just can't believe it, right? You just get to make a 3-bet, and now you get queens, and you see a player raising. Oh, you're on the button, and there it is, going to pop it up again. So Mike Watson now on that similar. I think he started with 27 blinds or so, just around that range to start. So this is easily another collision. We could be seeing 5 here again.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see anything else than the jam and the call here. And there it is.
This time he's going to be the slight underdog, but again, a coin flip situation.
Yeah, he could be back to where he started the day.
It's always nice to win the first one, though. Now it's
Exactly.
for life. So let's see what happens. Sir Watts gonna need this one.
Oh.
Not a great start. He's gonna be down to. I guess he does have the running diamonds.
He has the diamonds, but yeah,
jack.
I'll be happy to see the jack right away.
Oh wow! Look at
there's
this,
the
man. This
diamond.
isn't. People say online poker might be rigged. No, it's just that's how it works. There's action. You know, this is real action. Big sweat, and not gonna be it.
That's very frustrating. I mean, losing with queens to ace king, then ace king to queens. There's nothing he can do about it. That's how it is sometimes.
Yeah, pretty brutal on not the dream scenario there for Sir Watts, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him this week. He has got over $1 million in Triton earnings, and he is one of the more successful tournament players for, I guess, call it almost 2 decades, 15 years at least. He's been around since the beginning, and great player, well respected, and I'm sure everyone happy to see him at the table depart. Look at that. Artur up to 127 big
Yeah,
blinds.
he might be the overall chip leader of the tournament here, and people are not gonna love to see that. Such a strong player with so many chips. And Phil Ivey is especially going to feel a little frustrated. He had such a good day yesterday. He was actually the chip leader at one point, but now the player who has position on him has actually is having him covered. So yeah, some big hands to start the day.
Yeah, again, I think for the viewers at home familiar with 6-max, it's just such a big difference, the hand strength. When you're playing 8-handed, 9-handed, the hand values are so different. When you're 6-handed, like ace-king, it's a monster. Ace-king offsuit, get a big pair, it's just going to be the best hand so often, whereas 8 or 9-handed, you got to be a little more careful. There's a little more coolers. It's not normal to see necessarily queens to ace-king. Those are big matchups for a 6-handed game.
Yeah, especially with 25 big blinds.
Yep.
It's just a super good hand.
Hi.
You're saying Tommy Kim, not as familiar with it. Sometimes could be an advantage, right? Because he obviously, if you play some poker, you know the guys, you know players, and for these players who may not have played with Tommy before, they don't know. Is he on the tighter side? Is he aggressive? How much ability does he have? How much does he know? So it's I think sometimes, in some respects, it can be an advantage to be the player that's sort of you just don't know.
Definitely.
Right? So he's our wild card today.
And we're seeing a new face coming to the feature table. It looks like a big stack, and I feel like this might be Elton's chip stack there.
Yeah, and he was chip leader. I'm saying he is no stranger to.
So that's pretty crazy. So we have the top 3 chip stacks from the start of the day, all here at one table, the feature table.
Yeah. I'm gonna join in, and this is definitely a treat. It's rare to see that. There's still around 30 players left, and we got, yeah, you said 1, 2, 3 in a row,
23,000.
or at the same table at least, almost in a row.
So Tommy with his first playable hand of the day so far, the ace-jack suited. Against the button open, this feels like a hand he could pump it up with. Certainly good enough. It looks like he's about to do that.
64.
Don't know Chris Brewer's hand here.
Plus.
Yeah, Phil had a playable hand in the big blind, but not to this action. So I see Brewer, who get a little mystery hand here. They have similar stack size. Weighing his options. It's kind of fun. I like that. I don't know if this is unintentional or intentional, but we're going to play one kind of fun, face down, see what happens. Take a look at the board. We know Tommy's hand. We don't know Chris's at the moment. Phil Ivey would have flopped the second up flush draw with an over to the board. King 4 clubs, but Tommy now first to act.
Yeah, it's a nice little flop there. He has the gutter, of course, the backdoor hearts, also some overcards.
It's going to hit Chris a lot, right? He's probably, has a lot of suited broadways, something like that, defending. So
yeah, if he had a small pair, he would have probably folded. And now we're seeing the ace on the turn, actually. And let's see how Tommy approaches this.
when he gets called, he's got to like it, right? He goes from ace high to now top pair. He's blocking King Jack, has strong hands, and is going to lead out.
Yeah, it's of course also a little bit scary. Your opponent can have all these hands, but makes a quick fold. He might have had a hand like 10-9 suited or something maybe. Decided to call the flop, but when the ace comes on the turn, it hits the 3-betting range a lot, as we saw here with the ace jack.
Yep.
So quick fold by Chris. My guess is he had the 10-9 suited.
I like the mystery hand, but it's nice to see at the end. If it's
Yeah,
a mystery,
exactly.
we're gonna flash it. Maybe we'll be able to find out later.
Ask him later.
Speed of play has been good here. I think that's one of the debates we hear about some of the high roller tournament series, that sometimes players tank and it takes a long time. But I would say so far today, speed of play, everyone playing really fast and or reasonable. Everyone's playing reasonable. They're not tanking for a long time.
Definitely. Yeah, the shot clock is in play, so nobody
they
can
can't
really
get
tank
too out of it.
forever, but it looks like nobody is really taking his whole 30 seconds every time, so that's good to see. And now, yeah, it's a very important stage of the tournament. We're not super close to the bubble yet, but it's we're getting there, and in a few hours we'll approach it. So this is the time where basically you can start trying to build a stack to be able to put pressure on at the bubble, approaching the final table. And yeah, especially for those stacks who have like 500,000, 600,000. It's going to go either in that direction, or at some point they probably have to risk it all. And just like we saw with Mike Watson. I watched the stream a little bit yesterday. Elton was opening a lot of hands, but 8-5 suited at the button. Why not? It works. Arthur with the easy defend there with the pocket threes, 100 big blinds deep. And that's a big flop for Elton. Doesn't waste any time betting.
Yeah, if you're Archer, you don't hate this flop, right? Two random eights. How could he have an 8?
Yeah, especially when you expect your opponent to see bet a lot. Yeah, your hand will be good a lot, but it won't be easy to play. I mean, there isn't really any good turn cards for you except for maybe the yeah, this is the worst one. His hand gets counterfeited. Interesting decision for Elton now. Of course, he loses to any queen now. His hand is still super strong, but there's not a lot of hands that will continue here. He might put in another small bet or decide to check it back and maybe pick up a bluff. And that's especially what he's doing, which probably works perfectly against Artu's hand.
Yeah, accomplishes a lot. Like you said, you can get some bluff stabs here, and you're also not going to lose too many chips if he does somehow have that queen. Not worried about the flush or a straight coming in because you have a boat, so he's going to
65.
get exactly that. Probably just get quickly called.
$65.
Yeah, Artur is playing the board here, so it's kind of an obvious bluff candidate, but is not expecting an 8 to fold, of course, and Elton thought about it for a little bit. He, of course, cannot fold his hand, but he probably can't raise either. His opponent can have a queen pretty easily, so goes with a call and yeah, picks up a nice pot. It's probably the maximum amount of chips he could have gotten there, so well played.
Yeah, it's always nice coming to a table, win a nice pot to start. You know, you're not really sure what's happening, how it's going there, and welcomes himself in with a nice start in a very tough lineup.
Yeah, we haven't seen a hand by Danny Tang yet. He came in with a short stake. He's sitting on 15 bigs now, just hoping to have something he can rejam on basically and try to double up here. Sitting in the big blind now.
Yeah, he's got a good seat though with the two big stacks directly
yeah, for sure.
to his right. So that they'll probably make some light opens, and although they're aware of that he's gonna be shoving, he's definitely got a good seat to get himself back in the game.
Attention players, we're just confirming your prize pool. We have a total of 82 entries, including 37 re-entries generated a total.
Beautiful hand here to play the steep, the ace-9 suited, who will just call in position.
11 spots, with 11th play finisher receiving $99,000, and the winner of this event number 1 will take on.
And back in the day you would see people defend the big blind very widely, but now people have kind of realized that multi-way it's tough to play these hands like queen 6 off, so I think that's a good fold by Danny there. In this case he would be dominated by the queen 10, and that just happens a lot, that your hand is dominated. Even if you're getting a super good price, it's just hard to realize your equity, so he makes the good laydown, and let's see how Elton approaches that spot with his two overcards.
22,000.
Yeah, 8 deuce 3 rainbow. Gonna take a shot here. Queen high. Try to get some folds. Also, he's got some decent turns. Pick up some straight draws or bang the queen or the 10. But Phil's gonna stick around at least for one.
Yeah, the overcards. The ace high might be good like it is here. He has the backdoor flush draw going. He can hit a 9 like he does here. And Elton is actually picking up a gut shot here, going along with his overcards. So he might decide that this is a candidate to barrel.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually one of the more action cards in the deck. It does improve him to a gut shot straight draw. Still has 2 overs, and Phil going to make top here. So this is a fairly interactive card for both players.
52,000 bet. 52.
Yeah, and with this bet, he's trying to fold out hands like ace high. If Phil had like ace 10, he would be in a bad spot, or a hand like pocket 4s, pocket 5s might fold here. So I like this bet by Elton. Phil has a really strong hand there, is of course not going anywhere with his top pair, top kicker.
Big brick on the river, so Phil's gonna like to see this run out, and
Yep, thank you.
Elton out. You know, it's not fun bluffing into Phil Ivy on
No,
the river.
definitely not.
He's eating his food on the side, and now you're just like, oh wait, I have queen high. I'm on the river. Can't be good. But playing maybe one of the best to ever do it. And what am I going to do? Staring down at me. You're out of position too. It's
Yep.
it's tough to wave that white flag, but sometimes it's just the right play.
Right, yeah. I mean, he has a lot of these hands, so he decides to give up this time. Maybe he would have bet sometimes, but maybe he decided Phil Ivey is not the guy who wants to bluff, so waving the white flag here. And Phil has a good hand. He's trying to get some value here.
100.
It's probably not going to work this time unless Elton tries to get super creative here.
125.
He hasn't folded yet.
In the back of his head, could you say, is he looking for a queen high hero? Maybe he's got Jack 10. I mean, it's hard because you block that with the 10. There's I think more in line of check raising or just folding instead of.
Yeah, I doubt
I
doubt
don't
he's
think we're
thinking
gonna see
about
the hero.
the hero call, but I mean,
Yeah, we've seen crazier. Nice hand from Phil. And I did hear in the background, I couldn't quite hear the exact first prize place, but I know they did say 11 places paid. So now we do know where the bubble comes in at exactly. Again, 82 entries in this first event here at Triton. Really nice turnout, nice start. There's some other events, including short deck coming up, and a 50K turbo was added to the schedule. Be flashing some of that too, and it's you know, this is, I mean, a 50K turbo, that's a nice, not many stops are just going to flick in a 50K extra turbo on the side, but looks like they were happy with the turnout, and players are looking for some more action too, so.
yeah, exactly. If the players want it, why not add that?
That's nice. That's nice when a tournament series is able to provide that on the fly, and that's what they do here at Triton. Really yeah, exciting week ahead.
20 raise, 20,000. Plus 1.
You can also follow along. There is Triton/poker.com. Really nice site. You can click on players' names, see the results, and within Triton it shows you the structure, the seating chart, all the tables. Really, really cool website. And of course, if you're following along on Twitch, I want to say what's up. I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat, and on YouTube this is going. So what are the chances we get you streaming, Korai? Are you gonna be on Twitch? Are we gonna, now you're the main event champion? The people want to hear from you, man. What's your plans coming up here in the
Yeah,
future?
I haven't been active on Twitch so far. Maybe I should try that out at some point in the future. I mean, why not?
It's fun. I think you'd enjoy it. But today it's about the 50K 6max high roller, and I think we will get a prize pool up there shortly. I did hear again 11 going to pay. First prize is going to be, I mean, I think we'll get that number for you here very shortly, but it's healthy. 50K buy-in with an 82 entries. It's going to be a lot. So let's see if we can get that info for you here in a sec. And again, 11th gets 99K. So if you get 11th, you double up. If you get 12th or any else higher than that, you will receive $0 for this $50,000 entry.
And great play here by Chris Brewer, who decides to check raise with the ace-5 of spades on king 10-4, again against Phil Ivey, which is always a little special. Yeah, he made use of his backdoor draws there and the overcard, the ace, and yeah, gets a better hand to fold, gets the ace-7 to fold. Yeah, there's 34 players left in the tournament, and with 11 paid, that means that one in 3 players is basically
Raise 20.
gonna make the money.
What is your thoughts on a dream in this particular format? Let's just call it 80 players. Do you think that's about right to pay 15%? That seems to be the standard now. Is that your ideal payout structure, or what would be your choice?
Yeah, definitely. I like that. I think that's a good amount. You don't want to pay too many people, because otherwise the prices just don't get big enough. So yeah, 15% seems like a good number. You also don't want to pay just like 7 or 8%, because then you just lose your money too often.
A little.
Someone burped on stream. Ivy almost cracked a smile mid-hand. You won't see that often.
20 bet.
Yeah, looking at the chip counts of this tournament, this is really a treat. Like some of the best players in the world are there. Andras Nemeth has taken over the chip lead now, but it's all very close at the top. At the other tables, people like Daniel Dworis, Stephen Chidwick are battling it up. Rob Young is here, Sam Greenwood, Michael Adamo, of course. Just some of the biggest names in poker. And yeah, some of them we can see here at this table.
Breathing exercises? I don't know, he was just like walked on the corridor and just like taking
Love it.
he was like, I swear it was like he was lifting the mic up to
22?
Raise 22,000.
Oh, it looks like Tommy Kim is gonna be moved to a different table, so we didn't see too much from him there. But maybe we'll see him at some later point in the tournament.
22,000 raise.
Yeah, this is quite a lineup, and again, it's a treat to be back. I think anyone who's seen Triton poker before knows what an amazing job they do, and that seems wild. I didn't realize that. I did see Jason Kuhn tweet that 33 months, man. That's a long time to not have an event. So everyone's itching to be back and see who's gonna strike the first championship here. Who's gonna get it done? We saw Rob Young, who had a top 4 stack. I know he's not one of the names that generally plays, but I know he's off to a good start. Do you have any predictions so far? It's just kind of early to tell. Still around 30 left. We could wait. Maybe the first break. We'll take a look at the chip count. We can start selecting some picks. But
Yeah, exactly. The only thing I know is that we will see some big names at the final table.
Yes.
There's no other option.
yeah, that's the guarantee. Look at this flop for Artur. And
Yeah,
Phil.
I mean, this is a flop that could hit the big blind pretty well potentially, but it doesn't this time. Artur actually had a really good hand here with the nut flush draw and the little gutter to go along with it. Picks it up right there.
How familiar do you think Phil Ivey is with some of these guys? Because as we mentioned, I mean, Artur's during the pandemic, you can call it through COVID and online. I mean, he's a guy I feel like every weekend you see his name in the biggest events, biggest tournaments, and even live. You know, he has been playing some stuff, but I don't know. As we saw, I looked at his Triton results, and he's not had any. I wonder if Phil, how much, if he does homework, if he knows. I mean, you gotta believe he's aware of who's doing
Yeah,
well.
I'm not sure either. I don't know if they've played with each other before, maybe at another tournament. I would assume it's the first time they're playing. And I don't know, Phil, the mystery man, if he does his homework.
我要求都唔高，我都唔要把槍，我要把刀啫，佢都唔俾我。23?
22?
3.
3.
Yep.
23,000 raise. 23.
Have you played with Phil Ivey before?
Yes, a few times, but not much. I haven't played with Brewer. I think I've played with Artur. I've played with Sir Watts many times. Danny Tang, but I think maybe twice with Ivy. It's one of those like some guys are like, oh, I don't know if I've played or not, but you can remember specifically. He's definitely one of the. I remember the first time I played with him, I was, it's definitely one of those. The time I came in was like 2003, 2004, and he really has just been the guy. Like people have. If you're going to mention the best in the world or who you'd want to play with, I think he's on most people's top 3 list of poker royalty.
Yeah, he doesn't come out too often to tournaments these days anymore, but for the Triton events, he pretty much always shows up.
Yeah, he's a fixture here and battles some of the highest stakes cash games in the world, and also, he actually, I think the last Triton event, if I'm not mistaken, was Sochi, or it was either, or the last right before the pandemic happened. It was in It was in Sochi, and he won an event there.
I can beat that. By less than you think, though.
Thank you, that one good.
I wasn't thinking much. I was hoping that had
That was
something.
London, the last official Triton event they did have. I think Sochi had a high roller series right when the pandemic happened. That was, I think Ivy took a first and a second there. So, as the high roller series had kind of closed up, he was in top form as well. So he's picking up right where we left off with a nice stack here on day 2, getting closer to the money. Yeah, Danny Tang, I don't think we haven't seen him play a hand yet, but that's just sometimes the circumstances you get. You don't get dealt in, your chip stack, and kind of at the mercy of the cards when you get that chip depth. And we're going to see Arthur, who's been distribution-wise getting big hands. He's on the button with queens, he's on the button with tens, and Danny here. This is a tough spot. I mean, Arthur's definitely with his stack going to be opening wider than that and gets snap called.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. He waited patiently and runs into the tens now.
Please complete a hand you're on all the way. Raise the blinds 6,000, 12,000, 12,000.
Over. Commentators. Are you hearing this? We need help.
Danny,
We need help.
oh, Danny
he
calls
asked
one
for it.
in.
Hold.
There it is.
Commentators. Oh, Danny. Oh, not over yet. Gonna have to fade a couple four. Oh no, so he's
Sevens,
got.
no, I mean that.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's. All right.
You don't need the ace.
Secure now, our commentators. We're good.
Danny makes the straight
to the next.
actually to double up. This is how you do it, apparently.
We saw the head shake from Brewer on the turn. We see the Danny Tang calling one in.
This hand.
And yeah, I mean Arthur is of course not happy with that, but still has a very big stack. So this pot was more important for Danny than it was for Arthur.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. The Triton Million in London, which we saw the records broken for all kinds of things, but just like that, it was wondering where would it go from there. They had a £1 million buy-in. Was it going to be a 500K rebuy or a million rebuy? What was going to be next for Triton? And so hopefully now with this opening back up, we'll see what's going to be in store in the future. They always got stuff up their sleeve. They're always pushing the envelope and making the latest and greatest. So I'm excited to see where it's going to go from here. What do you think what's your prediction, Cora, where's the ceiling for poker and buy-ins? I mean, call it, let's say 2030. Is it £5 million buy-ins? Is it rebuys? Where do we go from £1 million buy-in?
Yeah, I remember when I came up, there wasn't any 100K buy-ins. Basically, the biggest tournaments of the year were these 25Ks, and now we're seeing here at Triton they have a 50K every day, basically. So it definitely changed over the years. But I mean, people love to play high stakes. People love to watch high stakes. So as long as you have people playing these tournaments, I'm not sure what the ceiling is.
90,000.
Yeah, and the winner here is actually gonna walk away with over $1 million in this tournament. 1,082,000 for the winner. While everybody who makes the money will almost make 6 digits. 10th and 11th place are getting 99,000. And everybody who's at the final table will win more than 100K. Actually, yeah, I believe we go to the final table 7-handed. That's what we're doing, I think. So 7th place will get 188,000.
Yeah, I can see 31 players left, so it's getting there. You can see Andres Nemeth in the chip lead, 1.195 million, 120 big blinds. And our shortest stack, Kerry Katz, has 9 blinds. So.
But Kerry knows how to navigate the
Oh
short
yeah,
stack.
no, you can't bet against Kerry. He's got chips. He's in there.
And Danny now, after doubling up, has the stack to open raise again, and that's a nice pickup. The blinds have just gone up to 6k, 12k, or 12k ante too, so there's a little more in the middle to be picked up every pot. And Danny Tang well over the starting stack now. Yeah, I think this is kind of a great structure. What do you think, Jeff? I mean, this is pretty deep still, but it also doesn't take like multiple days, in my opinion. Like two long days of poker. It's kind of ideal. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the 2 days is nice, and even then you can skip the first day if you want, or come late. Some guys do that. They will buy in at the start of day 2 or towards the end of day 1. So it's pretty cool that you can decide how much to play, but no more than 2 days, and that's important for a lot of people that are looking at this size of a buy-in. I know a lot of business type don't want to spend 3 days, 4 days on an event, and if you can do it for a couple days in one tournament, it's nice. And these are nosebleeds. I mean, we're talking, this is $50K US dollar to buy in. This is, as you mentioned, 5, 10, maybe 10 years ago for sure. It just was rare to find 100K. It was almost non-existent. Now it seems like it's every high roller series. There's 100K plethora of them.
Interesting hand developing here. Phil Ivey limped in with the ace-8 in the small blind. R2 checked the 7-3 and stepping here on the flop. Phil Ivey, of course, with the easy call. R2 turns a pair here and decides to just check because he has showdown value now, of course. A little too weak to go for 3 streets of value anyway, so he decides to check it. And with the 4 card straight there, yeah, quick check on the river, and Phil takes another pot down. Would have been interesting to see if Arthur hadn't turned a pair there, if he had decided to barrel there.
Look at this. Look at these guys on here. Daniel Negreanu, Jason Kuhn, Elke Fedor. This is GG. Play online at GG Poker. Join the world's biggest poker community and always have a good game. As I mentioned earlier, the Super Millions weekly. Artur, you see him a lot. This guy gets it done. I feel like he's at every Super Millions final table. It's crazy, but yeah, big thanks to GG and Triton and GG. That's a nice mix. It's some of the biggest names and live and online. But we are today following the live 50K 6-max. 31 left.
Similar types of hands here for these 3 guys. Arthur definitely with a playable hand here in the small blind against the cutoff open. Has a decision here. Does he want to 3-bet this? Does he want to flat?
110.
110.
I think this makes sense so deep to mix in these 3-bets with these types of hands.
I think raise the trails a little. My only complaint.
Yeah, agree.
I like to sit like above the
Yeah,
table.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And if you're Elton, I mean, this is a pretty looking hand though too. The 10-8 suited has some playability, but it's gonna just get out of the harm's way here. Nice pickup from Arthur.
Yeah, Elton could have decided to see a flop there too, but he decides to take the conservative approach and fold this time. Yeah, once you get shorter and closer to the end of the tournament, blockers become more important. Having these offsuit aces, you'll see a lot of 3-bets, 4-bets with those kind of hands with the king jack offs. But this deep, hands like 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited, what we just saw, these suited connectors are super attractive. Just trying to flop a really good hand, basically.
Raise.
Raise 25.
Yeah, this is a treat. This really is a treat to see, again, this stage of the tournament. So often I think people will watch and see in final tables, but we say it again, this is a tough stage of the tournament. You kind of get to a point where you have to start considering ICM. You're getting close. Do you want to jockey? Because it's not fun to be short. I mean, I've done it so many times in tournaments being short on the bubble. It's like if you're folding, you're really giving up a lot of chance to win the tournament if you're just folding down on that bubble. And if you put yourself in a position to be powerful, to have chips, to put pressure on, you're going to set yourself up for a really, really great opportunity to have a chance at the top 3 payouts. So I think this is, again, the most fun seeing this juncture of the tournament from, now down. It's really exciting to see how players craft their strategy.
Yeah. And here both players are going to like this flop and the button against big blind scenario. Chris with the second pair. Some backdoors going along with that. Certainly good enough to see a turn. There's no other option than turn. Than to call. Raise doesn't really make sense. And for Arthur, he's going to open wide at the button. So top pair, of course, good enough. He might get another street, but let's see if he decides to check this. And maybe put another value bet in on the river. This is what he decides to do.
Wow.
Big river card for Chris.
Man, he's had a couple of those today. Brewer gets his tournament life and a flip on the river, and then here hits an important one as well, and
7,000.
interesting size. I mean, if you're Artur, so dialed in. I mean, he's probably thinking, man, that's not one of the better cards I'm seeing, but see what he's gonna do here.
Yeah, he's definitely not looking to fold this hand. He's deciding whether he can actually value raise against this block sizing by Chris. But yeah, as you see, Chris does have some good hands he chooses this sizing with, so not an easy decision for Artur here.
Wow, looks like you're right. He's
115.
Yeah. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Arthur thought that Chris might have just a jack very often, just a single jack or a single queen, like maybe a hand like queen 10, which he would use the sizing with, and thought his top pair is good enough for the race. So a very well played hand by
The
Chris.
story Winfried was telling us was he told you to take care of Bonbon.
Bonbon, who's Bonbon?
Bonbon is
Like you didn't take good
Yeah,
job taking care of him.
he was trying to tell you, oh, it's his first time playing tournament. Take care of him. And you end up taking all his chips.
Oh.
Yeah, that's high level, and then just snap call where it gets a. It also shows you Artur, who's just willing to go for thin value.
Yeah, seeing the hands, this looked maybe kind of weird to raise there, but it kind of makes sense against that sizing. I mean, they checked the turn, and ranges are just very wide, and if your opponent just bets 2 big blinds on the river,
Like the Italian
decided,
mob way of taking care
well,
of
there's
him.
not enough money in the middle for my top pair. This time it didn't work out though.
Yeah, we see Paul join, who no stranger to the action. He has been around since the beginning, playing all the Triton events and having a really impressive resume. So fun to see him here. He knows everyone at the table, and I mean, again, there's really almost no one going to be. Everyone in the tournament is interesting and has played some of the highest stakes in the world. So it's going to get repetitive saying it, but really, again, just an all-star lineup of talent, of players, and just a big day ahead of us here. It's 33 months back from the Triton London 2019, back today, first time this event. Yesterday officially, this is going to be a winner tonight in event 1, over $1 million to first. We're going to see. Archer feels like he's in every pot. Is that Is that the case? Is it just because he has chips? I mean, he's getting some playable hands, but
Yeah, he's getting some good hands here. I mean, the sixes from the cutoff, and Elton has a hand he could continue with here for sure. Flops a gutter, and has two overs against the hand like Arthur has against the sixes. Yeah, similar spot for Arthur like before. He has a hand. He has kind of a good hand, not a premium though. Decides to check back the turn. He's probably expecting to have the best hand here on the river most of the time. There's a lot of straight draws that busted. Curious to see if Elton decides to bluff with this one this time or not. These spots are tricky. You don't want to bluff every time you miss. You don't want to give up every time you don't have anything. It's about the right frequencies here. He decides to check this time, and Arthur decides whether he should do a thinner value bet or not. I feel like he will decide to do so. You just have the best hand most of the time here.
90. 90,000.
Yeah, Elton again, not with a quick fold. He's always taking his time, maybe thinking it through really. Maybe if he can find a race here. But it would certainly be ambitious.
you know, so Elton has, you may not know that if you're watching at home, he actually won the one drop in 2000, I believe 16 or 15. He won for 11 million pounds or euro, 12 million US dollars. So nice to have that one under your belt. He's definitely not shy of the big stage, having a huge result there, and looks like he's very comfortable. He plays a lot of hands, is in a lot of pots.
How long is it still a quarantine when you go back to Hong Kong?
7 days, I heard.
7?
You have to stay in a hotel?
I'm not going back.
That makes sense. Way to avoid the gold, dude.
I'm not going back.
All right, see a look here. Danny Tang up to 19 blinds, got a double, still a little bit of trouble, and Phil Ivey leading the way with the million chips, 87 big blinds. Little snapshot of the chip counts there.
Yeah, and the average stack is going to be around 500,000 here, I believe. So we're definitely seeing some big stacks here. Probably gonna see some all-ins soon by the likes of Danny Tang. Maybe Paul will look to get his chips in.
Let's just call it the Florida airport and decide he was just going to live in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Paul play. I haven't played with him in a while. It's definitely one of the better players to watch from the people that you wouldn't see too often besides the Triton events. There's a lot of experience playing high stakes, full deck and short deck, and it looks like we have a mystery hand here with them.
Yeah, Paul has over $21 million in earnings. Pretty crazy with his best live cash, only $3 million. I mean, that shows you how much volume he's played in these tournament series and success he's had. So, gonna get to see him play here, but we're not seeing his cards. So let's have a mystery one on this one.
21 days is a long time.
A long time.
Especially if you don't have it.
I might
And
mentally break down and kill myself in the team
he's just gonna pick it up here.
and go crazy, do crazy shit.
That's long. I almost got stuck in fog like a month ago. I took my test. Like, I've had COVID twice. I've had the vaccine, boosted, everything. Took it and it came back positive, and I was like, well, there's no way. But it was just like a false positive. I had to go and like get it like fixed and like go prove that I I was allowed to travel and stuff. It was a mess. So I was just gonna be a citizen of the Czech from then on.
呢度係咪要打咗針先可以參加？
冇
冇。
Yeah, we hadn't seen premium hands in a while. We had some of them at the start, but now we see Chris with the ace king.
Not vaccinated.
Let's see if somebody behind him wakes up with a big hand.
Maybe he could. I'm not
Looks
sure.
like Paul has a decision here.
I know he couldn't go to some other places.
Oh wow. Paul picks up the ace queen. He has around 30 bigs, so small blind against cutoff. Let's see what he does.
Thank you.
Yeah, he decides that his hand is good enough to 3-bet here.
Yeah, please. Yes.
And after Phil will fold his queen for Chris. As we saw earlier, 30 bigs deep, 25 bigs deep. We'll probably go with his ace king.
Yeah, if you're Paul, it's not a great spot all of a sudden because you realize the news that he's probably doesn't have ace jack, but you know, once your hand's so strong, you're going to be in a flip a lot, and you know it's possible. Could have the same hand, could have a worse hand, and Paul realizes though this is not an ideal scenario.
Yeah, this is annoying. I mean, you feel like your hand is too good to 3-bet forward, but you also feel like your opponent has a good hand here. Tough spot.
There's the mullet equity too. He's rocking the mullet haircut. And
Yeah, he makes the call. Can't blame him. Cut off against small blind 30 big steep. Has to get lucky here.
Huh? I think I would have just ripped it. 我睇唔到有幾多 I probably just ripped it.
30萬咯。
冇啊，30幾啊，總數
We saw Phil fold a queen in the big blind, so there's actually only 2 outs.
Oh,
but
wow.
he picks up the flush draw here actually.
it's a pretty. You see a coin flip all of a sudden going fast though to the river. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
the whole
and he gets
little roll.
我哋搞掂啊！
想 fold 啊，
It was a big ball.
你都係點解？
Makes the second nuts by the end of it.
Yeah, you see the disappointment from Chris.
我唔知佢對。
Yeah, again, he won those coin flips before. Now he got it in good.
呢樣嘢。
Back to almost starting stack. And big double up for
即係我唔
Paul.
會 fold 煙女啦，要去 fold back all in。
I get 1K back, right? Yep.
Oh, but lucky.
You're always lucky, Mr. Paul.
You're describing yourself.
What do you think about the 3-bet and call versus maybe just jamming? Do you think it's it's because it's really a tough spot.
Yeah,
once you 3-bet to call, I don't even know. Once you do 3-bet, you almost can't fold. But so maybe it looks stronger. You get that initial looking stronger, but
我就打你嚟啦。
Yeah, the advantage of 3-betting instead of just jamming is that you will get occasionally these bluff 4-betting jams, like the ace-5 suited or something, which you can get it very good against.
yeah.
But you can be flattered, of course, and you don't really wanna see a flop usually when you don't hit. That's kind of an awkward stack size, so it's definitely a close spot. But yeah, I don't mind his play at all. I mean, small blind against cutoff, less than 30 bigs. It's just a super good hand, ace queen.
Yeah, and again 6 max too. So we're talking it's even stronger than maybe regular, but this is. Chris has been on for a ride today. He's had a little everything. Rivers his way, Rivers not his way. But he's in, which is the important part in the field. As you see, 30 of 82, 11 going to cash. Anything can happen.
Another monster for him, but unfortunately for him, Arthur doesn't have anything at all.
Yeah, still a very valuable chip to his stack. I mean, this is an important one to pick up. Snap fold, and he's going to pick those chips up. So still in the game, but I think that's such a big part of poker. It's being able to separate yourself from the previous hand to go to a new place. You know, it's like easy to say, oh, I should have had this, or I was dominating. I would have had this or that, but if you live in that place, it's dangerous. So you have to be able to quickly cut yourself from that thinking and get back to where you are currently present in the stack. And most of these players do that. Some of the best in the world. I think that's the tilt factor is not so high in a lot of these guys, right? They're experienced. They're used to the swings.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I sometimes am tilted. I mean, when I have a big stack all tournament and then I lose a lot of chips, just like you mentioned, it's not always easy to stay calm and focused and play your new chip stack, especially if you got unlucky. But yeah, a lot of these players are where they are because they're good at that, because they have a good mindset, because they are able to adapt to the new stack size and just play their A game as long as possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, no, we're all human for sure. No one likes it. Just deep down, how are they able to compartmentalize it? Because it's not easy. I'm sure he's thinking about it. He's definitely like, wow, it would be nice.
105.
Yeah, and he can also like be annoyed, disappointed, but still play his best. I mean, that's the most important thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah, he's definitely one of the tough pros out there. He's been a name that you hear a lot. That knows what he's doing. And Phil Ivey going to get the medicine again from Artur, and just one of those situations where it's got to be a little frustrating, because Ivey knows how capable Artur is. I'm sure he's gotten some intel on him. Maybe seen him play and knows he's a bit aggressive, but he's just a tough player. And Phil's opening up some modest hands, and he's running into kind of just the mandatory spots.
Yeah, it's not like Artur is getting out of line there though, and Phil probably knows that too. I mean, I think that's what he's very good at, having a feel. If he thought that his opponent was like getting at him and 3-betting hands like I don't know, the 7-4 suited or something, then Phil would probably pick up on that and maybe play back a little more.
Yeah. But
as long as Artur is just 3-betting his normal ranges, then Phil can comfortably fold hands like King 9 off.
Well, Corey, I hope you're taking notes today on like the Ivy, how that is, because for yourself now as a main event champion, you kind of get put in that category. I think people are, just it's the nature of it. People want to play. They want to say, I beat this guy or I played that guy. And I think that's a great point. Phil really knows. And I think that's something Phil Hellmuth does extremely well. People give him criticism, some of the highest stakes players, but he really knows like when people are playing at him or if they're just giving him respect. And I mean, that's something that I think that these guys that you just have to learn to do that, because this is something that happens every time you sit down at a table. People are looking at you and they want to beat you or they want to be your friend, right? And if you're able to make that distinction quickly, you can use that to your advantage. And it's definitely a skill set I think Phil Ivey has developed over the years.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm biddle.
Here a little less than, let's say, at like the main event or in a random tournament, but I think that is something that you'll start seeing, right? You're going to be like, when you go play the next tournaments, you're going to notice people are.
Yeah, it depends on the tournament probably. Also,
yeah.
I mean, it won't be the level of the likes of Phil Ivey or Hellmuth, but yeah, I'm probably gonna get recognized a little more now. And Artur the Jacks, another good hand.
He's just got a hand every hand. Ooh, Brewer. What a hand too.
Oh, with just 21 bigs, the King Queen suited looks very nice.
All in.
Decides to jam. It makes sense. And Artur with the easy call with the jacks, and we have another coin flip.
You want it needs 10 off, huh? Nice. That's greedy.
Yeah, Chris has been here before again for like 550,000.
Oh.
And there's the queen.
Artur, a little shake of the head, just kind of realized like, man, I'm getting the best hands. Like I'm at the top of my range too, and I'm losing the A7. I'm losing these flips, and
yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I mean, yeah, he had over 1 million before. Didn't make any mistakes really. Maybe he feels like his thin value raise was a misstep, but I mean, it's totally understandable. Other than that, he couldn't have done anything differently, of course, with these jacks.
Okay, you get lucky once.
It's always frustrating when the hand that you think maybe it's close and then the guy doubles through. You're like, oh, he
Yeah.
would have some more chips than he would have had.
I knew it, you see.
Yeah. So yeah, Arthur with the scenario we just talked about, basically, he still has over average, so
Hello.
he should stay calm and
And
just
then could I get an Americano as well?
take the new situation and go from there.
Thank you.
I'm taking a look here at, again, Triton/poker.com. If you guys want to see the current actual field size, the chips, the tables, really nice website. And we see Stephen Chidwick up to 1 million chips, second, and he is a force to be reckoned with. That's a guy, one of the best in the world, no question. He's kind of, if you talk to any player in the high stakes circuits, they'll tell you Stephen Chidwick. His name comes up very frequently, and also had a huge result in the last Triton million, making the final table for a big score. So keep an eye on him.
Yeah, no one really has run away with a super big stack. I mean, there's a lot of people that have around 1,900,000. So actually, the top 6 in play: Steven Chidwick, Laszlo Buitas, Phil Ivey, Artur Matirossian, Daniel Dvoros, Elton Sang. All have between 900 and 1 million. Although Artur has lost some chips now, so he's out of the top 10 now. But that can change super quickly, as you guys know.
Always raise me. Wow, 仲有一隻啊！
No, only one.
Yeah, it's actually bunched up a little bit because early at start the day we saw a couple 1.2 million stacks. Now that the leader at 1,042,000 actually is Chidwick in the moment. He is now taking the chip lead officially, but pretty bunched up here. And is Kerry Katz? Let's keep an eye on Kerry because he had 8 blinds. Is he in? I don't know if he's made a run or maybe he has been, I think, actually knocked out. I don't see his name, but he is a short stack specialist. Kerry's been known to navigate from the back, and he is going to be eliminated. And there's 29 players remaining at the moment.
Do we do 2 or 3 levels? You know, if we're doing 2 or 3 levels between breaks.
After this is break, right?
I was wondering, or do we have another one? It's 3.
Normally it would be 3, right?
So Elton opens it up here with the ace-6 off from the button. Any ace is good enough here, and Phil with the easy call with the king-jack, and flops top pair.
You can run. Okay, after this no break? Sprint, no break, I think. I mean, if anyone can make a break,
All the better break for us.
break, cigarette time.
Yeah, Elton decides that he doesn't want to just blindly c-bet every hand. That certainly makes sense with the ace high. Phil would have liked to see the c-bet, and now still has a pretty good hand. Will probably bet. And depending on the size, this is interesting for Elton. I mean, he pretty much beats every bluff with his ace high, and he has the gut shot to go along with it. So he might not just fold right away. We'll see. It's like a little over half pot.
Tricky though. You hit the 8, could even somehow get owned to a bigger straight, and it's a tough spot. This is a very tough spot. Just realizing that not too much great could come out of this, and he does give it up at the end of the day. Nice pot from Phil.
Yeah, good fold.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Another man that's been hot in the poker world, Michael Adamo. We see him in the 6th stack, kind of moving his way up. Always dangerous and plays big pots and uses some big bet sizes, puts people to the test. So
Yeah, I heard he was down to like a big blind or two at some point yesterday. I believe he had less than 5,000 chips at some point, and he ran
Oh
it
my
all up.
goodness, that's just not right. That just doesn't seem right. At least make him re-enter, you know. Elton's been getting a lot of tricky hands. You know, he's getting 10-8 suited. He's getting low pairs. He's not getting any clear cut, just monster hands. And seems like he's made some pretty good decisions though. So far, Artur gonna come along with a queen 10 off. So everyone kind of has different board coverage here. Interesting flop. No one really in love with it. Brewer does have the significant lead actually as it stands, but two other players having just an 8. It's not.
Yeah, these three-way pots are super tricky. I think Chris will check a decent amount of his hands here. We saw him check very quickly. I'm not sure if he just checks everything or not here. And yeah, Arthur actually makes the best hand here on the turn. But Chris could have checked back a hand like top pair here easily. So Arthur isn't certain that he has the best hand, and it's a close spot whether to bet or check again. Decides to bet this time. Third pot certainly makes sense with this hand strength. Get some protection against some hands. It's one of the most important things at poker, like getting rid of the equity of your opponent, basically. And as we saw earlier, Elton doesn't like to fold quickly. Yeah, you beat a lot of the straight draws, but it's just a guessing game with these small pairs here.
Yeah, it's not fun to call. Have to be good, and then have to hold, and then have to have another decision. I mean, he does have position, but he gives it up.
Yeah,
Shows
good
discipline.
fold.
I think a lot of people approach pairs like, oh, I'll set mine, and you know, if I hit it, make a set or make the river kind, it's pretty easy to play. But then you do find yourself, obviously, most of the time not making a set, and then you have some difficult decisions. But as long as you're willing to make folds and stick relatively disciplined, I think it'll work out well. When you go set mine, it doesn't work. But I know we've all deviated. When you start with that plan, then you get in the river. Oh, it's like
Yeah.
maybe I'm good or this guy's capable.
Yeah, that's why these hands are very tricky to play. These small pairs, and actually when the stakes get shorter, we see a lot of folds from these kind of hands. While Chris Brewer is picking up Ace King once again.
Yeah.
No queens behind him so far. Yeah, Danny with the ace here from the big blind. Unfortunately, it's against the under the gun opener, so it's kind of tricky with only 15 blinds. That's why he decides to fold. Good fold in this scenario, certainly. Could have defended,
Next hand.
but of course you dominated a lot as you are here.
30 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
We can do
I
that.
have all the time banks also.
If you use every one of your time banks,
I mean,
for
I don't
poker
need
P,
them.
that's some
so
dedication.
I don't need them. I don't need them.
It's breaking 2
Maybe
minutes,
I
no?
No
No,
break.
that's 3 levels. That's
Maybe I
That's
use
what we
my
were
time
saying.
bank over small. You should go now. You should go now.
Next hand.
No, you should go now, and then I time.
24.
Yeah, you should go now.
yeah.
Yeah, kind of a calm day for Ivy so far. He didn't play too many super big pots. Picks up some chips here and there. And is in a good situation here once again.
Tough spot.
Looks like Danny is taking his time here because the break is coming up actually.
Just in case. If he comes back and his hand is
Or the level, right? They're not. It's not.
Oh right, yeah, exactly. The next level is
You better tank, okay?
Alright, I'll give you some time.
Or is someone going to the restroom?
yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Artur's 3-bet Phil a bunch here. He does. I mean, King Jack, he flats. He's got position. Phil had a hand this time. If he had got 3-bet, he would have been at least playing. But we're gonna go to a flop 3-way. Phil does have the lead currently.
And we see 3 spades, no spade for either player. But Phil and Artur both with a good top pair, so this could get dicey if we don't see another spade rolling off at some point.
Lines run out, lines 10 and 15, and 15. Lines up.
Yeah, and we could hear the tournament director announce that the level is going to go up next hand actually. Yes. That's a pretty safe turn card for the ace-jack. Checks it over though, of course he doesn't have to have the best hand here. Artur can certainly have a lot of flushes here. All these sets are possible too. So he decides to play it a little more careful here. And depending on how it goes, put another value bet in on the river maybe, or looking to check call and pick up a bluff. With this hand though, Artur is actually value betting again with a worst of it again, which is kind of unlucky. And Phil is certainly gonna continue here. It's top pair, top. Oh wow! Wow! Phil, oh, this is super interesting actually. Phil kind of knew that Artur was value betting here
Right.
maybe. He was with a worse hand.
When
though.
you're right but wrong, right? He was
Yeah.
dead
And then-
dialed in. It just happened to be maybe one of the only
Give me a
hands that he's value betting that's worse. But I'm surprised he didn't think about it a little longer at least. Can't blame him for folding, although it's I think surprising. I just think that he would at least consider with top there longer. I guess it was multi-way. We saw Chris in, so there's 3 players that saw flop, but
Oh, yeah, that's interesting actually. Maybe he picked something up by Artur there and knew that his opponent was value betting. Very interesting.
10, 15.
I don't want to go as far to say that scared, because that's I don't think Ivy's scared or of anyone, but maybe shows that he's really respects his game too. Thinks he's a tough opponent. Figures it's part of the problem too, right? He's out of position. There's gonna be a lot in the pot. He's gonna be at a river. He's like thinking, okay, if I am good now, if a spade rolls off, I'm either crushed most likely, or I'm gonna get put in a tough position on the river. I just think that it seems like calling would be the standard way to go, and then evaluate river, but.
Yeah, he's definitely not scared to make
For sure.
these decisions also that might seem a little unorthodox at first. He's very confident in his reading abilities and in his feeling where he is in the hand. And of course, there are a lot of super bad river cards for his hand. And even if he's up against these hands sometimes where he would be good, he decided that he's not going to win the hand often enough, and that's probably why he decided to fold.
Yeah, it's also exactly. There's not to actually improve his hand. If you were to need to, he could just be drawing dead, or if he's against a set or a flush. There's 118 to 1 to flop a flush. That's not easy, but when it happens, you're just out of luck there. And and decided to move on, find a better spot. So it's tournaments, right? It's not a cash game. There's always, you got your tournament life. It's important, and probably feels really confident how things are going. He knows he's getting deep here and find a better spot.
Did he have it? Did he have it? Did he fall like a big hand?
There's also nothing you can really replicate about being in the moment, being in the hand versus being no matter what, right? When you're watching it and the whole cards are up, it's just everything feels so much easier and obvious. But it's like
for sure.
in the moment, you know, it's just not the case. You know, you used to have imperfect information, and that's it's just the reality of it.
So Chris with another of those bad aces on the button that are good enough to raise though. Paul defends the queen 3. And yeah, a little bit for both players. Paul flops the pair, Chris flops the gutter to go along with his ace high.
Got the spade too. I mean, in the over to the jack. I mean, it's a pretty good flop. You're gonna defend with queen 3 off. Definitely one of the better flops you'll see.
Yeah. Quick check call there from Chris, and the ace on the turn. And this is kind of similar to the hand that we saw earlier from Arthur, where Chris has the top pair now with the worst of all kickers though. But turning the ace is a little better than having flopped it. And that's a pretty good fold by Paul. It's kind of tough to make a pair in hold'em from the button. He correctly decided to fold his third pair here.
I see some people in the Twitch chat asking, is Phil a nit now? I mean, first of all, I don't think anyone can call Phil that. And, you know, it's one hand, one spot. And he's going to make some amazing laydowns and great plays. And, of course, sometimes you're just going to get put in a difficult situation and not make the correct decision in that particular spot. So, no, I don't think you can deduct that. I would not be putting those words in my mouth about Phil. And I don't think that's a good assessment of to make that blanket statement, for sure not. But hey, it's 33 months since the last Triton event. We haven't seen Phil play in a while, and you know, he may be experimenting with some new styles. But again, I don't think you can really blame him for folding, although we were both surprised for sure. Although I think there's going to be bigger mistakes or things you could look at in tournaments than that. That was just one spot, one thing, and he's got a very healthy stack.
And yeah, we not seeing the graphics here for a moment, but it looks like Danny moved all in here with a short stack. And there we are. Oh, and Danny has 9s, and Paul with the ace-king is certainly going to call, and he did. And another coin flip situation.
Credit to Danny.
We need help again. Get me 2 9s, okay? Maybe 1.
9?
Calling it in.
Too greedy, man.
I know, right? Sorry, take it back 1.
Oh.
Interesting
Ooh.
flop. Still 60-40, pretty much.
Wow, improves. Gonna hold Danny Tang.
Then he makes another straight to double up here.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2 on all ins. This one he was actually slightly ahead.
Yeah, and the dealer is putting the board out there very quickly. not a lot of sweating possible for the players. But then he's definitely going to take that
like one person
double up, and he's up to almost 400,000.
Something sketchy was going on. I saw him whispering into the mic.
I did it against the founders. And it doesn't make sense, right? That one person, get that out of your mind.
Yeah, some of the players that got eliminated recently, just so that you can see who's here. The likes of Christoph Vogelsang, Seth Davies, Wei Sang Yo, Wai Kin Yong, Barack Whisperer, Timothy Adams, Vyacheslav Buldigin, Jake Schindler are amongst the players that just busted.
Yeah, Richard Young hanging in there, still in, 28 left. Ivan Liao, very fun player to watch. Jason Kuhn lurking around, he's got 16 blinds still. A lot of big
Oh,
names.
look what's developing here. It's
Wow.
blind versus blind. Phil just limping in with the aces, and Arthur is looking at pocket queens.
And honestly, it's gonna be. This is such an interesting dynamic for Phil. Like those Guess and Phil. Look at you. If you're talk about waiting for a spot, this is a pretty big one. And Archer's been popping him a lot with, again, hands. I'm sure Phil knows that. He's maybe getting some intel or realizing, after seeing delay, that it's not like Archer's messing with them, but here this is as big as it gets.
And after the blinds have gone up, they're not that deep anymore. They're around 800,000, so this is like less than 60 big blinds deep. Blind versus blind. Queens are a monster. Unless you run into the aces, of course.
Wow, Phil doesn't have to think. He's not going to steam long after making that fold. He's going to get it. And this is
So this is a tough decision for Arthur, whether to just call here and see a flop, or whether to go with his hand. Phil's range is going to be pretty polarized here from the small blind. But queens, he decides, are good enough, and this is crazy.
Blind versus blind. Fuck, so sick. I've been playing so tight, I didn't even raise them.
Yeah, Arthur's just can't believe it. He's just gotten so many good hands, but Ben in
Queen only can help him on the river.
not going to be.
Not gonna make it.
I
And
think
Phil
I think
wins the biggest pot of the tournament so far,
Wow.
and
Wow.
actually moves up to 1.8 million, and Arthur's unfortunate day continues,
Pretty sick.
running the queens into the aces.
How many times do you think Phil's done this little stack grab? He knows how to slide his stack over.
Let's say 4,
Yeah, okay.
5, 6,
Wow,
7,
wow,
8.
wow.
Yeah, they're making sure now that Phil really has him covered,
Good luck, guys.
but
Unlucky, man.
we could see in the graphics that he does.
Good game, good game.
I mean, he does, but I was thinking, I bet you it was only like 50K a pot or something.
Wow.
So Phil Ivey takes over the tournament chip lead again, with this, winning this huge pot.
Deep down, he's
Nice.
like proper chub, but he has to keep cool. He's deep down, he's like, yes.
Wait,
Yeah,
it's
alright.
one big.
I don't know. Are you? You should be. Am I big only?
Yeah, just one big. You don't get to skip it.
So this changes the table dynamic a little bit, of course. Before we had like 2 or 3 of these similar stacks, and now Phil, while we're getting closer to the bubble, actually has a pretty good lead over everybody else at the table.
I mean, in the tournament, he's double third place. Basically double.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty healthy.
Yeah, only him and Laszlo Buitas right now have over 1 million. And Phil makes use of the chip lead, moves in here with a king queen, and picks up the big blind.
Yeah, like we were talking about jockeying for position. I mean, obviously that was a cooler there. Phil, though, now in a really good position here, coming down the stretch, getting closer to the money, where he's going to be able to make plays like this, be aggressive. And obviously, King Queen's a very strong hand there, but he could do it with a lot less, and he's going to be able to lean on some of these stacks.
Worse than that. I thought he had like 3s or something. Shows how good my reads are. Oh, I was saying, I thought
Yeah, Phil and Artu were second and fourth in chips before they clashed, so that shows you how big of a pot that was. Second and fourth out of the whole tournament, that is, not just from this table.
Yo, making the Ivy move.
big hand, man.
Yeah, so 20 big steep, 22 big steep. Chris decides to just jam the deuces against the limp. It's kind of the standard play now with these deuces. Just want to pick up the blinds basically, and in case you called, you're still flipping a lot if you're up against ace king, ace queen, ace jack.
Yep.
Ooh.
And there are basically not a lot of good flops for you unless you hit a set, so it makes sense to just move in. The risk reward is just about good for you. You don't want to jam too big of a stack in there, of course, but around 20 big blinds. Why not? Picking up the blinds is really important.
Yeah, Danny really not been dealt in much. He did get lucky with ace-7 to stay alive versus 10s, and then he got in 9s to ace-king and 1, but he hasn't had a ton of playability. We saw him sneak one in with queen-10 off after he picked up some chips, so again, just understanding his stack size and what he's able to get away with or not, and he's kind of just at the mercy of the cards at the moment, looking for a good spot to raise. I mean, Ivy probably going to be picking up the aggression here with his stack, so Danny should have an opportunity to get a shove spot.
Yeah, close spot for Chris after limping in, and Elton raises him 3x, but decides that for the price he's getting, he's gonna see a flop with his 8-6. Elton doesn't need to have a good hand here. He could just either raise and try to steal it. Flops very well though, and Chris just with the undercards to the flop. Is not gonna like the situation too much, and folds quickly.
Again, I'll say it, the speed of play has been very fast here, which is nice, and not always the case, but shot clock is in play, so it's not like anyone can really get out of line. They are in the rights.
Very tight player.
That sounds like you had some dog shit.
No.
That sounds like you just had like the 10-2 off though.
No.
But yeah, it's nice to see when people aren't tanking us unnecessarily, which is what we've seen so far today. None of that.
For sure.
Deuce is getting passed around. And with Archer not being at the table, we are 5-handed, something to keep in mind.
There's another pair of deuces.
This is getting it's wild. No sets coming.
And on the button, Chris is probably gonna flat here, which is what he does. And Elton with the ace here is thinking about this spot. Maybe thinks that Chris's flat there is weak and decides to squeeze 3-bet to 125,000.
Can't really have your opponents pegged any harder here. They have no outs to improve. They don't know that, but they both have the same pair, and Ivy's wheels spinning. Gonna grab his chips just to remind himself, I'm the chip leader. Don't need to do anything too crazy right now. It's get out of the way and small mistake, whatever. Lose a small pot, open, just fold, and nice pick up there from Elton. Gonna make a nice squeeze.
Little out of line maybe with the ace-4, but he correctly assumed that their opponents didn't have much. While we take another look at our GG stars.
Yeah, we're watching the live Triton event today, but this is the GG Poker Play Online at GG Poker. They got the Super Millions weekly, as we saw Artur many times, and there's a look at Daniel, Jason, Elke, and Fedor, some of the big names that play online at GG, so big thanks to them, and we are going to be, again, following this event one to a winner today. This is going to be $1 million plus to first place, 11 cash, 27 players remain from 82. And this is just all-star lineup after lineup that we're seeing. Any player that comes to the table is exciting, but right now we are 5-handed as Artur got cooler, queens to aces, and there's a look at our chip leader, Phil Ivey, 1.8 million. Who else? 82 left, Or 82 start, 27 remain, and Phil Ivey's got the chip lead at a Triton event. It's 33 months later, picking up where it all left off. He is in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and while Phil hasn't played too many tournaments in the past few years, he's definitely super experienced in these kind of spots, being the chip leader. And yeah, it seems like the greatest spot you're in, and it of course is being the chip leader, but it's not always easy. Sometimes you can kind of overpower and play too many hands. But you also, of course, want to put pressure on your opponents. So finding the right balance there is the key. And I think Phil is experienced enough that he has a pretty good feeling about when to put the pressure on and when to stay away from it.
Yeah, chip leader is nice, but there's no guarantees. And we've seen it before. 27 left, 11 cash. You know, it's not. There's no guarantees. Although Phil driving that, I think, yeah, we'll see him deep into this tournament is a likely scenario. But things happen fast, especially in six max. A lot of collisions, a lot of hands getting played. We're going to see another mystery hand here, Elton on the cutoff. I like this. I love the mystery hand. I just wish we get to see at the end what they do actually have. Looks like I think just the card reader not picking it up here, but as it stands, we're going to see Chris check the king 4 suited, jack 7, the flush possible draw here, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, Elton could have all sorts of hands here. Flatting cutoff versus hijack. He could have a small pair like we saw earlier, some suited aces, maybe some Broadway hands. He can certainly have a jack here, and decides to step. And Chris doesn't have much of anything. Suited king. Just folds.
Yeah, Chris getting, I don't want to say frustrated, but just a couple hands now he's been post-flop and really just have no even backdoor or any path. I mean, just flopping about as poorly as he can and having it check fold.
Yeah, he at the bottom of his range kind of often lately, like king 4 suited from the hijack. I mean, he has to open that hand, but it's of course one of the weakest hands he's going to open, just like the deuces flat before. Gets a little annoying. You have to play those hands. They're just barely good enough, but once your opponent shows aggression, you're kind of forced to fold unless you hit something big.
What do you think about the Phil Ivey ace-jack? What about checking? Do you like that the line? I mean, obviously on the turn we're both in agreement, so it was definitely on the conservative side. But what about just check calling on the flop, maybe, or is it? Do you like that he let out there to try to protect his hand a little bit?
Yeah, I think both options are fine on these monotone flops with 3 of the same suit. You can play a little more passively often. So he could have checked, but I mean, top pair, top kicker, putting his little bet out there. Why not? You can protect against a lot of hands, against the flush draws, against some of the overcards. Like, I mean, it's good if your opponent folds a hand like Queen 10, which has equity in the pot. He can hit a queen, and yeah, you just want to fold out that kind of equity.
Yeah, no limit hold'em, as you mentioned. So hard to make a pair. You can see so many times, 2-way, even 3-way. No one has a pair here. We see Paul, who has king 9 suited. He's got some backdoor straight and flush draws, takes a shot. Brewer with the gut shot and ace high. Pretty good flop for the ace 2 soft.
Yeah, he has some options here again. He's probably going to continue for sure, but yeah, exactly. He can decide to raise it up right here, and yeah, this is a super great result, folding out a hand like king 9 suited. I mean, he had the best hand here, but he's of course happy to just take it out there. I mean, king 9 of clubs has a lot of equity against his hand. And even if he was up against a stronger hand, he has the gutter to go along with his ace high, even against a hand like queens or kings. He could hit an ace, so he has enough equity. So yeah, again, nice check raise bluff there by Chris to pick up some chips. Especially when you feel like your opponents are maybe c-betting a little bit too often, then these check raises become super nice and profitable.
Yeah. I'll be getting back to work here. Opening it up. He's got the chip lead, and Brewer has got a pair. Let's see, small blind, big blind, and Yeah, just deep enough where he's going to call. Doesn't need to get too aggressive. Although, I mean, I'm sure he considers it. Let's see how deep is he. He's got enough chips to see a flop here.
Yeah, he has the small blind in there already, so just 1.5 big blinds he has to pay to see a flop, and 5 certainly good enough for that, and it's an over average flop for him.
And don't look now, Michael Adamo's found his way onto the podium, currently third.
Wow.
He's just kind of creeping up, as you mentioned, was down to 1 big blind or less, I believe. It's a pretty sick spin up.
Yeah, and this is a spot where Chris is probably going to look to bet here with his 5s. He has the best hand very often against the check back, but he wants to. It's not a hand you want to trap with, basically, and give off another free card to hands like Phil had, like these king jacks, and even hands like 8-7 have 2 overcards against you. So you want to put a bet out there and get some value maybe from hands like ace high or like pair of deuces or threes, but he's also happy taking it down right there.
Yeah, one thing I will say is Chris has been in a lot of pots. We've seen him check raise effectively with some bluffing and semi bluffs. He's definitely comfortable playing post flop. That's pretty clear.
Huh?
He's played a lot of hands and done well. Danny just can't quite get activated on his 2 times he's doubled up, and then from there he really hasn't had much playable hands, but he's hanging in there. 27 left.
Yeah, those days are always weird. You don't get to play so many hands, but he won both of his all-ins, so he can't be too mad about that. Another interesting blind versus blind spot here. Of course, the hands are always a little wider, blind versus blind, and Elton raises it right up there from the small blind with a suited king. And against less than a 3x sizing, Paul is certainly not going anywhere with his ace.
Yeah, he's got the best hand, best position. He is out chip stacked here, and again we're going to see Paul flop a mid pair with a modest holding pre-flop. Flops fairly well in this scenario.
It's not as hot in here today as yesterday, right?
Huh?
It's not as hot in here. Yeah. I was like, dude, yesterday I was a mix up. I was super jet lagged.
My room, aircon start getting better as well.
Yeah. I've just been leaving the door open so like wind comes in.
Yeah, Paul with a decision whether to bet with his second pair or not. He decides to do so. Hand is good enough for a value bet for sure.
But it feels like, I don't know, like they ran some in here today or something.
Elton was just saying it feels like Paul's always blasting on him, and here he goes again. And
I mean, I guess I get it if it's like 4 during the winter, but like
King 5 suited, not much going on here.
No, awkward kind of spot against the small bet. I mean, you beat a lot of bluffs still so far, but I mean, unless you hit a king or a 5, it's gonna get a little tricky to play after you've checked. Would certainly be easier if there was at least a heart out there, maybe the backdoor flush draw. Doesn't feel like that much of a difference usually, but it helps. You will pick up flush draws on the turn. It will make playing the hand much easier, but without anything, he just decides to let it go.
Paul shows 3 there, so let him know I'm not completely full of it. I got something. Thank everyone joining us. I know on YouTube, also Twitch. See you guys out there. Let us know where you're from, where you're enjoying this. Appreciate you guys watching. We're having a nice afternoon start, down to 27 players, 11 cash. Getting to it here. This is This is high-level stuff. We saw Cooler Arthur going out. He's going to have to wait to get his first Triton cash, at least not in Event 1. Very accomplished player, but no cash ever. And you can see that on Triton/poker.com.
Me too.
Take a look at players' results.
No, I haven't used one.
Yeah, I used one.
You used one for ball.
Yeah, interesting spot there for Paul after the button open. He has a little less than 30 big blinds with his king queen. So again, different options were available for him. Decides to go with a call. That keeps the worst hands from the button in. So it kind of makes sense. He could have maybe thought about jamming here also.
Whoa, Phil.
And Phil Ivey
Yeah, I do. You do? Yeah. I mean,
squeezing from the small blind.
still some.
Interesting hand to do it with, considering this hand closing the action.
Attack on tight.
6-4 suit has some nice playability, and you're in the lower part of the board coverage. What are your thoughts with this hand?
Yeah, it's interesting. He probably picked up that on the fact that Paul may not have a monster because he just flats from the small blind here. And Elton showed that he can be pretty loose from the button. Yesterday he was opening some very loose hands, but this time he has a real hand. And yeah, Phil brought the pot heads up, got the fraud from the king queen. But this is not the flop he was looking for.
I've watched some of them, but I just...
Elton doing a little yoga mid-hand.
I've only done 100 episodes and stop.
Yeah, this is really not the flop Phil was looking for, so he just checks it over here. And
like that. It's insane.
I mean, should
I
Elton
think I've
bet,
seen that
Phil would just fold here.
I only enjoyed Z.
Yeah. No, I like the original.
And yeah, for Elton it's kind of close here again.
I've seen them all, but the way
You
it's
feel
played,
like
yeah, that's good.
you have the best hand often,
I have so much nostalgia
but it's of
for
course tricky, just with the fives.
It's way less good.
And now Phil actually picks up a gut shot.
It's just interesting because,
What?
yeah, exactly. It's like kind of Elton's thinking in his head, wait, why is Phil checking? We just pumped it up, and why is he checking to me? I
He
mean,
becomes nice. You like nice boo.
2 5s, and at this
Now
point,
another check. Yeah.
it's interesting. It's very interesting. We've seen him play a lot of post flop. He's played some modest hands, and he's made some good decisions thus far today.
Like gold, man.
Yeah, this might be a spot where he thinks about like putting a little bet out there. I mean, it feels like your opponent has a hand like ace king, ace queen, right? So you're ahead of that with your fives and might want to protect a little bit. And he's probably not going to like seeing that ace, and that actually opens the door for Phil Ivey to maybe win the spot should he decide to bluff at it here.
Oh, he just gives a full check down and out. I mean, Elton probably thinks he can't be good, but he also is like, wow, I can't really bet this card. So, I mean, two 5s. It's hard to be good here with this action, but I guess.
Nothing?
Yeah, no, I mean, Elton could certainly have a lot of aces here too, so
Yeah.
maybe Phil decided that when Elton checks back twice.
As played, right? Yeah, because
exactly. Both of them thought their opponent might have
for
the
sure,
ace, right?
for sure. Yeah, without Phil betting on either street, then he's got to think, yeah, this could be a hand he has. But no one really wanted that pot. I think any aggression would have worked.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting to note there that Phil didn't step at any point in the hand there. Just took his shot pre-flop, decided that the spot was good
I've
enough,
had the same hand as him.
but didn't put another chip in the pot post-flop.
King Jack is a pair, I think.
Probably queen 10.
Queen
It was
10
like
has a
queen
good
3 off,
queen-
just really. Oh, wait,
Queen 10
that's
has a good
pale.
shot on the turn.
Yeah.
And Chris with another of those hands, the queen 10 off from the hijack. Good enough to open, but should somebody put a lot of resistance in, he's probably going to give it up.
Nice one.
Phil decides to flat call his ace-jack from the small blind. Makes sense. He could have 3-bet. Flatting also works
我
here.
Ivan 俾佢
totally
搞
though.
掂啊！
You hear Rob Young in the outer tables chatting over here. He's in currently 12th with 38 big blinds. We're down
Free
again.
flop all in 啊！
25. Daniel DeVoris, the short stack with 11 blinds. So we got between 11 blinds and 116 blinds. That's the range right now.
An interesting flop. Little bit of something for all of them, and they quickly check it, actually, all of them. It makes sense. Chris doesn't want to c-bet every hand here, especially Phil in the small blind can have a lot of good hands here on this flop, and checking back these top pairs sometimes is a really good play. And especially with the ace of clubs, Phil decides to take a stab at this. Yeah, awkward spot for Danny, who decides to let it go with a shorter stack, with Chris to X behind him. Chris is probably not going anywhere with his top pair. And now it's gonna get interesting at the river.
It's a nice run out for Chris.
Yeah, and now having the ace of clubs makes it a little tricky for Phil, because he kind of wants his opponent to have missed clubs maybe, but decides to bluff at it. And Chris, of course, is making the quick call with his trips. And that's a super nice pot for Chris.
Yeah, he's almost up to $1 million, just like that. Pretty. This day's been a roller coaster for Chris, who's all in with one card to come. Hit the king on the river, and just like that, look at it. He's in the mix. He has got 60 blinds, 917,000. Danny Tang just staying in. He's got 16 blinds hanging around. Phil at 1.3 he was just at 1.8, so he's dropped down a little bit, but still 91 big blinds, plenty of ammunition. And Paul sitting on 27 blinds, getting close to our first break of the day here. And it looks like Makita is filling in that seat. No stranger to the high roller circuit. He is a very talented and dangerous player, going to be right on Phil's left.
Yeah, skill-wise it certainly didn't get better for the other players, but it looks like Mikita doesn't bring too many chips to the table. But he's been one of the best players in the world for years now.
Okay, never mind.
Super tough player, very tricky. Knows how to navigate the shorter stack too. He's gonna sit the first hand out though, because he would have been in the small blind otherwise. He's gonna play the next hand, while Phil opens it up with a queen jack.
Yeah, I think Makita knows these players very well. A lot of experience, a lot of playing with the lotties. And we're going to see Danny all in here. Mystery hand, Phil Ivey going to open. And this is that spot we were talking about where Danny gets to shove on Phil's open, which is likely going to be opening a little wider than most with his stack size. And no showdown this time for Danny. It's a big pickup when you're short and you get to open in front of you and shove.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we don't know what he had in that situation, but more often than not, you're happy just to pick up the blinds and the open. It's very important chips. He probably increased his stack by close to 20% there, which is huge.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt, gents. In 2 minutes, we're going to have a 15-minute break, and after the chip race, we're going to move this table from the first table over
I guess there's a
here.
chance.
The chips are going to be over there.
I feel like I have no clue what Bono was up to, but he's like the type of guy if he just
So we
randomly
could
showed
just
up,
hear
I'm
tournament
surprised.
director Luca
If he what?
I said if
tell the
Bono just, like,
players that they're
randomly
gonna
showed
move
up
after the break.
and
So
250K, I feel like that
Is he
would
like
be
seems
top
like
30
we're
even
gonna
though
see a different feature table after the break, and yeah, I'm curious who we're gonna see.
Yeah, we've seen a fair amount of all-ins and some fast action, and don't expect that to slow
Said he
down
plays
with
too
20,
slow.
24 left here. Getting a couple mystery hands in for you guys today too. And Brewer, I mean, he's been, I think, one of the most active. I feel like he's in so many hands. Archer was also until he got cooler to go out, but this is we've seen another small blind, big blind
875.
situation between Brewer and Elton. My hands could check back. He does. Says, let's see it.
Like that, he's not checking.
Yeah, interesting way to check here
Bring
from,
it.
from Elton.
Doing this, you know, to Gil.
So of course, so far it's pretty tough to put Chris on a hand. Limping in the small blind, he can have all sorts of hands. He could have traps, he can have garbage, he can have pretty much anything. Checks it over, and it looks like Elton decides to bet like close to 2 big blinds.
You're gonna win this one. I just want to get us on break.
And it seems like Chris already said that he's gonna fold here.
Oh yeah, I have complete dust. I have tailable hand.
No, I big blind. 升猛啊！屌，我咪要俾多啲咗，你又係。
All right, so that'll do it for the first break of the day. We got 89 big blinds for Phil Ivey, 1.3 million, 20 big blinds Danny Tang, shortest at the table. But we are going to have a new table when we come back. This has been the first break on event 1, day 2. What do you think, Korai? What are your thoughts right now? How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, that was a super exciting start to the day. I feel like these first 3 levels we saw some big coin flips. Of course, the highlight was probably Phil Ivey winning this huge hand with aces against the queens to bust Arthur. Yeah, but I'm sure we'll see some more hands after the break. Some new players I'm excited about.
Yeah, it was funny to see Ivy fold the ace jack in a spot where he actually was not correct, and then immediately get to cooler Arthur and get the chip lead and knock him out. But again, 33 months since the last Triton event. This has been an absolutely great start with 82 entrants. It's a 50K buy-in. We're here on day 2. 25 players, I think, remain. 11 going to cash. We're going to see $1 million payout tonight. We'll play to a winner, but right now we're going to go watch some Triton highlights, and we'll see you after the break. Look at
some
this.
two big hands clash here. I mean, this might just go in. Chris only has 25 bigs to start the hand. And is happy to see Mike reaching for those big chips.
Wow, look at this for six-handed. This is a lot of firepower hands. Ace 10, not a bad hand. Six-handed. Jack 10 suited is a pretty one. Queens and Ace King, and yeah, I don't really see too many other options here. Phil with the cool million chip stack. Start with 200, so he's 5x the stack already. Sitting really nice, and looks like, you know, his mind's working here, but he's going to get out of the way. Just feels like Ace King. When you get Ace King six-handed, it's just, how is it not the best? How are you not just sitting so nice? And he is going to, it's going to be some bad news because he's up against a hand he doesn't want to see, although it still is essentially a coin flip. But you see the 56% advantage for queens, and he's going to get snap called. Going to be off to the races here.
Yeah, both are going to be a little disappointing seeing the other's hand, thinking, wow, how can he have a hand that good? Especially cut off against button. Yeah, there's nothing either player can do. And we'll see if Chris has a really good start here or if he is out of the door already.
So Watt's going to extend his lead. See the percentages there, 76%, about 3-1 favorite after dodging the flop.
Yeah, we saw Phil folding an ace already, so let's see if...
Yeah, it's true.
It's
not accounting that in the percentages because,
oh,
my goodness,
there's the king.
Look at that. It's a tough one.
245.
Look at that, Sir Watts doesn't even flinch.
No.
Doesn't even show any emotion.
He's been
It's
there
absolutely such a big EV pot, such a huge swing, you know, in terms of position at the table, knocking out a great player, and just like that, man, the river, the hopes and dreams. That's what poker's such a great game. You know, there's so much skill, there's so much fun within the game, but there's so much luck. Look at the Ace King. Watson gonna pick up now here, thinking, man, I was just Delta Premium and it didn't work out. Now I was gonna get to try again, a little different chip stack. He is under the gun, and look at this.
Oh, wow.
Just, I mean, it's just reversed. He just tried Queens versus Ace King. Now we're going to get to see the difference. And, you know, Artur, who is known as an aggressive player, we just saw him get 3-bet in with the real hand, is going to get another hand here right away. And you almost just can't believe it, right? You just get to make a 3-bet. Now you get Queens, and you see a player raising. Oh, you're on the button. And there it is, going to pop it up again. So Mike Watson now on that similar. I think he started with 27 blinds or so, just around that range to start. So this is easily another collision. We could be seeing 5 here again.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see anything else than the jam and the call here. And there it is.
This time he's going to be the slight underdog, but again, a coin flip situation.
Yeah, he could be back to where he started the day.
It's always nice to win the first one, though. Now it's for life. So let's see what happens. Sir Watts gonna need this one.
Oh.
Not a great start. He's gonna be down to. I guess he does have the running diamonds.
He has the diamonds, but yeah,
jack.
I'll be happy to see the jack right away.
Oh wow! Look at this, man. This isn't. People say online poker might be rigged. No, it's just that's how it works. There's action. You know, this is real action. Big sweat, and not gonna be it.
That's very frustrating. I mean, losing with queens to ace king, then ace king to queens. There's nothing he can do about it. That's how it is sometimes.
Sometimes the circumstances you don't get dealt in. Your chip stack and kind of at the mercy of the cards when you get that chip depth. And we're gonna see Artur, who's been distribution-wise getting big hands. He's on the button with queens. He's on the button with tens. And Danny here. This is a tough spot. I mean, Artur's definitely with his stack gonna be opening wider than that and gets snap called.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. He waited patiently and runs into the tens now.
Over, commentators. Are you hearing this? We need help.
Danny,
We need help.
Oh, Danny
he
calls
asked
one
for it.
in.
Hold.
There it is.
Commentators. Oh, Danny. Oh, not over yet. Gonna have to fade a couple four. Oh no, so he's
Sevens.
got.
No, I mean,
Dangerous to
Oh, never mind. Yeah,
come
he's.
on.
All right.
You don't need the ace.
Secure now, our commentators. We're good. We're good.
then he makes the straight
to the
here
next.
actually to double up. This is how you do it, apparently.
We saw the head shake from Brewer on the turn. We see the Danny Tang calling one in.
His hand.
打咗針先可以參加。
冇。
冇。
Yeah, we hadn't seen premium hands in a while. We had some of them at the start, but now we see Chris with the ace king. Let's see if somebody behind him wakes up with a big hand.
Maybe he could. I'm not
Looks
sure.
like Paul has a decision here.
I know he couldn't go to some other places.
Oh
with
wow.
that.
Paul picks up the ace queen. He has around 30 bigs, so small blind against cutoff. Let's see what he does.
Thank you.
Yeah, he decides that his hand is good enough to 3-bet here.
Yeah, please. Yes.
And after Phil will fold his queen for Chris. As we saw earlier, 30 bigs deep, 25 bigs deep. We'll probably go with this ace king.
Yeah, if you're Paul, it's not a great spot all of a sudden because you realize the news that he's probably doesn't have ace jack, but you know once your hand's so strong, you're going to be in a flip a lot, and you know it's possible. Could have the same hand, could have a worse hand, and Paul realizes though this is not an ideal scenario.
Yeah, this is annoying. I mean, you feel like your hand is too good to 3-bet forward, but you also feel like your opponent has a good hand here. Tough spot.
There's the mullet equity too. He's rocking the mullet haircut. And
yeah, he makes the call. Can't blame him. Cut off against small blind 30 bigs deep.
過唔過啊？
Has to get lucky here.
Huh? I think I would have just ripped it. 我睇唔到你有幾多。I probably just ripped it.
30萬咯。
冇啊，30幾啊，總數
We saw Phil fold a queen in the big blind, so there's actually only 2 outs.
Oh,
but
wow.
he picks up the flush draw here actually.
it's a pretty. You see a coin flip all of a sudden going fast though to the river. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
the whole
and he gets there.
little roll.
我哋搞掂啊！
想 full 啊，
It was a big ball.
你都係點解？
Makes the second nuts by the end of it.
Yeah, you see the disappointment from Chris.
我唔知佢對。
Yeah, again, he won those coin flips before. Now he got it in good. Back to almost starting stack and big double up. So
yeah,
I mean, it won't be the level of the likes of Phil Ivey or Helmuth, but yeah, I'm probably gonna get recognized a little more now. And Artur the Jacks, another good hand.
He's just got a hand every hand. Ooh, Brewer. What a hand too.
Oh, with just 21 bigs, the king queen suited looks very nice.
All in.
Decides to jam. It makes sense. And Artur with the easy call with the jacks, and we have another coin flip.
You want it needs 10 off, huh? Nice. That's greedy.
Yeah, Chris has been here before again for like 550,000. And there's the queen.
Artur, a little shake of the head, just kind of realized like, man, I'm getting the best hands. Like I'm at the top of my range too, and I'm losing the A7. I'm losing these flips, and
yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I mean, yeah, he had over 1 million before. Didn't make any mistakes really. Maybe he feels like his thin.
Oh, you should go now, and then I time 24. Yeah, you should go now.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of a calm day for Ivy so far. He didn't play too many super big pots. Picks up some chips here and there. And is in a good situation here once again.
Tough spot.
like Danny is taking his time here because the break is coming up actually.
Just in case. If he comes back and his hand is...
Or the level, right? They're not. It's not
Oh, right.
level
Yeah,
change.
exactly. The next level.
You better tank, okay?
All right, I'll give you some time.
Or is someone going to the restroom?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Artur's 3-bet Phil a bunch here. He does. I mean, King Jack, he flats. He's got position. Phil had a hand this time. If he had got 3-bet, he would have been at least playing. But we're gonna go to a flop 3-way. Phil does have the lead currently.
And we see 3 spades, no spade for either player. But Phil and Artur both with a good top pair, so this could get dicey if we don't see another spade rolling off at some point.
Blinds run out, blinds 10 and 15, and 15, blinds up.
Yeah, and we could hear the tournament director announce that the level is going to go up next hand actually. Yes, that's a pretty safe turn card for the ace-jack. Checks it over though, of course he doesn't have to have the best hand here. Artur can certainly have a lot of flushes here, all these sets are possible too. So he decides to play it a little more careful here. And depending on how it goes, put another value bet in on the river maybe, or looking to check call and pick up a bluff. With this hand though, Artur is actually value betting again with a worst of it again, which is kind of unlucky. And Phil is certainly gonna continue here. It's top pair, top. Oh wow!
Wow!
Wow! Oh, this is super interesting actually. Phil kind of knew that Artur was value betting here
Right.
maybe. He was with a worse hand.
When
though.
you're right but wrong, right?
Yeah, he was going to call, and he did, and another coin flip situation.
Credit to Danny.
We need help again. I need 2 9s.
All right, welcome back. This is going to be after the first break. We're going to dive right into it. We got a new table. This is event 1, the 50K No Limit Hold'em 6-handed live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in Cyprus. I'm Jeff Gross, joined by Corey Aldemar. We're here. New table for you, some new faces, some familiar faces, and go figure. Look at this. Michael Adamo, the chip leader, 1.4 million. He finds his way, seems like time and time again, to the top of the chip counts. He was down to under 1 big blind, spun it up, and we're gonna pick it up with, what does he got? He's got jacks. Korai right away here. Jacks in the cutoff with the chip lead. Michael Adamo, smile on his face. He's gonna pick it up.
Yeah, super exciting player to watch, Michael Adamo. I mean, with his chip stack especially, he's just going for it a lot. I feel like some of you might have seen the 4-3 suited bluff yesterday that worked.
It's a pretty interesting spot.
And now he's sitting on 1.4 million. And we also have Jason Kuhn at the table, who's a little shorter. He has 400,000 to start the day, but of course still over 20 big blinds. Also at the table, William Chokro Praviro and John Wajab and my good friend Ben Heath. So a very exciting table we have there again. And the interesting thing is that they all have around 20 big blinds except Michael Adamo, who's sitting on a comfortable 70 bigs.
I'm not opening a dialogue with people like it's like midnight. I don't want to talk about some stupid
Yeah, I mean, it's when you start talking about the best player in the world, it gets jumbled, right? There's a lot of people you could say that is the case, but I mean, it just seems like Adamo's had so much success at the highest stage recently in the last few years. How much do you know about him? What do you think about his game? He seems to play big pots, it puts up the aggression and puts people in really difficult situations. What's your take on Adamo's game?
Yeah, I mean, certainly a super dangerous player. Especially in the last like 1 or 2 years, he has had great success. Has won a lot of tournaments. I mean, he is super fun to watch. This is the cool thing. He really likes to go for it. Puts people in super tough spots. He overbets a lot, which is exciting to see. He's making use of a big stack when he has one, and here today he has one once again. Also super nice guy. I mean, I really like hanging out with him. So that's certainly pretty cool to see him here.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn.
All right, we're in there.
21 bigs he's got currently at the table. He's in 16th place overall in the field. GG Ambassador, also Triton Ambassador. He's
I actually think
no slouch. People know Jason. You know Kuhn.
Like
He's in the mix again.
Come up 2 years ago.
And now when we will slowly approach the bubble, this is actually going to be a great situation for Adamo with these chip stacks. I mean, right now the pressure isn't that high on the short stacks yet, because there's still a bunch of players that have to bust before we're in the money. But soon we will see Michael Adamo open up even more than he usually does. The King 10 from the hijack, of course, very standard open. The little 3 deuce suited from Jason. Offsuit, he would just fold this, but being suited against the min raise,
on the nose,
he's certainly in there. And that's how Michael does it. Look at this flop. I mean, Jason doesn't have anything, but flops a straight here right away.
To Queen Jack 9 Rainbow. I mean, it's as pure as it gets. But yeah, exactly. Jason has absolutely nothing here, so not going to get himself in trouble. But to be chip leader and flop the stone cold nuts, it just seems unfair. But Kuhn's
he's gonna show this one, right? Oh no, he doesn't.
Backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, and note that he just bet 1 big blind there. I mean, he can do that against the big blind range, opening under the gun. But especially with the hand he had, there's really no bad turn cards for you. I mean, of course, if a 10 or king comes, it's not great, but you still have a super strong hand. Yeah. So you want your opponent in there.
Yeah, you mentioned Ben Heath's name. Also, someone that kind of emerged onto the high roller scene several years back and just seems like he's always in position to win and just seems like a great player, great guy. I see him here after 33 months from our last Triton event. We'll say it again. That number is so wild to me. I just can't believe it's been that long. And I know there was a few stops that we're looking at doing and then got pushed back. So it's great to see this series back in operation and hopefully coming up here this year. I think there's some other tentative dates that they're looking at, but this one is going well. 82 entrants, event 1, 6 max, 50K event, and I don't know if Adamo rebought or not, but he was down to 1 big blind, you believe, and spun it up in either on his first or second bullet, and seeing all in and the call, and Adamo dominating position again.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah, Junhua decided to just jam with the ace-4 suited on the button. Can't really blame him, but walks right into the
not a great
sixes.
Flop. He's going to need a lot of
Oh, and like that just does it. Drawing that on the turn.
Don't do it. Don't put it on the okay. At least didn't waste the ace there. It's no good drawing dead on the turn. And good game for Junhua. Good run. Got fairly deep, but hopefully we'll see him in more events. This is event 1 of the series, so
I'm sure we'll see him again. I just looking at his record there. Last time he cashed a no limit event and a short deck event, so I'm sure we'll see him
for sure
playing the short deck.
Yeah, again, I'll just say it again. The Triton/poker.com, really nice website. You guys can actually see the tables going on at the current state. You can see how many chips people have. You can actually click on their names and see a record in the Triton event.
It really is. It's insane. It's like you're playing online. Yeah.
Oh,
It's the sickest thing ever.
I mean, because these things, it doesn't matter as much, but like the London, the 100K, there were 3 tables, 1700 on the bubble, and it was like super useful. So it's like I have to, I want to know what's
amazing.
going on.
I don't even know about that.
Because some people were like stacking their chips weird as well. And
Look at that. On cue. They're setting it up. The Triton/poker.com, they're just referencing how nice it is to be able to see the other tables, other stacks, not have to be, bouncing around, seeing what's going on. You can really see it quickly, and welcome you guys to do that as well. Follow along the action here.
It's easier to count yours as well.
Yeah, they updated pretty quickly from what I've seen too, so
Pretty cool.
they're always
have 2 million.
up to date.
I give 98 bigs, so you must have 1.96.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario here at this table with that many short stacks. We'll definitely see some more all-ins.
Well,
But that doesn't mean that you can't defend your big blind.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Ben Heath did here against the cutoff open from William.
That is the last time I'm not going to go for. I don't know if you want to take a shot there, but big.
We can call him William.
William, yeah. Wins the pot. He's happy with that. Nice pickup.
Yeah, Indonesian player here. Doesn't have any Triton caches so far, but made the final 22 here today. And yeah, I don't think I've played with him before, so I'm curious to see what he's got up his sleeves.
Soon you'll just like hit third pot on your phone, and an arm will come out and take your chips. You got it.
Yeah, they are four-handed at the moment, so I assume we will soon see another player join the feature table.
that's why my RFID was messing up yesterday then. It wasn't catching my cards when I was putting them in there, I think, at the beginning.
Oh, it wasn't?
They were asking me to, but I thought I was doing it. But I guess I had my phone just like here. So.
Yeah, that was probably it.
It's hard because they give you something to look at on your phone.
Yeah. Look on the side.
So now this is a similar scenario to the very start of the day where we saw a limp on the button 20 big blinds deep. I mean, Michael Adamo has more than these 10 or 20 big blinds, but his opponents are short, and so he decided to limp. But Ben Heath finds the ace-9, and against the 6.5 big blind jam, Michael Adamo has to call with his ace.
Yeah, so Ben Heath does find a promising position here, 3-1 favorite, roughly.
How you feeling?
Hello,
I don't know if you're one of the type to... No, some people just have feelings, or, you know.
Adamo's not a feeling player, huh? He's just
put your head down and forget about it.
Oh my goodness.
How's your feeling now, Ben?
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I feel like I got the 10 of hearts.
Michael with a little needle there. How's your feeling now? Yeah, unfortunate for Ben. I mean, he came to the table super short stacked and got his chips in good.
Man, this guy, what a flop even there. 7, 8, Jack, ace-9 in commanding position, and just like that, the 3 just peels off and then holds. And get out of the way right now. I'll tell you what, like you mentioned, coming down the stretch here with the stack size at the table and his stack and this particular player,
really cool.
you guys we're gonna see some action. I mean, he's not gonna be rolling over and taking it easy. I think you're gonna see him driving fast.
So good.
Big. The rich get richer. Tomo.
He's out of his chair, hands dead.
Actually, Tommy Kim, who we saw at the feature to start the day, is in third, so we didn't get to see him much, but he is moving his way up, sitting nights with a good stack. Phil Ivey down to 1.1 million after being up to 1.8, but still in fifth. And Rob Young in seventh right now with 1.1 million.
Yeah, and the average stack is right under 800,000 at the moment, so 40 big blinds deep, still pretty deep. So there's certainly a lot of play we will see. Jason opening it up with the ace-9 here. And this short, the ace becomes even more relevant than when you deep stack. Just having this blocker to the very best hands your opponent can have. Michael decided to call on the button with his queen-jack. And Jason flops best by far. You can see the percentages here. 96% has Michael Adamo drawing super thin.
Yeah, this is a good spot for Jason. He's got a hammer lock on the hands.
Yeah, checks it over again, hoping to catch Michael bluffing here. With this top pair, there aren't too many draws out there, so he doesn't need too much protection. He will certainly bet sometimes with the top pair, but doesn't have to every time. Checks it back, but I mean, Michael likes to bet, likes to bluff, but of course he's very smart. He's not just going to bluff every time, and this time he just checks it back. And now let's see if Jason decides to value bet now, get value from hands like pocket pairs from Adamo, or maybe from a king here. 9-8 suited would also be a possible hand that Michael Adamo could have here. And that's why Jason decides to bet. He bets big, bets over the size of the pot here with his top pair. He's certain that he always has the best hand here, pretty much. And Michael hasn't folded yet. The queen jack does beat every bluff, potentially.
It's interesting, the sizing too, right? If he had like the king had hit the king queen or king jack, he's very curious with queen jack high. So interesting sizing. I think that's something that, from what I've watched Kuhn play, I think he really is in tune to bet sizing and where to go for big value, and maybe find different sizings than some players do. And no reason to doubt his ability. I mean, he's one of the best in the world and constantly seems to be deep in these events as well.
Yeah, and you could see the skeptical face from Michael Adamo there, but he was patient enough to lay the queen high down there.
And he is in first with 2.1 million, double second, third place. As we said, 20 players remain at this moment, so really kind of creeping up towards the bubble. Sort of, it's getting there. About a quarter of the field left, and
420, brah.
Giving his chip stack out there, letting players know what he's got. Brewer's really found himself a nice day today after that river, as we said earlier, Sir Watts flip. He is healthy with about 900,000 chips right now.
Oh yeah, he got moved to the table, and this time he's second in chips. I mean, we saw him have a little less chips earlier for most of the day, but we saw him chip up during the end of the last level. And yeah, these guys are very experienced with playing these kind of spots, 20 big blinds, blind versus blind. You will see a lot of limps.
I use this box.
And these wide ranges playing against each other. These are the toughest spots. I mean, it feels like these pots are small, just 3 big blinds in there, but this is where you make the money, basically. This is where you'll see the elite navigate super well.
What do you have? I'm obviously good man.
Chris decides check with the worst king he has here, and Jason has a 7 with a good kicker. Certainly good enough to put a 1 big blind value bet out there. Chris is in the check call mode here.
Yeah, pretty big flop here, blind and blind. Both players hitting the board relatively hard, and Kuhn's got a decision, decides to slow down.
Probably.
Yeah, doesn't want to overplay his hand. I mean, he assumes that he has the best hand quite often, but also a lot of the draws get there with a 5, and of course he wants to check back some better hands too sometimes, and Queen 7 is a good candidate.
Oh, you said not to bet in Australia. I remember this conversation.
Chris will be... Yeah. He has the best hand often with the king, but of course the flush got there, and he uses a little blocker bet there, just 1 big blind, I think, and that gets snapped off by Jason, of course, with the second pair, and Chris picks up this pot.
What do you think Jason calls there? Up to how much? We see Chris do that blocker bet a few times. He actually had that nice hand against Archer where he blocker bet got raised and got value. So
yeah, I mean, like second pair queen kicker is a pretty good hand, blind versus blind. Although it got a little tricky there with the flush getting in there, some straight draws got in there. You'll see that very often in these kind of scenarios that players choose these little block bets. Yeah, you don't lose too many chips, obviously, if you run into a better hand. Still get some value from worse.
okay, see Brewer going to work here, opening up, and Jason in the small blind versus dealer open. He is in a pretty good spot to put it in. The ace queen.
Yeah, easy decision here. 18 big blinds deep, just jams it with the ace queen and the force. Yeah,
That's the pair I'm gonna make right there.
calls for the pocket pair, and this is just a classic flip again.
We saw ace queen get there versus ace king earlier. This time it's a flip. We saw Paul get it in behind Chris Brewer's ace king, and now Jason is going to need to go ahead. He did call. He was going to make a pair. Starts well.
That's how you
Flops
jinx
the ace.
yourself, my friend.
4.5% on the river, and it is not going to come through. And Jason is going to get a nice double there, 760,000 all of a sudden.
Yeah, you can see that these pots are getting bigger and bigger, right? This is just a simple pre-flop all-in spot, but 760,000 in the middle, almost 4 starting stacks. So very important pot here for Jason, doubling up, and the others at the table won't like seeing that. Very strong play, of course.
Just thinking, like, how the hell do you do
And
that?
yeah, I mean, was it the 4th or 5th time Chris Brewer was all in with a coin flip here at the featured table today? Won some, lose some.
Yeah, I think, you know, tournament poker is so interesting on variance and getting opportunities to play, because
Most of the time when people, like a talent goes on an epic heater, people are really hateful about it. But I think everybody's like rooting for you to stay on your heater, which is like, even the regs. Like everyone's like, "Hey, Mike's a great guy. I hope he just keeps winning all the turn." You know, I've never seen that. Every other time people. I love it, man. He's great. I mean, honestly, like I hope I win all the tournaments too. There's a lot of tournaments. Like we all can win a few, but he's just, I don't know. He's a great guy.
Listen,
It's like he's just so, I don't know, aggressive. I know it's fun to watch, you know.
Well, he's about to be aggressive on you. I don't know how much fun it's going to be for you to watch.
25 blinds, you know, like, fate will decide what happens, not me, you know. Like, we shall see.
these guys are really smart. This is high level. Jason's a consummate professional. He's building up a dom moves on his direct left. I love this guy. He's great.
You got 100 blinds, then you're like, oh.
Look at that.
I mean it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see you win too, mate.
Thanks, man. I mean, you got to stop busting me out every night.
I was just telling him when we're not playing, right? Every week I look at the news, Adamo wins GG whatever for the 6th time in a row or whatever, like Poker Go event, Poker Central wins 6 events in one series or something, and I don't know. It's just like expected.
Yeah, and we see Michael Seuser here, another super nice guy and strong player from Malaysia. He actually won the Jeju 6 Max event in 2019, worth 11 million Hong Kong dollars. And yeah, I haven't seen him in a while, obviously due to the pandemic. So it's cool to see him here at the Triton again.
Watch today, Jace.
Yeah.
He's got a really impressive resume, $3 million in Triton earnings alone. Not to mention his overall resume, but again, if you go to that Triton/poker.com, you can click on the individual players, and it will show you their history in Triton events. So pretty cool. It even shows when you don't cash, which is nice. It gives you like the full breakdown of
I tried to it's a very complicated watch.
Of the results.
Or you wanted it the wrong way or something.
Yeah, yeah. I moved it to 2023, and I was like, how do I take it back? And then I read the manual, and they're like, if you move it a year ahead, you either have to wait until the year ahead, or take it in professionally and have it fixed. It's like, what in the world?
Yeah. Grand complications.
That's right. Yeah. It's just a crazy complicated watch. It has all the moon phases, and it's fun,
Can't change the time from this time to this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing some more talkative players at this feature table. It's also good to see. I mean, Jason, Chris, Michael, have some table talk here.
Well, I will say that they're building up Adamo in his, they're talking him up here, but if you look at his Triton track record online there, he has one cash for 364,000. And looking at a lot of the circuits and spots, he's dominated, but he really hasn't had much exposure yet to Triton. But I think they're gonna get to learn about him pretty quick here. He's a chip leader with 20 left. And Kuhn gonna open and get jammed on from Soiza. Pick it up.
Okay.
Very good.
Very good.
Easy shove.
Maybe I may dominate it.
Maybe you are.
Yeah, just picking up 100,000 chips just by this rejam.
Could have played it both ways.
I wish you'd have played it the other way.
Nah.
Maybe I'd flop a straight flush.
So when your opponents are better than you, just go all in pre-flop, right?
Sound strategy.
Yeah.
This scoreboard is at least it's probably gonna bubble one person, because you just see 1 through 10 and think that that's all the people that are paid, and then the second page is just one
11.
dude.
Yeah, that's true.
One guy's gonna be like,
Aggressive jam
slow
here.
start, very slow.
The king
Nope.
8 on the button.
I fold.
Hopes to pick up these 50,000 that are in the middle, and does exactly that.
I like the shirt he's got on. It's like a lumberjack look, but then it's got some swag to it too on there. I don't know what that is, but
yeah.
I like it. Not afraid either. The king 8 just rips it. Aggression rewarded,
Yes.
picks it up.
Although I don't know when there definitely is.
I wouldn't mind a redraw at 18.
Redraw at 19?
Uh-oh, Rob Young down to 8 blinds. He was just top 4 to start,
Do you buy
so
any more guitars?
must have lost a big pot.
I have.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
and
I
the
think
people we're
haven't
just
tried
talking
those
about the
before.
redraw.
Yeah,
I
that
mean, we're
one I
down
have
to
them,
19 now, and we
Martin
only
or
need
the,
one other
Taylor
player
that
to
I showed
bust
you.
until we are 18 left, and then there will be a redraw. Actually, the last 3 tables
Dodge the
we
blind.
will draw, and we will see a brand new feature table.
This is not a break, we're just going to do a complete redraw.
I ordered a Taylor, Jason.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Builder's Edition. K14. I don't know if you know. K14 has vines on the fretboard.
Oh, I have seen that. That's a gorgeous guitar.
I reckon might as well.
You've got some sick taste.
Oh,
You're
guitars. I mean,
guitars and audio stuff.
loose
You get good
defend
pace
here
and headsets
from
and-
Michael Adamo with
don't
the
know.
10-3.
It's a hobby, I
Certainly
guess.
not afraid to
I mean, as a kid, these
to
are all
play
the things
post
I
flop.
wanted, right? So it's nice to be able to.
And
enjoy
William
them.
You know,
flops
he was in a like
double
a
gut
legit
shot.
professional rock band.
I mean, it wasn't professional. We never got paid, but we were.
You guys shredded at
Do
concerts.
you think
and
Adamo
stuff.
exploitatively, just a player maybe he thinks that has less experience because he isn't familiar with him as much, is stepping out here? Or do you think he's just with his stack and this junction of the tournament, he's just going to defend this all the time?
Yeah,
How are your
maybe
buddies?
a
We
mix
were
of
in,
both. I mean,
Japan
he's
once together.
he's
Doing
just
good,
super
doing good.
confident in his ability
I said hi.
to put
For
pressure
sure,
on
I
post
will.
flop
Yeah,
with
this
his
is-
big stack,
They keep calling me the
especially,
beast.
and
The beast.
Yeah, because they saw you your shirt off.
That was so funny. That
yeah,
was
this
so
is
funny.
exactly what he
Their
does here.
reaction was so funny.
Whoa!
Yeah. Whoa! They were like, "Bro, can we look at that?"
Sorry, without.
They came up and inspected me. Like lifted up my arm,
Oh, so this is what
poking me.
Wow,
Yeah,
nice.
the ideal human
Nicely
body shape
done.
looks like, no? I see. Never seen it in real life before, only in pictures.
Really nice hand
Yeah,
from William
so
there.
funny.
Nice jam
It's
here.
like, bros, you know I'm naked, right? I was getting out of like a Japanese hot bath, and his buddies like come rolling
Alright,
out as
well,
I like step out of the
With
tub.
that, we're going to go down
they're
to
like,
3 tables of 6. The redraws right now. We're going to watch some highlights and then pick
Like,
up the
come over,
action
like,
with
start poking me
18
and
remaining, 11 cash. We'll see you after the
It's kind of
redraw.
funny. I thought it was
It's
hilarious.
funny, but I'd be so. I feel like I'd be so uncomfortable.
And is in a good situation here once again.
Tough spot.
Looks like Danny is taking his time here because the break is coming up actually.
Just in case. If he comes back and his hand is
Or the level, right? They're not. It's not
Oh right,
level
yeah,
change.
exactly. The next level.
You better tank, okay?
Alright, I'll give you some time.
Or is someone going to the restroom?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Artur's 3-bet Phil a bunch here. He does. I mean, King Jack, he flats. He's got position. Phil had a hand this time. If he had got 3-bet, he would have been at least playing. But we're gonna go to a flop 3-way. Phil does have the lead currently.
And we see 3 spades, no spade for either player. But Phil and Artur both with a good top pair, so this could get dicey if we don't see another spade rolling off at some point.
Blinds run out, blinds 10 and 15, and 50. Blinds out 50.
Yeah, and we could hear the tournament director announce that the level is going to go up next hand, actually. Yes, that's a pretty safe turn card for the ace-jack. Checks it over, though. Of course, he doesn't have to have the best hand here. Arthur can certainly have a lot of flushes here. All these sets are possible, too. So he decides to play it a little more careful here. And depending on how it goes, put another value bet in on the river maybe, or looking to check call and pick up a bluff. With this hand, though, Arthur is actually value betting again with a worst of it again, which is kind of unlucky. And Phil is certainly gonna continue here. It's top pair, top. Oh wow!
Wow!
Wow! Phil, oh, this is super interesting actually. Phil kind of knew that Arthur was value betting here,
Right.
maybe. He was with a worse hand.
When
though.
you're right but wrong, right?
Yeah, he was going to call, and he did, and another coin flip situation.
Credit to Danny.
We need help again. I need 2 9s, okay, maybe 1.
Calling it in.
Too greedy, man.
I know, right? Sorry, take it back 1.
Oh.
Interesting
Ooh.
flop. Still 60-40, pretty much.
Wow, improves. Gonna hold Danny Tang.
Then he makes another straight to double up here.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2 on all ins. This one he was actually slightly ahead.
Yeah, and the dealer is putting the...
All right, we are back, picking it up, getting close to that bubble. And look at this, Mr. Ivy on cue, gonna be joining us. And we got Adamo, Ivy, William, and Richard Young.
Oh, that's an exciting table. We have we have Adamo, who is pretty aggressive, and we have the 2 Hungarians, Andros Nemeth and Laszlo Bujtas, who are also known to be very aggressive. And it's gonna be cool to see them tangle with the legends like Richard Young and Phil Ivey. Yeah, and William, we just saw at the last table, is also here once again.
Yeah, no fear too. He's playing to win. Just ripped it with Queen High after getting check raised.
And we're seeing some big stacks here once again. Phil still sitting around 1.5 million, but Andros Nemeth also with 1.2 million.
I mean, this is pretty unusual to be down to 18 and have 1, 2, 3, 4 at the same table in the chip counts.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. Andros with the flush draw here decides to semi bluff at it, although he has the better hand this time. He's going to be very happy to take the spot down.
Yeah, talk to us about the chip dynamics. When there's 1, 2, 3, 4 at a table, how does this kind of, is it a bit unlucky if you're one of those 4 stacks, just because you can't just kind of go crazy? For a minute, it looked like Adamo was going to have a field day and just kind of be able to put pressure on and go nuts. And how much does that change with this dynamic now?
Yeah, definitely. The seed draw is getting more and more important as you approach these stages of the tournament. So yeah, definitely. As the big stack, you especially want to have these middling stacks at the table that you can put a lot of pressure on, at the short decks, obviously. And now, yeah, we'll see who's ready to battle here, and who's maybe taking the foot off the gas a little bit. Yeah, but all of these guys are, as we discussed earlier, super experienced at these stages. Yeah, I'm especially excited to see the Hungarian players. Both of them very aggressive. We might see some cool hands here, especially tangling with Adamo. interesting development here. William 3-betting the ace-king, and Richard Young has ace-jack behind him with only 10 big blinds. Will he go with his ace-jack or not is the question. If there wasn't a 3-bet before him, he would certainly go with it, but he decides just with 10 big blinds, ace-jack suited, has to take the spot. Unlucky that he runs into the ace-king of William here. And with just 7 of the money, a huge moment for both of these players.
What's it?
Yeah, Richard, can't blame him. Of course, huge hand. William playing ace-king and does flop the king, but picks up a gut shot with the ace-jack all of a sudden. No backdoor diamond's going to need a 10. And just
there it is.
No way. He had jumped out of his seat.
Standing
Couldn't
up,
believe it.
yeah.
Kind of hard to believe, and it really came. Could still chop.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow. What a insane run out there. All the emotion. Pretty surreal run out there, truthfully. That was the 10 jack run out. It's pretty intense, but no blood there.
Yeah, they're just splitting up the money of the opener. I mean, Richard is going to take that for sure. As we look at the chip stacks here. Yeah, like 4 super big stacks. William still with a solid 30 big blinds, and Richard has to do some work. And is probably going to look to get his chips in soon. But we're also approaching the bubble, so we'll see. Maybe he can sneak into the money with a short stack.
Yeah, just the nature of it. 6 max, a lot of collisions, fast action. We thought this one might take a little longer even, but as we know, these guys are willing to fire. No one here playing scared.
Thank you.
See, Jason Kuhn did get moved. He is, or I'm sorry, not moved. We had a break, a redraw. So this is a redraw. 3 tables of 6 left. Phil Ivey getting a big hand here. We saw him go up from get that aces to queens cooler versus Arthur. Was on the right side, got to 1.8, all the way down to 1.1. He's found his way back to 1.5, and now here he is back at the feature. And just gonna pick it up, raise takedown. It's nice, right? Seeing no masks. This is like, it feels like poker's is kind of back to normal a bit. We saw some series getting spread where there was people playing, but the masks on or glass up. But here we are back 33 months later.
Thank you.
This is the first event since the Triton Million that stopped in London in July of 2019. And 50K turbo added to the mix here on the schedule. There are some short deck events coming up as well. Always fun to watch.
Yeah, I believe the 100K no limit main event is also just about to start. So I guess a lot of the players who are busting out in this 50,000 will jump right into the 100K. But we will of course focus on the 50K for now, while it is approaching the final stage.
Hungarian on a Hungarian crime. Here we see it open in a 3-bet with the sizing, putting it up pretty big, but he is out of position and just gonna give it up there. Didn't have to think long.
Yeah, it's probably the worst hand Andres is opening with here on the cut of the ace-deuce off, so easy fold for him once he gets 3-bet. Yeah, these players are certainly not afraid to put their chips in.
Yeah, speed of play has been phenomenal. Just really no tanking, no unnecessary time wasted. I think that also partly it's nice when you know there's 100K, when there's another event to kind of hop in. Everyone's sort of respecting the fact that, hey, there's other stuff going on here. Let's move it along.
Andros finds another ace, opens it up again. Ace 8 this time, a little better. But nobody has anything, so this time he will win the blinds and antes.
It's crazy that we're already in April. I mean, the World Series of Poker last year, you're obviously the main event champion, which is pretty exciting, but talk to me about your plans coming up for the World Series. Are you going to play a full schedule? Are you be in Vegas the whole time, or what are your thoughts on that? Because it's around the corner. This is an unusual year where it finished so late. Now it's back again.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to start at the end of May this year, so yeah, I'm excited. I will definitely be there and try to defend the title. That's going to be a little tough probably, but yeah, I always love the WSOP. Like hopping into some mixed game events also. Yeah, I'm not sure if I stay the whole time, but I think so. I'm excited to play. The aces are improving that Andros has from the ace deuce over the ace 8 to the ace king now. And Richard Young with a suited ace 7 goes with it and is running into the ace king once again.
Yeah, pretty unlucky for Richard that he keeps running to the top of people's range when he's short stack, but the suits going. He's got suited. Good chop. 2-1 dog only. A little about 70-30 even. I mean, there's some chops too.
Yeah, he's certainly not somebody who's afraid to put his chips in, and flops best here once again. Flops the 7. Now the roles are reversed. Andros actually needs a king now. Five on the turn, 3 outs only. The king will help him, and that's not one of them. So Richard Young will actually double up to 555,000.
How much?
55,000.
Yeah, this is a guy, Andros Nemeth, who is also one of those legends online, and also has some great results. Very tough opponent.
Yeah, he goes by Probius online, and you will see him play on GG also. He's also one of the guys who's always playing the Super Millions, battling with the likes of Jason Kuhn. Adamo was always in there. Also Laszlo, who used to be a PLO player, Omaha for Rolls online, Laszlo Buitas, but he's also very strong at No Limit, plays super high cash games also.
Yeah, Richard Young, who is no stranger to this Triton series, one of the founders, running well on a couple all-ins, got a chop and then a double. He is in there with the nice hand, Jack 10 suited under the gun, 6-handed though, so pretty strong holding. Gonna go ahead and open up some newfound chips.
Same hand for Laszlo. It's a tricky situation because they're in the worst positions at the table. This is hijack against low jack. But Laszlo likes to play and decides to use this as a bluff, as a 3-bet bluff basically.
Very small sizing. I guess he's in position and
yeah, also they're not super deep, they're less than 30 bigs deep, so he doesn't have to go too big with his 3-bet, but for this price, Richard isn't going anywhere with his pretty looking hand. And Laszlo is the one flopping the flush draw here. So not really anything for Richard. And Laszlo's definitely going to like this flop, and yeah, expect him to just c-bet here very small. Goes with 30% pot and takes it down.
blind 25. Ante 25. Dmitry Green, 20. 25 set. This one, yep. This one.
Yeah, if you look at the chip counts of the whole tournament, nobody is super short. Nobody has less than 20 big blinds after Richard Young doubled up here. So we got to 18 super quickly, but until we reach the money, this could take a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen fast play, but the reality is this is very close to the bubble. This is kind of the outer bubble, and you know, still, guys aren't afraid, but they also, it's 100 grand, right? It's nice to, it's not fun to bubble a tournament, any stakes, any size, but let alone for 6 figures and 99,000. I'm a little surprised I know short deck's so popular and no limit hold'em, but it'd be nice to see a PLO, like one event, maybe a stop at Triton. I think they've entertained that idea. I don't know if that will make its way on future stops, but there are a lot of people that like to play PLO, and that is becoming a pretty popular tournament structure, especially with the ante. I think that's been a new addition to a lot of the series where they do add a ante within the PLO tournaments, which speeds things up a bit, puts a little more action.
Yeah, for sure. I like that I know that you like PLO, so I know that you certainly would be happy to see a PLO event here. Yeah, I like PLO too, especially with the ante. As you mentioned, more and more tournament series have implemented that. So maybe there will be some PLO events in the future.
You said you're going to hop into some mixed games. What's your favorite out of the batch of sort of no limit or PLO games? What are some other games you like to play?
I have some friends who are pretty good at the mixed games who play a lot of those, so they kind of brought me into them a little bit. I have played the classical mixed games, if we can call them that, a little more often. So the games in the 8 game, the stud games, the limit hold'em, the triple draw. These games are kind of fun for me.
Yeah.
Just mixing it up a little bit, not always playing the same game. I've tried playing some short deck also, but not too many tournaments outside of the Triton events. But I think they have short deck at the WSOP since like 2 or 3 years ago also. So that's always exciting to see new games added to the schedule.
Look at this. William, who's been fairly active, going to open, and Andres Nemeth going to pick up with a weak holding ace-3 off. Does get a nice 3-bet through. It's also difficult spot for William. He can't really flat, right? He's got to basically go with his hand or not, and Andres knows that, and really just nicely executed hand.
Yeah, and with these stack sizes in this situation of the tournament, you will see these 3-bets with those hands more often. That, like as we talked about earlier, these ace-3 offsuit kind of hands. It just makes it so much more unlikely for your opponent to have a strong hand, like obviously pocket aces or ace-king. So he makes use of his big stack.
And we want to remind you a big thank you to GG Poker. Play online at GG Poker, one of the sponsors here. You can see some of the biggest names in poker there, and several of those players have played in the Tritons and playing now, including Jason Kuhn. Focusing on the live tournament today, but the Super Millions, we've mentioned a lot of these players do play in. That's a weekly 10K on GG. Very cool event and a YouTube series. You can check that on Tuesdays as well, but today it's live. We're watching live, playing live, coming to an end of near the money bubble coming up here. A very exciting time of the tournament. Richard Young getting involved, getting active, picking up some tricky hands. He's getting ace-7 suited, ace-jack suited, ace-jack. These are tough hands, and he's opening into Adamo's big blind, who has one of the worst hands you can have in 9-4 off. But you know what? He's like,
just 25,000, just one big blind. He's in there with a nice 9-4 off.
Let's take a look at the flop.
It's certainly loose, but yeah, as we said, he's confident in his play post flop. It's gonna be tough to win this one. Yeah, very good start to this new table for Richard Young. He started with 200,000. and is up to more than 600 now, I believe.
Sorry? Yeah, kind of enjoying it now. After like not being able to play for 2 years. And depends how it goes. If I lose a lot, I might not enjoy it that much. Hmm?
Another very weak holding for Michael Adamo. And from the small blind out of position. This time he gives it up. The small blind is in this level 10,000 and the big blind is 25,000, so you're getting a little worse of a price than usual this time. The small blind only being 40% of a big blind, and he's just not going to play all the hands, and that was one of the worst ones, so he just folds and lets Phil Ivey have this one.
Yeah, it's funny how tournaments work. You know, the different junctures of a tournament, how fast the speed goes, and we are at that point where things are gonna slow up a bit. Also, a really deep structured tournament, although 40-minute levels, there is a lot of play, and we'll start seeing that towards the end here. That the average stack is there's still playability. This isn't 10, 12 blind all in poker. This is people still get to fire and play post flop.
All in.
Yeah, William picks up the ace-king again, and after Michael has opened a little looser again, makes use of his big stack, opening the 6-5 off, running into the ace-king here. And yeah, it's a bit tricky. I mean, we are only 7 people away from the money, but I mean 7 out of 18 have to bust. So I mean, it's still a bit of a way to go. So you certainly can't fold your way into the money yet.
Oh, William just getting some tier 1s here. Ace king suited. Phil Ivey letting off a little yawn, maybe some late night cash or just getting acclimated. Who knows what part of the world he was coming from right now.
And you'd think Andras doesn't have anything with a jack 6 here, but blind versus blind in a limped pot, even if he doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, this jack high is often good enough for just one big blind or like 1.2 big blinds. He's not gonna fold. And tricky to play the ace king here in William's shoes. You often have the best hand, and that's exactly what he's thinking here. Puts out another bet. Yeah, I kind of like this bet. He could have gone a little smaller. Also, maybe he's protecting against some hands. Will get calls from hands like worse ace highs, maybe some flush draws, and he just doesn't let his opponent see a river there for free.
Sånn.
William going to work here, ace-9 on the puck. Going to raise it up here into Nemeth and Richard Young. Everyone's got something reasonable here. These are reasonable hands toward their later positions. See a button and with these stack sizes, Andres could definitely just rip it here or put some pressure on for sure. I think he's weighing it out. He does go ahead and shove all in.
Yeah, just less than 20 big blinds deep. Small blind versus button, king, queen, good enough. And yeah, it was a quick fold by the ace-9. Could have thought about it, but I mean, we're approaching the money, so...
I don't know also the play.
I know the feeling.
I don't feel like counting it.
Something like 4 or 5.
William decides to lay the ace-9 down here. If your opponent is jamming widely here, then the ace-9 is definitely a hand that might be good enough to put the money in.
Yeah, we don't have a shoe cam, but I did hear William is rocking a 10K pair of Air Jordans from the Jordan 1 Dior collection. So, got a feeling he's not. We saw him rip the King 8 suited. He's in there firing, and anyone's wearing a 10K pair of sneakers is they're going to be fun to watch. I think generally in poker, and that has been the case today for William. Been active and going for it. It'd be a nice touch, right? A shoe cam. See what everyone's. See what they're wearing, what they're rocking.
Yeah, maybe we should have that for the next stop.
Yeah.
Laszlo outflops the force of Phil Ivey here. Has an easy call on the flop. And interesting turn card, because Phil Ivey is picking up the open-ended straight draw here, while there's 2 flush draws possible also. Makes sense to check back with this kind of hand. You sometimes have the best hand, but it's not really good enough to value bet again. The annoying thing is that you're giving a free card to the flush draws, to the potential ones. And they're gonna check it down here.
Sure. This one?
Yeah, thank you.
It's a cool name, Laszlo. Yeah, as you mentioned, been around for a long time. Known for his PLO ability, but been mixing up, playing some no-limit tournaments, and seems like he's dialed in. Yeah, after this rapid pace, definitely this has been slowed up since this redraw. We haven't seen a knockout quite yet. Still 18 players remain. Shortest stack on 11 blinds. That's Paul. Stephen Chidwick still in the mix. Matthias, we haven't seen him yet. Ibinger there. Jason Kuhn all the way up to 6. Got 44 blinds. Sam Greenwood, name that brings a lot of power. He's in there as well, sitting in 4th right now with 54 blinds. So a lot of play left, a lot of big names. And it's getting exciting.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, William is picking up another playable hand. The others at the table aren't seeing his hands every time, so they might think that he's opening up a little bit loose. But he has good hands every time so far.
Damo deciding what to do here. Does flat the king jack off. Gonna go see if floppy has the best hand. Doesn't know it, but for sure playable. And we are gonna see a 4-5-6. And this is a board where gonna favor the big blinds for his range on what he could have, and gonna be interesting to see here. This is interesting spot.
Yeah, and I think Adamo hasn't checked yet, so in flops like this you can certainly lead as the defender in the big blind, especially approaching the bubble where you'll see the shorter stacks playing a little more carefully. It makes sense as the big stack to lead sometimes, which is tricky to play, but Adamo is confident enough to implement that. Yeah, William with an interesting decision has the overs and the gutter, which would make him the super nuts, the 7, the very long straight. So yeah, he's seeing a turn.
It's trick. It's tough though here too. Now like this is a card you don't really have sixes in your range opening so much here, and Adamo leads out. I mean, this is a card you would think that he's going to keep attacking, put some pressure on. Really going to have a hard time if he bets here. And I mean, William obviously with 9 high is one of the worst hands he could have. Does check.
Yeah, I mean, Michael doesn't want to bet every hand he has here, basically. I mean, sometimes he even has the best hand here with King Jack, like this time. But I'm curious to see if William is going to decide to bluff with this hand. I mean, he doesn't have any showdown value now, basically. So I like the decision to...
It's interesting because if he had checked back, maybe in something on the river, Adamo could just like rip it in, right?
Exactly.
If he has something like queens and puts him in a really tough river situation. But as played, well done from William. I like this, and he was not afraid. I mean, it's not an easy barrel there. It's a lot of your stack. You're firing a chip leader, one of the tougher players and opponents who can put you in tough spots. So nice heart from him to
it's a
go through.
super cool play. Sometimes you don't want to bet with your better draws there, because if you got check raised there, then you would have to fold your equity. But with a 9-8, the hand is kind of weak enough to bet fold, basically. Yeah. So it's a pretty nice bet there by him, and he takes the pot with the worst hand.
And we are ready to start up. So first black level will be 500 1,000 big blind ante. I wish you best of luck. Dealers, start please.
I'm gonna have to ask for the shirt from where that's from. I do like that flannel look with some designer on it. He's got the Dior's as well, the Jordan ones. He's got some swag. He's playing to win, and I'm not familiar with William, but so far I would say he's been really fun to watch, opening a lot of hands and mixing up with some of the world's best. And you never know. That's the interesting part here. You just don't know, right? He could be someone who plays a ton of cash games, or he's been playing during the pandemic. Maybe someone that's picked up the game and put a lot of work into it, or it could just be kind of brand new. And just the way he carries himself, how he's playing with his chips, playing post flop. I can tell he's a player. He's not like his first
before.
It's not his first rodeo for sure. So it's always exciting, and it's always the dynamic too from some of the more well-known players playing with some of the newer faces too. It's kind of fun to watch them sort of feel each other out and learn about each other on a big stage under the bright lights, playing for a lot of money.
Yeah, C-bet and take it for Andras Nemeth. Flops very well here. Yeah, opening it up kind of loosely from the hijack with the Jack-9 off, and you will see more and more of that as we approach the bubble. Still at 18 left, so since the redraw we still haven't lost anybody.
Yeah, sometimes it's interesting too in tournament stops where players are traveling internationally, some overseas. A lot of players generally get a couple days early. I think it's tricky because of jet lag. You never know how it's gonna be. Some players fly in for the day of, or even just a day before. When you typically travel, do you like to go a few days early if you're planning on a stop? Say you're flying to the U.S., will you come early, or do you just come a day before if you?
Yeah, it kind of depends how long the journey is exactly. When I travel to the US from Europe, especially to Vegas, I like to come a day or two early, because there's 9-hour time difference, and I don't want to be too jet lagged and fall asleep at the table basically when I play my first tournament. And yeah, we're seeing the same thing here, the other way around for some of the American players that are coming here to Cyprus. And another ace king for William. Yeah, so I'm curious. Michael Adamo got 3-bet from the blinds a couple of times already now after opening kind of loosely on the button.
There will be, but it's not known at what time. Okay.
So yeah, we'll see if Michael Adamo is gonna continue to open super loosely on the button, or if he maybe finds a fold or two. If he thinks he's that they're gonna get after him.
Doesn't look like Adamo has a lot of chips. I guess he got colored up, or he's got the right color one. But he's, I believe, still the chip leader, or one of them. Oh, okay, so Laszlo's got the chip lead, and Adamo's basically tied, but they're 1 and 2. It's also interesting how the chips shake out, right? When there's runaways, when there's a couple of huge stacks, they can really apply pressure, but when it kind of jumbles up, it gets more tight here, and that's sort of what we're seeing right now. We see 18th place has 9 blinds, first has 71, but no one's really asserted themselves with a big chip lead at the moment. And also when you have 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the same table with 18 left, it's gonna cause things to be a little less violent.
Yeah, now we might see the first hand that first and second and chips are gonna play against each other. Ace Jack will just flat call here, cutoff versus hijack. It's not quite good enough to 3-bet for value, and he doesn't want to turn this into a bluff and have to fold against a 4-bet. He thinks it's just good enough to call here, which certainly makes sense. And with a suited 3 deuce, Andros comes along.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have that hand in the big blind instead of like a Jack-9 or an Ace-7 off, right? You get to have that bottom part of the board, and here he does flop a pair, and he's not in the lead, but he's got some back doors. I mean, he's actually got an okay flop. Hard multi-way though, right? It's hard to believe you're good.
Yeah, it gets tricky. And last over the decision here, whether to c-bet or to check. Yeah, these 3-way pots. Hijack against a cutoff flat, you kind of wanna check a lot of hands because the cutoff range is kind of strong. But with his hand, with the Ace-8, you will need a lot of protection against all these overcards that are out there, right? Like everything is a bad card for you, basically. The 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. The 3 is a good one though. Not in this case though, because Andros actually takes the lead with his 2-pair.
Yeah. 200 in the middle, and we do see a 125 bet. Backdoor flush draw coming potential there, so there's some stuff. But I mean, if you have deuce 3 suited and you defend the big blind, you turn 2-pair with checks around the flop, you gotta believe you have the best hand.
Yeah, also makes sense to bet out here with the bottom 2. There's still bad river cards for him. He doesn't really want to check raise this hand. It doesn't feel good enough. So he bets.
Oh
Oh,
my
wow!
goodness.
And
it's an interesting one though, because you're thinking
yeah,
there are when you checks around flop bet turn, there are 2 overs, some flush draw stuff there. You could have the best hand, but not a dream card for you for sure. It shrinks up your hand, but.
and this is always interesting. These hands where the 2-pair gets counterfeited. Interesting decision for him.
You got to believe these guys know each other extremely well, whether they're great friends or good friends or just acquaintances. They're definitely from the same country, playing at the highest level, and I'm sure they're super familiar with each other's games.
So tricky situation for Andras here with the 3. All 3 options are on the table. So Laszlo could of course be bluffing here with hands like busted spades or something, which he beats with his 8s and 3s. He could also just fold, of course, if he thinks that Laszlo has it, because he doesn't beat any value hands. And it's also not the worst hand to turn into a check raise bluff here. Blocking the pocket 3s is kind of relevant, blocking the pocket deuces too. Laszlo could play them that way, checking the flop. But looking at Andras' face, he's probably not going to take that option here. So it's call or fold, and he makes the correct laydown. Very cool hand to see.
Oh man.
Yeah, you see that the 2 are friends, having a laugh after playing that big pot against each other.
I mean, that's a great result for Laszlo, right? You open ace-8 off, get flatted by a damo as you dominated. The big blind is deuce-3 suited, turns 2-pair, and you're in there, and then you river the card that, the money card. He had basically the nut. I mean, it's such a pure river too, right? The flush misses, you make top trips, nut kicker, and yeah, pretty good run out, pretty good result. And that does vault him into the chip lead with just over 2 million. 18 left. Nice to be the chip leader.
Yeah, he's actually the first player cracking this 2 million mark here. 10 starting stacks, so it's getting exciting. Continuing to open. With this suited king under the gun, even the suited king deuce is good enough for him.
Getting a bit of info on William. He is in his first ever Triton event. Not only his first Triton event, but his first live tournament ever, which is pretty impressive to be down here and just look so comfortable. So again, we don't know what his other poker background is specifically, but we do know it's his first live tournament at least. And it can be interesting, right? If you win your first event or you cash your first event versus bubbling or being out early, it's all different experiences. And I'm pretty sure no matter what, he's gonna be excited to be this deep and have some chips and playing with Phil Ivey at your first ever live stop on on TV at a high produced event in a great venue. 17 left now. We do finally get a player knocked out.
Yeah, and I also wouldn't have figured that it is his first live tournament. I mean, he seems pretty confident at the table, so this is pretty cool to see. And yeah, I mean, this is of course a super fun one for your first tournament.
Yeah, Michael Soiza is in third right now, up to 1.5 million. We saw him briefly earlier. Richard Young's got 19 bigs. Looking good, experienced, ready to go. He's no stranger to deep runs and Triton events. nice, something nice about the ace-4, ace-5 suited. It just looks pretty. And no one really has too much. And look at this. This is quite a matchup. Two powerhouses. We got Adamo and Ivy, two of the bigger names in poker. And Adamo, wheels spinning, thinking all the options, but ultimately he's going to just call. Makes sense. For sure, Phil Ivey familiar with Adamo and what he's been up to in the recent stretch. So Ivy gonna go. Looks like c-bet here.
Yeah, small c-bet under the gun against big blind. Makes sense. Just has the stronger range here, so he gets to c-bet a lot of these hands. And yeah, Michael Adamo has to fold as king 7. Yeah, I talked to Michael Adamo before the start of the tournament yesterday, and he told me he was spending some time back home in Australia. So it's of course exciting for him too to be here again, play live poker, and have a big stack once again, as if he hadn't taken a little break. Flats in the small blind with a suited king 4 against the hijack open. And Phil actually has the best hand here pre-flop with the ace jack. Will of course call from the big blind. Yeah, interesting spot here. 9-8-7 hits Michael pretty well too. He could have all the sets. He can have a lot of the straights. But Andres actually flops best with the Jack-9, but because of what I just said, it makes sense to be a little more cautious, not just c-bet anything here three-way. So we will check this back, the Jack-9, and is probably not going to fold too quickly here. Michael doesn't really have anything, though. Decides whether he wants to bet at it or not. It would be a little ambitious. That's why he checks, and Phil might have the best hand. He has some showdown value definitely with the ace jack. That's why he checks it over again. And now Andres has a decision to make if he wants to check again, or if he wants to get some value of hands like an 8 or some of the draws that are out there.
Yeah, Ivy could get stickier, have some plans, but at this juncture of the tournament, you know, it's a little different than early on. I think it's not the time. And we saw actually with top earlier we do with ace jack. I think Ivy's got his game plan, sticking to it, and everything's been working for him pretty well. It's gonna stay out of the way there.
Yeah, I mean you have to give the better some credit there to a three-way scary board. So it makes sense to fold the ace jack and continue with his pairs plus straight draws, that kind of hand. If he had bottom pair to go along with his jack, he probably would have called.
This is one of those spots where, as a chip leader, you expect him to be opening a wide range, and when he gets one of the best hands, Ace King, it seems almost unfair. But no one here has much to play with, and William's going to quickly fold the big blind with 4-2 off and pick it up for Laszlo.
Yeah, I'm wondering if William has played some of the higher cash games before, maybe, because he seems very confident, like quick decisions. He just open jammed the king 8 for kind of a lot of big blinds and didn't really think about the calling off with the ace 9. So maybe he's not super familiar with a short stack. But I mean, it's not like these hands were super big mistakes or anything. I feel like he's still experienced at the poker table. Yeah, that's why I think maybe he has played some cash games before.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And Triton, again, his first stop, he's 38 years old, Indonesia businessman, and he is making a splash right away. And I mean, again, if you're going to get introed and you're going to be against maybe the hottest high-stakes player in the world at the moment, Adamo, for the tournaments, been on one of the sickest runs, and Ivy, one of the most well-known and respected in the game. It's a fun way to get introduced. It's a very tough table.
Yeah, I actually remember the first time playing with Phil Ivey. The first hand I played against him was kind of funny. I bet into him. I think it was on the turn, and he made it look like he was going to fold, but kept his hand for 2 or 3 more seconds, and kind of got me there. I was scared that he'd do like a live trick against me, but then he did end up folding and gave me a smile. So it was a fun way to introduce himself. I remember that. Triton a couple years back.
Yeah, he definitely has fun. You know, he's one of those guys that doesn't give much away on his demeanor at the table. He's pretty serious, but he still has a good time, and you can tell how much he loves playing and mixing it up with people at the table. You can just tell he loves to compete. Hasn't lost his drive. Been around since the beginning of televised poker. I mean, this is 20 years plus. I don't know if we'll see Eric Seidel here. I saw he had a win recently over in Vegas, a big poker go win. Maybe he'll make his way over. I'm not sure, but he's also one of those guys. There's very few that have been around that are playing the highest stakes that were the original guys. And here, look at this. Andres going to take a spot again, similar to the king-queen off, almost the exact same situation with the button open and the 2 stacks being similar there, that he just decides to put the aggression on. And one of the reasons why you see he's the best in the world, taking a modest spot and putting the pressure on. It's a huge pickup in chips there. I mean, that to take that spot and be willing to go for it. And also maybe noticing that Williams fairly active and opening a wide variety of hands and often. So all those factors combined goes for the aggressive play. William thinking one hand too late. Probably would have called it with the ace queen off. Although it would have king 9 suited would have been pretty live. And just a fold, and he's going to pick it up. I think that's the most difficult hand to play, ace queen. I just feel like I've said this a lot. The hand just seems to give a lot of problems and trouble. It just seems like it's one of those spots where it's a good hand, really strong, but it's just like if you're getting action, you're generally, ace jack isn't going to give you a ton of action often. So it's sort of, you find yourself in some tricky scenarios. But what about you? Is there anyone, out of all the good hands, what would you say is the hardest to play?
Yeah, of course. These offsuit ace highs, right? Like, I mean, even ace king, of course, in the 3-bet pot, you're hoping to hit your ace or your king to have things easy. But if you don't hit, it's always tricky. Yeah, and you can tell that things are getting a little more serious. We're not hearing too much table talk anymore. Every hand is important. And Richard gonna show us how to play the ace queen. Rejams against the Phil Ivey Open. Oh, wow. And runs right into the kings from Laszlo. He's gonna ask for the count and will of course call after getting confirmation how much it is for.
I like how he asked that. Like, it was a real, like, it seemed like a really genuine, how much is it? Like, it wasn't, you know, it just sounded kind of like, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he knows he's absolutely putting money in.
Yeah, of course, for some of you wondering why he takes his time, he doesn't want to give away the strength of his hand for the people acting behind him, of course. And let's see if Richard can win another one of those. This one is bigger than the ones before, 900,000 pot. I didn't see any aces out there.
Yeah, this feels, it's dangerous. Okay, not the dream flop. Does have the wheel back door. No heart. Or I'm sorry, yeah, no. There's the wheel pickup draw.
For him.
Doesn't come off, but that dealer rips it off like a band-aid really quick. And good showing from Richard. Going to come up a little short, but we know we'll see him in all the events here.
Yeah, another great run by him. I mean, he's has had a lot of success at the Triton events, of course. A little short of the money this time, but as you said, he'll probably take a little break and then jump into the 100k, while Laszlo increases his chip lead here. And this is, I believe, the first time he really separated himself a little bit from the field, up to almost 2.5 million, I think. This is close to 1 million more than second in chips, Jason Kuhn at the moment, who's sitting at 1.52 million, 60 big blinds.
Yeah, Jason really shot up the ladder here. He's had a good, since leaving the feature. He's on his way. Paul Flaw down to 6 blinds, so needs some help. Matthias Ibinger with 11, also fairly short. Winford, you still in there?
Yeah, and with every person busting, we're getting closer to this 11th place and into the money. And yeah, people have to start getting a little more careful now as the middle stacks, as the short stacks. It's so important to get into the money when you're like 12 left, 13 left, 14 left. And we're approaching that pretty quickly. And that, of course, means that we will see the chip leaders opening up even more. Phil showing that he voted the 6-2s off here. Yeah, you can play online at GG Poker, of course. One of the biggest sites, if not the biggest site online now. Stars like Daniel Negreanu, Jason Kuhn, Elki Federholz, and a lot of other people playing there. Every Sunday they have the biggest tournaments in the online poker world.
Yeah, we've mentioned the Super Millions. Some of these guys we see there often. That's the 10K where the final table is Tuesdays. There's a nice show there, and it's exciting. I think, like I said, the biggest there and the biggest live tournaments, highest buy-ins in the world here at Triton. Getting to cover this one today. Really, really fun to be back and see everyone enjoying it, watching some of their favorite players battle for this $1 million+ to first. Yeah, the health of poker right now, live and online, seems very good. I mean, it's just numbers seem up everywhere, guarantees up. It's a fun time for poker.
So another marginal open for Michael Adamo. Flops top pair this time, though. And I believe as the big stack, he's looking to c-bet at a very high frequency in general, and so he will do so with his top pair as well. Just one big blind, making it cheap in case he had a bluff. This time he would have liked to see a call, but William didn't hit anything, so he just gets away from his ace. Ace-8, good fold.
Yeah, we're down to 16. Seeing Rob Young is out as well. It's not sure the exact order how they're going down here, but we are approaching that bubble, and there are also, I saw Ali Izmirovic was in here with a nice stack. He's no longer in. Jake Schindler, Ivan Liao, very fun player to watch. Daniel DeVoris is in there, but again, we'll see these guys. This is we're here for the week. Gonna see if you didn't get to see one of your favorite players at a feature that is in the field that is playing. There's a good chance you'll get to see them throughout the week as we'll be moving feature tables. We'll be moving it around, and here though, 16 left, you're getting to see some of the biggest names in the game right at this moment. Phil Ivey, Adamo, battling. And again, Triton/poker.com. You guys can go there. You can actually click on the seating chart. So they will show you the table, similar to online poker, it looks like, where they'll show you can click on the name, you can see how many chips each player has, and there are 3 tables left at the moment.
And look at this, William with a loose rejam. I love this. The Jack-10 off here, 22 big blinds. Noticed that Michael Adamo is opening super loosely. And I mean, this is certainly a loose jam, but I feel like that's going to work out really well.
Yeah. Also, the timing of the tournament's nice for him, too, because it's like, all right, yeah, we're really close to the money, but you can't just take 22 blinds and go from 16 to 11. You still got to be active. You got to play. And once you get down to, like you said, 12, 13, 14, it gets a little more of maybe not a mistake, but a high variance play. But when you're down to 16, you still got work to do. So I like that recognition of all those factors and going for it there.
Yeah, especially when people don't know you and don't know that you're capable of a play like that. They might fold some good hands against you. I mean, while Jack-10 off is certainly pretty loose, I feel like it's a pretty cool play, unless people pick up on that.
68, 67.
Two suited hands. Ace-Jack suited, King-7 suited. Gonna see a call here.
Big flop for the Ace-Jack here. Ace-Queen-8. Almost always have the best hand here, because Laszlo will 3-bet a lot of those bigger hands, of course. Pocket aces, pocket queens, ace-queen, ace-king. So he's very confident in his hand. This time he will just take it down here on the flop though.
Yeah, we are getting down to it. Gonna see who emerges with the big stack. It happens fast. This is if you separate yourself from the field, you really get yourself in a really big opportunity to pick up a lot of uncontested chips towards the bubble. As we mentioned, it looked like Adamo might have got that chance, and then some redraw and a couple pots break, and all of a sudden, he's healthy, but he's in 4th and 50 blinds and not able to just go absolutely savage. And here, Phil Ivey in the hijack picks up 2 9s, very strong hand. Gonna go ahead and open up, and we're over to the button. Nemeth is not able to play, and 2 pretty modest holdings. I mean, even Queen Deuce off, they have a similar stack. We have seen Adamo decide to defend pretty wide in some spots. It's a little different than normal, though.
Yeah, maybe he even has some other things in mind here with the Queen Deuce. Not this time. It's sometimes a candidate to 3-bet as a bluff with these holdings in the big blind. When you have a high card and a low card, offsuit doesn't really play well, but the queen is kind of a nice blocker. Once you get shorter, these blockers become relevant. Can't do it every time though, of course, and so it makes sense to give that one up.
Yeah, Damo thinking, everyone here realizing that they are coming to a critical point of the tournament. It's starting to get real, but William, as he showed us, not so concerned about that money bubble where he's just going with the Jack 10 off for a relatively large, shove, but not a crazy play by any means, just a higher variance play.
70,000 then.
Close decision here for Adamo against the chip leader, the king 10 off. Goes for the aggressive line. I mean, he could have flat it. 3-betting is also an option, turning his hand into a bluff. And Phil Ivey has ace queen behind him. And in a scenario big blind versus small blind versus button, ace queen is a pretty attractive candidate. Especially against players as aggressive as Adamo and Buitash. Ivy here with a little more than 40 big blinds has a decision to make. Does he want to 4-bet jam here?
We've seen him be close to the vest in some close spots, but also this is a situation where you have chip leader, super aggressive, capable player, and he is gonna sniff it out and make a great play because he's right. There's a lot at stake. If he runs into it there, it's wrong. I mean, ace queen. I don't want to say a mandatory 4-bet jam, but it feels like a good spot, right? You'd expect if you're in tune, dialed in, and willing to go for it, that would be one you wouldn't be super afraid, just with the dynamic of those two particular players and their chip stacks. But still, it's not easy. It's not easy to just rip it in when you know you're probably going to cash easily if you just don't do that. But here he sets himself up for a big chip up, and he is in second at this table with 57 blinds, 1.7 million. Nice hand there for Phil Ivey.
Yeah, I mean, he just moved up from 1.3 to 1.7 million without having to see a flop. So that's a great hand for Phil Ivey there. Yeah, you don't want to get called, but you have the good blockers once again. And also, even if you get called, it's not like you're dead. You will be flipping against hands like jacks or tens. So yeah, I think that was a good 4-bet jam by him.
Well, anyone in the Twitch chat we saw put that word "nit" in Phil Ivey. I don't think you can put that in his repertoire, and shows you there he's not afraid. I can guarantee you that Phil Ivey's not afraid about bubbling a tournament. But nice play, nice pickup.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier if you know that your opponents are capable of bluffing and don't always have a good hand there. So
yeah. Yeah, it's also the chip leader opening originally, and then Adamo, who's super active and aware of these situations, going for it. But nice hand. You know what's interesting about Adamo? Any tournament I've followed or seen updates, it just seems like he's never short, right? He's not like min cashing. He's not coming in short. It's like he is in there, and when he comes to a tournament at the end, he is relatively. I don't like using hyperboles always and never, big exaggerations, but it seems like he's just rarely short. He's just kind of, if he's in a tournament down the final stretch, he's got a lot of chips.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, his playing style leads to that. I mean, he's just going for it so often that makes him have a big stack or nothing very often.
And based on William, Jack 10 off, similar situation, he is gonna 3-bet here. And interesting, for he 3-bets and doesn't jam. It just looks stronger. He goes with the 4x sizing, but Adamo, you can tell Adamo's on to William in the sense that he's on to him, that he is not playing just the nuts, right? This is ace-8. Generally, you would not want to be dealing with this spot and just kind of be like, all right, it's probably got something much better than me. But either so, his radar's up, but still, just a good play from William, and he just gives it up.
Yeah, that's annoying for Adamo because we saw him open so wide, and ace-8, of course, one of the better hands you're gonna have on the button. So it kind of feels bad to have to raise fold there, but I think it was the right play. Probably a little too many chips that William had there, and he didn't know about that Jack 10 off 3-bet jam yet. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these suited hands here. A heads-up scenario, they're almost always good enough to defend the big blind. Even these low cards like 5-3, the offsuit ones, you would probably just fold, but being suited helps a lot.
It's nice to be covering opponents and deep in a tournament here. It just makes you a little, everything just a little easier.
Nice turn card here for Phil, picks up the nut flush draw. And Andres just having absolutely nothing. It's just on give up mode. So far. Maybe could have bluffed at it if it had gone check again, but Phil Ivey bets here with his monster draw and wins the pot.
Do you think if Ivy had 9-10 there and flopped the straight, would he check, or he would just be betting? Do you think he ever does throw one in?
Yeah, I guess he bets more often than not, but maybe, I mean, he's a tricky player. He might check back once in a while, hoping that his opponent catches up, hits maybe a pair or two pair or something.
Or a good draw that he can call. Yeah. Wow, no one getting dealt in, even playability. Laszlo does have the chip lead, though. Adamo going to raise. Let's see if he's, he just decides not the guy I want to just mess with. We have seen Adamo be peeling extra wide in the big blind and really just seems to not care what his holding is in a lot of these scenarios. Just likes to peel when it's a heads-up situation, closing the action, but Laszlo thinks better of it. Adamo rocking the, there we go, a little bit of a shoe cam. So
right.
He's got the flip-flops and shorts on. And
yeah, good weather here in Cyprus. Can definitely play in a t-shirt here in the poker room. And if I saw correctly, we're down to 15 players now. So even one spot closer to the money. Only 4 people have to go out until we're in the paid places.
yeah, it's slowed down, but I'm expecting, depending on how the chip stacks are, once we hit the money in the 11, with the knowing that the 100K is going on as well, and people just in general in this, they seem to play pretty quickly. It's could shoot down to the final table of 7 relatively fast from the 11, but you just never know. That's why tournaments are so interesting. Depending on how the chips break, you always, there's no predictability exactly, but generally this is the tighter part of the tournament. As you get really close to the money, and people are careful, and even if you have 10, 12 blinds, you can sort of find your way to be careful or find a good spot to get in for a chance to double. So see how this one plays out today. And yeah, again, here's one of those reasons why Adamo is not crawling in or on the money bubble short, because he takes these spots. He recognizes the chip leader going. He has a Jack-10. It's a nice hand, Jack-10 suited, but goes for a pretty big shove too. I mean, he's not the shortest stack.
Yeah, you see that this more often than you used to. People have figured out, even with 30 bigs or sometimes 40 big blinds, you can profitably regen with certain hands, especially in these late positions. it will often be hands like ace queen, ace jack, some pocket pairs, and also the occasional jack 10 suited. I believe Winfred Yu is the one that just busted. It's at 16th, while Paul Poor is still the short stack of the tournament, with just 100,000 in chips. And the other people will be aware of that. If you're like 10th in chips now, somebody with like 700,000 maybe, you know that there are some super short stacks in the tournament. You have to take that into consideration and play a little more careful now, because they might bust pretty quickly, and then we'll suddenly be at like 13 left.
Right. Well, yeah, Paul's got 3 blinds and Matthias has 6. So Matthias, he's, you know, those are relatively very short stacks, and I don't see William checking his phone too much, but that is, again, nice feature that Triton does, is they keep the tables up to date on their website. You can go see the stack sizes. You can quickly look. You don't have to. You know, it's sort of annoying too when people are bouncing up. You're out of your seat looking at the other tables, because it's smart, right? If you're short, you need to be aware what's going on. So it's nice they don't make you go all over the place. They just kind of provide that if you want to look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
Very easily.
Andras with a decision here if he raises this up with a kind of bad looking hand, but he's certainly in a position where he can put the pressure on, and hands like this often work kind of well. He has the 10 where he blocks some continues and gets the dominating hand to fold here. Good play by Andras.
How was your bubble in the main event? Did you have a big stack at the WSOP main event going into the bubble?
Yeah, well, it was funny. I actually had a big stack, and I was looking to open a lot of hands, and then like maybe 10 spots before the bubble, who got seated to my empty chair on my left? Jason Kuhn, with an even bigger stack than I had.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I wasn't happy to see Jason at that point. So yeah, I had to tighten up and yeah, have him win most of the hands.
Yeah, there's a lot of. That's also another thing in tournaments. There's a lot of luck in that table draw, seat draw. But yeah, again here, no soft spots. Everyone here capable, confident, and able to win anyone's game. 15 left.
So here, close to the money, Michael is probably not just c-betting 100%, and King 8 is a pretty reasonable candidate to check it back, of course. Like bottom pair, you're not gonna get a lot of streets of value. You have showdown value, of course. So yeah, makes sense to check it back, and you will like to see that turn card, picking up a flush draw. Although Laszlo is picking up the straight draw here and will probably bluff at it. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. He, of course, can represent a lot of hands here, but with a pair and a flush draw, Michael is not going to go anywhere yet.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he has that flush draw is pretty helpful. If it's a 6 of any other suit, he's probably, I mean, it gets kind of dicey at this point. Call 110, now the pot's up to 400, you have a million. I mean, wow, quite a run out for the King 7.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Adamo. Laszlo didn't have much equity there on the flop, but makes the runner straight. And is probably gonna reach for some chips to get some value. He's trying to figure out the right sizing here. I mean, you could go different ways. I think he goes with a big sizing here, if I saw this correctly. Representing a strong hand, which he does have, over the size of the pot. Yeah, that makes sense. Michael probably doesn't have Jack 10 too often checking back on the flop here, and so you probably almost always have the best hand. And Laszlo is definitely capable of bluffing here. There are hands, especially with a Jack or 10 in them, that could certainly bluff here.
He has 2 hearts, though, which is one of the bigger picked up draws. So, I mean, that's probably just too much. Probably, yeah. Adamo really is. You can tell he bluffs so much. He's so curious. Generally, he's just always like thinks a little longer on the river because he's like, man.
Yeah, the King 8's not the best hand to call there.
Right.
I guess. I mean, the King is not the best card to have because Laszlo could be bluffing with some hands like King 10 or King Jack there that you don't want to block. And yeah, I mean, Michael can just have better hands himself. He just had 4th pair there. I mean, it's annoying to have to give it up, but sometimes you have to give up.
Yeah, it's such a ridiculous run out though too. To pick up the hearts, you have the best hand, get the call, and then the river your opponent actually makes hand. Because those are interesting spots too to see what happens when he misses, right? What happens when it's the deuce of diamonds on the river?
Yeah.
What is Laszlo? Does he follow through or not? And that's also why it's like interesting to think about a player and their aggression and how they play and how they're perceived. But like ultimately, some players will or won't, right? They'll follow through, they won't, and they have it kind of made up in their head. But you may not know because you get to see when he makes it. But you don't know if he would, what he would do otherwise. So it's always fun. Some real hands here. Oh wow, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, another decision here for Laszlo. 3-bet or just flat. As the chip leader, yeah, you wanna 3-bet a lot. Ace Queen is a good hand. He decides to 3-bet it, and now Adamo behind him. Kinda similar spot to Ivy before, but the positions are a little bit differently here because the open race is in the hijack now. Earlier it was on the button. That changes things.
Yeah, not to mention if he 4-bet jams now. What is Laszlo? He kind of hates it because it's a lot of chips, but
yeah, tricky.
I mean, he's already got.
But yeah, against Michael, you probably have to call, and they're gonna have a little smile here, showing the same hand.
It's a big pot. The fact that they're have the exact hand, right? Otherwise, if they wasn't, we'd be seeing a ridiculously big pot. I mean, it is still a big pot, but they're going to chop it up after we see the.
Yeah, especially we're down to 13 already now. We had 2 quick bust outs at the other tables. And I think against a different player, Laszlo might have had a little longer thought, but Michael Adamo definitely capable of having some lighter 4-bet jams. Maybe even some hands like Ace-5 suited occasionally. So it feels like his Ace-Queen is just too good to fold, although he doesn't love the spot.
Yeah, how wide do you think Adamo goes there? King-Queen suited? Like, is he going... What are some other hands he might play?
Yeah, hands like that he will probably sometimes go with, for sure, against Laszlo especially, who's certainly capable of 3-betting a little lighter.
Yeah, William's been active. We see him now back in. He's been a little bit quiet in the last couple of orbits, but also why we see why it's so important, to pick up some of those hands in those spots, because you don't want to fold out. It's expensive with the ante, and each round it gets expensive. And the shorter you get, the more vulnerable you are. And here we see the king queen open, and Adamo is really he's on to William. He just thinks he's out of line, and he gets it up. I mean, the jack deuce off he's considering, and William does pick it up, considering getting spicy with the jack deuce. I don't know if Jungleman came in today or not. I saw him around. He was debating playing. Talked to him last night. Some people have a plan. Some people hit the cold plunge, do their workout meditation. Jungleman, he's a feel guy. He comes in, just depends on what he was doing or what's happening. He might lay reg. He might play a tournament. He might not. Said he hasn't been playing too much poker lately, but he is around. Jungleman finds his way to big series, big stops. Sure, we'll see some new faces too out here this week. Bunch of action. Another high roller series coming up here after the Triton as well. And Poker Go, I believe it is. Is it the high roller series with it's gonna be a lot of action. A couple weeks here at Cyprus Merit.
Yeah, the Super High Roller Ball coming up next week.
Yep.
Yeah, while the two players that busted on 14th and 15th were indeed the two short stacks that we just saw, Paul Pur and Matthias Eibinger, busting close to the money here. Always unfortunate, of course. And we see another one of those jams.
Yeah, so Adamo is in ninth. He has 33 blinds, but there are some shorter stacks, but still showing. I think one interesting takeaway from watching today is really his willingness to put it on the line, on the bubble, with hands that are modest, that are definitely plus EV shoves, but really just saying that, what, I'm not afraid, and I know what these chip leaders are up to, because I'm the chip leader usually at this stage, and I know what you're doing.
Yeah, also it gets a little bit tricky playing post-flop with a chip leader in a high-pressure situation like this where ICM is involved. So it makes sense to kind of want to end the hand pre-flop if possible. And yeah, sometimes that comes along with taking a huge risk like 3-bet jamming 30 bigs. But he had the right hands to do it with. So yeah. Good pickups for Michael Adamo, who's certainly not afraid. It looks like William isn't afraid either. Limping in with a 9-3 off here, and Andros with a pretty looking hand here, 20 big blinds deep. It's kind of tricky.
All in?
Yeah, you have the option of just going all in. It looks so pretty, but it isn't really good enough to raise call, so he wants to just take all his equity and jam. Sometimes he could have thought about just checking it back too, which he wouldn't do if he was super deeper, but with a stack size, sometimes a thing. Ace King for Adamo. And we see Phil folding the 9-8 suited. Some players certainly would have played that hand, especially covering Adamo, but yeah, Phil is definitely taking a little more careful of an approach here. And this time he was correct again. Adamo with a strong hand here this time.
Is he thinking about like ripping it here? Just it's a lot though. He's got 1.1. I mean, it's a decent amount of chips, but
Yeah, I guess we will see him call most of the
yeah,
time
that's what I
here.
would expect. But he did look like he had that twinkle in his eye, like, hey, maybe put a little pressure on you, buddy.
Yeah, Adamo again with a decision. Does he want to c-bet here and potentially get check raised, which would be kind of annoying. Ace King, certainly a good hand here with has the gut shot to the nuts and the overcards. So he thinks that he can c-bet, probably can call a check raise too with that hand. Doesn't have to this time though, since that's not exactly the flop Laszlo wanted to see with his 2 deuces. Richard coming to look and see what's going on here, while probably getting ready to play the 100k.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy who just absolutely loves it. You can tell if he's out, he just wants to see who's doing well, what's happening, checking on maybe some friends there. Just loves it. Couple of interesting hands here. I mean, again, could.
Yeah, Adamo with the king 10 suited again. I mean, it's not like you want to jam this hand every time for 40 bigs, so of course reasonable to defend, especially from the big blind. 2 very similar stacks, getting heads up against each other here.
And look at this. Chidwick finds himself in second right now. 1.7 million.
Wow.
15 blinds is our short stack. Makita in 12th with 20 blinds. So William right there. I mean, 20 blinds is not short by any means. So, I mean, this could go. We definitely could see a bit of play before hitting the money.
Yeah, Andros with the 1 big blind bet. You will have the best hand more often than not. It's always a little scary though when there's a paired flop, because the big blind can have some of these 3x hands. And for the price he's getting, Adamo is gonna see a turn with his 2 Broadway cards there.
Yeah, and Adamo thinking too, king high just could be good, right? I mean, obviously jack 10, queen 10, there's a lot of hands that he beats here. So decide 2 overs and.
Yeah, for the price he was getting, just 30,000. And Andros is gonna like this turn card. Makes it, of course, way less likely that his opponent has one of those 3s, and puts another little bet out there, just to deny equity of exactly the hands that Adamo has here, or of those flush draws that are possible. Could maybe get a call from a worse hand too, and like worse ace high maybe, or a hand like queen jack of hearts or something maybe. For Adamo, it's tricky. Small bet. He could have the best hand, just as you said.
15-minute break in the 50K 600 event. 15-minute break.
But I'm not sure. It's not the best of situations, of course. Especially if your opponent continues to bet hands like ace high, then calling with king high here becomes less attractive.
Does he ever? He does just call. What about? Is a check raise just 2 out of line, right? Or is that something you could consider?
Yeah, maybe he thought about that too. And for Andras, this worked out perfectly. He's probably gonna check back now. And great hand for him.
All right, we are going to go to the break here. Look at this. Laszlo, 2.4 million. Phil Ivey in second at the table, at least. We are getting to the bubble. This is the time. This is where it is. This is where it comes down to it. Who's going to emerge? We see some people firing chips. Exciting time. We're going to play to a winner today, but first we got to get to the money. Cry, what are you thinking? Who's on the chopping block here? Who do you like to win? Do you have a winner in your mind picked out yet, or too early?
I mean, would it be too easy to pick the chip leader now? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm liking Laszlo's chances the most so far, 2.4 million. Very strong player, especially with a big stack. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see some fireworks here, two of the money. Yeah, very exciting for sure.
It is. It's no one likes to bubble. No one's scared. We're going to see some high confrontation action coming up here. 13 left, 11 cash, 1 million plus to first. We'll see you after the break. Let's watch some highlights.
And is in a good situation here once again.
Tough spot.
Looks like Danny is taking his time here because the break is coming up actually.
Just in case. If he comes back and his hand is...
Or the level, right? They're not. It's not
oh, right. Yeah, exactly. The next level is...
You better tank, okay?
All right, I'll give you some time.
Or is someone going to the restroom?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Artur's 3-bet Phil a bunch here. He does, I mean, King Jack, he flats, he's got position. Phil had a hand this time. If he had got 3-bet, he would have been at least playing. But we're going to go to a flop 3-way. Phil does have the lead currently.
And we see 3 spades, no spade for either player. but Phil and Arthur both with a good top pair, so this could get dicey if we don't see another spade rolling off at some point.
Blinds went up, blinds 10, 15, 98 blinds up.
Yeah, and we could hear the tournament director announce that the level is going to go up next hand, actually. Yes, that's a pretty safe turn card for the ace-jack. Checks it over, though. Of course, he doesn't have to have the best hand here. Arthur can certainly have a lot of flushes here. All these sets are possible, too. So he decides to play it a little more careful here. And depending on how it goes, put another value bet in on the river, maybe, or looking to check call and pick up a bluff. With this hand, though, Arthur is actually value betting again with a worst of it again, which is kind of unlucky. And Phil is certainly gonna continue here. It's top pair, top. Oh wow!
Wow!
Wow! Phil, oh, this is super interesting actually. Phil kind of knew that Arthur was value betting here,
Right.
maybe. He was with a worse hand.
When
though.
you're right but wrong, right?
Yeah, he was going to call, and he did, and another coin flip situation.
Credit to Danny.
We need help again. I need 2 9s, okay? Maybe 1.
Calling it in.
Too greedy, man.
I know, right? Sorry, take it back 1.
Oh.
Interesting
Ooh.
flop. Still 60-40, pretty much.
Wow, improves. Gonna hold Danny Tang.
Then he makes another straight to double up here.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2 on all ins. This one he was actually slightly ahead.
Yeah, and the dealer is putting the Jack Schindler amongst the players that just busted.
Yeah, Richard Young hanging in there, still in, 28 left. Ivan Liao, very fun player to watch. Jason Kuhn lurking around. He's got 16 blinds still. A lot of big names.
Look what's developing here. It's
Wow.
blind versus blind. Phil just limping in with the aces, and Arthur is looking at pocket queens.
And honestly, it's gonna be. This is such an interesting dynamic for Phil. Like those Guess and Phil. Look at you. If you're talk about waiting for a spot, this is a pretty big one. And Archer's been popping him a lot with, again, hands. I'm sure Phil knows that. He's maybe getting some intel or realizing, after seeing the delay, that it's not like Archer's messing with them, but here, this is as big as it gets.
And after the blinds have gone up, they're not that deep anymore. They're around 800,000, so this is like less than 60 big blinds deep. Blind versus blind. Queens are a monster, unless you run into the aces, of course.
Wow, Phil doesn't have to think. He's not going to steam long after making that fold. He's going to get, and this is.
So this is a tough decision for Arthur, whether to just call here and see a flop, or whether to go with his hand. Phil's range is going to be pretty polarized here, from the small blind. But queens, he decides, are good enough, and this is This is crazy.
Blind versus blind. Fuck, so sick. I've been playing so tight, I didn't even raise them.
Yeah, Arthur's just can't believe it. He's just gotten so many good hands, but been in.
Queen only can help him on the river.
Not going to be.
Not going to make it.
I
And
think
Phil
I think
wins the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
Wow.
And actually moves up to 1.8 million, and Arthur's unfortunate day continues, running the queens into the aces.
How many times do you think Phil's done this little stack grab? He knows how to slide his stack over.
Let's say 4, 5, 6,
Wow,
7,
wow,
8.
wow. See him here after 33 months from our last Triton event. We'll say it again. That number is so wild to me. I just can't believe it's been that long. And I know there was a few stops that we're looking at doing and then got pushed back. So it's great to see this series back in operation and hopefully coming up here this year. I think there's some other tentative dates that they're looking at, but this one is going well. 82 entrants event 1, 6 max, 50K event. And I don't know if Adamo rebought or not, but he was down to 1 big blind, you believe, and spun it up in either on his first or second bullet. And seeing all in and a call, and Adamo dominating position again.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah, Junhua decided to just jam with the ace-4 suited on the button. Can't really blame him, but walks right into the
not a great
sixes.
Flop. He's going to need a lot of, wow.
Oh, and that just does it. Drawing that on the turn.
Don't do it. Don't put it on the okay. At least didn't waste the ace there. It's no good drawing dead on the turn. And good game for Junhua. Good run. Got fairly deep, but hopefully we'll see him in more events. This is event 1 of the series, so
I'm sure we'll see him again. I just looking at his record there. Last time he cashed a no limit event and a short deck event, so I'm sure we'll see him
for sure
playing the short deck.
That's why my RFID was messing up yesterday then. It wasn't catching my cards when I was putting them in there, I think, at the beginning.
Oh, it wasn't?
They were asking me to, but I thought I was doing it. But I guess I had my phone just like here. So.
Yeah, that was probably it.
It's hard because they give you something to look at on your phone.
Yeah. On the side.
So now this is a similar scenario to the very start of the day where we saw a limp on the button 20 big blinds deep. I mean, Michael Adamo has more than these 10 or 20 big blinds, but his opponents are short, and so he decided to limp. But Ben Heath finds the ace-9, and against the 6.5 big blind jam, Michael Adamo has to call with his ace.
Yeah, so Ben Heath does find a promising position here, 3-1 favorite, roughly.
How you feeling?
Hello,
I don't know if you're one of the type to. No, some people just have feelings, or you know.
Adamo's not a feeling player, huh? He's just
put your head down and forget about it.
Oh my goodness.
How's your feeling now, Ben?
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I feel like I got the 10 of hearts.
Michael with a little needle there. How's your feeling now? Yeah, unfortunate for Ben. I mean, he came to the table super short stacked and got his chips in good.
Man, this guy, what a flop even there. 7, 8, Jack, ace-9 in commanding position, and just like that.
Yeah, you don't lose too many chips, obviously, if you run into a better hand. Still get some value from worse.
Okay, see Brewer going to work here, opening up, and Jason in the small blind versus dealer open. He is in a pretty good spot to put it in. The ace-queen.
Yeah, easy decision here. 18 big blinds deep, just jams it with the ace-queen, and the force. Yeah,
That's the pair I'm gonna make right there.
calls for the pocket pair, and this is just a classic flip again.
We saw ace-queen get there versus ace-king earlier. This time it's a flip. We saw Paul get it in behind Chris Brewer's ace-king, and now Jason is going to need to go ahead. He did call. He was going to make a pair. Starts well.
That's how you
Flops
jinx
the ace.
yourself, my friend.
4.5% on the river, and it is not going to come through. And Jason is going to get a nice double there. 760,000 all of a sudden.
Yeah, you can see that these pots are getting.
All right, welcome back. We are coming to that part. Everyone who doesn't like a good bubble, especially when you got the world's best, it's fun to see. We're going to be getting down to the money here very shortly. Well, likely very shortly, although the no short stacks at the moment. I think 21 blinds is actually the second shortest stack. We have one 14 blind stack, and anything can happen, but potentially a little bit of play left here. What do you think, Korai, with the 14 blinds is the shortest? It's a little bit different than normal. I think most times there's really short stacks, and 14 is playable. So think we're gonna hit the money soon, or we got a ways to go?
Yeah, I mean, some of the super short stacks just busted, right? We saw Paul with just 3 blinds, Matthias with 6. Yeah, so this could go either way, right? I mean, if we see some good hands being dealt, this could go pretty quickly, but sometimes these bubbles last long too, so we'll see. I believe we'll also have another redraw once we lose a player and we're down to 12.
Yeah, this is where it's fun to be chip leader. This is where it is fun. But no one's super stressed because, again, even the shortest stacks, it's like oftentimes you don't see the shortest stack even bubbling. You know, sometimes you got – it's nice when you have a Damo too, because he's a guy that he's willing to put it on the line. He'll jam it in, and, you know, he may run into it one time or, you know, someone else going for it. It's it does play into the dynamic. If you're the shortest stack and there's people willing to go for it, you can be a little more patient even.
I find it funny how he just hates folding, even with the queen turn off here, right before the bubble. He's disgusted having to fold that hand. Yeah, and we saw a million chip stack being the chip leader earlier, but now it's only 25 big blinds, and Michael Adamo is actually the shortest stack at our table. While this is a little bit of an action flop here. Laszlo flops trip aces, being super wide on the button, and Phil Ivey must think that his pair of queens here is the best hand most of the time, but this time, of course, it's not. Yeah, tough decision for Ivy here. I don't think that he will fold too quickly, but I mean it's not a great spot to be in. You know the chip leader is super aggressive, but you have second pair.
Yeah, they're 1 and 2. This is the 1 and 2 stacks in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah, Phil reaching for chips, looking at his opponent, trying to figure this one out.
Yeah, just discipline
Yeah,
lay down.
very disciplined. The 9 is not a great card to have because it doesn't play, first of all, so like Queen Deuce is just as good as Queen 9, but with the 9 you're actually blocking some of the potential bluffs that Laszlo could have there, like the Jack 9s, the King 9s, maybe the 9-8 for a little gutter there.
Right.
So yeah, very disciplined laydown there, and he was right once again.
What do you think is more intense? Is it like a final table bubble or is it the money bubble? Because they're both relatively important. You know, I think it's less pressure when it's the final table bubble because you're in the money, but it's also so exciting to like make officially a final table to be there. Where do you think you can leverage more your stack? Is it pretty clearly the money bubble just because people want to make the money first off and foremost?
Yeah, I would think so, especially as a short stack. Getting into the money always feels so great, at least for me. And everything afterwards is kind of like a free roll if you've been short stacked the whole tournament. So this is how I look at it often. But yeah, I mean, in this tournament, the money bubble is not too far from the actual final table bubble, anyways. But usually, of course, the very big money is just at the final table. Yeah, just to remind you, 99,000 is what the 11th place finisher is going to get here. So pretty much exactly 2 times the buy-in. And we see another loose rejam here by William with the ace-5, but this time he's up against the 9s of Phil Ivey. And this is kind of unfortunate to run against 9s on the button, but we've seen him rejam a little lighter kind of often, and that's not a good board. He's drawing to a chop now.
Thank you.
And that's not it, so we lose William in 13th place, and that means we're at the stone money bubble, and actually I think we'll have a redraw. No? With 12 players left.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, William does take an aggressive shove there, but also looking around, there's not too many short stacks. There's one player shorter, and then it was kind of him or another player. So I don't think that was. We've seen him push the envelope. He's going for it, and you know he ran into it finally there. And even then, he's got equity, right? He's not like he's in super bad shape. A little bit unlucky to bubble there, but I think for his first ever live tournament, it was a good showing, good run, and I'm pretty sure we'll see him likely in some of these other events here at this Triton stop.
Yeah, definitely a strong first live tournament ever. I mean, it must have been exciting for him too to play with these players. Yeah, and the players are just making sure if there really is a redraw, and we can see tournament director Luca Vivaldi coming up to them. They have to stack up their chips, so it looks like there is actually a redraw. And yeah, that means that we have a couple of minutes of a break.
Yeah. I want to ask you, so at this juncture, one off the money, there's different, being a big stack or being a short stack. Talk us a little bit about strategy from a big stack perspective, and if you're one of the shorter stacks, kind of look at what's going to happen here. What do you predict?
Yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, as a big stack, you're looking to open up a lot. Just you can raise a lot of hands, trying to win those blinds, basically. Yeah, pressure not only the short stacks but also the middling stacks, because they're actually the ones who are in the worst spot of them all. You can't really do anything. You can't 3-bet too light because if the chip leader 4-bet jams against you, you have to fold so many hands. You kind of have to wait it out until one of the shortest stacks hopefully busts. And yeah, this is a weird unique dynamic in a poker tournament. The short stacks are just looking to survive, basically. Especially when they're super short.
And what about ICM? So I think a general misconception is about ICM in a final table. When does ICM really start taking place? Is it only at a final table? Is it before a final table? At what part of the tournament do you start thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, kind of once you get closer to the bubble. I mean, ICM, theoretically, it is always a thing.
Right,
the whole
when it
tournament.
starts, the second people start getting knocked out. Yeah,
exactly. When you double up, your stack isn't worth quite double the amount that it was before, even at the start of the tournament. But I mean, you don't really factor it in at the start of the tournament. But of course, at the stone bubble, it's just so important to not get 12th place, basically. I mean, if you look at the payouts, 12th gets nothing, 11th gets 99,000, 10th gets 99,000. So just it's just about surviving at this spot, and even afterwards, ICM of course is still a thing. You don't want to bust like 9th place, 8th place usually in a tournament. Although of course here it's a little different because we're paying exactly like 10 or 11 people.
Yeah, I will say it seems very telling about Adamo. See him on the updates all the time. You don't always get to see tournament coverage at this juncture. You pick up the final table, maybe you don't get to see it, but here we're seeing Adamo. He's itching to play. You see him. He hates folding queen 10.
Yeah.
He's making big shoves, and I think that's really telling on how he puts himself in these positions to win, because he's just so aggressive in these spots, and he doesn't want to be a short stack. You're not seeing him in the bottom third on the bubbles generally. It's like he goes for it. Maybe he'll bubble or go out, 5 or 7 off the money, but he's not really stone bubbling ever because he's just got the chips and he's willing to take the risk. Are you a little bit surprised even how willing he is to go for it, or is this just exactly what you predict from him?
Yeah, that's the type of player he is for sure. I mean, this is kind of the cool thing about poker tournaments with all these service and stuff like that out. There's still different approaches to these situations, to these bubbles. There are players that don't care about bubbling too often. They will say, okay, maybe I will bubble this tournament today, but I will put myself in a better situation if it goes well to make a super deep run to maybe win the tournament. And some players are maybe a little more cautious and a little more careful on the bubble. It's funny to see those dynamics, and Michael Adamo is certainly one, as you've seen with those light 3-bet jams, Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited. He's looking to make chips even at this stage of the tournament.
You know, I asked you earlier about the differences at this level. There's so many great players. Everyone at some degree knows how to play, and the differences, the edges aren't huge. Do you think this is a part of the, if you have a notepad or you have an Excel sheet as a top player that you're looking like, oh, this guy, you look at someone's risk tolerance and like Adamo, do you think he knows like, all right, this guy doesn't like to bubble. You know, let's take like a Kerry Katz, right, who seems to be generally great player. I mean, if you look at his hand and mob, some of the most results, right? But he's like historically kind of known to be, he'll come and he's not afraid to play the short stack, right? He values that in the money tournament life, and there's some guys that don't. Do you think Adamo, for example, is just so in tune to who's going to be willing to bubble, who's not, and use that to his advantage? Is that something that, you know, as a top player in the world that you look at? Is that something you're really like, this part of the tournament you're evaluating?
Yeah, I imagine so, especially the guys that are playing over and over against each other, that are at every Triton stop, are at every high roller there is, at every super high roller, they play against each other a lot. So even without making a sheet, maybe they will remember like certain hands and will know what's going on. And also, if you play these kind of smaller tournaments, I mean, we had a great run out with 80 players, but of course there are also tournaments with 1,000 players, but not in these super high rollers. And so in these kind of smaller tournaments, you reach the final table naturally more often, so you're in these ICM scenarios more often than players that maybe only play tournaments with like 500 players. So these players are used to these scenarios. I'm sure they've put some work in and have played these situations before.
I want to talk a little about that ace jack hand. I mean, it wasn't the biggest pot we saw, but it was interesting. We saw that Phil Ivey coolers Artur not long after, but just before he had folded with top pair, top kicker. It was a multi-way pot, three-way, and after I think Chris Brewer was in the big blind, was a bet and a call, and then the turn, Phil Ivey check folded with the top pair, top kicker. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting play there. A tight fold. I feel like some other players would have approached the spot differently, but I mean, he's playing a little more careful now, and it has worked out for him today.
For sure. Yeah, we do see him, you know, didn't have to wait long to get a big pot after that. And then we also saw him 4-bet jam ace-queen in a spot where it was definitely a higher variance play. So anyone who was saying Phil Ivey is a nit or whatever, I mean, obviously people troll and say stuff, but I don't think that's really a credible statement. He is for sure willing to go for it, and here we see him, one of the top stacks on the money bubble.
As we're taking a look at our new feature table, some familiar faces and some faces that we're seeing for the first time today. As Steven Chidwick is taking the seat between Michael Adamo and Michael Seuser here.
If two people bust on different tables.
For the same table.
Same table, it goes by chip count.
Good luck, bro. Have fun.
And it's also the first time today that we're seeing Xiangeng Ewe, who's coming in with 20 big blinds here, sitting between Jason Kuhn and Michael Adamo, while Steven Chidwick actually picks up 2 queens here, the first hand, after the break.
2 bust outs, different table. Correct. And if it's the same table, it's the highest high chip count.
Shortest stack is the bubble.
Short stack is the bubble. And the other thing,
I'm a negative guy. I said the opposite. Instead of saying the longest is in the money, I said the shortest is out.
Yeah, no, of course. I was just gonna say with the
So you got 11 time banks, huh?
Very fast player.
And just one left.
Do I start the next tournament with these if I don't use them? Got 15.
Wow. That's real strong.
A true professional.
I have like 45 by the end of the trip.
Stevie got the chip lead at this particular table on the redraw. He's got 45 blinds. Jason Kuhn right behind him, 32. Stevie Chidwick, there, everyone alluding who plays quick, has all his time banks available at his disposal. And again, this is it's a tough lineup as expected at this stage. Everyone knows what to do. Everyone's been in bubbles. Everyone's seen the big money prizes, and let's see how it's going to play out here. Mikita, though, off 12 blinds, knows his way around too. He's a lot of experience playing different stack sizes, and I mean, anyone, obviously, he's the technical favorite to bubble, but I just have a feeling he won't. Like, he just seems to
No, 30 with the time bank.
to know his way around here.
Yeah, and when we took a brief look at him earlier today, he had a short stack, and as we said, he's good at navigating a short stack. Still here, still on a short stack.
Yeah, time flies. Time banks 30 seconds on all streets for a pre-flop, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, even pre-flop time bank is 20 seconds. Oh shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
That's not a good moment to use those.
Oh yeah. Fuck
Having a
no,
bad
yeah.
price.
No value, yeah. Save it for later.
And at this stage, you'll see
We had
these kind of open jams that you wouldn't usually see at other stages of the tournament.
You don't have to remember, like, oh, it's time pre-flop, 20.
It's just a unique scenario. Nobody wants to call it off, so it's always a little, more comfortable to put the chips in yourself and
You can put them in my box.
yeah,
if you want,
basically
right?
put your opponent in the tough spot.
Yes, play my box.
And that's why you will see these big jams sometimes. More than 20 big blinds, sometimes 30 bigs.
I see. I mean, that makes sense as well. Much issue. Running. Sure. Fair enough. I mean, you guys done the work.
Of course, with one player before the money, we're hand for hand here and are waiting until the outer table
Only
finishes
him, maybe.
his hand.
Oh, nice. Getting a little look at the outer table here. Picking up. Maybe we'll get to see if it's an all. Oh, yeah. They're just getting action here to a turn.
Looks like it's a hand between Phil Ivey and Andros Nemeth. They've played at the table before. Now they're sitting here together.
It's an interesting, like, other than Makita, no one is in semi-desperation, and we see Siang with 18 blinds, Damo's in 25th and 10th, 25 blinds. This is the outer table. There's only two left, 6 and 6.
Looks like they both checked on the turn. It was 10-6, deuce 3, I believe. And it looks like it's button against big blind. Andros checks it over to Phil on the river. And Phil Ivey making up his mind here if he wants to bet or not. Looks like he is.
Oh, he's such a happy kid.
He's a legend. Is it live or just video? No, video.
Yeah, of course we don't know the player's hole cards. The 5 came here on the river, so any 4 makes a straight. But I assume that both players don't have too many 4s in their range. If a bet went in on the flop here on 10-6 deuce.
Baby, I guess so.
And Andros is actually using a time bank here to make up his mind. Looks like the bet is 300,000. I believe the white chips are worth 25,000 each. And Phil wins this pot.
Yeah.
As we move over to the feature table again.
What's going on? Is there? And why are we waiting?
Yeah, must be. Can I get tissue, please? Yeah.
Mikita showing some impatience here. Why are we waiting?
Oh shit, this is my card, huh?
Yeah, I spoke to Michael Soiza yesterday. He was wearing a mask, and he pointed out to me, said he hasn't had COVID, so he's looking not to get it. More importantly, because he wouldn't be able to play then. So he's defending against catching it while he's in the tournament or while he's in the series. So he one of the only players we're seeing with the mask on.
90.
Interesting play here by Mikita, who is the shortest stack here, and oh wow, quick all in here by Eve after Mikita open raised.
Really interesting spot. I mean, if you think about it, like he's actually the one who's got to be the tightest. He's got the most to lose, and he's just defending his spot. He's like, look, I'm the next up on the chopping block, and I know you're capable of raising without the nuts, and look at that. I mean, absolutely kind of worst case scenario for Mikita that the guy too is the next shortest, piles on him.
Yeah, good.
Really
read
nice
here
play there. I mean,
by a new player.
And it doesn't have any results in Triton, at least in the tournament series, but that is a strong play. I'll tell you that. That is, to be right there. He's right. He was spot on. And with that, it looks like he's going to move over 20 blinds, and I think Mikita's got about 10. So Mikita is shortest by about one half the next stack. So he's on the chopping block now for real. It's interesting if he had shoved there, though, what ace-9 suited would have done. Probably have to...
Probably would have to fold there,
right.
yeah.
So, but Mikita also showing his comfortability off of that stack size to be able to raise fold and knows exactly the game plan he's going to do.
In the count.
Well
I guess yeah.
But yeah, I don't know much about Era, but sometimes these... sometimes players aren't really scared of the money bubble. I actually remember when I played the Triton main event a couple of years ago and was the chip leader at the bubble. I couldn't put pressure on the short stacks because they just didn't care about the money bubble, and they were playing actually a lot of hands. So especially if you're a cash game player who's used to playing super high stakes, maybe you don't really care about this 99,000 pay jump as much as some of the other pros do. So maybe with his ace-9 suited, he would have just called. Who knows?
There's Sam Greenwood picking up an important pot. He's hovering around 30 big blinds. No stranger to the high stakes. Got a ton of results. Very tough opponent. Shooting us back and forth here, and here's Mikita with the king 10 off. This time under the gun. And
yeah, I think that's a little bit too weak. Under the gun.
Pass.
Damo with the 6-7 suited, but a precarious position. One off the money. Sees Mikita super short. Also very capable opponents in the big blind, right? You got Stevie and Soiza who have very healthy stacks, so not a ton of...
Yeah, and these hands like 7-6 suited, they are just so much worse in this scenario. You don't have any relevant blockers, basically. In this scenario, just having any ace is better, or having a hand like king 10 off or something is just so much better than having a hand like 7-6 suited.
I pick the card, what the fuck do I do?
And Stevie, yeah, showing how to play the big stack. Knows that Michael cannot call a lot of hands there.
He literally, yeah, he just shoved, he's a third in chips, and he just shoved into the 7th in chips, and just without one care, he was just like, you know what, you literally can't call. Now, the question is, Soiza, he said that first when he looks at the ace, it's good, a picture card. What does he do with ace-king? What does he do with nines? I mean, how tight is it? Like, you know, it's pretty tight. pretty tight you got to be, I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough spot with a hand like that.
More so just because Mikita's so short and he's actually sitting pretty healthy. As you mentioned, that's the guy that put the most pressure on is the one in the middle. They have the hardest spot.
Yeah, the thing is, with a stack like Michael has, if he doubles up, he's actually in a very good spot to win this whole thing. So that kind of changes things. Sometimes you have to actually be tighter when you're a short stack than when you're a middle stack in these kind of situations, because you have a shot to, if you have a shot to be chip leader, then that's worth something too. So that's what makes these ICM, these bubble scenarios so interesting. You have to think of the future game, what we call it also.
And look at this. Jason passed up the ace-9. Soiza actually has a real hand. He's going to be shoving super wide here, but as it turns out, Makita with a tricky spot with the ace-5, because it's kind of, he's the shortest. He realizes what he's doing, but even against 2 random cards, how does he feel? And this is, he does put it in and doesn't like it. Kuhn looks on with interest.
That's so unfortunate. Michael is going to jam literally any hand there. And Mikita, being by far the shortest stack, calls with his ace-5. Can't blame him. He can hit a 5, of course, and they could also chop it up here if a certain board appears.
Elton's trying to start this business, you know.
I'll sell you a little insurance law.
Insurance for tournaments.
Bubble protection.
Yeah.
It's referencing a GG feature online. I think they do have the bubble insurance.
Right.
You can't
Just
sell
kinda
insurance. The dude who
covers the other guy, you know.
Good business.
And you can see here actually 21% of the time ace-8 and ace-5 will chop it up.
Yeah, that's high. That is pretty high. That's actually.
Yeah, so only 54% of the time Mikita will bust in this hand.
Makita doesn't look like a bubble guy either, you know. Yeah, he's already willing to chop.
Big spot here, of course. All the other shorter stacks are, of course, rooting for Soiza here. Let's see flop.
Wow, very good flop for the ace-8.
That's actually really good. Yeah, the 8 kicker will play.
not asking for too much.
Most of the time.
I think you're gonna get the wheel sweat, man. I feel the wheel sweat. Yeah.
There it is. That did feel like a wheel sweat.
Jason knows what's going on.
How about you change that feeling right now?
Hey, I didn't say anything about the river, bro. I just said he was gonna get a sweat.
So definitely no chop pot here. Mikita needs a 4 or 5.
Oh. Right around it.
And we lost Mikita in 12th place, with 11 players remaining. Congratulations, everybody. You're all on the money.
It's a tough one. Everyone else can be really happy. A bummer. Makita will find his way over to the 100K now or shortly.
Made the money. First tournament.
Yeah, always frustrating to bubble an event. Mikita has been there before, of course.
One more free hand.
He will survive it, but of course it's very,
maybe broken bones are good for
very annoying to
stone
bubble a tournament.
Yeah. Go karting.
Oh, go-kart.
Yeah.
Bro, you're always breaking bones. It's crazy.
It's unfortunate.
Every time I see you, you got a broken bone.
Not voluntarily, right?
Just gotta slow down there. So
snowboarding, didn't you have a broken bone out there?
No, I broke my arm snowboarding into 4 pieces. I won the Jeju tournament.
On the go-kart, how do you like?
The G-force.
Yeah, how do you?
Oh really? So you didn't hit someone?
No, I didn't hit anything actually.
Really?
Yeah. The seat wasn't snug enough.
Bro, you need some calcium.
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, but I was, going for it, so I was battering my rib against the chair, plastic chair, One big blind, yeah.
Yeah.
Jason knows a thing or two about health and fitness, and telling Soiza needs to incorporate some calcium into his daily routine. Couple broken bones. You have any broken bones?
I actually broke my hand skiing once also, so I know what Soiza's talking about.
Knock on some wood,
that
but
was the only time.
I haven't broken a bone yet. Knock on wood. So that's happens though. As I get older, yeah.
That fine gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
You got king deuce of clubs?
No. That's a really good hand though.
I forgot because it's 6 max. That makes sense. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna be playing some shorthand.
Your favorite, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the chip leaders would probably have preferred the bubble lasting a little bit longer. But generally, you're not going to complain if you've just won at least $99,000.
No. It's hard not to, you want to sign, get in there.
All in.
Jungle.
I like that. Not taking a second there to announce all in with a king queen.
Wearing a suit. Looking very sharp.
It's not gonna let Jason Kuhn see a flop here cheaply.
It's got to be nice to come and get in the money, right? I mean, it's 15%, but you come here, you realize that you're slated for some big buy-ins, 50K with rebuys, 100K with rebuys, short deck maybe. Some of the players that normally play no limit may hop in that's not their best game, and you could easily go the whole week and not cash one event. So it's nice to get on the board for something, and obviously someone's going to win $1 million today, which is pretty cool too.
Yeah, for sure. Cashing your first tournament always feels so great. Just great start to the series, while Jason Kuhn with a little bit of a decision here, whether to flat call or 3-bet bluff, basically, semi-bluff, uses blockers, decent hand to attack the loose opening range from Stevie, who has a good hand too, though, the ace-10 of clubs. And generally at these spots you will see less calling, less calls of the 3-bet than at the early stages of the tournament, but a hand of ace-10 clubs certainly qualifies as one of the best candidates to call a 3-bet, even out of position. And we will see a important flop, as there's already more than 500,000 in the middle. SPR of less than 2, that means Jason Kuhn has less than twice what's in the middle left behind in the stack. And that's a pretty big flop for both of them. Stevie with top pair, top kicker. Jason Kuhn flops another one of these overcards and gut shot hands.
$150.
Goes with a small continuation bet. And Stevie with a decision now. Has certainly a super great hand, but exactly hands like King Queen have so much equity against them. Look at that, 35%. So Stevie might not want his opponent to see any cards for free here. But it's
He's just saying he doesn't use his time banks, but Jason found a way to put him in. Tough first, maybe difficult decision. This is a tricky spot. I mean, so running through his head is what? He's either against jacks, queens, kings, aces. He blocks aces. He, it's like ace, king, ace, queen. He's got in bad shape, but a hand like king, queen, king, jack. He realizes what's happening. So
having the backdoor flush draw helps him a little bit, so he decides to just call. Gets a relatively safe turn. The 7 shouldn't really help Jason pretty much ever. Doesn't have jack 8 really. So yeah.
How much TV equity is there, right? If this is on the outer table versus the thing, obviously Stevie and Jason are two of the more well-known guys, and they play, together so much, right? And it's like whatever. But do you think, sometimes it's like you feel like the pressure. I got to follow through. I got to bluff because I'm on a feature.
Yeah, for some players it certainly plays a role. I don't think for these two.
Yeah.
It does. They're so experienced at this stage. While Jason decides to take the free river card, and both players are not loving this card.
Yeah, it starts being what hand.
Wrong suit. Could have shoved the flop.
Yeah, Jason just gives it up without the heart there. He has some jacks in his range, of course, but yeah, cannot bluff every time. With a heart, we've definitely would have seen him bluff that spot there with the
You
king
could have
high.
shoved the flop too. We both could have shoved the flop.
And yeah, Jason mentioning here that if Stevie would have fast played the flop, Jason with that big of a hand probably wouldn't have gone anywhere.
I mean, so far, I think one of the more interesting plays was seeing jamming that ace-9 of hearts on Makita's open as the shortest stack. I mean, he really took it upon himself to keep Makita pinned down there. You know, he doubles him up there. He's a super short stack, and he's pretty much out the door. So he was right, and he made an aggressive play, and Makita did end up bubbling.
Yeah, Jason with a kind of similar hand here with the ace-jack. Has a little less big blinds, though. Decides to 3-bet this once again.
Chidwick getting out of the way. King, queen, and Soiza with a pretty hand and getting a... And the thing is, Jason's shorter, right? But this is a very, very pretty hand to play with. All those stack sizes less attractive to be peeling, right, with Jack 10 here. So it's kind of a... It's just too good a hand to fold, but it sort of sucks because...
Yeah, it's tricky because your opponent can 3-bet bluff kind of these hands that dominate you. Ace-jack is one of them, so
yeah,
it's tricky, but he's also getting such a good price that he decides to see a flop here.
Yeah, the SPR is basically one, though. That's one of the things you realize after this flop. Your opponent's got about a little over a pot size bet left, so it's tricky. And if you're Jason, you get peeled here. I mean, look, you have control of the hand. You're representing a lot of strength by 3-betting off that stack size, but this is a pretty grim-looking flop. But still, you know.
125.
Yeah, he's putting this quarter pot size c-bet out there again, and this time he's in a better spot to get it through. He's just hoping that his opponent didn't connect with a queen, which he certainly could have. And yeah, Michael is blocking hands like queen 10 suited, queen jack suited, and has the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. That's why he takes his time with his decision here.
Is he ever thinking too, if I call and check, maybe my opponent gives up with some of these hands too, and then could take it away on the river? I mean, he's going to ultimately give it up. But you saw his mind was working there.
Yeah, for sure. He was thinking about it, but I mean, this short, it's kind of dicey with the jack high there. So I certainly like the fold, even against these bluffs, like the ace high, you're behind. So
yeah. Jason Kuhn getting some of those chips back from that Stephen Chidwick altercation, back healthy. Adamo's been a little quiet for his normal. Like you can tell he's not so excited to play on this stack size. He says, "Get me in the 100K or get me a double up here."
yeah, he has some tough opponents here, of course. Some of the world's elite sitting together at this table. And Stevie continuing to apply the pressure with the king 6, blind versus blind. But Michael definitely has a playable hand with the queen 10.
A nice flop for Stevie. Got the king of diamonds, got the 6, a very key card.
Yeah, another pot for Stevie there, who builds the stack up to close to 2.5 million.
Yeah, players fighting to get down to a final table. It's 11 right now. 7-handed will go for that. Plenty of play left. Today, we will play to a winner. Someone's getting $1 million, 7 figures, going to be awarded. Stevie with the dealer button. Best position. Nice suited wheel. One of the chip leaders, if not the chip leader right now. Actually, I think Laszlo has a lead at 2.4. He did. Phil Ivey right in there, too. He's one of the top 3.
Yeah, Jason is probably going to see a flop, was what I was gonna say, but he actually folded and he knows these spots very well. So this is something we can learn from these guys. If he folded the 6-5 there, there's probably a reason for it. So that's interesting to see, actually, even against the min raise. But of course, being out of position against the chip leader, 30 blinds deep, he can put you under so much pressure.
For sure, and we want to remind you, look at that. Just on cue, GG Poker, play online at GG Poker, and there he is, Jason Kuhn. You see him here live, you see him online. One of the players that is highlighted there. Super Millions, I know they have a really nice 10K weekly. A lot of these players you're seeing here play there. Tuesdays, YouTube, they have that up as well. So definitely check out the action on GG online. And here we are looking at the live version of the best stuff in the world. And look at this. 2 9s for Adamo. There he is. He was antsy. He was antsy for a hand. He got one. He's raising it up. Not too many people going to take a look. And even the Jack 4 suited, just not interested to peel off the stack depth and decides to wait for a better spot. Can't blame him. You're seeing 5-handed poker and 6-handed poker, 11 left. So this table has 5. There's 6 at the other. That's one fun thing about 6-handed as well. As you get deep, there's 5-handed poker even. It's not just 6-handed. You get to see some 5-handed, potentially even 4, right, when it's down to 8 and 9. Another playable hand here. Jason going to get the ace-jack, and he's going to run into a cooler, if you will, 5-handed against Adamo, who is... It's one of those things, when you're so aggressive and you get big hands, you get action, right? That's the fun part about being an aggressive player, because here, I mean, it's almost no way away. If you're Jason, dealer versus big blind, he is going to raise it, and if you're Jason...
And it's interesting to see that Michael Adamo has decided to 3-bet small. With the ace-king off, it would certainly have been a possibility to just rejam himself. And Jason's, of course, not going anywhere
It's a
with the ace-jack. And this is just unfortunate. Michael Adamo is certainly capable of 3-bet bluffing there out of the big blind.
He took a minute. Maybe he was looking to see if there was a knockout or the pay jump. Just I wouldn't say it. Definitely not a slow roll. Just kind of took a second, right? It was if you're Jason, you don't get snapped, you feel okay, but he's in a bad spot. Although we have seen some from behind ace paint collisions. And look at that. The J for Jason right there on the flop starts out well, but 2 more cards to come, and that'll do it. Lock it up on the third.
And that's unfortunate for Michael Adamo, who's drawing that here. And Yeah, he was the chip leader at one point, but as we mentioned earlier, he was down to one big blind earlier and got into the money. So good little start to the tournament, although he of course would have liked to get the double up and go for the win here.
I'll give you 2.5 hours.
For 8x in a stack. Jason giving another compliment to Adamo. It's nice when you're a GG ambassador. You get to say GG when you knock someone out. It's a nice touch. He's got the patch on, and Jason did give some very kind words to Adamo earlier. He's giving him a lot of praise. So the other tables kind of saying, look, you're on a sick heater right now in the poker world, and it's a testament to how much people like him because they're happy for him when he's winning.
That was cool. I was so excited about Ace Jack.
Yeah, I mean.
And he made it 265, and I said, I don't know if I'm so excited about it, but.
But what are you gonna do?
Gonna snap, call a shove. So.
Exactly. It's interesting. I'm sure. You know.
It's a good play.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just wondering if I would split my range. You know, probably not. I take the easy way out. You know.
I think he comes in.
But now I learned something new.
Jason assurance. So I said, no, it's good. Don't worry, I got it in bad, but it's good.
He's very good at knowing how to protect the way that he plays.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. The point is I don't have the balls to 3-bet the whatever junk, you know, that he's gonna fucking 3-bet, you know. So, you know, King 5 suited or whatever, I don't know. King 7 suited.
What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, interesting little conversation there. They're talking about the fact that Michael Adamo decided to 3-bet small there out of the big blind. Some other players would have just jammed, just like I said, and Michael confirmed that. But Michael Adamo 3-bet bluffs so often out of the big blind, so he of course has to balance it out with some hands. Oftentimes you would only do that with the suited ace-kings there and just jam with the ace-king offs, but the way Michael Adamo plays it, as Jason mentioned, it makes sense for him to be a little bit wider than maybe other players with his induces, and that's why he 3-bet called with the ace-king off instead of just jamming himself.
And we do see Tommy Kim get moved to the table. I believe he started the day at the feature, but we didn't get to see much of him. This is going to be his first ever cash at the Triton, and looking to improve on just the cash. He's looking for a final table, maybe more. He's rocking a Las Vegas hat over here at the Marriott Cyprus. Trying to give off the tourist vibe, but sure he knows how to play.
Yeah, that's not going to work here.
No, these guys know all the tricks. We saw Jason build up Adamo on his left earlier with the compliments. I mean, these guys got tricks too. And, we're gonna get down to 10 now, so we're getting closer to that 7-handed final table. 5 and 5. They balanced it from the other table, so now we have 5 players at each. Interesting card. Jason improves the top pair, and we see a pickup of some equity flush draw. Jason's gonna go ahead and give a little bit of a free one, if you will, here, but maybe also lead an opportunity for a bluff potentially. But it doesn't look like that's gonna happen because he's gonna go ahead and bet and should just end the hand. So what happened previous was a raise and a flat.
Yeah, looks like it. Ever not afraid to play in there with a 6-3 suited out of the button against the cutoff open. It looks like.
And it was check on the flop?
I think they just checked it.
Yeah,
so the river, we had some problems with the cards here. We didn't pick up the action onto the river. And there we see Tommy again. 1 million in chips, 20 big blinds.
It's clean. 200K starting, 5x right here, 20 blinds in the money. Just how he drew it up. Chance to win $1 million. It's not bad. Doubled up at least his money. Assume he's in for the one. We're not sure on the re-entries, but 10 left, all you can ask for, 82 entrants.
Yeah, and actually starting now, there's a pay jump for every position, so every letter is important. 10th and 11th are getting both 99,000, but right now we have a 14,000 pay jump, and after that the pay jumps are going to increase even more, with 8th place taking 147,000. And so on, up until the winner who gets more than $1 million, 1,082,000.
All right, so we see limp with king 9 off, does flop top pair, decides to come out betting. About a third pot. And Stevie with the absolute air ball here, still considering his options. Got the chip lead, new guy, new table. And Stevie, this is a pretty speculative float here.
Yeah, it's probably like the worst hand he continues with, but it's only one big blind and the small blind's range is still super wide, right? He just limped in there. He can have garbage like, I don't know, the 8-4 or something. And yeah, he has some backdoor straights too, and his 10 high might be good. Now Stevie picked up a gut shot, but there's also some flush draws out there, so getting another bet out of Tommy, this is not gonna get easier for Stevie, and that's why he decides to let go.
Yeah, it's actually one of the worst cards, right? It puts a scare card and also gives some equity to Stevie, but he does go ahead and shoot it up there and take control of the hand and win the pot. Nice welcome to the table for Tommy Kim. Picks up some chips against Mr. Chidwick. I'm sure he's familiar with his game. See the blind level, 25K, 50K, 50K, so getting expensive. Pushing the action 5-handed.
Yeah, 125,000 up for grabs in the middle every time, every hand.
All in.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Oh,
wow, look at these pretty hands. It's a Broadway party. Everyone's got something there. 2 suited Broadways and then the king queen off, which is in the lead.
15 big blind jam here with a jack 10 suited certainly makes sense from the cutoff, and close decision for Stevie with a king queen. He has Seuser to act behind him, and yeah, he cannot be certain what hands ever is gonna jam exactly, but if there's a lot of these hands like jack 10 in there, then the king queen might be good enough. Let's see what he comes up with. Decides to fold, and Michael Seuser with a kind of similar situation, a little worse of a hand, but he doesn't have anybody to act behind him. He will think about this too.
Yeah, it's such a pretty hand, but it's so much of his chips. I mean, you'd have to...
Queen jack of spades.
My God, what a pretty one.
You crush me or not?
You probably crush him.
10 jack.
Oh.
You're very good hand.
Good hand, especially in short deck. It's close.
That's so good to hear forever. He got the king queen to fold. He got the
call
queen
me,
jack to
huh?
fold.
Yeah, it's an amazing result.
You see what I'm showing up with, bro.
So he just looks so strong, you know. 15 BB all in.
Very strong.
Very strong.
Very strong.
But yeah, I mean, it's good hand lah. Your hand is good, yeah.
Yeah, and even for the players that have that are covering
pretty damn
him,
good.
it's
You never
even
sad to see
they
it.
don't really want to get it all in here necessarily,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
because if
This is
they
still
called and lose and would lose the hands, they'd be a short stack suddenly.
I think a walk is coming. I think you're going to get 9-3 offsuit and just give me a walk. All right. Let me see here.
Jason trying to talk Michael Seuser into folding.
I check.
And we will see a flop. And that's an interesting one. Michael with a pair. Jason picks up the flush draw. And Jason has 2 options here. He can call. He can raise it up. Decides to go with a call, which is certainly the standard play. And they both pick up some more equity in their minds because they both actually turn an open ender to go along with what they had before.
Yeah, very interesting situation. Everyone's got a little something going. Jason, I mean, this is for 8-3 suited. You can't ask for much more in this hand, right? You got double. You got double gutter. Got it open. Got basically open ended with the flush draw, essentially with the double gutter, and 3-4 off somehow has a check mark here. Not a lot of chips in the middle.
Yeah, Jason on the river with literally the worst possible hand, I believe. Not low, the 8-3. And that's usually a good candidate to bluff. So let's see what he comes up with.
135, is it?
Just a half pot-sized bet. Yeah, close spot for Michael too. I mean, makes the call here, and we'll see the good news. I mean, after only putting in one big blind before, it feels like fourth pair is just too good to let it go here.
I win with a pair.
He gets first place. I know I deserve it.
You
I deserve
confused
it.
me for a second. Like, do you have a straight? Like, shit, they're loose? I'm like, look at my chips back.
Should have. Wow, no, absolutely no respect.
Too much respect, that's what I call you, see?
Bro, this guy.
It's always two views. No respect, too much respect.
Thought we were friends.
Nothing personal. It's just poker, man.
My giving you a walk speech made you not give me a walk with a hand that should have given me a walk.
Maybe. Maybe it's just, you know, you gotta try sometimes and see
I should have looked at my cards ahead of time and only used that if I had good hands.
Guys just tangle now. Could see another one with Soiza on the button here. Gonna open in Kuhn to his left. Let's see if he has something to play with. Small blind here. Oh, battle of the wheels, suited wheels. This could get spicy. They just had a little confrontation, just a little small pot.
Yeah, less than 30
now?
big blinds deep. That's certainly a
Too
candidate.
Sure. But less 1.3 plus 1.4.
These suited wheel aces are always
It's
good
so nice, man,
candidates
on the
to
button. Ace 5 of diamonds.
Ace 5 of diamonds?
Yeah, they're always good candidates to go all in with. You have the important ace blocker to block their strongest hands, and
Couldn't have
yeah,
too
even
good,
if
man,
called,
get shoved on.
you have some equity almost always, unless you're up against exactly aces.
Yeah, 30%, right? Ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, sort of in that close range. So aggression. The first in, powerful. Gets it done. Like as he said, if he 3-bets, you know, he's got the perfect 4-bet jam. So
yeah.
This is always a dangerous question I ask, but are you still with the same girl?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm engaged.
Works out well. Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
wow, high variance question on live on stream.
You have $1 million?
Funny timing
Yeah.
too, right before it's his turn.
All in.
And another one of those jams with the ace. Just applying the pressure here. With a hand a little bit better, he might be inducing and just raising, looking to call it off.
Right.
A little worse of a hand, he might just raise, fold more confidently, and with ace 9 he just decides
Not really
to
big wedding, small wedding, perhaps.
to put
But
them all in.
COVID is like, you know, more chill out, you know.
In a while.
Yeah, in a while. Maybe next year. We shall see.
You said next year, the wedding?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
You guys have been engaged a minute, yeah?
Yeah, since last year, April. It was our 10th year anniversary. So
That's right.
That's why I proposed, because the date was a good date, I guess.
You guys never convinced Danny to settle down and find himself a nice girl.
Good luck, bro. Good luck with that.
Danny Tang was calling
He's ridiculous.
Calling for help on the all-ins earlier. Jason's calling for help for him to find a...
Young and dangerous.
At least he's very honest about it. Like, he was talking to me at the table, and he's just like, I just like it.
It's good for him.
You have like 2.1.
2, yeah.
Stevie likes to play, but this is a pretty poor one. Queen deuce off does fold.
You all in? I call her. Let's go.
So you are hit.
Very lucky hand.
Sometimes nice.
Yeah.
Tens.
Yeah. But sometimes sixes.
Six. Yeah, you know that.
Yeah, Jason picking up some nice hands here, some nice pots.
It's a funny game though, right? He gets basically the majority of chips. Great player, getting good spots. Gets it in ace jack to ace king though, and that's part of the.
She almost never comes to the poker stops.
She comes for the normal ones where she plays as well, not for these because she can't play anything, right?
But she's got a real job, right?
Not really. I mean, she was playing pre-COVID.
Another pretty one here, ace jack for
I
Jason.
was thinking she was like in business somehow.
No, not quite. She used to work for a startup before, but it's been a while, a couple of years. Race to 115, is it?
But that's also one of the reasons why when you play those pots, right? You play decent-sized pots, you give yourself a chance to win instead of getting short. Try to get it in slightly ahead. If you play a pot where it's, you know, you go with the ranges and you take a little bit of a variant spot and you can win even if you're behind. Be in position to win the tournament.
Against the hijack open, Michael decides to just call here with a king queen. And this is not the flop he was hoping for.
All of a sudden, these guys have been chirping, catching up on family life, and here they are battling again. Let's see, Jason with the better hand, better position, better stack. All things kind of point to winning, although this is not a great flop for his hand either with this big blind FM, but he's going to go ahead and lead out here. Get some hands to fold like this, such.
Yeah, in this spot, this flop is a little less scary than it might be at the start of the tournament because Michael won't defend too many of those combinations here.
Yep.
He's probably going to fold the 6-3 offsuit, the 7-3 offsuit, maybe the 4-5 offsuit also, so he doesn't have that many super strong hands, which makes it more comfortable to just c-bet there and hope to take the pot down there.
Where do you live?
Married.
You live in...
Married order?
You live in the Merit?
You mean in Cyprus or?
No, where you call home?
Malaysia.
Oh, okay. A lot of Malaysian dudes here.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure. All the friends came, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a wild development if he said I lived in the Merit full time. Yeah, this game's so good here. I'm parked in there.
I mean, it's a nice spot to be in.
For sure. Great spa, facilities, games,
Just over 2 behind.
food. It's definitely
0.135 total.
definitely cool. They got the new poker room, I know, opening up too. 200 tables coming this year. It should be at some point.
Yeah, I
open.
heard
It's
that.
pretty crazy. I saw Rob Young's video, and he put that up on Twitter, and it showed like the layout. There's balconies everywhere. I mean, it's pretty elaborate. Business is good at the Merit. They're expanding.
Big flop for Stevie this time. Flop's top pair always feels good. This time Jason doesn't have too much, though, depending on the size of this c-bet. He's probably not going to go too wild with his threes. It's a tiny bet though. Chidwick just 1.5 big blinds, and Jason feels like this is just good enough to continue. And Stevie has to decide now if he wants to put another bet in. He picks up the straight draw to go along with his jack, so has even more equity. Isn't too afraid of a check raise either. He wouldn't love to see it, but can certainly bet again. But a hand like pocket threes now has to fold, of course. So nice little pot for Stevie.
Everybody's gonna be surprised that I remembered him. I mean, come on.
Exactly what they said.
Come on, guys.
I mean, you're fucking Jason Kuhn.
No, man, we had a good time.
Sad we couldn't go back for 2 years, actually. Really want to go back. It's been an annual thing so far.
Yeah, it's always cool to see. I think a lot of these guys are friends. As you can see here, Michael and Jason just chatting it up between the hands, and then during the hand, battling it out for a lot of money. It's just a great atmosphere to play. And this time, Michael Seuser just goes with the ace, similar to what we saw from Jason Kuhn earlier with the ace-9 on the button. Just jammed it in.
Shit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Michael doesn't want to raise fold his ace-8 or raise call.
Exactly.
That's why he just jams it in.
Never learned my lesson. Keep getting punished.
Yeah, it's also, I know Jason's now dead. He mentioned Michael's engaged. It's it gets harder to find times to talk and chat. So sometimes when you're at a table, it's just just time to catch up. This happens to be a feature, so it's a little less private, but that's the nature of it. You gotta catch up when you can. Stevie raise and take.
And you know what? The funny thing is, the first thing they said was, "Is he still beast?" That's the funny thing.
Come on, boys, I'm not slacking.
Yeah, for sure.
Stevie Chidwick's got a nice wall mounting over there. I saw a Chance Corneth. He tweeted about chip stacks. It tells a lot about players. I don't know if you saw this. You can break down people and how they stack their chips.
Rimming with people, it can go a lot of ways. That was such a pleasant surprise. You know, what a sick place that was too. Oh my God.
It was really sick, and it wasn't cheap as well.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Laszlo still with a tournament chip lead here, in case you're wondering. Still 2.5 million. Not too much has changed.
Do you see Rui's place? I mean, they were staying upstairs, right, from where we were. It was even bigger. And
Phil Ivey also at the other table still. Sam Greenwood.
It wasn't that much different.
They had a bigger onsen. The spa was a bit bigger, and it was a big balcony and stuff. But it's nice, yeah. Both were really nice. That's top tier for Niseko, that's where we stayed.
I was just surprised how good the food was. I didn't expect that.
Japan's food is really, really good, actually.
Yeah, but ski town food is usually pretty questionable. But
this is one of the ski town, perhaps, the most popular ones.
So good. Have you ever done any of the Alps?
I have, yeah.
Comparable?
Japan's it's way better in my opinion. Especially the snow, the main thing. The snow in Japan generally is better.
Yeah, we got a little unlucky with that.
Not short. Full season, yeah. 3 months. December. Depends. You can get lucky. It goes pretty far sometimes,
You ski, Cry?
I just like how it's small trees rather than these big giant alpine North American ski slopes. It's like these tiny little dainty trees that if you hit, they won't kill you, you know?
And not so many tree wells and stuff as well.
Exactly, yeah, those are a nightmare.
That's how
Oh
you
my
die,
God.
you know,
Ugh.
straight up. Yeah.
Watch videos on that, and I was just like, it almost made me stop like trying to ski, like anything
trees,
half
yeah.
difficult.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Those tree wells where people were just skiing and they just get sucked in?
I haven't seen anything on it. I know they
Just don't even watch the videos. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
I skied for my first time, maybe my last. That's the kind of stuff that horrifies me. This what they're talking
No,
about.
you can't even. Half the time you can't even get out. It's just your
Yeah,
skis
so
sticking out
I'm
of the
from
snow,
northern
other people
Germany.
have
We
to
don't have
see
any
you to
mountains
get
up
you
there,
out,
but I do
you
like
know?
skiing.
You're just
actually.
like this.
Living in Austria, there's the Alps.
Yeah. Yeah, I stick to. I recently tried around Christmas time. Did some blues or no greens, mostly greens and maybe like one half blue, and it's fun. But
So it was your first time ever?
Yeah, yeah. It was fun. It just took a little bit to get. You know, it's when you look at a mountain going down, it looks impossible.
Right.
Once you get going, it's like, all right, this is fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed being out in the nature in the mountains and combining it with some sports, some adrenaline. But of course can be dangerous.
Jason with the ace-5 off, a little bit of a tricky hand to play out of position. Or I'm sorry, he's in the big blind, not small blind, so okay, flats, that makes more sense. And Stevie with the jack-8 off, that's a pretty good flop if you're going to raise jack-8 off suit.
Fold.
Yeah, another quarter pot bet makes sense with a jack-8.
It's too bad Ben was
Just
sick when he
putting
came
I know, man.
Jason's
It's the
worst
opportunity
hands
to come all the way and then
tough
fall sick, you know,
spots.
sad.
He was a real trooper about it, but I was so bummed for him.
Yeah.
He loves to ski too. It's like his favorite thing.
Nice. Yeah, we had a unlucky season with the snow when we went. No snow pretty much the whole time we were there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that means you just gotta come again, right?
I'm all about it. I already told Ivan.
Nice.
I mean, 5-handed, we're going to see a lot of the same type of interaction, collisions,
All in.
buttons versus. There's not a lot of place to hide 6 max, especially 5 max. And here is another rip, and no one has much of a decision there. So another pickup for Soy's on the button, uncontested. He got jammed by Jason with the ace-4 suited when he had ace-5 suited, and he's just, you know, he's partying now. He's ready to just put it in, say I'm not opening it up, and also just the hands he's had.
It's good to be back.
Straightforward.
You know? Even if it's a short little thing, it's good to be playing again.
Yeah, for sure. But you're staying till the super available, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that short.
No,
and you play
yeah.
short deck as well, so it's pretty fucking.
I'm gonna be tired. Yeah.
Yeah.
All in.
Again, we're just kind of seeing one of those situations where no one's really emerged as like a huge stack, kind of under 2.5. We got 3-4 guys in that 2.2 to 2.5 range. A couple shorter stacks as we saw here, the all in, but
Yeah, and it seems maybe counterintuitive. We talked earlier about the fact that people are more careful in these stages of
Have you
the
been to
tournament,
Whistler or-
and
Yeah,
we're seeing
bunch,
so
man.
many all-ins, but
Stayed
it's
there for
actually
months.
it actually makes sense
It's the best. I love it.
because
But it's a lot of people
it
right
puts
now, like,
the
it
maximum
gets- the queues
pressure
get pretty
on your
crazy,
opponents
Yeah. Yeah.
will have
they
a
do.
tough time having to call
Same
off
in
for the
North
tournament
America,
live. So
anywhere
in these
they
stages, we
play.
actually see a lot of these all-ins.
The thing is,
Yeah.
in Japan, there's so many resorts.
Be it
so there's
open
a lot of
jams or
places to
rejams.
explore, and they're all very nice.
The queues were kind of bad when we were out there.
That's why that's like the main mountain that everybody goes to. That's why if you realize, like me and the boys, we just drive like 40 minutes away every day.
Yeah,
because
you were on the backside, huh?
Not backside, but a different resort which has less people. Yeah. So yeah. The town we were in is pretty much like mini Australia. A lot of the businesses are Australian owned and run as well. Yeah.
That's exactly how Whistler is.
Yeah, Australian.
Mini Australia.
They like the snow, huh?
Yeah, it's all Australians. It's crazy. Last time I was there, I saw a Dama.
Where? In
Whistler.
Randomly?
No, I'm just kidding.
He doesn't strike me as a skier, you know, or a snowboarder.
Nick Petrangelo said they went mountain biking and said he rides mountain bikes like he plays poker.
Adamo? Full send?
Just an animal, full send, yeah.
This could be a collision here. Oh,
Mountain
I thought
biking
the
is
positions were
really
reversed.
dangerous.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
I do it a lot.
Oh wow, like trail biking.
Yeah.
Like downhill.
Yeah, well, I don't do downhill, but I do in
Probably
Vegas a
just
lot.
picking up
like,
the big blind here.
I don't know, I probably rode 30 times in the last year or something.
But you like when you say mountain biking, like trail riding, right?
Just like desert trails, yeah.
But not downhill, right?
No, but like there's a lot of kind of rocky, you know. I love it, but I've been sent off the handlebars like 3 times or something.
Nothing broken so far?
No, I got really lucky. I wear a lot of pads too, just because I know I'm not very good.
Sounds like I think one of the riskiest ones you can go for, perhaps, down mountain biking.
It's very fun. But yeah, it's questionable sometimes. I stick to trails I know now.
Yeah, good. Well, you have a kid now, so it's different, you know.
No risk, yeah. Well, some risk, but not a lot. How are there still 10 people left?
Woohoo! Running good. 8, the nuts. 8-10 suited. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Like everybody's holding on for dear life.
Yeah, refreshing hearing the table talk here. These players are very
Luca.
talkative here, and we don't want to
Luca.
talk over them too often,
Luca.
obviously.
9 or 8?
7.
7.
6 max.
Okay. 11 or 10? Or... Okay.
Mike asked me the same question because at one point you're gonna forget it's a 600 event. You think it's 8, so it's like combine at 9. Or...
Just occurred to me that it was a 6-handed event. I just thought my tables weren't full the whole time.
Chidwick, nice starter on the button. Jason with the playable hand in the big blind. Does have a key card there. He's got the spade, 2 overs, but tricky one to play out of position with the 10 high flush draw, though. Chidwick not going to love this flop.
But 60.
Tiny little bet there by Stevie. Certainly not going to be a fold for Jason right away here. Let's see how he approaches this spot. I mean, these two don't really want to play big pots against each other, of course, but if the hands dictate something, they're not going to shy away. And Jason actually uses his 10 of spades and the overcards here to raise, a very tiny raise.
It's interesting because Stevie, he realizes that he is going to get check raised sometimes and just gives it up. I mean, again, even if he has exactly the hand, this type of hand, it's not really easy to what are you going to do, call and hope?
Yeah, that's what makes this race so cool, right? I mean, he didn't have to put in too many chips, and when he gets to fold these hands, and that's a great result for Jason Kuhn. Not a lot that Stevie can do there. I mean, he took a stab at the pot, and against the check raise, he really can't do much. Nice play there by Jason.
Yep. Yeah, we saw a couple check raises from Brewer earlier today. He just got him through. Just kind of good recognition of board texture and hand representation, and got it done. It's interesting because so far today, at least, none of those check raises have been looked up or they haven't run into anything. It's kind of just been like they just easy folds for the other player. It's interesting when someone has something and calls, and then how the players would continue or not. But we haven't got to see that develop so much. Just kind of working right away on the check raises.
Ori? Ori?
Such a nice hand. Decent hand. Have to raise.
Another nice play by Ever. Just puts the pressure on pre-flop. I like how he approaches this.
Queen 8 suited.
No. Jack 10. Jack 10.
And he folds out the better hand again here. I mean, of course, nothing Michael can do there with the Jack 10, but
least, I guess.
yeah, that shows the power of the aggressive action there. Jack 9 suited, not just defending there, playing it passive, but putting the pressure on and winning the chips uncontested.
It's good until you watch the replay. It's 9 Jack.
You have Jack 9 suited?
Jack 9.
Wow. Good shot, man.
Good
You're always
play.
getting me with the one below, you know? And I
Good
keep
play.
holding the better hand.
That's a good play.
Then the next time I call you, you're going to have ace king or something. You know? That's how it goes, right?
Poker, yeah.
Jack queen suited, damn.
I'm out.
So Michael Adamo is still
Can
the
you
only
get me
player
through?
who busted after we broke the bubble.
Jet lag smacks me, man. I mean, it's like I'm sleeping okay, but my body's so confused. What'd you say?
First night was bad, and then once I start playing poker, I feel like it resets me.
Because you're
Wow.
so tired, you just...
Or he's
fall
just
asleep.
so dialed in with the universe.
It's just like I don't get tired when I'm playing really ever, and then I just crash when I'm done playing.
Yeah. Brain is on overdrive for like 10 hours or something, 12 hours.
And while Jason Kuhn opens the ace-jack suited, we actually have a new chip leader, and it's none other than Phil Ivey, who has overcome Laszlo right now. It's pretty close, but he has the slight chip lead now with 2.67 million.
All right, these are two guys that are about as familiar with each other in their game as possible, and about the same stack here. Nice starter for Jason. Flopping top, 3-4 jack, rainbow flop, 10 deuce suited for Stevie. Got some back doors, but this is not one of the better flops.
Yeah, very safe flop here for Jason Kuhn and his ace jack. I mean, players like Stevie, they will
Plays the best right there, boys.
they will always think about it if they see some
Probably forward a
potential.
pair, this guy.
Oh.
But a little bit too weak, the 10 deuce suited, although he has some back doors.
Folded ace jack probably.
Take a look here again. GG Poker. Play online poker at
that, man.
GG
Ace
Poker.
three, just right in
It's
the
good
mud.
timing again. Jason Kuhn at the feature. He does the live and online. See Daniel Negreanu, Elke, Fedor Holtz can play there against some of the legends of the game. Biggest online site currently, biggest action, and nice fit with Triton. Triton and GG. It just makes sense. So
Stevie's a man of many words. His mic has to be adjusted.
yeah, this is today it's live. We're doing the live stuff, but it's a good option if you're looking for small online action. Check out GG. We are down to 10 here today. And the 100K, I mean, just in case you didn't have enough action, if this ends early, you may even pick that up. I don't know I think at this point this will go to a winner relatively late, so I don't know if we'll get any coverage of the 100K today, but there will be that tomorrow for sure. And then there's a I don't know if it's a 6 max, but it is a turbo 50K added to the schedule for No Limit Hold'em, and then there will be, of course, the short deck action here as well, which is always fun. And better bring a couple rebuys because there's a lot of collisions, and
Yeah.
and that's fun to watch as well.
Yeah, I took a look at the 100K actually in the break earlier, and of course all the familiar faces that you'd expect are sitting in there. So that's gonna be exciting too tomorrow. But at first we're gonna take a look at this tournament right here. Yeah, it's kind of a loose open here by Tommy on the button with the 8-7 with the stack size, but looks like this might work out. Michael Seuser has king high and the king of spades though, so against this small of a bet, it's not like he has to fold this right away.
He's going for a check raise. Yeah.
220.
Does get it in. I mean, it's funny because he's dominated. Tommy goes for a bit of a light open. He gets actually a great scenario where he's often going to get check folds with this particular hand Michael has. But Soiza with the over to the jack, the spade in his hand, decides to go for a check raise, and great hand selection. Really nothing Tommy can do at that point. I mean, just cheers to Michael for making a nice play there, and again the light check raise, it seemed to work time and time again. Just not run into any confrontations, and
yeah, very nice play there by Michael.
This is last hand until break. Oh. We got 30-60. I'm good for 2 levels, man. Drink too much water.
Could be
Get used to playing
too much online poker. You're programmed, like, I don't know about you, but when I used to play online all the time, every hour I'd have to pee during the day even. Like, it didn't matter if I was playing or not. I'd just like on the hour go to the restroom. But
yeah, I like to drink a lot of water too when I play, so
Am I
yeah,
allowed to
I'm
use
the
time
same.
banks while I'm not at the table. If I have to pee, can I just blow through time banks?
It's a very interesting question I never thought about.
I mean, it could be that it could reward you with a pee break, you know, if you play fast.
Technically, your end is dead once you know.
I know. I know.
okay, we're gonna
You could play slightly slower.
get to see almost the exact reverse. Last time we saw Jason open and Stevie defend with the worst hand, but a playable hand, and now here, similar to Ace-Jack suited, Ace-10 off in position. Jason will defend 6-4 suited, so get to see the other side of the coin here. These guys are just kind of, it's amazing that the stacks haven't really fluctuated at all. They've been between like 2 and 2.3 million for the last bit here.
Yeah, we didn't have a huge pre-flop collision lately. And this is the same flop we saw earlier when Stevie had the Jack-8, I believe. The 10-9-8 again this time. And yeah, and another top kicker for Stevie. He had the 10-high flop earlier when he had the Ace-10 already.
Not sure.
Yes, and Jason has a gutter, but the 7, he's not going to be super confident of this hand, even if he hits the 7, because every jack obviously makes the better straight. So, very reasonable fold there from Jason.
Thank you.
After 21, you said?
Either after 21 or we'll go -7. Most likely.
So we would have a break after 20 and then play 1 level and then have another break?
No,
2 levels. Play 2 levels.
After 19, oh okay, and then two levels? Right.
Okay.
Seems like there's been a lot of folds to Soy's on the button, but I guess part of the reason too is I guess these guys, you know, Stevie just can't open because he knows there's some jam stacks there behind, so he's probably tightening up his opens a little bit.
Yeah, it's not like anyone has a huge chip stack where he can just open relentlessly, basically. So everybody plays kind of normal ranges, and if we don't see super tough coolers or collisions, then what happens now is kind of to be expected. Michael Seuser gets the queen 10 suited through once again. Yeah, it's an awkward stack size, like 22, 23 big blinds deep in this situation. But he so far got all of his open jams through. And another ace-10 for Stevie.
120.
And Michael with the sixes and a decision here. He has 26 big blinds now, 27. Cutoff versus hijack. Tricky to play. Decides to throw these away. Yeah. You don't really want to rejam. It's a little bit much with these positions. Calling is a little tough too. He could have done so, but decides to let it go this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it took a while. We hit the bubble. Now down to 10. Haven't lost anyone, but all of a sudden the pay jumps do start jumping, and you know, you get top 3 or 4 here, and it's a really healthy payday right now.
Our story about us getting here, our driver.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I'll tell you, Michael. So we get to the airport, and me and Carrie and Jake are in a cab to here. And our driver is very aggressive, like terrifyingly aggressive, and like laying on his horn, beeping his horn at people.
So going crazy.
Yeah, like looking at his phone, texting like while he's driving fast. I mean, everybody's stressed out except Carrie. Carrie has a breathing mask over his eyes, like a sleeping mask, just sleeping in the car, like just cold as ice. This guy. And
it was 1st of April, right, when you arrived?
Huh?
Was it the 1st?
No.
It wasn't?
No, I don't think so. No April Fool's pranks.
Yeah, no pranks on you.
No, so he's sleeping, and driver.
We do have an all-in on the call.
Get to
Why
see
we
ace-6 off. I mean, he's ahead. It's speculative, but it's gets the first part of the equation right. You're ahead, but it's not by much. So
in this car, we pass him. It's like this old kind of.
Yeah, and they both have very similar stacks here. It's almost a coin flip, as you can see here, 52 versus 47%.
The guy blows by us and pulls his car sideways in the road and gets out of his car.
For reals or what?
For real life.
Wow, okay.
I'm just like, this is terrifying. Like,
what's gonna happen? Right?
Yeah, what is gonna happen?
Oh wow!
And our driver was
super good flop for
cold
Tommy, of course.
As ice, bro. The guy walked up. The driver put his
Runner chop.
99% is pretty strong. Needs running 9s, running 8, 8, 9.
Oh, the 4 for the. Oh no, the 4 doesn't even work for the chop.
Wow. Yeah, he's 100%. Oh my, well, he thinks he chops, but he doesn't. He's got the straight and the flush.
Almost a straight flush.
Yeah.
So Evers is left with 75,000 here.
His big blind into the pot.
580.
Oh no, I was the big blind in my.
So he's referencing Carrie was wearing a mask, kind of breathing or whatever. It reminds me of a story
we just counted different ways.
that Antonio Sfandiari told me.
Both of us got to
so
5,
he flew to Monaco. I don't know. Let's call it 7 years ago, 8 years ago. They're on they take a jet over from the U.S. to Monaco, and they share. It's like Dan Shack, Antonio, Phil Ivey's on the plane. Okay.
Okay.
So they're in the middle of the Atlantic, or like early on in the Atlantic, and they have a real emergency. And
the guy got pulled out of Cove, disappear, I'm already landed, that kind of thing.
The masts drop down, like they have like a real problem. Okay, so like the plane has to go down altitude. The stewardess is like freaking out. The one woman on there, so like if you see the staff freak out, like that makes you uncomfortable.
Right.
Like she's literally freaking out. The pilots say something to her like, hey, like this. They really think they're gonna go down like into the ocean. Like it's like a crazy thing. And the actual mast fell out of the plane. So Antonio's there, and of course, you know, Antonio being the guy, he's taking pictures, like, kind of thinking it could be the end, but not sure. And sure enough, like, you know, his wife's freaking out, people are freaking out, and Phil is just sitting there, cool as a cucumber, doesn't even blink. He's got his mask, and there's a picture of, I have it. He sent it to me. It's like Phil looking like, just like doesn't even blink. Everyone else is like wrestling around, like sending their goodbyes, and Phil's just like stoic, doesn't even blink. He said, but he really thought it was gonna be it. But they obviously made it. They like diverted to Iceland or somewhere in I think it was Iceland. Yeah, so it was. Yeah, pretty crazy, but that would be about as terrifying as it gets, is to be like in the middle of the Atlantic on a private plane. It's not even like, you know, because you just you know if you go down, it doesn't work out well in the ocean there. So anyway, Phil Ivey, that's when I realized, wow, this guy really is he's a savage. I would not have handled it that well.
No, me neither. I don't think.
Remember those full tilt commercials? Have you ever seen those? Where his like wife is getting. You know, you got to Google it. It's like amazing. It's like you just have to watch it. Just type in Phil Ivey full tilt commercial.
Okay. No, I don't think I've seen that one.
You wouldn't forget it. It's probably the best. I think the best ad ever that I've seen for a poker site.
Call.
Yeah, we see Jason Kuhn and Soiza going to battle again. Soiza chipping up a little bit. Queen 3 suited, King 9, so good flop for Soiza this time.
While Jeff is showing me this commercial here. Oh yeah, you guys should see that one if you don't know it. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's... All right, so we got a little bit of a situation. For the first time here, we're going to see, you know, King 9, Queen 3 suited. Jason does have the over backdoor diamonds. Going to bet out, and he is... I mean, Soiza can't really flop better here with this hand. 9 deuce 7 rainbow, King 9.
250.
Saw him check raise with stone cold air. No, he's got something this time.
Yeah, it's a little scary with the ICM implications to check raise it here, but I mean, of course, it's a great hand. King 9, chip EV wise, this is certainly the standard play to check raise here. And Jason isn't buying this right away. He has the overcard. He has the diamonds going for him.
Whatever. Take my money.
But gives it up here.
So I have...
Yeah, important hand there for Michael.
He's all in, right? Yeah.
That's chipping a chair right here. All in, Queen 10 off. Could be worse hands. It's actually going to be... Looks like he's going to be ahead, dominating.
I can't walk you.
Yeah, so down to a quarter of a big blind, but
Boy,
it's
I
might be
need
the
right
start.
there, bro. Yeah, well, it's good
The
maybe.
chip and the chair story here.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe.
see. Has to avoid the 4.
Well, you can tell everybody you got your money in good.
I have to double out.
Jason seems confident with this one.
Maybe.
Oh, 5 times you're in good shape. You double up 5 times, you're killing it. Oh, we're gonna chop, I think.
I don't think so.
I think so. I think it's
Maybe I
gonna
should
go
limp.
3-3. 3-3.
Spade for a sweat. There it
we're not
is.
gonna
Well,
chop.
he makes the straight, but he's got a
I
spade.
might just.
Jason with a
Jesus.
royal flush draw
Good
here.
one, bro.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Oh, there's the 3.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That was an exciting turn card.
Yeah, that was.
Seemed very safe for Ava, but
Still alive.
Still there.
yeah, back to 90,000. Still a long way to go, though, of course.
I should have checked that flop, bro. Hurts so bad. And too good to bet fold.
Too good to bet for.
Could beat your Jack 10.
Say what?
So I could beat your Jack 10. Bonus.
Oh.
And here we go again. Ava,
Easy
1.5
game
big
today.
blinds
Fold
now.
with the ace. Good fold, my friend.
Oh, he just gave it up? Okay. Tommy gets the walk here. So another whole orbit for Ava to try and find a good hand. I'm not sure how much he had there exactly. A little surprising to see the fold there, but let's see, you might pick up a better spot here. Oh, we actually did have more chips than I thought, so it kind of makes sense. But this could be a collision here. Tommy picks up the pocket pair, the 7s and the small blind, and just jams it in.
Much is it?
And
1.5.
this is very annoying for Stewie.
Wow. I think he's. I mean, yeah, it's annoying, but he can't call. Right? I mean, it's just like why he's playing, chipping up in a good spot. He knows. I mean, it's like just as a guy shoving King Jack just can't call. Oh, he calls. Well,
he doesn't make the call. He feels like he's never dominated there. This is a super big hand. This is for the tournament chip lead here. Actually, 3 million
Tommy
in the middle.
Kim. Look at Tommy. He's been quiet, and all of a sudden he's got the best hand playing for the chip lead. This is a huge ICM spot.
The biggest hand we're seeing so far.
7-7 versus King Queen. Wow. He's got the heart too. Doesn't have to worry about backdoor hearts. 10 for a sweat, Jack for a sweat, but oh my goodness, just like that.
Always a sweat.
10 outs, 1 to come.
All about picture.
I think I know.
Big river card coming.
Wow.
And it's an ace, and that means Tommy
Big
Kim
double
doubles up.
Big double.
Wow.
Leader, maybe.
Doubles up into
Or
the
maybe
chip
not.
lead here.
1-3, 1-4.
Cheap leader, my friend.
1-4-6.
Is it?
I mean,
Yeah.
Stevie,
Yeah.
arguably the best in the game, top tier, of course, one of the best. I mean, it's close. I was just wondering those spots if you figure you got an edge. You know, you can't blame him. Of course, it's a big hand there. It's sort of a.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna have Tommy dominated a reasonable amount of the time.
Yeah.
Tommy can jam hands like King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen
Right.
10, and so on. And of course he's flipping a lot, but he's almost never dominated.
And he's covering, which is.
And yeah, if he wins that hand, he's in a super dominating spot. Of course, there are arguments for folding and like reserving your good situation at the table. Maybe if you also feel like you have a chip lead, but he thought that the king queen is just a little too good to fold here, and yeah, it's a little unlucky that he lost, of course, this flip. And yeah, new chip leader.
Yeah, Tommy Kim, and guess who's Phil Ivey at 2.9. I think this is our first over 3 million though. It's gonna vault him into the lead, and Tommy Kim, Ada Sweeties came in with the.
Jump. Right? I said you almost got a pay ladder. You almost made more money.
Yeah. That's why I say call it.
Yeah.
It's like 15k more, eh?
Yeah, it's quite a lot now.
15k more.
Yeah. You do a lot with $15,000.
And Tommy getting them to work, opening up here the 10-9 offsuit on the button.
Wow, Phil's posture, spectacular. Gotta get that going. Ooh.
About as big a collision here as you can have with the two hands, queen 7 off 9-10, flopping top pair, middle pair with the gut shot versus top pair. So let's see how this is going to play. Soiza's got 1.5 to start the hand, about half the stack of Tommy.
Yeah, Michael, of course, not folding. I think we will see him call here more often than not. Yeah, he comes with call. He can have better hands to check raise with here, and he doesn't want to bloat the pot against the chip leader. While both players have a straight draw now. Very standard check back here from Tommy. Second pair.
Yeah, good card for both players in their minds overall, and river card, Soiz is going to like this not so much, but does have the best hand still.
Yeah, this could go check a lot. Yeah, Michael could have maybe bet very, very small here, like a blocker bet kind of thing, but decides to check and wins the spot.
Did you reset the clock on the river just now? On my turn? No, I remember. I feel like it was quite fast. Maybe it's just me.
Looks like Stevie's keeping an eye on the outer table counts, looking over there.
Ooh.
Yeah, we were getting some secondary table shots in action for a bit on the bubble. Here we've been focused here, but we're getting close to that final table. And Tommy Kim, some newfound chip lead. Got King Jack suited, certainly going to open here when folded too. Counts out open. Stevie getting out of the way. Soiza with a nice looking hand in the small blind, but does have Jason behind to worry about. Looks pretty, but this also happens where you're just dominated, so it's
Call.
Well, call. Jason's not interested.
Yeah, a little bit too good to fold the king nine suited there against a wide range. So he comes with a flat here. Another interesting flop.
It's interesting they did reference. I mean, he was one spot away from a pay jump, and 15K. It is proportionate to the buy-in, almost a third of a buy-in for the next jump. So I think he's. Let's see if he can ladder or even catch some chips. But as of right now, we see a check and a bet. Tommy Kim flopping well. Top pair, second up kicker, backdoor draws as well, and Soiza has a gut shot, backdoor hearts, and does go for a call.
And another royal flush draw here for Tommy Kim. Another second pair. This is a hand he could check back again.
Oh my goodness! Wait.
Oh wow! There it is.
Hold on. Did we?
Is that really
it really happened? No one. We weren't even calling for it. This is crazy. And he actually improves to a straight. What a card! A royal flush. Welcome back, Triton Poker. 33-month absence comes with a bang here. That's rare. That is not. This isn't PLO. This isn't another game. This is No Limit Hold'em. A royal flush.
Also with both players having something here. I'm not sure if I've seen a royal flush at Triton Poker before.
Wow.
And Michael thinks he has the best hand here with the straight. And actually is betting out big here, and Tommy must feel like this is Christmas over here.
Can you? I mean, yeah. Double check that, Tommy. Take a second. Soak it in. You got a royal getting bet into. You have the chip lead. 10 left. In the 6 max Triton. 50K. Million to first. Soak it in, buddy. Take a sec.
1 million.
And he comes up with a small raise.
Soiza's got. When Soiza goes for that size and it gets popped, it's sickening, right? It's absolutely. That's like part of the point of the bet. You're really not going to get raised. He calls.
Yeah, he's getting too good a price, but he has the royal
flush. So,
ooh, that's a good one for TV.
Tommy Kim.
Nice hand.
What a hand, man. Nice hand.
Running hot here. Wins this flip against Stevie. Now gets a royal flush and wins a super big pot again.
Gonna have to NFT his hat. I want to wear that hat. The Las Vegas.
That's pretty strong.
How many times can you get in a life?
Not many.
Not many.
Not many, especially in full deck. Not many. Yeah. Pretty good time to get it. 10 left and a 50K. 1.1 million for first.
He seems pretty calm for what just happened.
Seems experienced, although we were seeing his Triton record doesn't have results yet here, but 4.2 million. That's a lot. It's 20 plus stacks, 21 stacks in his stack right now. Tommy Kim from Korea, South Korea. Looks like no results on the Triton tour yet, but that has changed officially as he's in the money here. 10 left with a nice chip lead. Phil Ivey in second. A couple Hungarians in third and fourth, and Jason Kuhn in fifth at the moment.
All in?
Fold. Luck. Good hand you got there.
Not too bad.
Not too bad, yeah.
80.
Okay, another all in, and of course Ava is committed into the spot from the big blind, having just 80,000.
Yeah, if you're Soiza, all the pots are important. There's still 250 in there, so he's all in for 720, but there's some annies, there's some stuff, and...
Ooh.
Oh, this is almost a coin flip now.
The Jack of Spades, man. A little sweat, always at the TV, too.
Small card.
Jack of Spades, I think.
Small card.
Ooh.
Sweat. Another sweat.
Too many outs,
Below
man.
the nine.
Yeah.
Too many outs.
Yeah, I think you're getting the Queen of Clubs on the river, I think.
Well,
Okay.
GG, bro.
GG, brother.
Good luck, everyone.
Okay.
That's it for Eng Sean Eve. Good run here.
Nice
Takes
play.
home 99,000. 10th place.
Maybe the play of the day on that against Makita with the ace-9 suited jamming on his min raise.
Yeah, that was a cool play for sure.
And Soiza getting some chips back after that. Running into a royal flush. That's pretty special to witness a royal live. It's very rare. I don't know if maybe I've had one royal in my life live. Not many. I think one. Like, I don't even know if it was a 2 card. I think it was a 1 card if I remember right, a long time ago. But they're rare. We'll say it's rare.
Yeah, and usually your opponent doesn't have anything, right? And this time Michael with a straight himself. Yeah, he probably figured that his opponent might raise it up sometimes with a straight himself, so he didn't take too long to call with his straight there.
Failed flush. Too special. That's strong. Fun to watch. Fun to see. There's Jason with 1.8 million. 30 blinds still. 31 big blinds. Tommy Kim healthy first. 4.2. Second place 2.4. And finally lose one after it's been a little bit, but we're down to 9.
Yeah, now finally everybody officially has won 6 digits after 11th and 10th place got 99,000. Everybody has 113,000 safe now. And Stephen Chidwick with the ace king.
Oh, he's going to get a customer here.
It's 725.
All in?
Oh.
Oh, everyone had a pretty good hand there. King, queen, ace 4 suited, ace, king, 8. So we see an ace gone.
And every pot is big now. 1.5 million chip flip between Stephen Chidwick and Michael Seuser.
Yeah, important pot, of course. A lot of chips. Also potential elimination or even Seuser short and pretty good start for 2 8s. We know 1 ace is gone, so he's really got 5 outs with 2 cards to come.
Once they get their on the 10.
Oh, there's the ace.
Getting your wish.
Stephen jumps into the lead here. Still has to
fade a bunch.
Fade a bunch of outs.
Did it, Stevie.
Wheel. 725.
Break this down.
Yeah, this would have been a wheel at short deck, but of course it isn't here. So Stephen gets the big double up here. Back to 1.5 million.
Man, that flop seemed too good for 8s, didn't it? 6, 7, 9. We know an ace is gone, but Stevie Chidwick, he's always in the mix fighting. And he's still in, back to 1.5.
Yeah, unfortunate couple of hands for Michael Seuser here, who's our short stack now. Running his straight into the royal flush and now losing this flip.
Got his towers back. About the same tower as before, just reversed from bigger chips to the smaller ones more of, but he's still pretty healthy again. 1.5, and Soy's going to be on the short stack. No.
Yeah, marginal hand for Stevie here. Little more than 20 big blinds deep with the 8-6 off. Gets away from it.
So glad you didn't shove. It's gonna be.
This is it?
No, I mean I was folding, but it's just like the hand that, you know.
No, I mean for me.
Oh. No, you gotta have a better attitude than that, Mikey.
Hey, as in, this is it, time to go all in.
There you go. Time to double up.
Time to double up.
What are you, 31?
32 this year.
You kids, your whole life in front.
Please, man.
Speaking of kids, Jason had first child this last year and got his bracelet too. I got off the snide from 0 bracelets
like,
right after.
Well, at least for me, I'm like, I'm double that person's age. That is a weird feeling.
Stevie, of course, also dead. Him and his wife Maureen with a almost 3-year-old, as far as I know.
Actually, I know exactly how old. Almost 3 on the docks. It's 1 day apart from my son, and I'm gonna make a brag that my son has his first holding hands and kiss with his daughter. They're 1 day apart, so.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Stevie Chidwick
Big
could be
stretch for
a.
you, huh?
And Michael Seuser's all in here, committed from the big blind, the Jack Deuce.
I mean, it's
I think
decent
it's
size
3, 4,
pot.
5 is the flop.
Yeah,
I
it could
think.
have been worse for him.
How about 3 hearts? That would be nice.
Not asking for a lot, just 3 hearts.
How about 9, 5, 6 all hearts? There's a 9.
Heart for us, right?
Queen of Hearts now, right?
10. Oh, it's a 3. So he's down to a Jack. Jack only 7%.
GG, boys.
All right, my man.
GG.
GG to Michael Seuser.
2 hearts there.
Ninth place with 113,000.
Yeah.
Another good performance. Was an unlucky half an hour for him.
5 minutes, but I just want to run to the urinal. Oh.
But he can buy into the next tournament for free if he
Well
invests
played,
his
man.
113,000
Good start to the
into the
trip. Get in
100K
there.
no limit holder main event.
Yes.
Thank you. Good game.
Yeah, I think it's also really important to look at, you look at flips in tournaments and it's you're like, oh, there's variance and this and that, but Stevie, we saw him lose before for the chip lead pot with King Queen to 7,
You're back,
so
baby.
Yeah, sorry.
I had the.
A lot of these players you find that win a lot of pots. They win a lot of uncontested pots in different spots, and the big thing is too, are you covering people, right? If you take a coin flip or you are.
Back and forth over there?
Yeah, what's going on? We're just.
Yeah, gentlemen's agreement to just like.
And we all have the chip leads.
Yeah.
Like the average stack is not big over there at all.
What, they're talking about a balance here?
Yeah, I assume one of the players
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
'cause
outer
it's
table
3
is
there,
going
yeah.
to move to the feature table, so we'll be 4.
Oh, a special rare four-handed poker.
Yeah, excited.
But I was saying, it's you talk about running good or not, but that's a lot of
1.95. How much do you have,
the
Steve?
game. You find ways to win chips in spots that others
1.6.
don't, and then when you take flips, you cover them or not, right? If you're short or you get an ace jack to ace king.
Oh, and are we all in at the outer table
Wow, this could be.
also?
Oh, it's a double for Mr. Greenwood.
A little more.
What did you say? Yeah, 1.9.
1.95. Yeah.
Okay, they're gonna split up the Hungarians. 1 at each seems fair for four-handed poker coming up.
And did Andros just lose an all-in against Sam Greenwood and now has to move to the feature table? This seems like unfortunate timing.
I really should have paid.
We can take a look at the poker room, and in the back we actually see the 100K going on. Some familiar faces in the background. Carry Cats there on the right.
Who also has 2.3 million. So we're gonna have 1, 3, 4, and 5 in chips.
While Andros walks over to our feature table.
Hello. I am in blank. Yes. Welcome. Let's get it.
Yeah, Andros Nemeth, as we mentioned before, doesn't have a Triton cash so far, but a lot of success online and live, and taking home his first Triton cash in this very tournament.
Yeah, you see that sometimes. First cash is a final table or even a win, and it's hard to do that, but this is he's got it. He's got in position right now at least, but tough task with these 3 guys. Not saying he doesn't know how to play, but these are 3 guys that have been doing it for so many years, so consistent, so seasoned. But again, we don't know much about Tommy. Maybe he's played a lot of cash games. He looks comfortable. Looks like he knows what he's doing, and maybe a bit of an advantage in some respects that he's an unknown. They don't know completely what he's capable of or not, and they're obviously getting a little bit of a feel for what he's capable of and what he does. But not a lot of hands they played with him.
Yeah, and he has played well so far. So certainly anybody's game here. While we have two very similar hands going at each other here. Tommy with his standard 80,000 continuation bet. Around like 27% pot or something. A little too weak to continue here for Andras. Does have the overcard, but of course the ace isn't close to being live every time.
I got 1.9. He's got a pile. Got it in dramatic fashion too. It's pretty sweet. Made a royal flush. Really? Yeah. Raised the river and got called. Pretty sweet.
I mean, talk about a
What
time
were
to
you
get
thinking?
it.
Were you like, oh my god?
At a feature in a 50K in your first ever
No, but it was a 4 straight.
Triton tournament, and at the feature, right? Like it could have been at the other table or just during the thing. It's you got that memory to have it recorded, videoed.
Definitely.
Pretty cool. And paid in a big pot.
Bro. I had, at the World Series last fall, I had quads over quads in short deck, which was hilarious. I was just like, how? Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, like, how is this possible? The guy's potting the river and I have like top quads. I'm just like, what is happening?
135. Raise 135.
Yeah, we're gonna have to brush up on our short deck hand rankings because I know this is what flush beats a full house and.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that actually. So after this 100K no limit tournament, we have some short deck up action coming up for you guys.
Be ready to fire some short deck at the World Series this year. Are you gonna play?
I feel like I have to.
After
right?
after we do some commentary on it.
And another confrontation between Stevie and Jason here, who have played a lot of pots against each other. Naturally sitting button versus big blind here.
Check.
Jason flops best here, second pair. But Stevie has a gut shot and a spade. Can certainly start betting here if he elects to. Jason, of course going to call with his middle pair. Let's see the turn.
Stevie's got a spade in there, which is nice. Potentially later useful. Wow. Very interesting card here. He's got that 10 of spades is valuable. I mean, that's a very big interaction on this board all of a sudden. And a tricky card for Kuhn, right? You go from not sure to less sure.
Yeah, and Stevie can definitely barrel this card if he wants to. I mean, he has the 10 of spades as you mentioned, and this is gonna make it very tough for Jason Kuhn to continue, even against a bet this small.
Yeah, Kuhn, you can tell his senses thinking something's not right here. This is high level. This is a very exciting hand, and problem is for Jason, I think if he sticks on here, right, it's going to be Stevie's not going to slow down if he calls this one.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Nice bluff here by Stevie. Important pot. I believe that's the last hand of this level.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. We're getting close to a final table. 7-handed is where we need to get to. As you see, Tommy Kim after that royal flush, 4.2 million, looking very strong. He's got double the next stack at his table, but there's a whole nother table there. So 8 left, sitting in first. Tommy Kim, can he get it done in his first Triton event? The dream. What do you think? Do you think he gets it done? I mean, he's got the chips.
I mean, after hitting that royal flush, I mean, all the doors are open for him. 4.2 million. This is super exciting. Playing against the best of the world here. Yeah, 8 players left. We're gonna have a final table soon. What do you think? Who's your favorite?
Yeah, I mean, the guy hit a royal. It's his first time here. I got to root for Tommy Kim. I mean, Jason, Steve, so many talented players. We got the 2 Hungarians in there. Phil Ivey was at the other outer feature. We're going to see him very soon again, I'm sure. And, you know, we got Ali Najad, Brian Rasnick going to come in, and we're going to play to a winner, $1 million to first. Let's watch some highlights, and we'll see you guys after the break.
They were asking me to, but I thought I was doing it. But I guess I have my phone just like here. So.
Yeah, that was probably it.
It's hard because they give you something to look at on your phone.
Yeah. On the side.
So now this is a similar scenario to the very start of the day where we saw a limp on the button 20 big blinds deep. I mean, Michael Adamo has more than these 10 or 20 big blinds, but his opponents are short, and so he decided to limp. But Ben Heath finds the ace-9, and against the 6.5 big blind jam, Michael Adamo has to call with his ace.
Yeah, so Ben Heath does find a promising position here, 3-1 favorite, roughly.
How you feeling?
Hello,
I don't know if you're the type to. No, some people just have feelings, or you know.
Adamo's not a feeling player, huh? He's just
put your head down and forget about it.
Oh my goodness.
How's your feeling now, Ben?
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I feel like I got the 10 of hearts.
Michael with a little needle there. How's your feeling now? Yeah, unfortunate for Ben. I mean, he came to the tables for short stacked and got his chips in good.
Man, this guy, what a flop even there. 7, 8, Jack, ace-9 in commanding position, and just like that.
Yeah, you don't lose too many chips, obviously, if you run into a better hand. Still get some value from worse.
see Brewer going to work here, opening up, and Jason in the small blind versus dealer open. He is in a pretty good spot to put it in. The ace queen.
Yeah, easy decision here. 18 big blinds deep, just jams it with the ace queen and the force. Yeah, you.
That's the pair I'm gonna make right there.
Calls for the pocket pair, and this is just a classic flip again.
We saw ace queen get there versus ace king earlier. This time it's a flip. We saw Paul get it in behind Chris Brewer's ace king, and now Jason is going to need to go ahead. He did call. He was going to make a pair. Starts well.
That's how you
Flops
jinx
the ace.
yourself, my friend.
4.5% on the river, and it is not going to come through. And Jason is going to get a nice double there. 760,000 all of a sudden.
Yeah, you can see that these pots are getting bigger and bigger, right? This is just a simple pre-flop all-in spot, but 760,000 in the middle, almost fortunately as the big stack. You especially want these, want to have these middling stacks at the table that you can put a lot of pressure on, and the short decks obviously. And now, yeah, we'll see who's ready to battle here, and who's maybe taking the foot off the gas a little bit. Yeah, but all of these guys are, as we discussed earlier, super experienced at these stages. Yeah, I'm especially excited to see the Hungarian players. Both of them very aggressive. We might see some cool hands here, especially tangling with Adamo. Interesting development here. William 3-betting the ace-king, and Richard Young has ace-jack behind him with only 10 big blinds. Will he go with his ace-jack or not is the question. If there wasn't a 3-bet before him, he would certainly go with it, but he decides just with 10 big blinds, ace-jack suited, has to take the spot. Unlucky that he runs into the ace-king of William here. And with just 7 of the money, a huge moment for both of these players.
What's it?
Yeah, Richard, can't blame him. Of course, huge hand. William playing ace-king, and does flop the king, but picks up a gut shot with the ace-jack all of a sudden. No backdoor diamond's going to need a 10. And just
there it is.
No way. He had jumped out of his seat.
Standing
Couldn't
up,
believe it.
yeah.
Kind of hard to believe, and it really came. Could still chop.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow. What a insane run out there. All the emotion. Pretty.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I stay the whole time, but I think so. I think so. I'm excited to play. The aces are improving that Andros has from the ace-deuce over the ace-8 to the ace-king now. And Richard Young with a suited ace-7 goes with it and is running into the ace-king once again.
Yeah, pretty unlucky for Richard that he keeps running to the top of people's range when he's short stack, but got the suits going. He's got suited. Good chop. 2-1 dog only. A little about 70-30 even. I mean, there's some chops too.
Yeah, he's certainly not somebody who's afraid to put his chips in, and flops best here once again. Flops the 7. Now the roles are reversed. Andros actually needs a king now. Five on the turn, 3 outs only. The king will help him, and that's not one of them. So Richard Young will actually double up to 555,000.
Yeah, this is a guy, Andros Nemeth.
Yeah, and you can tell that things are getting a little more serious. We're not hearing too much table talk anymore. Every hand is important. And Richard gonna show us how to play the ace queen. Rejams against the Phil Ivey Open. Oh, wow. and runs right into the kings from Laszlo. He's gonna ask for the count and will of course
41.
call after getting confirmation how much it is for.
I like how he asked that. Like it was a real, like it seemed like a really genuine. How much is it? Like it wasn't, you know, it just sounded kind of like, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he knows he's absolutely putting money in.
Yeah, of course. For some of you wondering why he takes his time, he doesn't want to give away the strength of his hand for the people acting behind him, of course. And let's see if Richard can win another one of those. This one is bigger than the ones before. 900,000 pot.
All right, here we go. It's that time. It's time to get to a final table. Live from the Marriott, Crystal Cove. We're here in Cyprus. Jeff Gross alongside Corey Aldemar. We're gonna play to a final table tonight. It's happening, and then a winner. We're gonna take a break after we hit the final table. When it does happen, let's see. Players are. Look at that mountain. Steven Chidwick just cool as a cucumber, having a snack. He's had a little bit of roller coaster, but he's got the chips sitting in there. There it is, 50K, no limit hold'em, six-handed, first event back, 33 months. Jason Kuhn referenced that yesterday on social media. I mean, that's a long time, and they've waited, and here they are, finding themselves. If you're still in, it's a good spot to be in because it's $1 million up top.
And it's a good spot to be the chip leader here. Tommy Kim coming in as the chip leader, 4.1 million. Second in chips sits Phil Ivey at the outer table, actually, with close to 2.5 million. So it's going to be very exciting to see who makes the final table. We only need one elimination until we reach the final table of 7.
Level 20, 40,000, 80,000, 80,000. Dealers, start please.
Yeah, everyone checking, getting a little, see what's happening, see the chip counts, where it's at, but Tommy Kim, he knows what's going on. He's chip leader, he's in control. Close to double seconds, got double third. Phil Ivey with 2.47. Don't worry, you'll be likely seeing him, assuming he makes final table. Guarantee he'll be there if he is there, right? If there's, you'll see him because there's only no two tables. It'll be down to one table. If he's in, you're seeing him. I know a lot of people are calling for Phil Ivey in the chat. He was on the feature for a good bit of the day earlier. Stevie Chidwick right to work, still chewing on his food. And Jason Kuhn, the big hand in the small blind, playing four-handed.
Yeah, 20 big blinds, ace queen off. This is just a jam from the small blind out of position. And he will win the open race and the big blind and the ante. Always feels good to win these pots. First hand after the break. Blinds have gone up, of course. And yeah, one thing is for certain. Doesn't matter who busts next. We will see a super interesting final table. I mean, look at this field that's left. Only big names, basically.
Yeah, you want to start tallying some lifetime earnings here. It's going to be pretty high. I mean, probably imagine we're already well north of 100 million. Some of these guys with Phil Ivey and I mean Elton Sang even has won the one drop, the one in Europe for 12 million. And then you look at Chidwick, Kuhn, Greenwood, and the two Hungarian superstars. So yeah, we're probably north of 100 million pretty easily here.
Yeah, actually the newest face in the field is our chip leader, Tommy Kim, which makes it kind of exciting.
It's pretty cool about these stops too. There's just huge action going. You want to look over just on the over your shoulder, you'll see going here is the 100K as well. So as soon as, you know, this will be $1 million to first today. Some big names, but the 100K going, that's going to be, we'll be into day 2 right into tomorrow. This will probably take us through the day. Imagine that, you know, that whenever we do reach a final table, it's still going to be some play left. So this will probably, that's what we'll cover today. And then tomorrow we'll pick up the 100K on day 2.
So our tournament short stack actually is Laszlo Bujtas on the other table now. He lost some pots over there and is down to 11 big blinds. But yeah, Sam Greenwood 14 big blinds and Jason and Steven just a little bit more than 20 big blinds, so anything can happen.
Jason's got 2 million checking in over there, just seeing, taking a little extra second, but he's got a very playable hand in the cutoff. And again, just understanding the situation. You got Tommy Kim, chip leader on your left, raising 2 great players, and just not the time for the 7-8 suited.
Yeah, exactly. Like we mentioned earlier, no relevant blockers with the 8-7 suited, just 20 big steep. You can't call a rejam. You just want these hands that can flop top pair, block your opponent from having a good hand. So it makes sense to fold this hand, although it hurts a little bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I'm saying I'm new to the table as a new chip leader, new face, maybe not as familiar with Tommy, and 7-3 off, just not a hand to go to bat with. And Tommy has been getting some like perfect hands on the button, not like wasting hands, right? Where he's like raising and folding with aces or kings. He's getting like ace-2 off, ace-3 off, ace-3 off, raising, taking it down, doing what he's supposed to do, keep the pressure on, and really just the only real resistance he got was when Soiza gave a nice check raise with the king 7 off when he had 7-8 suited. At that time, he had around 800K. That was an important pot for his stack, but won a flip and then he's been chipping up and playing aggressive and playing well, and finds himself with the 4 million stack here, 20x starting.
Yeah, I like the way he's been playing. He's not overdoing it either. He's not opening too many hands.
Yeah.
So yeah, very calm performance by him. And yeah, Stevie, similar spot as the 8-7 suited, also the 6-4 suited, 25 big steep. It's just a fold on the button.
Call, yes.
Kuhn weighing the options here, whether to check his option or put some pressure on there. He is slightly covered and essentially effectively the same stack.
275.
Yeah, and some of the time he will use these hands as a bluff. He has the queen. These 1 high card, 1 low card hands are oftentimes hands you see being raised in these kind of situations. 10-9 off, a little too good to fold right away though. So
wow,
we will actually see quite a big flop here, more than 600,000 in the middle.
Yeah, these are 2 guys that know their small blind, big blind charts, and I think one of the areas that people can improve on the most is just some of the, well, hello, quite a flop there for the 9-10. Small blind, big blind, tricky, and often a very frequent spot you see. So if you're not brushed up on your small blind, big blind, it's a good place to do a little bit of work and look at, because it's important to know what hands you're supposed to check back, what hands you're supposed to raise, and
interesting turn here. I mean, the Jack 8-7 interacts very, very well with the hands that Andros would limp call here, so Jason isn't going to c-bet everything. Queen 5 wasn't much on the flop, so he just checks it back. Picks up some equity on the turn though, with the 10 coming in. Andros won't give him this equity for free though. Comes with a bet, and this will probably do it most of the time.
It has stopped. Okay, you guys can run it.
Andros is a little disappointed.
yeah, calls a big bet pretty out of position there, although he said a little too good to fold, and then flops the stone colds.
Huh? Should have let you to bet 1 with your king 5 off.
Queen 5 off.
Queen?
Wow. See how good these guys are, just knowing exactly what their opponents have.
Yeah, it's spooky close. I mean,
We see an all-in and a call, and it looks like Sam Greenwood doubled up once again, if I'm not mistaken.
Who was that?
Sam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I was playing slow.
Yeah, so we have it's a nice pay jump here, 34K from 9th to 8th.
Suited?
But there's another 40.
The 9.
Oh shit!
41K jump here as well as the final table.
Yeah, and it looked like Sam didn't have too many chips left. It seems like Laszlo maybe won an all in against him prior, because Sam was down to 3 big blinds before his double up right now. So he's actually our short stack now.
Nemeth going for with the 8-9 off, and look at Tommy coming in. Says, "Hey, I'm chip leader. Do you not know that? You don't get to just raise, take it. I'm at the bottom of my range basically, but I'm in there."
Yeah, with this chip stack, it's a little more comfortable to call here and see a flop.
Got it through.
Your opponents have to play a little more careful against you, but not when they hit 3 9s.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate too, because Tommy does flop about, with you 7-4 off on 9-9-4, rainbow looks pretty good. And if you're Nemeth, you can't believe it. I'm getting let into here. What could you have? That's what he's thinking. I have the 9.
Oh, very, very interesting play. I actually don't mind this too much, the lead here. As the chip leader, you're supposed to put some pressure on, and with a small lead here on this paired flop, yeah, it's kind of a cool play. Just a little unfortunate, as you mentioned, running into the 9 here.
0.1% chance to win the hand. It's also, I'll tell you, it's way less than that to make a royal flush, though, and he did that. But it's not going to get the runner-runner, 0.1%. Check mark on the turn. He does slow down after the lead flop, and Nemeth. It's a 4-card rainbow with the trips, and you're in position. It's a pretty good spot, especially when your opponent leads and now checks.
Yeah, and Andros is trying to figure out what his opponent could have here. Of course, hopes that his opponent has something, 4 or a king.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
Comes with a bet here. I mean, he has to bet at some point, right, with the trips.
Yeah, it might almost look more fishy to bet than check. Like, I think, Tommy obviously liked the flop. The turn's kind of like he doesn't necessarily get to get a king. So he is going to stick on here. And look at this. Nemeth going to apparently extract some value. We're going to go to a river, and not really any scare cards for Nemeth. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy bet super small on the flop.
Oh, my goodness. This is an absurd run out. I mean, this is honestly absurd. And even to the point where Tommy, I mean, he does check, okay, but this is a pretty insane run out. Like, and the whole board, the whole hand is insane for how fortunate of a spot this is for Nemeth with this hand in this situation. There's a lot in there. 1.2 million. The opponent leads, calls. I mean, if you got to think he has something, right? So the sizing is so big here. I mean, he could potentially take the chip lead.
Yeah, and there aren't really any draws, so it's not unlikely that your opponent has
800.
a 4 here.
Oh my goodness,
Nemeth comes with a 2/3 pot.
He's almost, I mean, it would be almost no way he can fold.
No.
Wow. Man, what a spot for Nemeth. Just gets basically full value, and I mean, really the only way out would have been on the turn, right? Could have maybe folded. You can't blame him for calling. Then on the river, you certainly can't blame him for calling there.
No, I mean, he bet so small on the flop, so Andros is probably going to float with some hands, some overcards like the 10-jack, the backdoor or something. So I definitely don't mind the check call on the turn, and on the river, of course, there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, it's really sick. The lead out was interesting, but I'll tell you what else is interesting, GG Poker. Play online at GG Poker, and Mr. Kuhn just on cue. There he is. It's 4-handed right now, four legends there. He's one of the 4, and Elke, Fedor, Daniel, GG Poker, and Triton. It's just a good mix. But for today, we're talking about live poker, and today we are down to 8. Looking to get down to 7 for the final table, official final table. of the 6 max no limit 50K first event back, 33 months. It's going to be a treat. Gonna have Brian Rast and Ali coming in today later too. I'm gonna try to get the gym in. I'm gonna have it up though. I'm gonna be watching. I'll tell you that. I'm invested at this point. We've been here a long time today. I want to see how this plays out.
Yeah, let's see how long this is gonna take until we reach the final table. While our new chip leader Andros Nemeth is opening up the cutoff with a good hand, but Jason Kuhn behind him with a monster, short-handed. Ace queen suited.
It's interesting too. You know, Jason off of the stack size. We saw it earlier where he 3-bet, not jamming, and
How much
just seems very comfortable
1.61
with these stack sizes and situations. Short-handed, short stacked, medium stacked, short medium, and Nemeth kind of for how wide he's going to open. He actually has a decent hand here.
Yeah, but probably not quite good enough against the 20 big blinds. That's close though.
Calls.
Oh, actually does make the call.
It's interesting because Sam's so short at the other table too. Not that Jason's scared to, like, as we see, he's trying to extract value, not even just shoving here. But you know, there is a. I know Jason wouldn't like to go out now, right? With 3 blinds, the pay jumps, the final table, the whole deal. But ace queen suited is so strong in this spot. Pretty clean flop too if you're Kuhn, right? You got to figure if he's got a low pair, he's probably gonna just run it with you. So it kind of seems like his hand's more weighted towards those broadways.
Yeah, he's gonna have the best hand a lot here. And what the small 3-bet does, it's not only he can that he can 3-bet bluff some hands this way. Also, if in the slight possibility that everybody behind him goes all in, he can actually get away from ace queen suited there. It's not likely, but it's something you have to think about too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you also, just from being so comfortable post flop, being able to play, right? That's part of that. If he's just feels like not as in tune with that, like maybe just shoving, but he just feels like, you know what, I know where my opponent's at if he calls. And
Andros is not a believer, actually calls the 250,000. And we're going to return. Very interesting here. Only half pot left to play. Another deuce on the turn, so all the aces would chop it up here. Andros could slow play a hand like aces here sometimes.
300.
And Jason, wow, this is great poker. Just
really, it's at some point. I mean, Nemeth, the crazy part is if you're Nemeth, it's sort of annoying, right? To call the 3-bet pre, now call the flop bet. You're just like, really? Am I just like, what am showing a little bit of visibility, frustration here. The gig is up. I think he's gonna give it up.
I really don't believe you this time.
I had a big fucking hand, man.
You had a big fucking hand?
Huge hand, yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
I promise.
Eh.
I mean.
Overcards your pair.
I think I made the best fold actually.
Yeah, I'm just a little scared that Jason would show up with a hand like
yeah,
the
I
Jack
think
10
so
suited there. Oh, and what are we seeing there? Is that it? We see Sam Greenwood standing up there.
I don't know.
It looks like Sam Greenwood is out in 8th place actually.
Yeah, that looked. I think that's it. I mean, unless
You thought I was messing around?
I still think you were.
You mean like on post flop or just like all around?
Everywhere.
Yeah?
Kind of everywhere, yeah.
I think the people at the feature table haven't realized it yet, but I believe Sam Greenwood busted actually.
So.
I had a really big hand.
Then I made a silly play. Then I made a silly play on the flop.
Well, Jason's not lying, but
No, you might have had some live cards, maybe. Probably not. You're probably in really bad shape. You had king jack with the backdoor flush draw or something?
I had king jack, but I didn't have a flush draw.
Oh, okay.
Backdoor
You were
flush
just gonna
draw.
fuck me up.
No, I actually thought I had the best hand sometimes.
Yeah, when he's got broadways and Jason has the ace queen, it's a likely
Exactly, like if
hand. He
think I
wasn't
have that,
dominated,
why
but
would you bet me?
as we look here, this is it. We're gonna go into the final table. This is the fourth from this feature, 3.2 million. Tommy Kim, who had the chip lead, has 33 blinds right now. So Jason Kuhn chipping up pretty tight. Anyone's game. There's gonna be 7 left. Final table. And we're gonna come back. Corey, what are you thinking?
Yeah, this has been some amazing poker. This was super exciting to watch that and commentate that. I believe the players are gonna go on dinner now, and after the dinner break, actually Ali Nejat and Brian Rust are gonna take over for you guys. So yeah, it was a pleasure to see these superstars play. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. This was fun. I'm gonna watch it all the way out, and I got to stick with my man Tommy Kim as the winner. Who do you like?
I'm gonna go with my Hungarian buddy Andras Nemeth after this big pot he won. He's a great player, and even though he made a misstep maybe with the king jack there, he's gonna be exciting to watch.
All right, well, you heard our picks. A lot of dangerous players, big action. Phil Ivey in the mix as well. So we hope you enjoy. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and tonight Brian Rass, Ali Nejad taking it over. Final 7 when we come back after dinner. Wow, look at this.
Some two big hands clash here. I mean, this might just go in. Chris only has 25 bigs to start the hand. And is happy to see Mike reaching for those big chips.
Wow, look at this for 6-handed. This is a lot of firepower hands. Ace 10, not a bad hand. 6-handed. Jack 10 suited is a pretty one. Queens and Ace King, and yeah, I don't really see too many other options here. Phil with the cool million chip stack. Start with 200, so he's 5x the stack already. Sitting really nice, and looks like, you know, his mind's working here, but he's going to get out of the way. Just feels like Ace King. When you get Ace King 6-handed, it's just, how is it not the best? How are you not just sitting so nice? And he is going to, it's going to be some bad news because he's up against a hand he doesn't want to see, although it still is essentially a coin flip. But you see the 56% advantage for queens, and he's going to get snap called. Going to be off to the races here.
Yeah, both are going to be a little disappointing seeing the other's hand, thinking, wow, how can he have a hand that good? Especially cut off against button. Yeah, there's nothing either player can do. And we'll see if Chris has a really good start here or if he is out of the door already.
So Watt's gonna extend his lead. See the percentages there, 76%, about 3-1 favorite after dodging the flop.
Yeah, we saw Phil folding an ace already, so let's see if.
Yeah, it's true.
we
It's
can hit here.
it's not accounting that in the percentages because
Oh,
my
there's
goodness,
the king.
look at that. It's a tough one.
245.
Look at that Sir Watts doesn't even flinch,
No.
doesn't even show any emotion.
He's been
It's
there
absolutely such a big EV pot, such a huge swing, you know, in terms of position at the table, knocking out a great player, and just like that, man, the river, the hopes and dreams. That's what poker's such a great game. You know, there's so much skill, there's so much fun within the game, but there's so much luck too. So it's just I was just Delta Premium and it didn't work out. Now I was going to get to try again, a little different chip stack. He is under the gun, and look at this.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's just reversed. He just tried queens versus ace king. Now we're going to get to see the difference. And, you know, Artur, who is known as an aggressive player, we just saw him get a 3-bet in with the real hand, is going to get another hand here right away. And we almost just can't believe it, right? You just get to make a 3-bet. Now you get queens, and you see a player raising. Oh, you're on the button, and there it is, going to pop it up again. So Mike Watson now on that similar. I think he started with 27 blinds or so, just around that range to start. So this is easily another collision. We could be seeing 5 here again.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see anything else than the jam and the call here. And there it is.
This time he's going to be the slight underdog, but again, a coin flip situation.
Yeah, he could be back to where he started the day.
It's always nice to win the first one, though. Now it's
Exactly.
for life. So let's see what happens. Sir Watts gonna need this one.
Oh.
Not a great start. He's gonna be down to. I guess he does have the running diamonds.
He has the diamonds, but yeah,
jack.
I'll be happy to see the jack right away.
Oh wow! Look at
there's
this,
the
man. This
diamond.
isn't. People say online poker might be rigged. No, it's just that's how it works. There's action. You know, this is real action. Big sweat, and not gonna be it.
That's very frustrating. I mean, losing with queens to ace king, then ace king to queens. There's nothing he can do about it.
Circumstances you don't get dealt in. Your chip stack and kind of at the mercy of the cards when you get that chip depth. And we're gonna see Artur, who's been distribution-wise getting big hands. He's on the button with queens. He's on the button with tens. And Danny here. This is a tough spot. I mean, Artur's definitely with his stack gonna be opening wider than that and get snap called.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. He waited patiently and runs into the tens now.
Please complete a hand you're on, otherwise raise the blinds 6,000, 12,000, 12,000.
Over. Commentators. Are you hearing this? We need help. We need help.
Oh, Danny
he
calls
asked
one
for it.
in.
Hold.
There it is.
Commentators. Oh, Danny. Oh, not over yet. Gonna have to fade a couple four. Oh no, so he's
Sevens,
got.
no, I mean that.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's. All right.
You don't need the ace.
Secure now, our commentators. We're good.
Then he makes the straight
to the next.
actually to double up. This is how you do it, apparently.
We saw the head shake from Brewer on the turn. We see the Danny Tang calling one in.
This hand.
Yeah, we hadn't seen premium hands in a while. We had some of them at the start, but now we see Chris with the ace king. Let's see if somebody behind him wakes up with a big hand.
Maybe he could. I'm not
Looks
sure.
like Paul has a decision here.
I know he couldn't go to some other places.
Oh wow. Paul picks up the ace queen. He has around 30 bigs, so small blind against cutoff. Let's see what he does.
Thank you.
Yeah, he decides that his hand is good enough to 3-bet here.
Yeah, please. Yes.
And after Phil will fold his queen for Chris. As we saw earlier, 30 bigs deep, 25 bigs deep. We'll probably go with his ace king.
Yeah, if you're Paul, it's not a great spot all of a sudden because you realize the news that he's probably doesn't have ace jack, but you know, once your hand's so strong, you're going to be in a flip a lot, and you know, it's possible. Could have the same hand, could have a worse hand, and Paul realizes though this is not an ideal scenario.
Yeah, this is annoying. I mean, you feel like your hand is too good to three bet forward, but you also feel like your opponent has a good hand here. Tough spot.
There's the mullet equity too. He's rocking the mullet haircut. And
yeah, he makes the call. Can't blame him. Cut off against small blind 30 big steep. Has to get lucky here.
Huh? I think I would have just ripped it. I probably just ripped it.
We saw Phil fold a queen in the big blind, so there's actually only 2 outs.
Oh,
but
wow.
He picks up the flush draw here actually.
it's a pretty. You see a coin flip all of a sudden going fast though to the river. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
the whole
and he gets there.
little roll. Makes the second nuts by the end of it.
Yeah, you see the disappointment face from Chris. Yeah, again, he won those coin flips before. Now he got it in good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get recognized a little more now. And Artur the Jack's another good hand.
He's just got a hand every hand. Ooh, Brewer. What a hand too.
Oh, with just 21 bigs, the king queen suited looks very nice.
All in.
He decides to jam. It makes sense. And Artur with the easy call with the jacks, and we have another coin flip.
You want it ace 10 off, huh? Nice. That's greedy.
Yeah, Chris has been here before again for like 550,000. And there's the queen.
Artur, a little shake of the head, just kind of realized like, man, I'm getting the best hands. Like I'm at the top of my range too, and I'm losing the ace-7. I'm losing these flips, and
yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I mean, yeah, he had over 1 million before. Didn't make any mistakes really.
and use some big bet sizes, puts people to the test. So
yeah, I heard he was down to like a big blind or 2 at some point yesterday. I believe he had less than 5,000 chips at some point, and he ran it all up.
That's just not right. That just doesn't seem right. At least make him re-enter, you know. Elton's been getting a lot of tricky hands. You know, he's getting 10-8 suited. He's getting low pairs. He's not getting any clear cut, just monster hands. And seems like he's made some pretty good decisions though. So far, Artur gonna come along with a queen 10 off. So everyone kind of has different board coverage here. Interesting flop. No one really in love with it. Brewer does have the significant lead actually as it stands, but 2 other players having just an 8. It's not.
Yeah, these 3-way pots are super tricky. I think Chris will check a decent amount of his hands here. We saw him check very quickly. I'm not sure if he just checks everything or not here. And yeah, Artur actually makes the best hand here on the turn. But Chris could have checked back a hand like top pair here easily. So Artur isn't certain that he has the best hand, and it's a close spot whether to bet or check again. Decides to bet this time. Third pot certainly makes sense with this hand strength. Get some protection against some hands. It's one of the most important things at poker, like getting rid of the equity of your opponent, basically. And as we saw earlier, Elton doesn't like to fold quickly. yeah, you beat a lot of the straight draws, but it's just a guessing game with these small pairs here.
Yeah, it's not fun to call. Have to be good, and then have to hold, and then have to have another decision. I mean, he does have position, but he gives it up.
Yeah,
Shows
good
discipline. I think a lot of people approach pairs like, oh, I'll set mine, and you know, if I hit it.
Next turn. No, you should go now, and then I time 24. Yeah, you should go now.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of a calm day for Ivy so far. He didn't play too many super big pots. Picks up some chips here and there. And is in a good situation here once again.
Tough spot.
Looks like Danny is taking his time here because the break is coming up actually.
Just in case. If he comes back and his hand is...
Or the level, right? They're not. It's not
oh, right.
level
Yeah,
change.
exactly. The next level is...
You better tank, okay?
Alright, I'll give you some time.
Or is someone going to the restroom?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Artur's 3-bet Phil a bunch here. He does. I mean, King Jack, he flats. He's got position. Phil had a hand this time. If he had got 3-bet, he would have been at least playing. But we're gonna go to a flop 3-way. Phil does have the lead currently.
And we see 3 spades, no spade for either player. But Phil and Artur both with a good top pair, so this could get dicey if we don't see another spade rolling off at some point.
Lines went up, lines 10, 15, 19, lines up.
Yeah, and we could hear the tournament director announce that the level is going to go up next hand actually. Yes. That's a pretty safe turn card for the ace-jack. Checks it over though, of course he doesn't have to have the best hand here. Artur can certainly have a lot of flushes here. All these sets are possible too. So he decides to play it a little more careful here. And depending on how it goes, put another value bet in on the river maybe, or looking to check call and pick up a bluff. With this hand though, Artur is actually value betting again with a worst of it again, which is kind of unlucky. And Phil is certainly gonna continue here. It's top pair, top. Oh wow! Wow! Phil, oh, this is super interesting actually. Phil kind of knew that Artur was value betting here.
I don't think that's a good assessment of to make that blanket statement for sure not. But hey, it's 33 months since the last Triton event. It's we haven't seen Phil play in a while, and you know he may be experimenting with some new styles. But again, that was I don't think you can really blame him for folding. Although we were both surprised for sure. Although I think there's going to be bigger mistakes or things you could look at in tournaments than that. That was just one spot, one thing, and he's got a very healthy stack.
And yeah, we not seeing the graphics here for a moment, but it looks like Danny moved all in here with a short stack, and there we are. Oh, and Danny has 9s, and Paul with the ace-king is certainly going to call, and he did, and another coin flip situation.
Credit to Danny.
We need help again. Get me 2 9s, okay? Maybe 1.
Calling it in.
Too greedy, man.
I know, right? Sorry, take it back 1.
Oh.
Interesting
Ooh.
Still 60-40, pretty much.
Wow, improves. Gonna hold Danny Tang.
Danny makes another straight to double up here.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2 on all ins. This one he was actually slightly ahead.
Yeah, and the dealer
Yeah, Richard Young hanging in there, still in, 28 left. Ivan Liao, very fun player to watch. Jason Kuhn lurking around. He's got 16 blinds still. A lot of big names.
Look what's developing here.
Wow.
Blind versus blind. Phil just limping in with the aces, and Arthur is looking at pocket queens.
And honestly, it's gonna be. This is such an interesting dynamic for Phil. Like those Guess and Phil. Look at you, if you're talk about waiting for a spot. This is a pretty big one. And Archer's been popping him a lot with, again, hands. I'm sure Phil knows that. He's maybe getting some intel or realizing, after seeing the delay, that it's not like Archer's messing with them, but here this is as big as it gets.
And after the blinds have gone up, they're not that deep anymore. They're around 800,000, so this is like less than 60 big blinds deep. Blind versus blind. Queens are a monster, unless you run into the aces, of course.
Wow, Phil doesn't have to think. He's not going to steam long after making that fold. He's going to get, and this is
So this is a tough decision for Arthur, whether to just call here and see a flop, or whether to go with his hand. Phil's range is going to be pretty polarized here from the small blind, but queens he decides are good enough, and this is crazy.
Blind versus blind. Fuck, so sick. I've been playing so tight, I didn't even raise them.
Yeah, Arthur's just can't believe it. He's just gotten so many good hands, but been in.
Queen only can help him on the river.
Not going to be.
Not going to make it. And Phil wins the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
Wow.
And actually moves up to 1.8 million, and Arthur's unfortunate day continues. Running the queens into the aces.
How many times do you think Phil's done this little stack grab? He knows how to slide his stack over. He's gonna have to wait to get his first Triton cash, at least not in event 1. Very accomplished player, but no cash ever. And you can see that on Triton/poker.com.
Me too.
Take a look at players' results.
No, I haven't used one.
Yeah, I used one.
You used one for ball.
Yeah, interesting spot there for Paul. After the button open, he has a little less than 30 big blinds with his king queen. So again, different options were available for him. Decides to go with a call. That keeps the worst hands from the button in. So it kind of makes sense. He could have maybe thought about jamming here also.
Whoa. Phil.
And Phil Ivy.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Squeezing from the small blind.
Interesting hand to do it with, considering this hand closing the action. 6-4 suit has some nice playability, and you're in the lower part of the board coverage. What are your thoughts with this hand?
Yeah, it's interesting. He probably picked up that on the fact that Paul may not have a monster, because he just flats from the small blind here. And Elton showed that he can be pretty loose from the button. Yesterday he was opening some very loose hands, but this time he has a real hand. And yeah, Phil brought the pot heads up, got the fraud from the king queen. But this is not the flop he was looking for.
I've watched some of them, but I just...
Elton doing a little yoga mid-hand.
I've only done
yeah, this is really not the flop Phil was looking for, so he just checks it over here. And I mean, should Elton bet, Phil would just fold here.
I only enjoyed Z.
Yeah. I like the original.
And yeah, for Elton it's kind of close here again. You feel like you have the best hand often, but it's of course tricky, just with the fives. And now Phil actually picks up a gut shot.
It's just interesting because, yeah, exactly. It's like kind of Elton's thinking in his head, wait, why is Phil checking? He just pumped it up, and why is he checking to me? I mean,
You like nice, boo.
2 5s, and at
now
this point,
another check. Yeah,
it's interesting. It's very interesting. We've seen him play a lot of post flop. He's played some modest hands, and he's made some good decisions thus far today.
Yeah, this might be a spot where he thinks about like putting a little bet out there. I mean, it feels like your opponent has a hand like ace king, ace queen, right? So you're ahead of that with your fives and might want to protect a little bit. And he's probably not going to like seeing that ace, and that actually opens the door for Phil Ivey to maybe win the spot should he decide to bluff at it here.
Oh, he just gives it full check down and out. I mean, Elton probably thinks he can't be good, but he also is like, wow, I can't really bet this card. So, I mean, two fives. It's hard to be good here with this action, but I guess.
Nothing?
Yeah, no, I mean, Elton.
Triton event, we'll say it again. That number is so wild to me. I just can't believe it's been that long. And I know there's a few stops that we're looking at doing and then got pushed back. So it's great to see the series back in operation and hopefully coming up here this year. I think there's some other tentative dates that they're looking at, but this one is going well. 82 entrants, event 1, 6 max, 50K. Event and I don't know if Adamo rebought or not, but he was down to one big blind, you believe, and spun it up in either on his first or second bullet, and seeing all in and a call, and Adamo dominating position again.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah, Junhua decided to just jam with the ace-4 suited on the button. Can't really blame him, but walks right into the
not a great
sixes.
Flop. He's going to need a lot of, wow.
Oh, and that just does it. Drawing that on the turn.
Don't do it. Don't put it on the rook. At least didn't waste the ace there. It's no good drawing dead on the turn. And good game for Junhua. Good run. Got fairly deep, but hopefully we'll see him in more events. This is event 1 of the series, so.
I'm sure we'll see him again. I just looking at his record there. Last time he cashed a no limit.
That's why my RFID was messing up yesterday then. It wasn't catching my cards when I was putting them in there, I think, at the beginning.
Oh, it wasn't?
They were asking me to, but I thought I was doing it. But I guess I had my phone just like here. So.
Yeah, that was probably it.
It's hard because they give you something to look at on your phone.
Yeah. On the side.
So now this is a similar scenario to the very start of the day where we saw a limp on the button 20 big blinds deep. I mean, Michael Adamo has more than these 10 or 20 big blinds, but his opponents are short, and so he decided to limp. But Ben Heath finds the ace-9, and against the 6.5 big blind jam, Michael Adamo has to call with his ace.
Yeah, so Ben Heath does find a promising position here, 3-1 favorite, roughly.
How you feeling? Hello, Chris. I don't know if you're one of the type to. No, some people just have feelings, or you know.
Adamo's not a feeling player, huh? He's just
put your head down and forget about it.
Oh my goodness.
How's your feeling now, Ben?
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I feel like I got the 10 of hearts.
Michael with a little needle there. How's your feeling now? Yeah, unfortunate for Ben. I mean, he came to the table super short stacked and got his chips in good.
Man, this guy, what a flop even there. 7, 8, Jack, ace-9 in commanding position, and just like that.
Yeah, you don't lose too many chips, obviously, if you run into a better hand. Still get some value from worse.
Okay, see Brewer going to work here, opening up, and Jason in the small blind versus dealer open. He is in a pretty good spot to put it in. The ace-queen.
Yeah, easy decision here. 18 big blinds deep, just jams it with the ace-queen, and the force. Yeah,
That's the pair I'm gonna make right there.
Calls for the pocket pair, and this is just a classic flip again.
We saw ace-queen get there versus ace-king earlier. This time it's a flip. We saw Paul get it in behind Chris Brewer's ace-king, and now Jason is going to need to go ahead. He did call. He was going to make a pair. Starts well.
That's how you jinx yourself, my friend.
4.5% on the river, and it is not going to come through. And Jason is going to get a nice double there. 760,000 all of a sudden.
Yeah, you can see that these pots are getting bigger and bigger, right? This is just a simple pre-flop all-in spot, but 760,000 in the middle. Almost fortunately, as the big stack, you especially want to have these middling stacks at the table that you can put a lot of pressure on at the short decks, obviously. And now, yeah, we'll see who's ready to battle here, and who's maybe taking the foot off the gas a little bit. Yeah, but all of these guys are, as we discussed earlier, super experienced at these stages. Yeah, I'm especially excited to see the Hungarian players. Both of them very aggressive. We might see some cool hands here, especially tangling with Adamo. Interesting development here. William 3-betting the ace-king, and Richard Young has ace-jack behind him with only 10 big blinds. Will he go with his ace-jack or not is the question. If there wasn't a 3-bet before him, he would certainly go with it, but he decides just with 10 big blinds, ace-jack suited. Has to take the spot. Unlucky that he runs into the ace-king of William here. And with just 7 of the money, a huge moment for both of these players.
What's it?
Yeah, Richard, can't blame him. Of course, huge hand. William playing ace-king and does flop the king, but picks up a gut shot with the ace-jack all of a sudden. No backdoor diamond's going to need a 10. And just
there it is.
No way. He had jumped out of his seat.
Standing
Couldn't
up,
believe it.
yeah.
Kind of hard to believe, and it really came. Could still chop.
Oh wow.
Wow. Wow. What a insane run out there. All the emotion. Pretty.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I stay the whole time, but I think so. I'm excited to play. The aces are improving that Andros has from the ace-deuce over the ace-8 to the ace-king now. And Richard Young with a suited ace-7 goes with it and is running into the ace-king once again.
Yeah, pretty unlucky for Richard that he keeps running to the top of people's range when he's short stack, but got the suits going. He's got suited. Good chop. 2-1 dog only. A little about 70-30 even. I mean, there's some chops too.
Yeah, he's certainly not somebody who's afraid to put his chips in, and flops best here once again. Flops the 7. Now the roles are reversed. Andros actually needs a king now. 5 on the turn, 3 outs only. The king will help him, and that's not one of them. So Richard Young will actually double up to 500.
How much?
55,000.
Yeah, this is a guy, Andros Nemeth.
Yeah, and you can tell that things are getting a little more serious. We're not hearing too much table talk anymore. Every hand is important. And Richard gonna show us how to play the ace-queen. Rejams against the Phil Ivey Open. Oh, wow. And runs right into the kings from Laszlo. He's gonna ask for the count and will of course call after getting confirmation how much it is for.
I like how he asked that. Like it was a real, like it seemed like a really genuine. How much is it? Like it wasn't, you know, it just sounded kind of like I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he knows he's absolutely putting money in.
Yeah, of course, for some of you wondering why he takes his time, he doesn't want to give away the strength of his hand for the people acting behind him, of course. And let's see if Richard can win another one of those. This one is bigger than the ones before, 900,000 pot. I didn't see any aces out there.
Yeah, this feels It's dangerous. Okay, not the dream flop. Does have the wheel back door. No heart. Or I'm sorry, yeah, no. There's the wheel pickup draw. Doesn't come off, but that dealer rips it off like a band-aid really quick. And good showing from Richard. Going to come up a little short, but we know we'll see him in all the events here.
Yeah, another great run by him. I mean, he's has had a lot of success at the Triton, and yeah, have him win most of the hands.
Yeah, there's a lot of. That's also another thing in tournaments. There's a lot of luck in that table draw, seat draw. But yeah, again here, no soft spots. Everyone here capable, confident, and able to win anyone's game. 15 left.
So here, close to the money, Michael is probably not just c-betting 100%, and King 8 is a pretty reasonable candidate to check it back, of course. Like bottom pair, you're not gonna get a lot of streets of value. You have showdown value, of course. So yeah, makes sense to check it back, and you will like to see that turn card picking up a flush draw. Although Laszlo is picking up the straight draw here and will probably bluff at it. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. He, of course, can represent a lot of hands here. But with a pair and a flush draw, Michael is not going to go anywhere yet.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he has that flush draw is pretty helpful. If it's a 6 of any other suit, he's probably, I mean, it gets kind of dicey at this point. Call 110, now the pot's up to 400, you have $1 million. I mean, wow, quite a run out for the King 7.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Adamo. Laszlo didn't have much equity there on the flop, but makes the runner straight. And is probably gonna reach for some chips to get some value. Just trying to figure out the right sizing here. I mean, you could go different ways. I think he goes with a big sizing here, if I saw this correctly. Representing a strong hand, which he does have, over the size of the pot. Yeah, that makes sense. Michael probably doesn't have Jack 10 too often checking back on the flop here, and so you probably almost always have the best hand. And Laszlo is definitely capable of bluffing here. There are hands, especially with a Jack or 10 in them, that could certainly bluff here.
He has 2 hearts, though, which is one of the bigger picked up draws. I mean, that's probably just too much. Probably, yeah. Adamo really is. You can tell he bluffs so much. He's so curious. Generally, he knows.
All in.
And we see another loose rejam here by William with the ace-5, but this time
Ooh.
He's up against the 9s of Phil Ivey. And this is kind of unfortunate to run against 9s on the button. But we've seen him rejam a little lighter kind of often, and that's not a good board. He's drawing to a chop now.
Thank you.
And that's not it. So we lose William in 13th place, and that means we're at the stone money bubble. And
Makita doesn't look like a bubble guy either, you know. Yeah, he's already
As long as I
willing to
don't
chop.
lose,
Yep.
Big spot here, of course. All the other shorter stacks are, of course, rooting for Soiser here. Let's see flop.
Wow, very good flop for the ace-8.
That's actually really good. Yeah, the 8 kicker will play.
Not asking for too much.
Most of the time.
I think you're gonna get the wheel sweat, man. I feel the wheel sweat. Yeah.
There it is. That did feel like a wheel sweat.
Jason knows what's going on.
How about you change that feeling right now?
Hey, I didn't say anything about the river, bro. I just said he was gonna get a sweat.
So definitely no chop pot here. Mikita needs a 4 or 5.
Oh, right around it.
And we lost Mikita in 12th place, with 11 plays remaining. Congratulations, everybody. You're all in the money.
Another playable hand here. Jason going to get the ace-jack, and he's going to run into a cooler, if you will, 5-handed against a Damo who is... It's one of those things, when you're so aggressive and you get big hands, you get action, right? That's the fun part about being an aggressive player, because here, I mean, it's almost no way away. If you're Jason, dealer versus big blind, he is going to raise it, and if you're Jason...
And it's interesting to see that Michael Adamo has decided to 3-bet small. With the ace-king off, it would certainly have been possibility to just rejam himself.
All in.
And Jason's, of course, not going anywhere
It's a
with the ace-jack. And this is just unfortunate. Michael Adamo is certainly capable of 3-bet bluffing there out of the big blind.
He took a minute. Maybe he was looking to see if there was a knockout or the pay jump. Just it was. I wouldn't say it. Definitely not a slow roll. Just kind of took a second, right? It was. If you're Jason, you don't get snapped. You feel okay, but he's in a bad spot. Although we have seen some from behind ace paint collisions.
And
look at that. The J for Jason right there on the flop starts out well, but 2 more cards to come, and that'll do it. Lock it up on the turn.
And that's unfortunate for Michael Adamo, who's drawing that here. And yeah, he was the chip leader at one point, but as we mentioned earlier, he was down to 1 big blind earlier and got into the money. So good little start to the...
Beeping his horn at people.
Is it going crazy?
Yeah, like looking at his phone, texting, like while he's driving fast. I mean, everybody's stressed out except Carrie. Carrie has a breathing mask over his eyes, like a sleeping mask. Just sleeping in the car. Like, just cold as ice, this guy. And
it was 1st of April, right, when you arrived?
Huh?
Was it the 1st?
No.
It wasn't?
No, I don't think so. No April Fool's pranks.
Yeah, no pranks on you.
No, so he's sleeping, and driver.
We do have an all-in on the call.
Get to
Why
see
we
ace-6 off. I mean, it's
Thank you.
he's ahead. It's speculative. It's gets the first part of the equation right. You're ahead, but it's not by much. So
in this car, we pass him. It's like this old kind of.
Yeah, and they both have very similar stacks here. It's almost a coin flip, as you can see here, 52 versus 47%.
The guy blows by us and pulls his car sideways in the road and gets out of his car.
For reals or what?
For real life.
Wow, okay.
I'm just like, this is terrifying. Like,
what's gonna happen? Right?
Yeah, what is gonna happen?
Oh wow!
And our driver was
super
just
good flop for
cold
Tommy, of course.
As ice, bro. The guy walked up, the driver put his
Runner chop.
99% is pretty strong. Needs running 9s,
we were cool.
running 8, 9.
Or the 4 for the. Oh no, the 4 doesn't even work for the chop.
Wow. Yeah, he's 100%. Oh my, well, he thinks he chops, but he doesn't. He's got the straight and the flush.
Almost a straight flush.
Yeah. That's chipping a chair right here. All in, queen 10 off. Could be worse hands. It's actually going to be. Looks like he's going to be ahead, dominating.
I can't walk you.
Yeah, so down to a quarter of a big blind, but
Boy,
this might be
need
the
right
start.
there, bro.
Yeah, boys good
The
maybe.
chip and the chair story here.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe.
see. Has to avoid the 4.
Well, you can tell everybody you got your money in good.
I have to double out.
Jason
my
seems confident with this one.
Maybe.
Oh, 5 times you're in good shape. You double up 5 times, you're killing it. Oh, we're gonna chop, I think.
I don't think so.
I think so. I think it's
Maybe
going
I
to
should
go
limp.
3-3. 3-3.
Spade for a sweat. There it
we're not
is.
gonna
Oh,
flop.
he
I
makes the straight, but he's got a
I
spade.
might just
Jason with a
Jesus.
royal flush draw
Good
here.
one, bro.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Oh, that's
yeah.
3.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That was an exciting turn card.
Yeah, that was.
Seemed very safe for Ava,
Still
but
alive.
Still there.
yeah, back to 9. Oh, we actually did have more chips than I thought, so it kind of makes sense. But this could be a collision here. Tommy picks up the pocket pair, the 7s and the small blind, and just jams it in. And
1.5.
this is very annoying for Stewie.
Wow. I think he's. I mean, yeah, it's annoying, but he can't call. Right? I mean, he's just like, why? He's playing, chipping up in a good spot. He knows. I mean, it's like, just as a guy shoving King Jack doesn't. Just can't call. Oh, he calls. Well.
He doesn't make the call. He feels like he's never dominated there. This is a super big hand. This is for the tournament chip lead here. Actually, 3 million
Tommy
in the middle.
Kim. Look at Tommy. He's been quiet, and all of a sudden he's got the best hand playing for the chip lead. This is a huge, huge ICM spot.
The biggest hand we're seeing so far.
7-7 versus King Queen. Wow. He's got the heart too. Doesn't have to worry about backdoor hearts. 10 for a sweat, Jack for a sweat, but oh my goodness, just like that.
Always a sweat.
10 outs, 1 to come.
I think I know.
Big river card coming.
Wow.
And it's an ace, and that means Tommy
Big
Kim
double
doubles up.
Big double.
Wow.
Either, maybe.
Doubles up into the chip lead here.
Cheap leader, my friend.
On 4-6.
Him and his wife Marine with a almost 3-year-old, as far as I know.
Actually, I know exactly how old. Almost 3 on the docks. It's 1 day apart from my son, and I'm gonna make a brag that my son has his first holding hands and kiss with his daughter. They're 1 day apart, so.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Stevie Chidwick
Big
could be
sweat for you, huh?
And Michael Seuser is all in here. Committed from the big blind, the Jack Deuce.
I mean, it's
I think
decent
it's
size
3, 4,
pot.
5 is the flop.
Yeah, it could have been worse for
How
him.
about 3 hearts? That would be nice.
Not asking for a lot, just 3 hearts.
How about 9, 5, 6 all hearts?
Still another 9 and a 5.
There's a 9.
Heart for a sweat.
Queen of Hearts now, right?
10. Oh, it's a 3. So he's down to a Jack. Jack only 7%.
GG, boys.
All right, my man.
GG.
GG to Michael Seuser.
2 hearts there.
Ninth place with 130 all in against him prior, because Sam was down to 3 big blinds before his double up right now. So he's actually our short stack now.
Nemeth going for with the 8-9 off, and look at Tommy coming in. Says, "Hey, I'm chip leader. Do you not know that? You don't get to just raise, take it. I'm at the bottom of my range basically, but I'm in there."
Yeah, with this chip stack, it's a little more comfortable to call here and see a flop.
Got it through.
Your opponents have to play a little more careful against you, but not when they hit 3 9s.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate too, because Tommy does flop about with you 7-4 off a 9-9-4. Rainbow looks pretty good. And if you're not, you can't believe it. I'm getting let into here. What could you have? That's what he's thinking. I have the 9.
Oh, very, very interesting play. I actually don't mind this too much. The lead here, as the chip leader, you're supposed to put some pressure on, and with a small lead here on this paired flop, yeah, it's kind of a cool play. Just a little unfortunate, as you mentioned, running into the 9 here.
0.1% chance to win the hand. It's also, I'll tell you, it's way less than that to make a royal flush though, and he did that. But Not going to get the runner-runner, 0.1%. Check mark on the turn. He does slow down after the lead flop. And
welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 1, the $50,000 No Limit Hold'em 6 Max from here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino on the island of Cyprus, North Cyprus to be specific, where the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition carries on. A new event was added. We'll get to that a little bit later, but right now it's time for the final table. Rast, we've got 7 players remaining. Mikita Badziakuski bubbled. We've got a mix of both the Chinese professionals and the U.S. regs. Obviously, we'll start with the U.S. regs. Jason Kuhn and Phil Ivey. Going to be tough to handle.
Yeah, it's exciting final table. A lot of great players. You left out Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah.
Among,
Not the U.S. reg. He's overseas, but nevertheless, one of the regs in the high roller circuits, Chidwick as well. And then we've got the likes of Elton Sang on the other side of it, and a couple of Hungarians in Andras Nemeth and Laszlo Bojtas, who are going to give us some European flavor.
Very excited to see Elton on here. I played with him many years ago in Macau, and he's had some Triton success himself over the years.
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously pleased to have you all joining us right now as play is about to get underway. We'll send you back inside to our feature table here at Marriott Crystal Cove, and there is a look at the 7 players and their chip counts. Andras Nemeth will be your chip leader with 40 big blinds. On the short stack will be Stephen Chidwick with 17 bigs. The blinds 40 and 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. It's going to be a good one. Rast, they're not incredibly deep. 40 bigs for the big stack as compared to some of the other high roller events that you and I have been a part of. Not the deepest chip leader we've ever seen by a long shot.
No, I mean, this tournament started out quite deep, because I remember we were commenting on day one, how deep, how much play. I mean, people were 3-betting over 6x, calling with the 4-3 suited, all kinds of shenanigans. But, it's 40-minute levels, and time has done its job, and now stacks are much, much shorter, and the play will consequently be different.
Over €1 million going up top, and then you've got the 188,000, which is on deck for the 7th place finisher. How's your chai there, Rast? I saw you. Nice little sip. We're trying to caffeinate. We're in for the long haul.
I need to caffeinate right now. It's been a long day, but
I need to correct myself. I said euros as the currency of choice. I'm obviously mistaken. It is USD.
That's how these more. I mean, this isn't a turbo per se, but 40-minute levels. You've got to, if you're going to end a tournament in 2 days, you have to keep the pace moving along. So by the end, stacks get pretty short, and it'll be different than people at home have watched, say, like the WSOP main event, and you'll see play at the final table on a tournament like that is much deeper, especially between the big stacks. It's not really like that in these turbo, like 1 or 2 day tournaments, because, which everything has its pluses and minuses.
Yeah,
right, Ollie?
It's a trade-off.
So, it's nice sometimes as a player to get the tournament over with. You're not in something for 7 days. But the flip side is that the play is not going to be as deep. But, some people like playing short stacked as well. I mean, a lot of tournament players historically, this is their bread and butter. What you're doing with 20, 30, 40 bigs, the dynamic situations. So.
And anybody that fancies themselves a well-rounded enough player to navigate any and all situations is certainly going to have some strategy already prepared for these exact sorts of formats. It is interesting, though, because we're seeing a tale of 2 tournaments insofar as the extreme depth, as we touched on, that the players enjoyed in the early going, and now sort of some real pressure on as things tighten up. And you just don't have the luxury of sitting back and waiting that you might have earlier on in the tournament, or of speculating and kind of expressing a little bit more liberal approach. So we
Yes,
see the
fantastic
legendary
observation.
Phil Ivey. Shout out to that Montclair top that
My
he's
box here.
come with. You know I'm a fan.
There's this my box.
It's good to see Phil here at a final table
All right.
in No Limit Hold'em. I played with him some, actually. So there's a really big mix game that's been going. We call it the hybrid, where there's, some limit games, some big bet games. Actually, recently it's been more big bet games than limit games, and the big bet games played with 100 big blind cap. We've been playing 1 and 2K on the blinds for the big bet game, every game with an ante, and then 5 and 10K on the limit. And I've actually played with Phil some in that game, and I feel recently he's been, playing a lot of mix. But, Phil just reminding everybody that he's a good No Limit Hold'em player as well.
And we find our first flop of the night between the button of Tommy Kim, the opener, and Andras Nemeth, who is in the big with ace-4. It is top pair for Tommy. Action checked over to him. Tommy, one of a number of players who are new to our Triton circuit, folks that we haven't really seen before. And I think there's clearly some pent-up demand associated with a couple of year hiatus between our last event and this one, coupled with clearly word having gotten out about just what kind of experience players can come to expect when they're participating in a Triton event. It certainly, without seeming overly biased, stands in a class of its own, and I think you'd agree, Brian.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it looks like he's from South Korea, if I remember my flags, but he has a Las Vegas hat on, so he's repping all over the place.
Always appropriate to wear Vegas attire if you're gambling, right? Meanwhile, another King-Jack suited, this time for Phil Ivey.
King-Jack of Hearts, the hand that just, that Tommy won in the very last spot, exact same 2 cards.
Min raise open to 160,000 despite having an ante out there, Brian. Are we maybe making things too attractive when we open this light, 7-handed?
When stacks get really short, you're incentivized not to risk too much, and for the times you get 3-bet. So a lot of modern poker solutions, and that's why you see it. When there's a lot of 20, 25 big blind stacks, even if you don't have that many blinds yourself, if a number of other players on the table do, you'll see just a lot of min raising, because that seems to be what GTO solutions like. For those very short stack depths.
Nemeth with another ace, and he's got the hearts covered, but unfortunately doesn't have the benefit of position. We'll check this 9-8 trade 2-spade flop over to Ivey.
Yeah, Ivey's going to decide whether or not he wants to c-bet, and if so, how much.
Knuckles back rather quickly.
I think it's okay to take either line there. Ooh. And now that's an action card.
Yeah, it is. That 4 of hearts now presents a flush draw to both players. Advantage Nemeth in a real way with both the ace high and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, but Nemeth has some showdown. This is a hand that he could, he could bet, but I think, yes, check call is very reasonable here. I don't expect he'll check raise if Ivey bets. And Ivey might bet here because he might want to get some ace highs to fold. Okay, he checks back. Oh, wow.
Oh, and hits the jack on the end. But the spades show up, and obviously that card is damp insofar as some straights are completed.
It's a pretty bad card for Nemeth. A number of hands that maybe he was beating that didn't bet, such as Queen Jack, King Jack, etc., improved. I don't think he decides not to bluff with ace high here, which is perfectly reasonable, and I like it. And I'm pretty sure Ivey's going to find a value bet. Ivey goes relatively small, less than half pot, which is a sizing that ace high could consider calling. I mean, the hands he's going to be beating here are going to be worse ace highs that decided to bluff in a hand like King Queen or King 10. I don't think too many other hands, such as say like 6-7 suited, for example. I feel like that hand would would have bet before the river. Wouldn't have checked back 2 times.
And the thought on Nemeth's mind might be, if Ivy had some kind of bigger ace with showdown value, why wouldn't he simply check it back?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think Nemeth is probably ruling out a hand like ace-king on that river card. So I would say...
Call was made, by the way, and Ivy picks up a healthy little pot there. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, no, it's not an unreasonable call. It feels slightly thin, a little on the thin side, but you know, sometimes you just feel your opponent's bluffing, and there's definitely some hands, you know, some of the ones I mentioned that could be in there.
32 bigs now for Ivy, over $2.5 million in front of him. Quick count brought to you by GG Poker. White chips are 25Ks. Those teal chips are 5Ks. And the black chips are 100Ks, I think, right? Yeah. Go
Anyway,
on.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was going to chime in that I've never overly criticized someone for making a thin call, because I've been known to make a few of those from time to time. You know, sometimes you just have that feeling your opponent's bluffing, and
the money gets made in the close spots.
Yeah.
That's really the difference makers.
Yeah.
Ace-king suited as the deck runs rich here in the early going.
You're on fire today. Only astute observations. It's late again, but you're not tired.
Well, the jet lag has shed itself finally as we see Tommy Kim waking up with a couple of tens behind the 180K open from Kuhn, slightly north of the min raise for Jason, who sits on 2.4 million, and the 3-bet to 500,000 slides right in from those 2 tens.
Yeah, so he's going just a little bit under 3x. I think it's, you know, that sizing here with these stacks, a 3-bet is already kind of leveraging the stack. Now, you know, Kuhn could obviously call, but you can't really 4-bet fold, right? I mean, Kuhn can't make it like 1 million and then fold when he only has 2.4. So it's, you know, it's a very powerful stack depth to 3-bet. But, you know, in this particular hand, Kuhn doesn't have much to think about, because ace-king suited here is just a very nice all-in, and I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to decide to do. And obviously, in the instances where Tommy Kim is light, he would then pick up the pot. I think if Kuhn is going to slow play a big hand here, it'd be way more likely that it's, say, aces.
The all-in is announced by Kuhn, and now the ball back in Tommy Kim's court. And these two stacks are neck and neck to start the hand.
I mean, I know there's ICM here, but you can't 3-bet fold tens, in my opinion, in this spot. So, you know, Tommy's not excited to see this, knowing that, you know, his tournament life is going to be on the line. But even with ICM, I really don't like the decision to 3-bet fold tens. I think it's just too strong. You know, if you didn't want to 3-bet and call it off, then you should flat.
The pay jump between 7th and 6th is $52,000, and Tommy decides to let it go as Jason Kuhn nods with a little bit of affirmation.
Yeah, but that just shows kind of what happens with ICM, right? And to me, there's a lot of these situations where, you know, I feel like when you take an action, you should kind of explore all roads that could lead down. Because to me, if you're going to 3-bet fold there, I would pick some weaker hands, like say like Ace-Jack offsuit or King-Queen offsuit, that are not as nice to flat, and you can put pressure on.
After you folded, I looked at you and smiled. I was like, I'm gonna go all in.
Good to see Jason feeling loose out there. One of the hardest working regs you'll find. And I'm not just talking about in the gym, in the lab as well, as he looks down at King-Jack offsuit under the gun.
Speaking about that, so I've known Jason personally for many years, and yeah, I've been very impressed with his work ethic in poker. I mean, when we first became friends, up until today, I just feel it's just been like this disciplined poker journey of like working hard. And, you know, I've witnessed you know, obviously, you know, you watch some guys or you know about it, but, you know, because I've known him personally and, you know, talked some hands here and there and, you know, been closer to his results, it's like I've witnessed him improve, and it's been cool. I mean, because he's come a long way.
And I've witnessed him maintain his integrity throughout the ascent, which is obviously in part why GG Poker turned to him to be one of their ambassadors alongside Daniel Negreanu, Elke, and Fedor Holtz, all people you can play with online at GG Poker, the world's biggest poker community. Always have yourself a good game at GG Poker. Join now. Kuhn will be in the big blind this time as Tommy folds under the gun over to Stephen Chidwick, who you and I had the pleasure of enjoying dinner with his wife Maureen shortly before we came on tonight. Lovely to see her always traveling around the circuit to support her man with their beautiful daughter Erin.
Yeah, she had the stream up, sweating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, she's not just out here as an attaché, she's into it.
Yeah. Ooh.
Nemeth with the Jack-7 suited, opening to 175. Elton saying, deciding to flat from the small blind with these 2 9s. Thoughts?
Yeah, so, I mean, this, to kind of tie that into the previous hand, right, 9s, 10s, there's a small difference. It's 1 pair higher and lower, right? But you know, if you're not comfortable versus the hijack here, kind of 3-bet slamming it in for ICM reasons, then you flat, right? I mean, I think when these stack depths, you know, without ICM, you probably 3-bet 9s most of the time, if not all, but maybe, you know, with ICM in this spot and wanting to preserve your tournament life, it's leading Elton to say, I guess I'm just rather flat here and play a flop. Now, obviously, in this particular case, 3-betting would have worked out well because Nemeth is very likely giving up the Jack-7 suited to a 3-bet. But, you know,
but now he has the benefit of being in position and having the action checked to him with these 2 overcards out there. Elton's 9s shrivel.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's obviously the drawback to not 3-betting, right? You know, especially in this situation where Elton's is in the small blind as opposed to the previous one where 10s was in position. So 9s is a massive favorite here, but it's a bad flop, so he lets it go. And Nemeth gets to win that pot with a very, very marginal holding, and even a slightly, you know, not ridiculous or unreasonable, but a loose open. The Jack-7 suited in the hijack.
Yeah. Love that jacket that he's rocking. That thing looks slick. Ace-8. Not good enough for Chidwick's purposes. King-6 suited.
And interesting, he opened the Jack-7 suited, and then the next hand, there might be some feel there. Because to me, if you're opening Jack-7 suited from the hijack in the next position, definitely, I mean, King-6 suited is a decently stronger hand. That actually, I feel like you would open in the 6-max under the gun spot before you open Jack-7 suited in the hijack.
Ace-King.
So interesting decision there. Maybe it was game flow. Maybe the previous hand he saw someone was going to fold blind. Who knows? But
for Elton Sang deciding to flat call yet again as we're starting to see a bit of a conservative disposition perhaps emerging for Elton as Ivy opened it up with 7-5 suited, and participation from Tommy Kim is problematic for Phil given that they share a 7, and in turn it's problematic for Tommy given that Elton has the king covered, and the flop is Ace-Queen-10, top pair, top kicker with that gut shot straight draw for Sang, just a gutty for Tommy Kim, and the fire starter, Phil Ivey, with dust.
Yeah. So, I mean, the King-7 off defend there in the big blind is on the loose side. it actually isn't a hand that plays very well in a multi-way pot. So even though you're getting a great price, it can be very problematic. And as you see, it is dominated, and that's one of the big reasons why you're going to see between an open and a flatting range, even from late positions, there's a lot of hands like king, ace, king, king, queen, king, jack, king, 10. Just a lot of ways you get in trouble. And Elton, part of his play there when he flats the ace, king is, he could be hoping to lure one of the blinds into a squeeze.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, to your point, twice now he has taken the conservative route and not 3-bet. And now this is a hand where, you definitely 3-bet, and for this amount of big blinds, you would get it in. But
Sang's bet gets through the opposition. So 1 for 2 on the pre-flop flat calls with the big hand. Ace-Jack suited for Nemeth.
Well, this will find an open.
$175 is the number. Sang took a moment with that queen 10 before sending it into the muck. Chidwick going to have an 8-4 suited in the big.
So I think normally he would defend this, and he still might. There is some ICM effects here versus a very strong under the gun range that make it a little less comfortable, but I think it's as kind of weak as this hand looks, just a little too much hand and too good of a price. And actually a decent flop for Chidwick here with flopping a gutter and a backdoor heart draw. This is a board he might end up winning the pot, because he probably will stick around on the flop in some form and might end up bluffing an ace high that doesn't improve out later. So let's see how this plays out. But I don't think Chidwick can fold here.
The bet is $135K from Andras Nemeth.
So, but this is part of the reason why it gets sticky when you're short in these spots with ICM, because you defend and then you kind of end up with a weaker range than your opponent's under the gun range sticking around. But now that he made the decision to defend pre-flop, which I'm fine with, I actually like. I'm just commenting that it isn't so fist pump call sort of. We're seeing versus min raises, like almost any 2 suited cards always defend the big blind, right? But with ICM stuff later, it gets a little more dicey. But I still like it, and now he's gonna play a pot with the 8-4 hearts.
Pays off the time bank as he check raises to 325,000, and that is obviously not what Nemeth wanted to see. Without a diamond on the board, there's nowhere to go for this ace-jack, but maybe try to flat and take the pot away later. Doubtful.
I don't think. Maybe, honestly, if it was ace-jack suited with a backdoor flush draw, that'd start to be the minimum that you could float there if you thought Chidwick was light. Which is a reasonable thing to think. But, I like Chidwick's line as well. Like, he's continuing, whether he check calls or check raises there, but he's not folding that hand.
Well, Chidwick's not the kind of guy that looks for murky water or trouble, but he's also not the type of guy that's going to be drowning if all of a sudden, a riptide picks up or the current gets a little dicey.
I think Mr.
He knows how to
Chidwick
swim
looks.
through it all.
My experience, and I have a decent amount playing with Mr. Chidwick, the T2000, is that he does look for trouble. He applies the pressure quite a bit. In fact, I've found a number of times, that if I play a hand without thinking too deeply about it and get overly aggressive in spots, I feel like Chidwick more than anyone else. I find a timely raise coming my way, and I'm like, what? Oh, man, what am I doing?
Yeah. What was I thinking?
Yeah.
Should have known.
Him actually more than anyone else, so I don't know it's the cards, but I know it's not just the cards. Look, right there. He check raised the 8-4 suited. He's got a very deep understanding of poker, and he does look, it's the opposite of what you're saying. He goes for it. he's aggressive. He picks up pots, but he's not overly, not out of line. Just right.
I'm suggesting,
like, that was a very good spot to do it. He has 8 high. It's a little too. It's it's king 7-6. It's a board where he can check raise, and there's some value hands he's doing it with there that aren't incredible. Like he can do that and get it in with a hand like king 10, right? Because the stacks are short enough. There's enough money in, so and king 10's it's not that hard to have king 10 or king jack in that spot, right? So.
But we can't be afraid of monsters under the bed, that's for sure. And there needs to be some risk taken, in particular here, where if it seems as though everybody is tightening up, everybody is acknowledging the ICM pressure, now it's an opportunity to maybe leverage that to your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the guys here, this tournament's big enough that, these guys, even though all of them play for money, they probably have played poker for a lot of money. I mean, most of these guys have a lot of experience. There's a few that maybe not as much, but I'm sure they played poker for a decent amount of money. But these guys will care about the laddering here, right? I mean, what's the next?
It's a 52K jump between 7th and 6th.
Yeah, but what is 7th?
$188,000.
Okay, I mean, first is over $1 million, so I mean, we're essentially talking about 900,000 difference between going out now and winning. That's big. There's the guys they're going to care about ICM here, right? So, which is fun from a different perspective now. Me as an analyst talking, us breaking this down for the people at home. ICM is very much going to be a thing.
Queen Jack suited for Jason Kuhn, and that flop is very much a thing for his hand. Heart draw and the gutty with 2 overs as Boitas defended his big blind with a Jack 5 of spades that has come up empty on this flop. And before you go thinking that that's either me or Rast experiencing a moment of respiratory distress, that apparently is somebody breathing right into their mics out there in the game. As Kuhn is able to follow through with a bet and take it down.
I actually thought it was one of us at first. I'm like,
really? You think I'm just out here day one, just breathing right into here? Your analysis
maybe
just
it was
had me feeling
I
hot
don't
and
even
heavy.
know.
Boitas shooting Kuhn a look there, by the way, after that bet fold.
I mean, Jack 5 of spades or whatever couldn't have missed that flop any harder. So the 4-3 of spades, the 4 deuce of hearts, these little suited hands, much weaker. Not that they're ever really strong, but much weaker when you're playing stacks this short in terms of the number of big blinds. 8's certainly good enough to open.
$175 from the pocket 8s of Tommy Kim. 1-8 into the muck. Folded all the way around to Ivy, who has the 10-7 suited.
King 8 of hearts there, a slightly tight fold, but stays out of the way, and Ivy calls, making it heads up. Would have been an amazing flop for the King 8 of hearts. But, this is a total nothing burger for Ivy. Not even a backdoor flush draw, so, I mean, it's over if Tommy bets. And there is some incentive to bet here because 8s are far enough below those paint cards that, you're letting any hand like Ivy's, which is auto-folding to a C-bet, realize some equity with like a 9, a 10, or a queen. So, hands like queen 4 suited, the 10-7, whatever. I mean, these hands are insta-folding and, have some equity because they can hit that card, right? So there's some incentive for some of those smaller pairs to bet. And the smaller, actually that pair goes down like 5s even more, right? Because there's more cards in between the 5 and the jack. Whereas a hand like, say, pocket 10s or pocket queens. I mean, now that's an example of a hand that, even though it's slightly stronger than 8s, has much less incentive to bet for protection in that spot, for example.
A look at the chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. Blinds at 50 and 100,000 with a 100K ante. Luca Vivaldi, our tournament director, trying to race off some of the smaller chips here. It is Kuhn, Sang, and Kim, along with Andras Nimeth at over 20 bigs, and then the line to sub 20, being towed by Ivy, Chidwick, and Boitas. The shortest of the stacks was 16 bigs, the biggest of the stacks with 36, just 20 bigs separating the chip leader from the shorty. As you get a full look at the remaining payouts, $188,000 as we mentioned for 7th, a 52K jump up to 6th for an almost quarter milli, and then the 7-figure payday, almost 1.1 million awaiting our champion. Those payouts brought to you by GG Poker. And it wasn't just the final table that got paid. Michael Adamo from Down Under splits his time in London, finishing in 11th for 99,000. Xiang Eng Wei, 99,000 in 10th. Michael Soiza in 9th for a $113, and it was Canada's Sam Greenwood who was on the final table bubble. 8th place, 147,000.
So when I was looking at those payouts, the thing I notice there is that there's not a huge gap differentiation once you get to the top. It's very orderly stratified. I'm not really describing this perfectly, but the idea is, so there was I think like a $280,000 difference between 3rd and 2nd. And it was only very slightly more than that, almost the same amount. Yeah, 3rd to 2nd is 504 to 770, and then 770 to 1.08. So that's actually almost the same difference. So what does that mean? That means that, and the way the payouts go up, there is actually the ICM effects in this tournament will be pretty strong, because like say, and this, especially because the stacks are relatively close here. So someone that slides up into 4th, 3rd, or even 2nd, like you don't get a lot more for winning this. It's not like 1st is double 2nd or more, right? So the incentive to aggressively pick up a bunch of chips kind of isn't as much there, because you get a ton of money by coming in 2nd still, or even 3rd. 3rd is half of 1st, not 2nd. You see a lot of tournament payouts where 2nd is half of 1st, right? There's that huge jump right up at the top to the winner. So what that means is, especially with there's a lot of incentive to stick around and try to get 3rd or 2nd as opposed to winning. So that means there's slightly more ICM, I feel like, in this payout than there is in some other ones that are very, very top heavy, with 1st being massive.
And I know that it's been some time that both of us have been throwing out the term ICM quite often, but for those that are less familiar, that may be catching up with us for the first time, what's the best way to distill the concept for them? The analogy, the acronym stands for Independent Chip Model.
Sure. Yeah, the best way is this. It's, okay, in a tournament, you realize that, so in a cash game, you sit down, you have a certain amount of money, and whenever you're done, you leave with that amount of money, right? If you were to play with 8 people and one person won all the money, then everyone else would have 0, and that person would have all the money, right? Everyone has 10,000, that person now has 80,000, and 7 people have 0. In a tournament, you play down until someone has all the chips, but they don't walk away with all the money, right? The money's paid out to whatever the after you break the bubble and the structure. Right. So what that means is that the ICM is a way of breaking down how the fact that there's all these payouts that happen to someone who loses all their chips but has made the money, and then the winner only gets X, that then changes the kind of math behind what you're supposed to do. And a very extreme example that would show this is, let's say, there's 5 people left, and 4 people have 1 chip, and one guy has all the chips. Let's say one of the 1 chips went all in, and the next one called, and then the next one called. I mean, the guy with 1 chip and then the guy with all the chips called, and now you're on the guy with 1 chip. I mean, that guy might even be supposed to fold aces there, because with 1 chip, and let's say the other guy's 1,000 chips,
you could realize all those patrons.
It's like two people are going to get knocked out, so you would move up 3. So it doesn't even really matter. And the most you can really win here is go from 1 chip to 5. So you're still almost impossible to beat the guy with 1,000 chips. So at this point, I would be sure you're supposed to fold aces. And so that's a way to break down ICM. Now, obviously, that's an extreme example that is probably never happened in the history of poker, but it shows how the math can change it. Whereas, normally in a cash game, you would never fold aces there.
Right.
There'd be no reason to, right? Because there's no ICM effect.
Meanwhile, picking up the action in this pot where Ivy opened the button and Kuhn defended with a mystery side card, but a 5. It was a check call on the flop as Ivy followed through with the nut flush draw on the king-queen 5 board. That board paired on the turn, and it went check, check. And here on the river, the clubs come in, and Kuhn's check is being met with a bet of 400,000 into 850.
So, I mean, Kuhn defended the big blind. So, he can have a lot of just 5x suited hands, right? And he has a lot of chips, so probably a ton of them. So, I mean, there's a very good chance at this point that Kuhn just has a pair of kings and 5s. He doesn't have to. Obviously, he could have better than that, but probably doesn't, especially because the king is a heart, right? I would say. And so, Kuhn might be thinking about bluff catching. Obviously, if he does have king 5, he's going to raise for value. But he could also be thinking about turning his 5 into a bluff. And he ends up deciding it's not good and folds, which I think putting more money in the pot, trying to bluff, probably wouldn't have worked out for him there with Phil having such a strong hand.
As played, though, oftentimes you sense that maybe my opponent fired the obligatory C-bet, pumped the brakes on the turn, and then with my 3rd check on the river has decided to lay claim to what they might think is a pot for the taking. You'll see some bluff catching with those 5x type of hands, especially after the king pairs on the turn, which isn't a scary card, but Jason Kuhn didn't get to where he is in poker by virtue of making a bunch of bad decisions, that's for sure. Though to be fair, in the beginning, all of us make bad decisions until we realize they're bad, and then we stop making them.
Yeah, a lot of always learning on the poker journey, always improving.
You could also just not stop making bad decisions and then start getting a lot of invites to private games
yes.
as a result.
You'll be quite the popular player at poker tables, but might not be so popular with your bank account. Well, Ivy would expect him to open the king 7 suited in the cutoff.
Which he does.
And now the blinds, as we can see, have gone up, so 200,000 is a min raise. 100,000 big blinds, so Ivy with only 22 blinds, 26 blinds here. I mean, I just think for just over 20 blinds, this is a kind of mandatory re-raise. So he decides actually to re-raise instead of shoving.
And this is the same character, Elton Sang, who flatted 2 9s and an ace-queen earlier, now deciding to bring the 3-bet to 600.
Yes. I think in that spot, normally for like 20 blinds, you would shove. Perhaps Elton is considering that there are some sort of ways that would play out where, let's say one of the blinds goes all in and then Phil Ivey calls. He could then fold ace-queen off and get away from his hand. Although, let's say it was back to Ivy and Ivy went all in, I'm sure he would decide to play heads up after putting in 600,000.
Ivy gets away from that king 7.
So that might have been the reason why Elton decided to make it 600 there instead of going all in.
An extreme example of that sort of disaster preparedness is when players will leave 1 chip behind after intending basically to move all in over the top of somebody, but with players left to act behind them. And it's that ICM where if all of a sudden you get 2 big all-ins behind you, you can just fold a wide array of hands in the hopes that 1, 2 players might go broke in the pot in front of you.
Yeah, I've yet to see an instance in those spots where
it
that happens.
actually happens.
I don't think I ever have, and even And even some of the time, you know, it doesn't even make, because that example is not the same as the one I gave. Because in the example I gave, right, where it's 1-1-1, 1,000 chips, and the guy with the one chip after they're all unfolds, right, he didn't put a bunch of other chips in the pot that he can actually double or triple up with.
Different
Whereas in this
situation.
example, someone is putting all those chips and could still double or triple up, and now you're forfeiting all those to have that one chip and be alive. Kind of massive difference actually in what it means and the way it would affect your decision. But
meanwhile, Jason Kuhn decided to flat the open from Elton Sang, who flops the world on a 10-high flop, but has run into a set of ducks for Stephen Chidwick, who joined along from the big blind. The good news for Jason is he didn't end up 3-betting, which may or may not have gotten rid of Chidwick and left him behind Elton Sang. But
caught a little zip on that muck. I know what Kuhn's thinking. Kuhn's thinking, I played this hand, you know, not 3-betting.
Yeah.
And here I just totally whiffed the flop. I have to give it up.
Yeah.
So, you know, annoyed that maybe had he taken a more aggressive route, he could have picked up chips with a hand as strong as ace-jack suited.
The fuse is kind of lit here, though, Rast. With top pair and a spade draw against bottom set. We could very well see things escalate quickly. And now the spade comes in for Elton Sang.
Yeah, but this is still going all in. Chidwick still has a set. He's only losing to a bigger set or a flush. And there's going to be plenty of hands Elton can have here that some that are weaker that he might play for value, and others that would just be, you know, some hands with one spade. An example being he c-bet the flop with queen jack off with a spade. And now he's, you know, now he's going to keep semi-bluffing it because he has queen high, but he has a spade draw.
The second act for Sang on the turn here, 550,000 pot up to 1.9, and Chidwick with just 1.3 total left behind.
Yeah, and he's thinking call or all in. You know, does it ever make sense to call? I mean, he's not thinking fold. Okay, you know, obviously he doesn't know he's up against a flush, and Elton opened pretty wide here in the cutoff with 10-3 suited, which is not a good hand. But yeah, this has been a cooler ever since the flop. I mean, top pair flush draw versus bottom set, and now made a flush. At these stack depths, those are, you know, at a lot bigger stack depths, they're monsters, much less at 20 blinds.
Chidwick using a time bank right now. Says all in, and we have to presume Elton Sang will snap call, which he does, in particular given that he has Chidwick covered. And it is help needed for Stephen Chidwick in an almost 4 million chip pot.
Yeah, this pot will make the chip leader, I believe, and Chidwick's still very live. Just needs the board to pair.
Indeed. Will it? No. And that is it for Stephen Chidwick, the first casualty of our final table here in the lead-off event of the 2022 Triton Cyprus Special Edition.
Oh, sorry, Marine.
Yeah.
If
Sorry,
there was
Stevie.
any indication, she's out there watching. So.
Good flop.
Yeah.
Down to 6 players, and Elton Sang
We're getting it in on that flop.
Same result.
had to sweat that board pairing,
Lucky,
but
lucky.
Lucky, 10-3 suited.
Yeah,
made a
yeah.
made a flush and doubled up, and now he's the chip leader.
against a set that didn't improve. Meanwhile, Boytas
Small
with
blind and actions on 04.
a couple of 8s.
Pretty massive sliding doors moment for the tournament there, where Kuhn deciding not to 3-bet ace-jack suited, you know, allowed Chidwick to see the flop, and you know, now someone busted, all the chips went to Elton, where obviously had he 3-bet ace-jack suited, 10-3 suited would have folded, and deuces would have also mucked, and he just would have won a small pot instead of basically someone getting busted and Elton becoming the chip leader. So it just kind of goes to show how just kind of seemingly random decisions have
The
massive
ripple effect.
effects. The ripple effect, yeah.
Look at this board here, 6-7 for Nemeth, who defended against his countryman and has flopped middle pair and an open ender up against top set.
And the thing, again, look at how short these stacks are. Okay, now the flop got, ooh.
Yeah, it went check, check. Nemeth picks up the lone flush draw, courtesy of the king of hearts here. And is there really an argument to be made for Boitas checking back top set there on that board texture?
Oh, and what is... I don't think he's going to check the turn, despite the fact that it appears we're back on the flop. I think even with the heart coming, you can't see monsters in the closet when there's only 14 big blinds behind in stacks and a 3 to 1 stack to pot ratio. At this point, you actually need to bet your set for value and charge. You need to charge draws. So I expect him. Yeah, he did bet and obviously got called. And he'll bet again for value here. 3/8's just too strong to check back.
Disappointing run out there for Nemeth, who had a lot of ways to win this thing.
So what sizing will he take? That is the question. I'm curious to see. You kind of feel like all
I just
in.
realized you actually saved me by opening that hand. I was frustrated that I lost 200K, but if you folded, I would have raised the button. He would have shoved the big blind. I would have called and lost. That's a good result for me.
Save you money, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a ripple effect we hadn't explored, as if
Yeah, another
Elton
one.
didn't even open the 10-3 suited.
Which most people
If I
wouldn't.
shoved pre, I would have got it all.
Yeah, exactly.
yes, you would
It's
have taken
the
it
triple
back.
sliding doors moment. Three different, drastically different ways that could have played out. One is Chidwick getting busted. One is him not even seeing the flop, and the other one is doubling through Kuhn.
Ace jack of hearts.
Pretty wide variety of outcomes, and obviously it was the worst one possible for Stephen Chidwick, and a good one for Boitas here as he bet the river, and Nemeth decides to fold his sevens.
Yeah, that's actually three
Yeah,
different
so
ways
that's
that
why
could have
it's
played
four
out.
diamonds there
Three
for a
different
second?
winners of the pot.
I don't know.
Right.
Just some next level stuff.
One of the best kind of
Sounds like my
parallel
style.
universe sliding door moment
I use this
examples.
It's dawning on me, Brian, that I believe you and I had an opportunity
I use this one.
to cover a final table that included not just a single one, but maybe two different ones, Andras Nemeth and Laszlo Boitas, out in Rozvadov at the last World Series of Poker Europe.
Did we?
I think we did.
Yeah.
May be wrong, but I think we did.
I don't remember
No?
doing a final table.
I could be conflating it with a different event.
No. This.
We can move and use this one and use that one. It's basically one box down.
I'm fine with
Now
this.
I'm 2 boxes down. 2 boxes down.
Is 2 boxes down then?
Because I used this one before. There is this
Sorry,
one.
sorry.
Do we know what they're?
My bad.
So I moved down
Just
to
rearranging
This one.
the seating
there is an empty one.
Oh, we chopped the.
with the
Want me to move
departure
over?
of Stephen Chidwick
I'm
in
probably
seventh.
trying to figure out with the card readers.
Which RFID corresponds to which seed. Chidwick, by the way, taking home that $188,000, leaves $240K on tap for sixth.
Okay. Must play.
And while we do a little bit of housekeeping, we give you a glimpse at the chip counts. You see Elton saying up over 50 bigs, 5.2 million. Kuhn in second.
It's a noticeable this right here because now he has started to create some separation and everyone else is very tight. So there's a lot of incentive with the rest of the five to let other people, let the other ones bust. And okay, Elton, just take it because if you win and I come in second, I still get 70% of what you get. So let's see how this plays out. I know Elton is a very experienced cash game player. He doesn't play quite as many tournaments. So, I feel like if Adamo was in that seat, given what I've seen of him playing, that we would see just, nonstop opening and aggression. Will Elton do the same thing? I'm not sure. He just folded this last hand when it was folded to him, no RFI, but I don't think we got to see what it was.
And open to 200K, min raise from the 6-7 suited of Tommy Kim on the button. Ace-9 suited for Nemeth in the small blind, and he says all in. Queen 10, easily into the muck.
Yeah. Tommy Kim never calling this.
Nice pickup there for Nemeth.
Really? Did I take that long? I was surprised to hear the 5 seconds.
And one of the immediate consequences of this ICM is these other stacks are much less incentivized to open to pick up the blinds and antes as well. So we should see some just tighter opening ranges from a number of them.
Another peek at the payouts here. 307,000, representing a 67K pay jump from 6th to 5th.
But of course, what I'm discussing is what I believe to be the correct theoretical adjustments. It doesn't necessarily mean all the players will do them for a number of reasons. They might not know them. Well, some of them I'm sure know them better than me, but I don't know if all of them do given their tournament experience. And some of them might not care. So again, Elton folds again. Under the gun this time. So far, no afterburners on display by Elton. And Tommy Kim with a pretty good hand here in 20 big blinds, just getting a lot to shove. But then again, with the ICM effects, shoving for 20 blinds could be a thing, in my opinion. I mean, it's actually super gross. I mean, he probably has to fold if he raises and somebody shoves on him, which is kind of annoying when your hand is that good with only 20 blinds.
Well, the annoyance on this occasion is going to come in the form of being pipped by these pair of 8s that Ivy has managed to bink after defending the big with this Jack-8 suited on a 10-8, 5-2 heart flop. Kim will check back, staring at the 2 over cards, and a king of diamonds rolls off on the turn. Back on Ivy with 3rd pair effective now.
He probably checks, and Kim almost certainly checks. Oh, you know, I don't know because I haven't watched him really play before, but I think many people would check this back. He could be going for a small bet in position here and then really checking almost any river. I mean, Phil will certainly call at least this bet on the turn. So, but a lot of people in Tommy's spot at this point would just try to get to the river and get to showdown.
But is there maybe laying the groundwork aspect to betting here on the turn and then possibly trying to rep the king on the river, sizing up a bit?
I mean, sure. And actually, if you were going to turn 7s into a bluff, the 6 of spades is a reasonable hand to do it with. That said, I just think that's starting to get a little too fancy play syndrome. It's like this hand is good enough to just win a decent amount, so I'm not really at this stack depth trying to figure out how to make this a bluff. Now, if we were 200 blinds deep, you could start talking about making plays like that a little bit more, but you know, not at this stack depth with the ICM considerations and everything.
So it does go check, check on the river, and Ivy collects the pot. A little hit to Tommy's stack.
So that unenviable position here, Ivy being in the small blind versus the runaway chip leader's big blind. Definitely a spot you're going to see a pressure applied relatively frequently, and it of course is here with a hand that makes a lot of sense. Jack 3 off. You know, the Jack blocking some playable hands. It's pretty weak, given that there's only 20 or so blinds to play for. an uncomfortable spot for Ivy with marginal hands to call even just a 3x there out of position. So very much a thing at those stack depths. You'll see a lot of blind versus blind for like 20, 25 blinds. When it's just call by the small blind, the big blind will raise some like king little offsuit, queen little offsuit, jack little offsuit, because again, the king, queen, and jack run interference with some good limp call parts of the range, and the hand's kind of weak, so you're just realizing some fold equity.
Is this the point at which you would seek to see Elton maybe ratchet up his level of activity and take advantage of that tight cluster behind him and the pressure that they're all experiencing?
Yes, correct. You know, the hand that he just played wasn't really an example of doing that in let's call it the out of line sense that he's entitled to. You know, that was what I would call probably a mixed frequency play that you're supposed to make there, and he did. But
Lucky, I believe, is the way that he described it himself.
Yeah, I meant to call, yeah.
Saying choosing to limp in from the small against Kuhn, who has an ace here and looks a little bit thrown off perhaps by Elton apparently intending to call, but maybe putting in an incorrect denomination in an interest of doing so. And now Kuhn just piles.
Yeah,
interesting decision there by Kuhn to pile. These offsuit ace hands are hands that are some of the most incentivized to move all in.
At the mock, and then you're
that said, 27 blinds is a lot. It's, you know, I definitely thought if he had 20 blinds, for example, or, you know, 16 blinds in that spot versus a limp, he's basically making that play every time. But I was curious to see what Kuhn would do there with 27. And
does it feel reckless, perhaps? I mean, obviously, far be it from us to criticize the greatness of Jason Kuhn in these situations, but
yeah, I think reckless is too far. You know, also obviously Kuhn probably has played quite a bit with Elton. You know, maybe has certain things he thinks about Elton's limping range in that spot, given all the other variables that are happening. And you know, the hand, I wouldn't call it reckless with ace deuce off.
And I'll tell you what, so, I can't think of the last time I've watched Kuhn play a pot and thought that was reckless at any stage, because he is so methodical and so thorough and so deliberate about the way he conducts himself at any given stage in a tournament, let alone a hand. Now Elton opening with the ace-8 and Kuhn with the deuces.
30 blind reshove here. Kuhn decides Elton is opening wide enough that he should make this play. Obviously, you don't want to be called. It's kind of a disaster.
3 million.
But if Kuhn decides Elton's opening wide enough, then he can make this reshove here, expecting to get fold equity and pick up all those chips in the pot.
And you heard Elton say Jason Kuhn as though he's beginning to suspect that maybe there's some personal targeting or maybe some OOL behavior.
Well, I mean, he's the chip leader. Kuhn just moved all in on him twice.
Oh, we got something good there.
So
it's favored against ace king.
Whoa, okay. That's huge.
Well, I mean, Kuhn just saying he had a pair for those at home that need that translated.
Didn't specify what pair.
Oh, no. Normally when people give these cryptic answers, they're almost always towards the bottom of that range.
Queen Jack suited for boy toss, a pretty one to get involved with.
Will the big blind defend? Getting a great price, but again, there's some incentive not to, and I think he's finding that fold here because of the ICM effects and like earlier in that hand that I discussed about that Chidwick played, right? That when you start defending these hands, then you get involved in pots where your opponent has a much stronger range than you. So it's not a great situation when you want to conserve your chips, even though obviously you're getting massive direct odds to play that hand right now. And you'll find in less ICM centric situations, people do defend hands like that. So, wow.
Pocket queens here for Ivy.
Casual, 200,000. And going to find a customer in the big blind, king six suited.
Yeah.
Despite everything that I was saying, just much too strong to fold now for a min raise. King six off. We would get to see what Boitas thinks about ICM, but king six suited is too strong.
So Boitas defends and looks up at queen 10-7. Does have that queen of hearts working with his hand.
Well, we might actually see Phil check this back.
Top set so
Yeah.
strong with a spade to boot.
So he doesn't, but I think it's, even with this being a somewhat draw heavy board, again, the big blind doesn't, can have hands that are a little more disconnected. And with top set, I think that's one of the hands players pretty frequently mix into their slow playing range in those spots. Top set being much better than to do that with than say bottom set. Because at top set you're blocking top pair, right? And bottom set you're now all the top pairs are still available, right? That being one of the many and probably the most important reason, but. Now Elton again deciding not to put on the pressure. Kuhn has started catching up to him a little bit and is in direct position, but so far we haven't really seen Elton abuse the ICM situation he's in. Being a very accommodating chip leader.
All in.
Good luck, bro.
Nemeth moving all in for 2 million, gets through the blinds. Always a little nerve-wracking.
Hoping I don't need it.
That's good luck. Yeah, getting it through is great luck.
No call is like good luck, right?
100% of the pot you win.
So you were rooting against Phil, the fan. So you were rooting against Phil because you called me. I mean, you wish me good luck. So.
Oh no, well, I'm never rooting against Phil.
Yeah.
So
you got a smile out of him.
Kind of joking
I
about how.
I was hoping for that the whole day, but nothing, and you just show up.
We go way back. You got to earn it, man. It takes years, decades of commitment.
Yeah.
To earn a smile from Phil.
I can see that.
Talking about how fortunate it is not to be called, again alluding to the ICM pressures that the players are feeling, and just not being all in and having your tournament life at risk and just laddering up being worth so much.
Big hand here for Jason Kuhn, the ace-queen suited, and Tommy Kim resisting the temptation of a king-jack offsuit right behind.
Kuhn deciding to raise a little more than the minimum amount, which I think is an interesting decision. I'm sure Kuhn has his reasons. And maybe it's because Elton, who has a lot of chips, is in the big blind. So Kuhn wants to make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Elton to call. Maybe fold a few extra hands, and it's worth risking that extra 25K. That would be the number one reason I would postulate.
King 9-3 with a couple of clubs, saying top pair here as he outflops the ace-queen suited.
Yeah, great flop for Elton. I expect him to check this pretty frequently to the under the gun raiser, as it's a board that Kuhn should have a solid range advantage on, and because of that, Kuhn might c-bet this a lot, even though obviously ace-queen here, is a hand that probably specifically likes to check, but because he has a solid range advantage here, he might bet a lot, and it makes sense that his sizing on this is small. He went for a third pot, which implies that Kuhn understands he has a range advantage and that he should be putting pressure on this board and can do it, and doing it with a lot of hands for a cheap price also makes sense. So the 3, a much better card for Elton, because Kuhn really doesn't have any 3s in his range, basically, compared to Elton, who could have quite a few, having defended the big blind. So now the question for Elton is, will he decide to lead that? It would be very reasonable if he did. He doesn't. Kuhn's hand loves getting to showdown, and it isn't a great card for him. So I would only expect him to bet there if he would strongly consider triple barreling this off, and he passes and just tries to get the showdown. Now this is really an awful card. At this point, the only hands Kuhn are beating are missed clubs, which would certainly bluff if missed clubs couldn't beat ace high. But,
hands that are in the range of those that would have called the flop.
Yeah, yeah. So, because now any like 10 jack, kind of any middling straight hand got there. Obviously, anything that was a pair on the flop still beating ace high. So he's only beating missed clubs. You know, Elton picked a sizing here that definitely
Third
targets.
pot?
Yeah, you know, a sizing that ace high could consider calling for.
Let me think about this.
And Kuhn just kind of going over the range of hands that he suspects Tsang would be check calling that flop with after defending the big that this ace-queen could beat. But as you go through them, Rast, it really does kind of...
Yeah, it's missed clubs.
Yeah.
That's all he's beating.
Whittle down to that.
The thing is with a king could bet bigger here, trying to get...
Pretty optimistic, though.
A king could bet bigger here, knowing that a hand like queens, jacks, a 9, a 10, all of, you know, Kuhn could have all those hands. You know, so a king could go bigger than third pot and still get called by a number of hands. But he's mixing...
King.
Jason does pay it off.
But, you know, the flip side is the value of betting smaller there does give a pretty good price to some weaker holdings, like, you know, let's say a pair of 5s or ace high even to maybe try to find a call as Jason Kuhn. And I'm sure Kuhn realized he doesn't have a club in his hand, so he's unblocking any potential bluffs, right? I'm sure Kuhn is way less likely to call there and probably wouldn't with like ace queen with one club. Probably never calling that hand, but
a nice haul there for the chip leader, Elton.
Still an adventurous call a little bit. But again,
there could be context there, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Jason's been playing Tritons for a number of years now. Elton, a fixture as well. And pots that have transpired between the two of them in the past will be weighing on both players' minds as they proceed here.
I would guess if I talk to Kuhn about that hand tomorrow, he'll have an answer for it's not the hardest hand to look up in a solver. Stack sizes are low, whatever. Very easy to put in.
Also easy to put in chips when you're sitting on 2 queens.
Kuhn can't believe it. The chip leader gave him a walk there with queens.
Actually, I made the side fold too. Actually made the side fold too.
Shit.
Jack 8 suited.
Like, do something, Elton. Do something.
Yeah, I didn't look yet.
Oh, you didn't look yet? Oh,
I
okay.
definitely would be thinking that.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't look yet.
Sick.
Good Still won 100% of the pot. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Optimistic framing. Glass half full, you know? Why live in a world where the glass is always half empty? You just...
I don't have the answer.
Miserable.
Why? Why? I don't know.
Ooh.
The queen's passed over to Boitas, who has now got his buddy Andras Nemeth in a bad way. And
yeah, and with
these 2 7s are going to be feeling some weight. And there comes all of the PSIs crushing down.
Yeah, with 18 blinds, I think this is 17 and a half. Really the play that makes sense. And I think we're going to see ICM pressure here because I actually think Nemeth is going to end up finding a fold. Yeah. it's just it's actually a spot where with no ICM, like with normal ranges, I'm pretty sure he calls that, but the extreme ICM of the situation actually makes it a somewhat easy fold. As we can see, he didn't even get close to using a time bank.
And he has to safely assume that the move from Boitas is really going to be centered around two big overcards, oftentimes suited, and then, of course, the worst-case scenario, which is the two bigger pairs, and we're going to see all five. So
yeah,
the 7's deemed inadequate.
But you realize, like, if you min-raise there and have to fold as good as 7s, then, you know, that's also part of the reason why at some point opening ranges tighten. Because if you're opening a bunch of hands and you're folding 7s, then you're folding almost everything if you open, if you open wide.
Yes. Running better than you. In this.
So yeah, it does appear that Elton is not taking advantage of welding that big stack like a bludgeon as much as I think some others would decide to in his situation.
And the trouble with that is if the consolidation happens elsewhere in the field, then suddenly that gap that he has will erode. And he'll be there with one, maybe two other players sitting on a similar stack size.
Yes, but you know, the flip side is that by playing this way, you do greatly increase your own chances to a certain extent of, you know, getting down to 3 or whatever, because you're not taking as many risks. So,
is it possible to distill the philosophical distinction to, in this manner, we are content kind of making it into that top 3, whereas in the other one, we're really shooting for first?
yeah, I mean, it's all part of this big math equation at the end of the day. Inputs in, like how much you're supposed to do it, right? And, you know, then how much that player is, whatever they intuitively feel about all that in the moment. You know, I would guess kind of in a situation where even though what you're saying is true, everyone else is incentivized to just let you win the chips and someone else go out. It's still probably worth it, which is why I think in a lot of tournaments you're seeing guys like really get after it when they have these runaway chip leads, and just it seems like they're playing insane and everyone's just letting them, right? There's a lot of final tables that go down that way. So and so that's why. So even though, yeah, if you didn't do that, you're much more likely to kind of filter your way up. You know, the flip side is you're just picking up a bunch of free chips essentially.
And there's some free chips for Nemeth with 3s on the button. Open, take it.
It's hard to pass up free stuff, you know?
Well, listen, sometimes it looks free and it ends up being very costly.
You're like, I don't know that I want dessert. Oh, it's free? Okay, sugar never hurt anybody.
That dessert that I housed at dinner was an ungodly amount of sugar. I mean, that thing was big. I think we were supposed to split that.
I mean, but see, you probably wouldn't have ordered it. But when it's just like, you know, it's the buffet, you walk over, there's this array of beautiful looking desserts, and it's free.
If you're curious what I'm referring to, there was just a mason jar's worth of caloric density that I housed. I mean, of course, you and Marine sat there in disgust watching me engorge myself.
There was no disgust on me.
You were marveling at the shamelessness of it all. Meanwhile, Nemeth, King Jack offsuit opens to 250,000.
Your walking over there did make me consider if I wanted dessert, but I stayed strong. I was like, oh, he's getting dessert. There were some that looked good, but
whatever I ate was terrific. Some sort of banana, pistachio.
Oh, I started to love pistachios.
Deliciousness.
125.
Anyway, here we go. King Jack makes it through. Elton decides
Yeah, it is.
not to defend his big blind with King 7 off.
Nice, thank you. Just
Good job rooting for you, man.
What a good man.
Again, another pretty notable decision in my opinion.
Well, we'll talk about decisions. Make yours to play online at GG Poker, the world's biggest poker community. You can always find a good game. You can always find a a rare NFT of Jason Kuhn with the one of one swept hair look.
Too much for my hand, you know?
Oh, okay, nice.
That's kind of a beat.
Huh?
That kind of sucks. You should have known. They should have corrected before the.
Yeah.
They should have made sure you had the right ante in the pot.
I can give it back to you.
50, 125, 125 as the small blind remains static.
If you have a hand you fold, you can have it.
Ivy takes a stab with the Queen 9 suited. Now 250,000 the min raise, and this will not get past Elton with the ace jack off.
2.5.
And I expect him to lay down the doom hammer and move all in.
Wait a moment. What is this? A race? 250? 250, 2.5.
I mean, there's 550,000 out there. The button opened. He has a pretty good hand, and even if you think the button is playing a little tighter than normal, which Ivy probably is given the ICM, I think ace jack off is just too much hand, and yeah, Elton comes to that conclusion.
Your tarot read was correct there.
And Ivy's not going to call this.
Wouldn't have minded seeing a flop with that sort of kit there, that Queen 9 suited, but showing that despite what we may have felt was going to be a overly conservative approach in the early going, he obviously is not going down with that ship.
So again, kind of what might be going through Ivy's mind is, you know, how much is Elton abusing this? Did he do it with a less than stellar holding? But, you know, the truth is actually so far I haven't really seen an example of Elton getting OOL out of line as the chip leader, and he had a very reasonable kind of normal hand actually to do it with there that had nothing to do with the chip lead.
But while we might be tempted to regard certain opens with certain hands as OOL, if it weren't for the specific scenario, when we see the landscape as it is, it's actually more standard and customary to be guilty of those sorts of opens. So we see him attacking from the button, $250,000 with Jack 8.
Yeah, with the big blind being so short, there are definitely some players as Elton and Kuhn only having 20-something blinds would decide to jam a lot of hands. I think, you know, Elton goes with the call, but Elton goes with the min raise, but you know the difficulty is Tommy's so short that it's really hard to kind of min raise fold anything. So sometimes in that spot, especially because Tommy with only the couple blinds, you just jam a bunch of hands that you decide you want to play, and really again lay down the ICM hammer pressure.
700 more.
Yeah, so I mean 700 more, which means Elton's getting, you know, directly 2-to-1 from the pot. So even though his hand is weak, he only needs 33% equity to call this.
I fold.
It's 12% of his remaining stack, but he will fold, and that'll be welcome news to Tommy Kim, who's able to take it down without having to C5. And you heard him mention to his neighbors there at the final table earlier that this is indeed his first Triton poker event. Obviously, we love to see it. Mentioned that there's a number of unknown commodities that have plunked down the 50K to play here in Cyprus. Kind of demonstrates that the health of the poker economy is being maintained.
So Boitas passing what would be an open, in my estimation, 6-handed under the gun, King 8 suited. But again, with the ICM pressure, tightening the ranges, decides not to play.
Now queens.
Enough.
Almost like that. Good.
Nemeth gets a walk.
for you.
Yeah.
So something, again, just speculating on strategic implications at this point. You know, let's see if players notice that Elton is really not abusing the way that some chip leaders might, and because of that, you know, play differently in some way. In other words, maybe someone decides to take advantage of that, and when people are perceiving the range being very tight, steal a few chips as a shorter stack to get up to like third or second place solidly, or even start challenging Elton eventually, instead of playing as tight as they might otherwise, especially if the chip leader was doing all the work for them.
Well, Jason Kuhn strikes me as the type that may very well be willing to do it, although he does have 2 red 8s supporting the effort here from the cutoff, and Boitas with a decision. Ace-Queen suited here, Rast.
I think it's too big to pass. So he even with ICM, I think he, again, the ICM is pretty extreme, as I said, so he might actually think about it deeply, but I kind of think he can't pass Ace-Queen suited, yeah.
Yeah,
and he's saying, I hope you have 7s, because he kind of feels there aren't too many pairs lower than 8s that would call, but 7s is one of them, so it's the hand that he's most hoping Boitas has.
Yeah, obviously it would be a much better scenario than being up against 2 overs with a full 5-card run out, where Boitas has a good chunk of the equity here, 47% to 52%, a very slight edge.
Wow.
For Jason Kuhn in a healthy 3.8+ million chip pot. And the flop, Ace Jack 9 with 2 hearts, humongous for Boitas. 2 outs once for Kuhn.
2, yeah.
And that King of Clubs will seal the double for Boitas.
Yeah, crippling pot for Kuhn. He's on dust and fumes at this point. It looks like he's going to be left with something around 400,000, which is, you know, a mere three or four big blinds.
And will be the clearer short stack.
So
conversely, Boitas will be sitting with just shy of 4 million.
One you gotta win.
Boitas vaulting into a clear second place at this point, with almost 4 million in chips. And you know, and now an interesting spot that as long as Kuhn is still in here, ICM gets very extreme, because now with Kuhn having like 3 or 4 blinds, kind of a disaster to go out before him. Like let Kuhn go out and ladder up, you know. So this is a spot where the pretty severe ICM implications exist.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kuhn basically is 100% certain to be all in by his big blind, where the big blind will cost him 2 blinds, which is more than half of his stack should he get there. So Elton opening, not a hand that shows any chip lead abuse, and so Kuhn in an interesting spot. You know, obviously Elton's range is pretty strong here. I think he's going to decide to play this hand, I guess. He's the shortest stack by quite a bit, if I remember. And he's getting a lot, because not only will Elton put in another 450 to match his 450, you know, there's actually 300,000 in the blind. So if nobody else puts money in, you know, he's getting almost 2 to 1. Almost a triple up should he win this. And so King 9 suited, even though it doesn't figure to do that well against an under the gun range, you know, when you're getting almost 2 to 1 on your money for it,
I'd be showing some interest here.
I think too good to fold. And yeah. Oh wow.
425.
475.
And
Interesting approach here from Ivy, as his all in rates to shed the ace-10 of Elton.
Yeah, amazing development for Jason Kuhn, because now he, instead of tripling up, it quadruples up. Should he win?
If it holds, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not
but
holds,
if it's
it
holding against
improves.
ace-10, it's probably holding against ace-5, and actually Elton's probably going to fold this. I I would guess, because we can actually see Ivy's kind of doing it pretty dusty, but it's a tough spot for Elton because you know, he can't see this and kind of has to assume Ivy generally has very good hands here. That Ace-10 might not do so well, so we'll see what Elton does. It's a tough spot, and I definitely wouldn't blame him for folding. Although we can see that he, you know, wouldn't fold if he could see all the hands.
Why is Ivy willing to take this chance with an Ace-5?
Well, he's probably assuming Elton is opening wide, and that he likes the idea of getting it all in versus Kuhn, and there's a lot of money stranded out there, right? I think we know at this point that Elton hasn't been opening that wide, so I think if Phil knew that, he wouldn't. But, you know, we can see the power of Phil's play. Because like I said, Elton probably finds the fold.
And you hear Jason Kuhn immediately say, that's my man right there. I appreciate it. As Sang is breathless. He would have been in a great spot here in a three-way pot.
Yeah, like I said, this was amazing for Kuhn. And actually now he's in better shape against Ace-5 than Ace-10 by a little bit, but still is. So, because obviously if the 10 pairs, that's pretty bad for King-9, as opposed to the 5 pairing, it's not quite as bad.
To the flop we go. Jason Kuhn's life hanging in the balance, and he flops himself a club draw on a paired board.
King of diamonds, baby.
and one less ace in the deck, which probably is not being factored in those odds.
Oh my! I got too many outs. I'm fucking out of here, man.
Now there's a Broadway draw, or rather a gut shot straight draw on this turn. Kuhn
mixing
with the
all
pre-stand
kinds of
up.
things. The pre-stand up, but then also the announcement of too many outs. So,
oh, and the 4 of clubs on the end
Give
does.
me money, Phil. Thanks, bro.
Backpack jinx.
Wow. So the pre-stand up actually outweighed the too many outs. The too many outs would imply that he loses, but the pre-stand up is one of those things that happens when you win and sit back down. So
Elton goes from fuming, because on the turn he would have been able to bust both of these guys, and then courtesy of the club on the river, Kuhn would have doubled through him, so he's not feeling so bad about it now.
So amazing for Kuhn. From dust and fumes, he's actually right back in the thick of things. I mean, that was pretty close to a quadruple up there. Yeah, look, 1.4. He's not even last anymore. Amazing.
Now pocket 9s for Boitas.
I knew you were going to win that hand.
Really?
Yeah.
I actually really was not feeling confident. I thought I was going to lose.
I was pretty confident.
Oh, wow. So how is Elton going to play the king-queen off here?
I'm buying everybody dinner after I win.
This is a spot where he could leverage quite a bit of pressure on Boitas here. Boitas again, disaster if Boitas goes out second in chips with all these people who, you know, 1.4, 1.3, 2s. So Elton could 3-bet, yeah. He could 3-bet. He could have even jammed. You know, Boitas has now. The thing is, Boitas is not light for a button open. 9s is pretty strong, and he's
got that meaty stack.
Yeah, and he knows that Elton knows that he can put pressure on. So yeah, he's not going to stand for it with 9s, and I don't blame him. And you know, this is a hand for Elton that, you know, he can't see Boitas's hand. He doesn't know that he's flipping. And, you know, I think, again, kind of hard to call here. I mean, Boitas can easily have ace-king, ace-queen, which would be aces, kings, queens, which are kind of disastrous for you. And, you know, you'd have to be calling kind of hoping your opponent has, like, ace-jack, which you're a small dog, or even 9s, you're still a small dog, right? We can see it's 55-45. So, yeah. So
Sure enough, king-queen goes into the muck, and Boitas now with the chip lead. Only takes a couple of key pots to reverse your fate and your fortune here at this final table with the blinds where they're at.
But they're very similar in chips. So now we transitioned from a strategic picture of one runaway, semi-runaway chip leader to now having two stacks that have a decent chip lead over the field but are very close with each other, which is a quite different strategic picture. Now, Elton with a very big hand in the small blind. Kuhn is short enough that he's probably going to jam here, which he would do with a relatively wide range. And Kuhn in an interesting spot where, this hand for 8 or 9 blinds, probably just good enough to call with no ICM effects. With ICM effects and another short stack, Elton didn't jam. He just called.
Yep. Queen, Queen, 9. Ace Jack still in front. No clubs on board.
So will Kuhn start bluffing at this pot? That's the question.
Is this just a function of balance from saying, and is it an outright mistake to be limping with Ace Jack suited?
Yeah, there's some balance there. Right. I mean, maybe he wanted. The problem is Kuhn is not very incentivized to shove wide in that spot, right? Unless he, there was a hand from earlier in the final table where actually Elton did in a similar spot, and remember Kuhn just jammed, but it's 27 blinds with the offsuit ace. Thing is, with an ace in his hand, Kuhn is, certainly going to jam, but probably would call a jam.
Well, instead, it's with the 10 in his hand that he bet the 125K on the flop, which Sang called and turns an ace and checks again.
This is a very bad card for Kuhn's range. Kuhn has to know Elton could definitely have an ace, and he just has no equity. So a pretty reasonable give up here. And
yeah, Jason check back on the turn. Now faces a bet on the river. And pot will go over to Elton.
Yeah, as Elton, I think I'm not going to get overly tricky there with too many hands. My opponent has 8 or 9 blinds and is a very good player. And, I just can apply a lot of pressure with chips. I'm going to jam the vast majority of my hands. There might be maybe with like some hands that are actually stronger than ace jack suited, something like 10s or aces, or, I might mix in some limps, and then with a few maybe with a few super dusty hands. But I don't know. I mean, the truth is you can just apply so much pressure, pretty much jamming everything. I don't even know. That might just be, it's just because Kuhn actually has to call tighter, right? Like I was speculating on whether or not he would call 10-7 suited, which I think probably it might be a call for 8 blinds in that spot normally with no ICM.
Pocket 9s are sticky here at this final table as they show up once more on the button for Elton Sang. He says all in. Kuhn can't oblige, nor can Tommy Kim.
So we're discussing a lot of Elton's decisions here. I'll say, as I briefly mentioned earlier in this podcast, like I played with Elton in deep stack no limit cash games in Macau many years ago. Who knows the first time? Maybe it was like 14 years ago or something like that. And he's a very good deep stack no limit cash player. A lot of experience, played for very large sums, and very good. I don't believe Elton has a ton of tournament experience, so I think some of the nuances of ICM play are probably not something he's, spent a lot of not as relevant for him. I don't think we see it. Elton plays these Triton events, but we
So
don't generally see Elton coming and playing a full host at the World Series of Poker or some other events like that.
So many walks.
Yeah.
Gee.
My 3rd walk in a row.
Bro.
That's pretty good.
Well, you're not going to find fields that are hundreds or even thousands of players strong on the Triton series. The buy-ins are much higher than your average out there. But that does provide those players who regularly do frequent the circuit the opportunity to get very familiarized with the sort of company that they're playing against. And that can influence some of the deviations from what we might deem to be the expected play in any given situation.
Raise the 600,000.
Would you fold the hand out? Would you fold?
Nothing deviant about opening to 600,000 with ace-jack for Jason Kuhn. It's
You know-
2/3 of his stack, so it's obviously a commitment.
Bad fold.
Yeah, I mean, Elton's had a little bit of bad luck with some of his timing as well. I mean, the king-queen play is, makes all the sense in the world. I mean, you could debate whether or not he should 3-bet or actually even just move all in, given how much pressure he could actually apply on Boitas there. The other with the ace-10 fold, where actually had the best hand. I actually really don't fault him for folding that. It's a spot where Ivy looks insanely strong, given all the implications. And, ace-10 off is just...
Yeah, that was a shocker for Ivy to end up with an ace-5 there. He saw Elton was breathless when he saw that hand.
One of the players pretty stressed out, breathing hard into the mic.
Listen, man, it's a stressful situation here at this final table with over $1 million up for grabs in first place now, and all in front of this ace-jack suited for Ivy, who decides that he's going to call and will be quite pleased to be up against a queen-10 offsuit for Boitas, who has him well covered.
2 live cards, though. So Ivy's pleased, but there's some hands he'd be more pleased to see.
8-8 deuce on the order of good flops for the ace-jack.
Yeah, very solid flop. Just really nothing for queen-10 off to improve here other than the queen or the 10.
6 outs once. That's all Ivy has to fade here in order to double through Boitas. And he does it.
Boitas going to slip back towards the pack with this. And Ivy making a big jump now, probably into 3rd place, it would appear, with 3 million. And I believe Boitas in 2nd and Elton in 1st now.
Well, there's a man who you'd love to see get some chips, enough to maybe become more active. Certainly not in Ivy's makeup to be a spectator at any given final table, but the ICM implications are not lost on him, and he certainly understands how to abide by the optimal nature of patience in this situation. Oh. Couple of needles here for Tommy Kim.
Almost certainly not lost on Phil. In fact, that if you're assuming that Elton is opening super wide as the chip leader,
directly on your left,
the ace-5 rejam there actually makes a lot more sense, isolating Kuhn.
Yeah. And you're also giving Jason Kuhn kind of credit for taking a much broader range than he might otherwise at that stack depth with the blinds coming his way.
Yeah, Kuhn has a decent amount of hands. I mean, like he had like 3 blinds, and he's incentivized to play because no one else is really short, so he's not waiting. And again, he almost triples up because of how short he is. So the blinds and antes are about as much as he has.
Nice looking hand.
2 aces, no action.
What was it?
Queen tray,
What was it?
not good enough.
Queen 3?
Yeah. Queen 3 suited.
In the muck. It's a good one.
Call.
I was hoping you called, obviously, but
300,000.
Don't call me with Queen 3.
In the pot to win every
I will be sad if
hand.
if I go out that way.
It's quite big. 300,000 is we can see Tommy picked that up and added 30% to his stack, just winning the blinds and antes.
suited.
And
sorry, I keep asking. Got like
1, 2, 5.
Okay.
so I mean,
All in.
this is a hand that's a pretty easy all-in by Elton.
That's good.
Ace deuce in the small.
Now, Jack 10 off is a hand that normally calls a 10 big blind shove here. But again, with ICM, Kuhn's going to do some calculations here. How much ICM does he really have? How much is going to affect his call?
I have Jack 10. Good luck.
So he decides there's not extreme enough ICM
Deuce.
to avoid a call and gambles.
And it's not a bad time to gamble.
Good luck.
46% equity against this ace deuce. Elton wishing his man good luck. As
Feels at least sweat-worthy.
Kuhn is going to spin the wheel. Burn down. 3 off the top. And 8, 9, 10 is very much advantage. Jason Kuhn top pair and an open ender. Reason to smile, but it's not over yet.
Club.
And that club does give Jason Kuhn the straight, but it now gives Elton saying far more outs.
Yeah, let him sweat it face down. Let him sweat it face down.
I need the club, right? Yeah. Oh.
And the river
1,
is
1, 2,
red and safe. It's Jason
1,
Kuhn.
1, 2, 5.
Doubles into some good breathing room.
Kuhn is the person all in with their tournament life at stake, saying, sure, you go ahead and sweat the card. Very
sporting.
Magnanimous offer that most people would not make, but all was not accepted by the dealer.
Now, I don't know whether or not you're familiar with what is now, I thought, a pretty infamous hand. One of the largest cash game televised pots to that point in history that Jason Kuhn played, where he was given the opportunity
The first card's pretty happy, right?
to sweat his own fate in a run it once pot for over $1 million. And so the dealer delivered the river card to him and he sweated. I was talking about that pot with him the other day, and he was unaware that it had collected like hundreds of thousands of views. He was just like, oh, really? I didn't know. I'm like, well, what did you think would happen on a televised spot where you get to sweat your own river card and the guy says run it once before that for millions? I mean,
did Kuhn do the whole at 3 across?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know, whatever. Yeah.
That's the only way to fly.
Of course, but some 2-card only kind of players don't do much sweating, right?
Because they don't play the draw game.
Mixed game, yeah.
But they could have some baccarat on their resume, which is where you can also pick up the sweatiness. Meanwhile, here, things are about to heat up as Jason Kuhn goes from the double to pocket queens, facing the under the gun open to 250 from Namath, who has this ace-10 suited.
So yeah, I feel like Queens is very incentivized to 3-bet here, whether it's to a sizing like this or go all in. I kind of think maybe only aces at these kind of 20 blind, 25 blinds would slow play by calling.
2.375.
I mean, Queens, you know, you have some ace and king high hands that if you slow play, you just allow them the chance to bink a higher pair on you and suck out and lose a decent pot where you can pick it up. And not only that, it's strong enough that, you know, you're going to get all in some spots against hands you're a big favorite against, such as jacks. But yeah, ace-10 suited, Namath decides is not good enough to continue versus that 3-bet, which does look quite strong.
You folded a big-ass hand? Well, at least they saw you peel me with king-jack. Well, they could have thought that was chip dumping. So maybe they do think we're fucking colluding.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Where's fold though?
Where'd you fold? Pair of 9s or something?
Nah, I mean, not that crazy. But,
Well, I don't think folding 9s there is even crazy versus what I mean, if
What
I'm
I-
either bluffing or I'm super nutted, right?
that's the thing.
So Kuhn confirming what I said there, that is, it looks super
I was
strong.
a small
I mean,
blind
he's
last time
repping
on
a
the
pretty
button.
strong range, but he obviously can have some bluffs. And when you make it 750 there, it is an amount where, you know, if you have a pretty dusty hand, you can fold to an all-in.
But it's also an amount that suggests that there isn't a whole lot of dust particles contained.
No, it's an amount that, right, it leaves another 1.7 or so behind. And yeah, if you have a hand such as like Queen 3 offsuit, normally you would fold unless you know you're going to make trips because you're Phil Hellmuth and you 3-bet call it off. But
oh no, you have 30%.
but normally in that spot when you 3-bet the Queen 3 off or whatever, you fold it. But
your suit was live too.
You want to tilt me?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to tilt you. I believe tilting you would be to my competitive advantage. Tommy Kim with a couple of 6s in the small. Happily will rip it in there. And
nothing to see here.
On Josh, an easy fold with the 3-4 offsuit.
Anybody's game.
I guess I kind of have to.
I just had it. No. It's more fun when you just have it.
Less stressful.
Yeah, a lot less stressful when you just have it.
$250 to go, says Stang with the ace-king. Now Boytas with a little bit of a funky spot here in the ace-9. Does defend and is dominated. Too much hand to fold pre, and now the paired flop could potentially, yeah, leave Boytas feeling as though he wants to take one off, in particular against Elton, if he senses that Sang is being overly active.
Yeah, no spade, small bet size, still have ace high. It's a tricky spot for Boytas. I'm curious to see what he's going to do here. Decides to continue and see a turn. The ace high is maybe good enough here, can get to enough showdowns.
Well, obviously the ace high tearing one off out of position would love to see Sang just check back here on the turn.
Well, yes, if that check back is a give up, no bluff, certainly.
It's the second barrel that would really put some pressure on Boytas.
Is it break now?
Yeah, I'm not sure Elton is going to double barrel this hand. I don't think it makes a ton of sense. You just have enough showdown. Boytas can have some hands that you're just beating, such as the one that he does, and you're definitely not getting a queen or a 3 to fold.
Indeed, Sang did check back on the turn, the 7 of hearts on the river, and now the action back on Laszlo, who checks it one more time.
I feel like if you're Elton and you double barrel the turn, it's because you have bad intentions to make a big bluff. Because ultimately you're trying to put pressure on a hand like, say, like the Queen 8 to lay it down. So you're not betting and then not, you're going to be bluffing that river a lot, but it's not really a majority play.
And the last pot of that level is awarded to Elton Sang, who will head to the break on the upswing. A bit of a roller coaster ride. He's back in the chip lead. 37 bigs, $4.5 million in front of him. Jason Kuhn was down to vapors and somehow rebounded in short order to end up second, clustered with Ivy and Boytas before we drop off to Nemeth and Kim, and of course the departure of Stephen Chidwick, the only casualty here in this first frame. Well, Rast, obviously that roller coaster ride from Jason Kuhn was notable. Elton Sang came off of the chip lead briefly and is back there. What do you look for as we head to that new blind level and we come back with 6 players? moving forward out of Elton saying? More the same, more aggression?
Yeah, well, rather than frame it in terms of what Elton will do, I feel a bit more comfortable at this point with where Elton's head's at with his chip stack. It's more like what the other players are going to do, right? Is someone going to take advantage of the fact that Elton's not applying a lot of pressure, especially if they start getting a lot more chips, like Phil Ivey, for example, who's chipped up. And then obviously what you said, which is Kuhn's roller coaster ride. So that's been quite interesting to follow.
Jason's kind of demonstrated a willingness to live and die by the sword more so than your typical player as far as we've seen here at this final table.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, definitely the Jack 10 offsuit all-in call to me was an interesting one where, again, living by the sword. I mean, I think that's one that maybe some other people would decide the ICM was too strong and pass, whereas he clearly didn't. And, yeah, so he's definitely going to live and die by the sword. So let's see where the sword takes him.
Yeah, we'll be excited to see that. Stay close. More from the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition heads your way after this break.
Ace-5 because it's kind of, he's the shortest. He realizes what he's doing, but even against two random cards, how does he feel? And this is, he does put it in and doesn't like it. Kuhn looks on with interest.
That's so unfortunate. Michael is going to jam literally any hand there. And Mikita, being by far the shortest stack, calls with his Ace-5. Can't blame him. He can hit a 5, of course, and they could also chop it up here if a certain board appears.
Elton's trying to start this business, you know.
I'll say a little insurance law.
Insurance for tournaments.
Bubble protection.
Yeah.
It's referencing a GG feature online. I think they do have the bubble insurance.
Right. You can't sell insurance. The dude who
covers the other guy, you know.
Good business.
And you can see here actually 21% of the time Ace-8 and Ace-5 will chop it up.
Yeah, that's high. That is pretty high. That's actually.
Yeah, so only 54% of the time Mikita will bust in this hand.
Mikita doesn't look like a bubble guy either, you know. Yeah, he's already willing to chop.
Big spot here, of course. All the other shorter stacks are, of course, rooting for Soiser here. Let's see flop.
Wow, very good flop for the Ace-8.
That's actually really good. Yeah, the 8 kicker will play.
Not asking for too much.
Most of the time.
think you're gonna get the wheel sweat, man. I feel the wheel sweat. Yeah.
There it is. That did feel like a wheel sweat.
Jason knows what's going on.
How about you change that feeling right now?
Hey, I didn't say anything about the river, bro. I just said he was gonna get a sweat.
So definitely no chop pot here. Mikita needs a 4 or 5.
Oh. Right around it.
And we lost Mikita in 12th place, but 11 players remaining for our
Oh, we actually did have more chips than I thought, so it kind of makes sense. But this could be a collision here. Tommy picks up the pocket pair, the 7s and the small blind, and just jams it in. And
1.5.
This is very annoying for Stewie.
Wow. I think he's, I mean, yeah, it's annoying, but he can't call. Right? I mean, it's just like, why? He's playing, chipping up in a good spot. He knows, I mean, it's like, well, just as a guy shoving King Jack, just can't call. Oh, he calls. Well.
He doesn't make the call. He feels like he's never dominated there. This is a super big hand. This is for the tournament chip lead here, actually. 3 million
Tommy
in the middle.
Kim. Look at Tommy. He's been quiet, and all of a sudden he's got the best hand playing for the chip lead. This is a huge, huge ICM spot.
The biggest hand we're seeing so far.
7-7 versus King Queen. Wow. He's got the heart too. Doesn't have to worry about backdoor hearts. 10 for a sweat, Jack for a sweat, but oh my goodness, just like that.
Always a sweat.
10 outs, 1 to come.
I think I know.
Big river card coming.
Wow.
And it's an ace, and that means Tommy Kim doubles up.
Big double.
Wow. Doubles up into the chip lead here.
Cheap.
Stevie, of course, also dead. Him and his wife Maureen with a almost 3-year-old, as far as I know.
Actually, I know exactly how old. Almost 3 on the docks. It's 1 day apart from my son, and I'm going to make a brag that my son has his first holding hands and kiss with his daughter. They're 1 day apart, so.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Stevie Chidwick
Big
could be
sweat for you, huh?
And Michael Seuser is all in here. Committed from the big blind, the Jack Deuce.
I mean, it's decent
it's
size
3, 4,
pot.
5 is the flop.
Yeah, it could have been worse for him.
How about 3 hearts? That would be nice.
Not asking for a lot, just 3 hearts.
How about 9, 5, 6 all hearts? There's a 9.
Heart for a sweat.
Queen of hearts now, right?
10. Oh, no. It's a 3, so he's down to a Jack, only 7%.
GG, boys.
All right, my man.
GG.
GG to Michael Seuser.
2 hearts there.
Because Sam was down to 3 big blinds before his double up right now. So he's actually our short stack now.
Nemeth going for with the 8-9 off, and look at Tommy coming in. Says, "Hey, I'm chip leader. Do you not know that? You don't get to just raise, take it. I'm at the bottom of my range basically, but I'm in there."
Yeah, with this chip stack, it's a little more comfortable to call here and see a flop.
Got it through.
Your opponents have to play a little more careful against you, but not when they hit 3 9s.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate too, because Tommy does flop about with you 7-4 off a 9-9-4. Rainbow looks pretty good. And if you're not, but you can't believe it. I'm getting let into here. What could you have? That's what he's thinking. I have the 9.
Oh, very, very interesting play. I actually don't mind this too much. The lead here, as the chip leader, you're supposed to put some pressure on, and with a small lead here on this paired flop, yeah, it's kind of a cool play. Just a little unfortunate, as you mentioned, running into the 9 here.
0.1% chance to win the hand. It's also, I tell you, it's way less than that to make a royal flush though, and he did that, but it's not going to get the runner 0.1%. check mark on the turn. He does slow down after the lead flop, and Nemeth. It's a 4-card rainbow with the trips, and you're in position. It's a pretty good spot, especially when your opponent leads and now checks.
Yeah, and Andros is trying to figure out what his opponent could have here. Of course, hopes that his opponent has something, 4 or a king.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
Comes with a bet here. I mean, he has to bet at some point, right, with the trips.
Yeah, it might almost look more fishy to bet than check. Like, I think, you know, Tommy obviously liked the flop. The turn's kind of like he doesn't necessarily get to get a king. So he is going to stick on here. And look at this. Nemeth going to apparently extract some value. We're going to go to a river, and not really any scare cards for Nemeth. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy bet super small on the flop.
Oh, my goodness. This is an absurd run out. I mean, this is honestly absurd, and even to the point where Tommy, I mean, he does check, okay, but this is a pretty insane run out. Like, and the whole board, the whole hand is insane for how fortunate of a spot this is for Nemeth with this hand in this situation. There's a lot in there. 1.2 million. The opponent leads, calls. I mean, you got to think he has something, right? So the sizing is so big here. I mean, he could potentially take the chip lead.
Yeah, and there aren't really any draws, so it's not unlikely that your opponent has a 4 here.
Oh my goodness!
And that comes with a 2/3 pot.
He's almost. I mean, it would be almost no way he can fold.
No.
Wow. Man, what a.
You know, sometimes you just have that feeling your opponent's bluffing, and
the money gets made in the close spots.
Yeah.
That's really the difference makers.
Yeah.
Ace-king suited as the deck runs rich here in the early going.
You're on fire today. Only astute observations. It's late again, but you're not tired.
Well, the jet lag has shed itself finally as we see Tommy Kim waking up with a couple of tens behind the 180K open from Kuhn, slightly north of the min raise for Jason, who sits on 2.4 million, and the 3-bet to 500,000 slides right in from those 2 tens.
Yeah, so he's going just a little bit under 3x. I think it's, you know, that.
Welcome back to North Cyprus for continuing coverage of the event number 150K No Limit Hold'em 6 Max final table from Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino. Coverage brought to you in part by GG Poker of this Triton Poker Cyprus special edition, where 7 players started the final table, and we are now down to 6 with the departure of Stephen Chidwick in 7th, who took home 188K. We have a $240,000 6th place prize looking for a home. Tommy Kim, the short stack, on just 9 big blinds in his first Triton Poker. And the chip leader is Elton Tsang from Hong Kong. Blinds at 75 and 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. Quite a healthy tick up.
Yeah, and looking at the chip counts, we have Elton there again with a lead. There really isn't a person who's in second, and then Kuhn, Ivy, and Boitas are clustered at almost the same amount, 2.8, effectively in second. Nemeth with a little bit of distance, 16 blinds in 5th, and Tommy Kim by far the shortest stack with 11 blinds.
How much?
So
2,025,000.
So
got an all-in here. Over the top of the Tsang Open to 300,000. That represents a min raise now. Nemeth on the button with 2 8s.
Now
ready to go.
Elton's position when he opened this is quite relevant. He, you know, I suspect this would be a much easier call if, say, it was the dealer button opened and the small blind shove. But you know, his range is a little tight, so it's not as easy of a call here, having opened under the gun and getting shoved on. He decides to call, and will be happy to see that his opponent has a pair smaller than the 10, so it's almost a flip. Everybody refers to this as a flip, but 55-45 is a 10% difference. So 8s is a small favorite.
And the 8s are still in front on the King Jack 7 board, where Elton has now picked up a Broadway gut shot. Turn card is clean for the 8s. Nemeth needs to fade an ace, queen, or a 10. 10 outs one time. And the jack pairs. So jacks and 8s for Nemeth.
2,025,000?
Easy one, easy one.
How do you feel about that call from ace 10? Is it a little light?
I think it's a little on the light side. I think he's probably overestimating.
And then it's your turn. Do you think a coin flip is actually 50-50?
I think Nemeth range there is going to be pretty tight, and even though you're getting some pretty decent outs to call, I actually don't think you're really going to like what you see with ace 10 off. I actually kind of feel like 8s is one, which you're a small dog, is one of the better hands, and obviously a hand that makes the call fine for chip EV. But I think it's a little on the light side. But again, we don't know exactly what Elton knows and any history that there might be. But I think many people would maybe lean towards folding unless there was some sort of history of maybe Nemeth making a lot of moves or playing particularly wild.
Some lower ace X there for sure.
I'm out. I'm out. I can't handle these guys.
Tommy gonna play this, and with under 10 blinds, I kind of think the only move is all in, which he finds.
Tommy really hasn't been able to get much going here at this final table thus far. He'd be pleased to get a double, but doesn't look like he's going to find any customers here.
Yeah, it kind of feels like what we've really seen most of the hands that he played is he has something and he's short enough that he just goes all in with it and nobody calls. And so it's keeping him around, but it's not building his chip stack. But there's enough out there at this point that if you just move all in and don't get called a few times, you can chip up considerably. 425,000 in the pot every hand. I believe you started this tournament with 200,000.
You did. So think about that.
Yeah, that's, if buy-in's 50K, 200,000, 425,000 is just over 100,000, in the pot. Now that's obviously not true because some of the money's already been paid out, but and yada yada yada, ICM, this and that. But we're playing for big stakes at this point.
Ace 7 offsuit. Nemeth pops it. Couple of 7-5s behind him in the blinds. Elton's into the muck. Jason's as well.
So now let's see. We have a different chip leader who again has a gap now. He's up to almost 5 million, and that second cluster is in the mid 2s. So how will Nemeth play his chip lead? Let's find out. That second cluster now. That second cluster now is actually 4 of the players. It's Kuhn, Boitas, Elton, and Ivy, all with the mid 2 millions. So we really have a chip leader, everyone else, and then Tommy. Oh, sorry, a chip leader, Tommy, bringing up the rear, who has about half as much as the cluster, and then the other 4 players, everybody else in the cluster.
9-6 suited as Andras goes to work. Well, this will be interesting because obviously Elton Sang held the chip lead for a good run of that first frame, and if we get the opportunity to see some contrast between how Sang navigated it, which was erring toward the conservative side, obviously popped his head up and did some things that were a little gambly, took some chances, but stylistically speaking, I would imagine that Nemeth might navigate the waters differently.
Yeah, I mean, all decisions where he was getting aggro, ones that were, you know, reasonable, nothing just pedal to the metal, you know, F you guys, I'm running the show.
I didn't flash it. No.
You know, 3-betting the king queen off, for example, a play that, you know, rejamming with the ace jack off, just all stuff that's like kind of within the realm of reason, not necessarily a chip lead ICM effect play where outside of ICM effects you would look at that and be like, okay, fish, come to my game.
Yeah, yeah. Boitas. The razor with king queen. Nemeth just defending the ace jack. 9-7-5, not in either zip code.
Yeah, Nemeth showing respect to Boitas's under the gun opening range here, flatting the ace jack off, mixing some stronger hands into that flatting range against a strong opening range. Now Boitas, you know, a 9-high flop is not that good for his opening range. He does have the king of clubs, but decides not to bet that against the big blind, which is perfectly reasonable.
Board pairs, second spade.
Nemeth, not a lot of incentive to bet here kind of as a bluff. He has a hand that would love to get to showdown. He can definitely beat some showdown hands by Boitas, some high card hands, such as weaker aces or king highs. And
still no betting post flop as the third spade comes in. Backdoor flush materializing. Nemeth not interested in barreling.
No, I think ace with a jack kicker, just
Jack.
right in that range where it doesn't really make sense to value bet or bluff. You know, if you were going to do something, I actually almost like checking, and if your opponent decides to bet that river, you could go crazy with the ace of spades blocker perhaps and check to get to showdown, but then turn it into a bluff instead of a bluff catcher maybe by like check jamming versus a bet. That would be a kind of out there, you know, okay, I'm checking to get to showdown. Oh, okay, no longer want to get the showdown. Let's turn this into a bluff.
Yeah.
So that would be the way I would play that. So I would actually 100% check his particular holding and then maybe decide if I was feeling a little bit randy and jam that versus a bet there. Oh, you're gonna value bet the pocket sixes or the ace king versus me. Really?
Every now and again, though, you get a talented piece of opposition that understands that the story doesn't always check out when you make that move and can feel like heroic.
I mean, you say that, but we saw queens fold yesterday in a spot that was, in my opinion, less dicier than the one I just presented.
Is that the Chris Brewer hand you're talking about?
Yeah. You know, and there are definitely value hands you could be representing at that point. A number of them that are betting versus a modest value betting holding that checked twice.
Andrash with 9 deuce suited attacking that big blind to his left of Boitas. And Boitas bucks acquired yet again.
But sure, I'm not saying just because you find a bluff doesn't mean that other people can't, of course. You know. That said, I was just giving some people a creative way to view that. I think there's many people who probably would miss that play, to be frank.
Oh, yeah.
2 red sixes for Elton Sang, and he's ready to play for the whole enchilada. 2.2 roughly.
2.2 almost.
Yeah, I mean, 2.2 sounds like a lot, but ultimately it's only like 14 big blinds. So, you know, 2 sixes would love to pick it up. Isn't going to.
No, obviously not with Tommy Kim sitting on ace king, ace jack, happy to find the muck slowly but surely.
Without taking too much time.
Yeah.
Let's give Ivy some props there. He pretty correctly evaluated the situation and decided that, you know, let's let one of these guys probably bust. My hand's not quite strong enough. Been there, done that. Ace jack suited. Let's move on.
Elton Sang in front right now. And that is no longer the case. As of the King 5-4 flop, where Tommy Kim has made top pair, top kicker, some backdoor straightiness could materialize on this turn, but the Queen of Clubs puts an end to that optimism, and now it is 2 outs once for Elton Sang to narrow this final table to 5. And instead, it's just the 5 on the river, which gives Tommy Kim a double through Elton Sang.
So the difference in the situations, like Ivy in the other spot where he could leverage some fold equity, reshoved with the ace-5 off, but here doesn't overcall with ace-jack suited, obviously a much better hand than ace-5, right? It just goes to show how differing situations in poker can cause you to play hands quite differently.
And how it's important to maintain situational awareness so that you don't suddenly apply a behavior to a situation that doesn't exist any longer in this fluid environment. Looking at the payouts, we talked about that $240,000 on tap, then a bump to 307, and up we go until that 7-figure payout, almost 1.1 million. We'll go to our champion here today. Those payouts brought to you by Merit Poker.
I will say, every time I look at that payout chart as a poker player myself, I'm just, it's as weird as this sounds, I look at that and go, second, huh? 770. All right. And not saying that I'd be happy to come in second, you don't get the title, but you know, there have been a lot of times you look at those payouts and second is really dusty when put up next to first. For example, the World Series of Poker uses a lot of those where, you know,
they want the big shiny first place number, right?
10 million.
Right.
And then second's like 3. Okay,
No,
I'm
that's
exaggerating, but you know, like 5. Yeah. You're kind of like 10, 5. How much? No, 10. But this one I look at it and I'm like 1.08, 7.7. Okay, second. Why not?
That's a real champion's mentality you're bringing to the to the arena. Rest.
Yeah.
Good thing you don't box. You're like, oh, the purse? Let's see.
Yeah, good thing I don't box.
No, I saw you got into the ring there. Did a little bit of.
Yeah, I know. You were throwing shade, brother. It's okay. We can work out a little boxing match. Ali, you and me. Let's do it, huh?
Oh, listen, it'd be over before I even stepped in there. Was that the one with Bousquet?
No.
That was John Aguiar. Did he?
No, I did it with Sorrel.
You did it with Sorrel Mizzi. Who fought Bousquet?
Bousquet did it with he was a poker player living in Mexico. Can't remember his name.
J.C. Alvarado.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bousquet looks like a beast.
Yeah.
He just a little size advantage on that one.
You know, it was an open weight class. That much was clear.
Yeah, man, I've gotten more and more into following fighting. I follow the UFC pretty closely.
Yeah.
They do have weight classes for a reason. I mean, even like say Israel Adesanya when he stepped up and fought Jan Blachowicz, and I would say Israel's a more talented fighter than Jan, but there was a size difference and it mattered in that fight, for example. But anyways, I digress.
Boitas looking to fight with this ace-9 coming over the top of the Nemeth Open. And a little bit of this is going to be predicated on his perception that Nemeth is starting to become overly active. Obviously, ace-9, not the best bit of kit you want to draw a line in the sand with, but deeming it enough.
Yeah, so we can see here Nemeth opening a hand that we never saw Elton go down this far in the rankings and open something such as the King-6 offsuit from the hijack, which is, you know, I mean, you got to get through 4 people from the hijack. So this is what I was talking about, you know, the chip leader turning on the jets, and it appears that that is more Nemeth's style. You know, and Boitas apparently knows this and finds a jam with the ace-9 off. And he definitely didn't want to get called with, and very happy to pick up almost 700,000. So you can see the benefit of reshoving at this point, because not only do you get those juicy blinds and antes, you get the open as well. 700,000. It's quite a lot. Quite a lot to add to his stack. It added what is that? About over 30% to a stack, 35% basically.
Yeah, but you can't breathe too easy because every 6 hands you're going to be given back 375K in blinds and ante.
Man, this is some of the most enjoyable poker to play. Stakes are high, real big difference, dynamic stack sizes, a lot of reads to pick up. Final tables are fun, man. They're a lot of fun.
Ace Queen's fun. Ivy moving it all in. No customers to be found. Even just these little pickups, though, while they don't let you loosen the collar entirely, are important as you just, it's kind of a war of attrition for those middling stacks, right? You want to wait to see if somebody ends up losing touch with the peloton, right? They're back and just out there on the shorty by themselves, and you start to whittle away one by one. It's, the law of the Serengeti. The gazelles are safe when they're all together, Ras, but all of a sudden that one little one decides to dart off by itself, and it's cheetah chum.
Beautiful description. I really got nothing to add. War of attrition. I mean, damn, Ali. Whew.
All right, now you're trolling me.
No,
Cut it out.
It's true. I mean, it's exactly right. While you're incentivized to wait, if you wait and everyone else picks up some chips, all of a sudden you're in last. So, you still got to keep up with the Joneses if we're just going to keep throwing out aphorisms.
Aphorisms. Now, Ras, that's an Ivy League one there.
Listen, I'd try.
That's Stanford stuff you brought to the party.
No, you're not the only one trying to bring their A game right now, Ali.
These guys are trying to bring their A game, and Elton Sang on vapors here with 475,000. Actually does have the better of Andras Nemeth heading to this flop. Needs to spin, and so far so good. Nemeth just adding a single word to his cheering, asking for a 5.
The worst king high going to hold up.
Easy, don't ride the broom, Rast. Now it's official. The 9.
I'll get all the Elton fans cursing my name as the pre-victory jinx.
You had a set with like 10 blinds.
Yeah, everybody
somehow
else
was behind.
Queen Deuce, and King Deuce, Ace 5,
King 9, Jack
King
10.
9, Jack 10 off. I mean, Chidwick's sitting there with a set. He's out of here.
That's an interesting point.
Flop the sets.
We're just
King Deuce manages to avoid elimination, but a set of deuces didn't. And that's about as happy as you'll see anyone be on the heels of having doubled somebody up in Andras Nemeth, but it's a mere flesh wound for the chip leader, just a little over 400K. Much more meaningful for Elton Sang, however, the one-time chip leader who has really been experiencing market volatility.
These guys just really like playing six-handed because the short stack just wins every all-in. I mean, Kuhn's comeback here, very remarkable. He was down to dust, and now he's all the way up to 2.5. Something that the current shorty, Tommy, would love to replicate. Sorry, Elton. My bad. The current shorty, Elton, would love to replicate, as he's also fuming, but would love to make it back to the middle of the pack. That's worth so much money. As
Boytoss showing some apprehension here with these 2 8s on the heels of the limp, but eventually he does bring the all in, and Nemeth will release.
Going out next is 240,000, and my guess is having these guys clustered in the middle with an average stack. I mean, their stacks are worth at least $500,000, I would guess. So,
Well, if you can't make your way out to Cyprus to get your fix or any of our other Triton stops, you can always get your fix online at GG Poker, the world's biggest poker community. Under the gun with ace-7 offsuit. Sang rips it.
Yeah, 1.2 million almost, but we can see that that's really only like 8 big blinds.
Look at this, Rast. Ivy has ace-10 already in the big.
175.
For 300.
Pretty easy call.
Sitting on 2.2. He's going to do a little math.
He's just getting the right amount to put out. I don't think he's going to take too long to call this. I'd actually be kind of surprised if he uses a time bank. You know, he's getting no time bank. Phil's been there and done that.
Yeah, and Sang realizes he's in dire straits here.
You know, it's just a spot where Elton, being the clear short stack with only 8 blinds, about to take, you know, he's shoving any ace. You know, Phil's got a pretty good ace, so he's dominating a lot of hands, not to mention other hands weaker than ace high. You know, plus he already has a big blind invested, giving him a better price to call, and no one else behind him to squeeze him out. There's just all these things, and, you know, took his time. We're at the final table, but no time bank.
Well, it was King, Queen, 4, giving Ivy a gut shot Broadway draw. Board pairs on the turn, however, and suddenly there are chopportunities for Elton Sang. A 7 is a clear winner. A board pair would help, and instead it's the ace. So it's aces and queens with the king kicker. And Ivy flashing a big grin there. He's been on the beneficiary end of that himself a time or two. Knows what it feels like. No harm, no foul. We'll hit the reset button and carve it up.
And certainly Phil Ivey, you know, gave a big smile, gave Elton a pound. No real hard feelings. There's some genuine, okay, man, you're still in. Let's chop it up. At least you didn't win. Hit that 7% 7 on the river and take all my chips. And why? Well, in addition to the fact that, you know, Phil Ivey just might not, might be jovial and might not care too much and be in a good mood and playing for an amount of money he's good with. I do know he definitely knows Elton.
Oh my God! I'm sorry, I thought you.
Phil Ivey's played in a lot of big cash games in Asia, and as I said, that's
only have half of
what Elton's bread and butter is big cash games, and so they've certainly played a lot of poker together over the years.
Almost like winning.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I guess that was it. It was like I was looking at the clock like I was supposed to make 60,000 and I didn't. So I thought that he had doubled up, but I forgot.
I think if I say that, Phil would have want to kill me, and now he's just smiling at you.
No. I just thought the pot was wrong.
Thought I owed him some money.
Mm-hmm. The jet lag is real.
Tommy Kim, almost 3 million.
I can't drink caffeine either, like this late, because I just won't sleep if I do. So I just got to fight through it for the first couple days.
It was a tough board to read.
Yeah, it was. It was.
And you again, Ivy.
Last time I played live field, like 10 years ago, I had aces, and it was like 3 5s on the flop, and it was live.
Ivy would love to pick up this 425,000.
I don't mind a walk.
And I'm like,
ooh.
I don't mind a walk.
Good if the boat was good.
And then I was obviously like,
yeah, had Ivy shoved there, there's a very good chance Elton would have
oh,
called,
but
and
they were like, oh yeah, that's a very hard board.
Ivy would have been in a really bad situation. So he dodged that bullet. I do think there's some people who would have shoved as Phil Ivey there.
Ivy the Merciful?
Sometimes you're rewarded for being merciful.
Well, the mercy could be applied to your own stack, depending on what the result would end up being.
Okay.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
So folding the 9-8 off, maybe not one of the leading candidates for a weak open. Even better, even though a 9-8 off has some playability, but we're short, so it's not as important. You're not blocking big cards, which is more important. I feel like you'd rather have the hand like the king.
Elton Sang has picked an awful time to say those 2 little words, as his 8-9 suited will
That is a good one to see.
be followed by a understandable expletive. Jason Kuhn waking up with 2 9s and an 8 and a 9 already in the muck.
9-8 suited going to have decent equity against so many hands, such as like Ace King,
Not
King
this one,
Queen,
though.
but just not. Wow.
Okay. Okay. And he manages to flop a heart draw on an ace-high board here.
I mean, it's got to be like a 7 or an 8 or a 10 on the turn anyways, right?
It's got to be like a 7 of hearts on the turn. Oh.
Yeah.
Kuhn
I think Jack of Diamonds.
knows it gets sweaty. Zhang can hit a 7 or a heart. The river.
Yes.
Is a heart.
Really cool final table.
Wow. So interesting. Kuhn did all that hard work to go from 400K back to over 2 million, but still ends up coming in 6th.
Okay.
It's like amazing comeback to have it not matter at all, really, in terms of payouts.
Nice hand.
Well, he did have Zhang covered, though.
Oh, he did? Oh, he's
Yeah.
not out. So we could still. Okay, I actually thought I was assuming.
But he's down to 1 million. He did all that hard work, and, you know, most of it has been eroded, courtesy of the 1.5 he just shipped over to Elton Zhang. Unless you're prophesizing, Rast.
Wait, he has 1 million now. Because I was seeing 1 million. Oh, that was the 1 million that was left
after he made
was
the
all
call.
in.
Correct.
Okay.
After
yes.
Zhang went all in and he made the call. So 2.85 now in front of Elton Zhang.
So if anybody else made that same mistake,
Still alive.
yes, that
Still
1 million was
alive.
what he still had. My bad. Yeah, Kuhn had over 2 million. Or around 2 million.
Wow.
Ooh. Cool.
Jack 9 suited going to shoot it up. King
what's
Queen
Phil-
for Ivy. Just lets it go, Brian.
Yeah. I mean, again, Kuhn with only 900,000. You know, Nemeth, sure, he's the chip leader, but it's not a massive runaway, and he's opening under the gun 6-handed. Just a spot where, again, we can see how ICM affects decisions here. You know, let's just move right along and find a better spot is the conclusion Ivy came to.
And I'll tell you what, maybe for those of us who are just playing cash games, we look at a situation like that, we shake our heads, it feels wrong, it doesn't pass the eyeball test. But when you take the whole landscape into consideration, your job is to do the right thing in that moment in time, and that King-Queen is a little bit needless. You do have position, but you're up against the chip leader. And Kuhn has that small stack. And the blinds are ticking up. And so every one of your chips, as you've talked about in terms of ICM, so precious. If you were to keep yourself in a good spot to maybe make a run at that first place prize of over $1 million, which you got to know Ivy is always thinking about.
Sure. I mean, I think if Ivy plays there, he probably doesn't flat. He probably just ships his stack in and tries to pick it up and hopes he's not called, kind of, you know, and would have picked it up against the Jack 9 suited, for example. But
there's a number of hands between him and the Jack 9 suited still left to act.
And obviously Nemeth could have a big hand, and which, you know, you don't want to be called and risk. It's a disaster at that point. But yeah, I'm not really saying it has to be forced either way, but it's just more, let's look at the effects and try to get in Phil's head and like, why is he doing this? And actually, to even kind of just further expound on this, this part of the tournament is really when cash game players who are not familiar with short stacks, tournament play, ICM effects, and all that, this is when they are exposed. And unfortunately, this is when all the money's being played for, right? There's just massive differences between each pay jump at this point, right? I mean, 0 is 0. First is 1, you know, 0 is you didn't cash. Almost 1.1 for first, and if you go out now, 240. So if you're just looking at the percent, I mean, you're only a quarter of the way, less than a quarter of the way to the top from 0 in terms of what you can get in a payout. And, you know, there's only 6 people in a field that was almost 100. So, yeah, this is why, you know, it can be really tough on cash game players to do well in tournaments given that, you know, massive set of variables I just discussed.
ace-9 for Tsang.
Ooh, a kind of tight pass there. And
well, remember, he moved all in with an ace-7, but it was off of a much different stack. Now, ace-9, and he decides, I don't need to make this move.
Yeah, a pretty tight open. When you pass, oftentimes in those spots, I feel like you want to pass some of the weaker hands that, don't block the range of hands your opponents will have that are most likely to continue or re-raise you, but having an ace, very big, so many, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited type hands might reshove on you. So I think ace 9 off, which is already a reasonable open in the hijack, oftentimes still gets opened in these shorter stack spots. But, again, the effects of ICM, everybody's got different calculus. It's a hand that could go either way. I'm just, trying to provide a little bit of this side, a little bit of that side for people to chew on these topics.
I think your objectives also may be playing a role, not yours personally, Ras, but like when we're at these final tables, sometimes we accept that, like, yeah, maybe this is a little bit tighter open, but it's the kind of hand that might leave me in a bit of a murky spot post-flop. And if I'm just looking to kind of chip up here, ladder up, maybe I don't think I'm looking around at this table, I got a shot at winning the whole thing. And I'm not alleging that that's what's going on in Elton's mind, but just putting it out there as a thought where these sorts of moments of self-awareness could be influencing our choices.
Yeah, I mean, I would say trying to get in Elton's mind, he's recognized that there's ICM effects and is playing a little bit tighter. And so he's taking a hand that's a marginal open for the hijack and choosing to fold it. Is he thinking about the blocker, anti-blocker effects of having an ace versus, say, like the 9-7 suited or the ace-9 off, both marginal, hijack opens. But I think you would rather open the ace-9 off than the 9-7 suited in this situation, as a marginal open.
Well, what you'd rather open is the ace-king, which is what Tommy Kim was given here, and he gets through a queen-jack and a baby ace along with 10x behind him. So an orbit's worth of relief being provided to the South Korean first-time Triton participant who is living the dream. 1 for 1 final tables.
Got this. I got this.
That's what I'm telling myself.
But Nemeth trying to will it into existence, visualizing it out loud in front of everyone else who clearly doesn't agree with him, even though nobody said as much.
No. 575.
Well, looks like the dealer was trying to get Jason to move all of it in there, but of course Kuhn just opening to 575.
So not leaving one chip as that discussion from earlier,
No,
but leaving a solid amount back where, if some craziness happened behind him with this holding, he very well might find a fold.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, it is the kind of open that will be calling if somebody moves over the top. But if multiple people move over the top and call or whatever, now we reevaluate. But it is a pot committing size.
Yes. And you notice he didn't leave one chip. He actually left a healthy nub.
Was it a third? I think maybe a little more than a third of the stack.
350K is what he left behind.
Now the blinds 100, 200 with a 200K ante, $500,000 in chips necessary to complete each orbit, and the pressure being dialed up on the shorties.
So here, are we speeding, Nemeth? No. 9-8 off, 10-8 off.
Thought about it.
Decided to basically pass pretty close to the same hand in that spot. Again, 10 a slightly better blocker than a 9. Thought slightly longer this time.
Elton limping in. King 10. Good bit of hand for Jason.
Jason's going to go for it, yeah. King 10 strong enough. He would call an all-in, wants to move all in himself and deny Elton equity with hands he's limp folding, which is Elton does have one of those hands.
In order to safely do this, though, we also need to rest fairly assured that we're not up against somebody who's being trappy in the small too
Sometimes
often.
they don't
right?
work out really well for him.
He's got nines, queens. Jesus.
I've had some good hands. There's no doubt about it. I had 8s.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure Elton will have a pretty good hand sometimes, but you have to realize, like, Kuhn has 4.5 blinds. King 10 off versus the small blind there is just a pretty good hand. If you're getting trapped, it's sort of irrelevant almost, because it's not like you got trapped. Had Elton moved all in for the 900,000 effective, Kuhn would have looked at his hand and called. I mean, he called Jack 10 off for like 8 or 9 blinds or something earlier.
That's fair.
You know, so
why not seize the fold equity and rip it yourself? Maybe not be forced to improve. And now Elton on the button with the ace-jack suited will jam.
Won't find any customers with these very modest holdings in the blinds. Again, I just love this. I'm going to discuss it yet again, maybe with more people listening out at the final table, but I love this clock that Triton's, I've only seen it here, but you know, as somebody who's played a decent amount of tournaments, and now with these shot clocks that have been around for some years, when they use the iPad, you know, it's so many ways that it can be blocked. You know, the main thing you want
glare.
You want it. You don't want looking at. You want to be able to see the clock instantly. You don't want any mental bandwidth or time to go with that. And so sometimes if it's blocked by the dealer, by something, by a hand, by a deck, whatever. Now, not only can you not see it, you have to ask to see it, and time's going off, and now it's interrupting your mental thought process. Whereas this clock, large, with numbers on all sides, everyone's always going to be able to see it. So that never happens. So I'm much more convenient for players, like significantly. It's a great little, or not, you know, it's one of those just like little touches. They were talking about Triton just really putting all the little touches on.
It's great, Rast, until you need to get through the airport with it in your carry-on. And
yeah, but
maybe you slide through.
That's not.
But
come on, Ali.
I don't.
Triton's not making you fly here and carry the clocks, you know?
$500,000 to go, says Andrash with the ace-queen. No customers. And this is a really technical stage of the tournament, isn't it?
Oh, yes, certainly. And actually one of the things that, you know, modern, it really has been solved much more than other aspects of poker, and solutions are readily available, such as push-fold charts, ICM effects, and whatever. But so in that sense, technical, and in that it can be studied. A lot of these spots could be studied by players afterwards. But I mean, a lot to remember. I'm not saying just because you can look up an answer means it's easy to execute in real time at the moment. Obviously, that's quite difficult. That's where all the expertise comes into play. Big hand in the small blind here. Again, that 2 million big blind stack is now only 10 blinds. So, you know, Nemeth probably just going to jam. And let's see what Boitas's kicker is, or, you know, the mystery card to that king, because if it's pretty good, he very well might call.
All in.
Well, he's willing to move all in with it, so we have to assume it's what? Jack or better?
No. Nemeth moved all in with
Nemeth
king, queen
moved
off.
all in, forgive me.
Again, another spot where Boitas with pretty extreme ICM, because for 10 blinds there, you're supposed to basically call a king. But you know, we can see that with all those stacks clumped, and even a pretty significantly short stack out there, Elton with, you know, Kuhn with 1.4, and all those stacks clustered around 2, Boitas is pretty incentivized not to gamble for his tournament life there with a marginal holding. Even though Nemeth is probably shoving any 2. It's probably an any 2 shove spot, frankly. If it's not any two, it's pretty darn close.
You have a count, please?
$2.89.
Ace-9 suited for Elton Sang is
All in?
going to be met with an all-in in turn from Nemeth, who has Elton in bad shape here.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament now. Not probably in size, also massive implications. Either a total flip of the chip leader, or Nemeth will go from already being the chip leader to just runaway freight
Elton's
train.
unstoppable, bro.
More than half the chips should he win this.
Enough clubs, though.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Jack
Oh,
7-6.
You know which card's coming. We all do.
Ace
Eight of
queen.
clubs. 100%.
Firmly in front.
Just a queen.
Yeah.
Sang down to 18%.
Oh.
The board
I
pairs.
think that was an improvement for you.
Yeah.
He managed to chop with Ivy earlier, sitting on ace-7 against ace-10. Might he pull that same rabbit out of a hat again?
No.
No. It looked for a second like a third six would be useful, but the ace and queen both play. And now Andras Nemeth emerges as a huge chip leader, courtesy of the acquisition of the remainder of Elton Sang's stack. And Elton taking a moment to digest the fact that it is over for him here in the 50K. Obviously, he rode the roller coaster, and we're sad to see him go, but we're working toward a champion here in the lead-off event of the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition.
That first button I walked when I was short, was I getting it through? I had 8 big blinds.
No,
button that I
they
felt-
stayed off. Like a few hands before?
Yeah.
When you were thinking about yeah, they say ace-8.
Damn.
Wow, so it just goes to show, I mean, Elton had a commanding chip lead at one point, but
going all in every hand.
Yeah, you were expecting something.
and even despite the fact that he wasn't even turning on the jets and playing super aggro to press his ICM advantage, still everybody just kept surviving for so long that he ended up being the one to go out in sixth. Show how wild and unpredictable this game can be.
And it's not that this is a particularly aggressive structure. It's not a super turbo, but the way things shook up, it was ultra deep off the top, and now has turned into somewhat of a thin atmosphere.
Well, now because so many people have stuck around at this point, I mean, we've been commentating six for a very long time. The blinds have gone up on numerous. I mean, they were 125 maybe or 100 when it was still six-handed. Now the stacks are quite shallow. You're dividing all these chips. The blinds have doubled. So, I mean, if you can see a lot of these guys have, you know, 10 blinds.
Yeah. Man the roulette wheel. We're about to see some spins. Shout out, by the way, to Daniel Negreanu, who has just tweeted and advised that he is out there watching the broadcast. Obviously would have loved to have him here participating. We know he has a taste for some high rollers, a regular in the Poker Go studio back in Las Vegas, or the Super High Roller Bowls back in the U.S., but didn't make the trip this time around.
Yeah, Negreanu enjoyed your joke.
It wasn't a joke, man. I'm not getting through the airport with that shot clock. Let's just be honest. You want action? If I put that in a duffel bag and try to clear security in Cyprus, do you think I got any shot? Like, I'm on a Nat Geo episode of Locked Up Abroad so fast. Make your head spin.
What is this device? It's clearly a weapon of mass destruction.
I mean, it's a cube with 4 clocks on it.
It's hiding the yellow cake.
The enriched uranium. It's just a dry storage. Andras Nemeth up top, 50 big blinds and 10 million. He can breathe easy, but look at this gap, Rast. Down to just 10 bigs in second for Laszlo Boitas, 8, 7, and 7. And we talk about 10 bigs as the threshold where you're going to see all-ins or folds, and that's it. Here with the blinds at 100, 200, 200K ante. The payouts, 307,000. Looking for a home next.
I mean, this is kind of the dream scenario for the chip leader here.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, because even though these guys are short, and normally it'd be like, oh, yeah, you get a pretty good hand, jam, pick up the blinds. I mean, the flip side is if you just wait, you know, you're so far behind the chip leader, coming in seconds, it's a massive victory at this point. So
I got a question for you, though. If you're Nemeth, would you rather do the bidding yourself? Now, clearly, from the standpoint of accumulating more chips, the answer is yes, as far as eliminating the opposition is concerned. But could there be a little bit of value in letting one of these short stacks bust another one, maybe bust a second player, and then have that middling stack that you can really put the cuffs on as you go to work on the smalls?
It's better to have cuffs on everyone than just on one guy.
And is right now that situation for Nemeth?
It's actually much better not to have that happen. It's so, you know, I mean, this is a situation where first in will get a lot of respect because the ICM's then felt by everyone else. Obviously, it sucks when you get called and you don't happen to have aces or kings or something, but being the first in is good. So it doesn't mean that everyone will fold big because they still have to pick up chips to survive. They don't have many blinds. So, like, Kuhn is very likely going to jam this. Now, that said, some of the short stacks behind, you know, might call a little tighter than usual. The one person who might not call that tight is the chip leader himself, Nemeth. Oh, wow.
Kuhn makes it 900,000 of his 1.4 with King Queen and has run into 2 black queens for Boitas. He always knew what he would do if somebody moved in on him, and the situation couldn't be much worse, although the king is some hope.
It's been a getting lucky kind of final table.
Yeah, the king is live. At least it's not quite as bad as the 9-8 suited versus the 9s situation, but still not a pleasant one.
And the spade is working for Kuhn on this ace-9-4 2-spade flop.
Jack of spades.
Looking for the backdoor flush draw. Doesn't come in, however, as the board pairs. And now it is 3 outs. Just a king will rescue Jason Kuhn. Is it there? No. The 3 of clubs will seal his fate as our 5th place finisher. Just a real ambassador to the game. Class act, Jason Kuhn. He will be missed, but he's got plenty more poker left to play here in Cyprus, as event number 2, the 100K, is calling his name. Fun while it lasted.
Yeah, congrats on the score. Off to the next one. Kuhn's spin up did afford him a higher place than he managed to ladder with that spin up from the nub.
Yeah, he was up and down.
Almost out. But that king 9 suited, almost quadruple up, ended up earning him an extra spot and a little bit more money.
Just 4 remain. $387,100 locked up already.
How much do you have, Philip? Oh yeah, I mean, I could check the.
Want me to count it?
No, it's okay. Just.
So again, 9-3 offsuit. Obviously, terrible hand, but
yeah, okay.
You know, Nemeth thinking, how are the ICM effects extreme enough that I can play this? Comes up with no, which I think is the right answer. Boitas here, caught with his hand in the cookie jar a little bit. 7-5 suited, a very reasonable hand, and actually quite live against the ace-jack offsuit. Never like getting called when you move all in with 7 high, but again, you can see these small suited connected hands play decently well in terms of all-in equity versus offsuit big card hands. And wow, what a flop for Boitas.
Yeah, how about a pair and a heart draw? Just not fair for this ace-jack of Phil Ivey, who is all in, covered. And now that 8 of hearts does give Boitas the hearts, but that jack of hearts is working for Phil. Is there another one in the deck? No. Board pairs and just a hand removed from the departure of Jason Kuhn, the last American high-stakes regular, says goodbye. Phil Ivey, good to see him back in the mix here in Cyprus. I would imagine he's going to be buying into some more of these remaining high roller events, including a couple of short deck events that we still have on tap. But here today, it was not meant to be. He's on the right side of the money bubble, however, 380,000 plus into his back pocket to put toward future events. But it is the 2 Hungarians
5.6 something.
and the South Korean still left here in this very international
5-4
affair.
GG, Phil. Well played. A nerdy observation for those out there. The 8 of hearts on the turn actually increased his outs from 5 to 7. So even though middle pair went to a flush, because Ivey had the jack of hearts, it actually increased his chances of winning the pot had it been just a pure blank, such as a deuce.
And now it is the turn of Tommy Kim
1.3
to try to spin the wheel.
Good luck.
And Nemeth knows that he is going to oblige. But in this instance, he is the house. And Tommy Kim is looking to get lucky. He does have the ace-4. He is in front, but it is his tournament life at risk.
Tommy decides to move all in instead of calling and stop and going or some other way of playing the hand.
Look at the sweat
Even though he
here.
has no fold equity.
10-9-6, giving Nemeth the
You have ace of hearts.
open ender. Turn is dry. A lot of outs for Nemeth. Are they there? No, the board pairs and the ace-high holds. So Tommy Kim, the first of the short stacks to avoid elimination, as Kuhn and Ivey couldn't get it done. But at least the streak is broken.
Yes, certainly. That'll give a little bit more play back as Tommy Kim gets off life support, steals a little bit from Andras Nemeth. And we'll keep going four-handed for a little bit.
Yeah. After you were very quick.
Well, I don't know who the fourth player is that we're dealing in.
Sorry, three-handed. I was looking at this web page where I get some of the chip updates, but it actually just updated right after I
with Ivey's elimination,
with Ivey's elimination. So
387K went to Ivey, and $503,800 is locked up by all three of these remaining players. But at this point, it very much does feel, given the chip distribution, that it is Andras Nemeth's tournament to win. Well, Laszlo Boitas may very well have something to say about that, as he is far from shallow on 5.2, but work to be done.
Goes with the call on the button.
With the 6-4 suited, and that opens the door to Tommy Kim. Kind of unexpected for Nemeth to be facing two limps.
Yeah, Nemeth deciding whether or not he wanted to lay down the chip lead hammer in some form there, and decides just to take his queen deuce suited, reasonable holding, and see a flop. And
Wheel draw on the ace-5-4 board, but it is a pair of fours out in front for Boitas.
Nemeth going to be interested in this with queen high, a gutter, and a backdoor flush draw. A flop that interacts pretty well with the big blind range that doesn't raise in this situation. Oh. Boitas betting, might have the best hand, definitely has some incentive to get overcard hands, such as that 9-8 offhand to fold, also known as protection. And again, yeah, as I said, a hand that interacts well with Nemeth, and he wasn't going to be done with this and decided to turn his hand into an interesting check raise bluff, which works. Nice little play.
Well, some of the benefit of being able to apply ICM pressure with Kim's stack looming shorter than Boitas's, and that pay jump starts to get very real, doesn't it, Rast?
Oh,
Third
yes.
place, 503. Second place, 770. So almost $270,000, the gap.
Six.
7-3 suited from the small blind. Nemeth goes to work.
Ramping up
Boitas.
the pressure on the second stack there with a hand that's suited.
I mean, Boitas really is incentivized to just lay very low here and kind of seek to draw Kim's fate into focus.
Yes, definitely.
270K pay jump.
That's the direction that Nemeth can really apply the pressure.
Pocket fours now for Andras on the button.
All in.
Yeah. He'll be happy to spin. Oh, and so will Tommy Kim as he wakes up with a couple of sevens and makes the call. Has Nemeth in awful shape. Boitas craning his neck over to get a quick preview. He was hoping that Andras would have the best of it, but of course, not the case.
Certainly a Kim double here. Definitely not what Boitas wanted to see.
Well, let's go to the flop, which is 5-3 deuce, and now, all of a sudden, Nemeth has aces and sixes to go with fours as outs, and the turn is the 6, but the pocket sevens can hit a 4 or a 7, not drawing dead.
7, no good, because the straight still wins, but just the two
Oh, right,
fours.
forgive me. Just the 2 4s it was. Getting a little too excited on behalf of Tommy Kim, but suddenly it is the Hungarian Civil War with the departure of Tommy Kim. We fought on six-handed for quite some time, and then suddenly we blinked and ended up heads up. Over $500,000 going home with Tommy Kim. What a wonderful outcome for his first time at a Triton event. And we are now heads up here in Cyprus. $770,000 for second place, and over $1 million will go to our champion. The stage is set. Well, it is going to be a fairly sizable chip lead for Andras Nemeth, going up against his countryman in Laszlo Boitas. Obviously, these two guys are no strangers to the felt. Going to be playing for over $1 million and almost $250,000 in pay gap there between second and first. But before we focus on the heads-up play there, let's talk a little bit about how we got to this moment. It was really a six-handed affair for an extraordinarily long period of time, with guys just tiptoeing on thin ice. And then suddenly, with the departure of Elton Sang, it all came crashing down.
Yeah, I mean, I would really characterize what happened six-handed as just the way that it shaped up is the short stacks just kept winning. Some people that were on life support, only a couple blinds, such as Jason Kuhn, but he wasn't even the only one, managed to work their way right back up, much to the dismay of all those middle stacks, as it just couldn't seem like they just couldn't ladder up. The people who got short kept rising up, and during all that time, the blinds just kept marching up, and everybody got very short. And then finally, we're left with this situation that collapsed like almost instantly.
But now with the absorption of all of those, let's call them short stacks at one point or another, into these two remaining stacks, we've got a little bit more depth and a little bit more playability, and we're going to see some different poker from this point forward.
Well, yeah, now these two are playing heads up. You know, they both secured very nice payday. You know, as we've been discussing, the second and first, you know, being relatively close compared to many other payouts. So, you know, they're still playing for a little under 300,000, and they have a little room to work with because of this collapse happened so quickly. And, you know, I'm looking forward to the heads-up play.
All right, based on what we've seen so far, out of Boitas and out of Nemeth, do you have somebody, independent of the chips, that you feel like you favor in this heads-up battle? It's tempting to say Nemeth, obviously, with that chip lead.
Well, I mean, of course,
yeah.
I would definitely pick Nemeth with the chip lead. You know, I'm not really familiar with either one of their heads-up games, and obviously heads-up being, you know, a different animal than shorthanded or full-ring play.
Are you able to extrapolate based on what we've seen en route to heads-up play and without maybe familiarity in their heads-up games, think to yourself, I feel like this guy's better situated versus the other?
You know, if I was just going to wing out a guess, I guess I would guess Boitas.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised by that. I thought you might say Nemeth just based on the way that we saw him navigate. Why Boitas?
You know, I've liked a lot of Boitas' decisions, albeit it hasn't been a lot of really tough ones. And I feel like, you know, we never really got to see him if he had the opportunity to ramp it up and play very aggressive. And I feel like there were a couple opportunities where Nemeth could have really stepped OOL out of line, as we were talking about, and he kind of didn't do it in spots where I feel like some guys who are really aggressive. And heads-up play is very loose, very aggressive. You're supposed to play most hands. You're supposed to play relatively aggressively. So just because of that, I'm going to flip and say Boitas.
All right, so if I give you the coaching baton now, and I say you got to head out there into the ring and you got to counsel Boitas and you got to tell him this is what I want to see out of you going into heads-up play against this Nemeth character. What are the handful of things that you might put, you know, into his ear?
You know, heads-up is very situational. That's the first thing I'm going to say. So, you know, number one, I'm not a heads-up expert. You know, I'm sure a lot of these guys might have played more heads-up poker than me over the time, but I have gotten in heads-up situations over the years.
You've got 5 World Series of Poker bracelets, Ras. You're definitely credible enough to talk about.
I have no seconds. So I will say this.
So then you are a little bit better at heads-up than you're giving yourself credit for.
When you get down to these situations, it's not like you can be a great heads-up player from a theoretical perspective, but at this point, you know, you've developed reads. You've been playing with these, you know, your opponent for sure for the whole final table and possibly before that in other tournaments. At this point, there's certain dynamics, and you just need to try to access your short-term memory, long-term memory, and so, okay, what is my opponent thinking of me? What can I right now do to exploit and take advantage of any reads he might have on me? And that's, at this point, the most important thing to do 100%. And that's something that these players just have to dig deep and come up with little strategies and counter-strategies for this specific moment to win. Because you can say whatever you want about theoretical heads-up play, but if there's anything you can exploit to take advantage of, now's the time to do it.
Well, other side, same coin. Nemeth, big chip lead. I put you in his corner, and you've got to guide him to the victory. Yeah. Same exact thing, or
Same
is there
thing.
more to it?
No, same thing. Because what I'm saying, it doesn't really matter if you have the less chips or the more chips. It's just called, if you've picked up on anything, you have any strategy, you know, now is the time to employ that and exploit away.
But make it specific for me. If you do have that big chip lead, you do have some responsibilities. You are going to want to get a little bit more aggressive, I imagine?
Well, no, and I'll tell you why. Because ICM effects no longer apply when you're heads up, right? You're now just simply playing for the winner gets that $280,000 difference, and you don't gain anything by folding. There's no one else who could go out because you fold.
So here we go. It is heads up, the Hungarian Civil War between Andras Nemeth and Laszlo Boitas. Here for the title in the first event of our Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition. Nemeth will begin in the big blind. Faced a min raise from Boitas, who starts with pocket 5s and all club 10-7-4 board. Boitas does have a flush draw to go with the 5s.
A good flop for Boitas. You know, even though his pair's not too big, he has the club and heads up against a very wide range in the big blind. Good, and he's going to bet that ace on the strength of that. He's much more likely to have an ace than his opponent, and go ahead and get some value and charge his opponent.
I wanted to chop.
Hand makes perfect sense, and we can see how wide the ranges are going to be. 8-3 offsuit being defended. Right.
Maybe we could switch to piano.
Okay.
Round of each.
But only if you cannot limp.
Boitas bringing the socks and sandals flavor to the final table here this evening. Comfort first, my friend.
To me, that's, you really enjoy the comfort of sandals, but maybe it's just a touch too chilly, so you put the socks on.
Maybe you got funky toes. Ace 10-6 here. Limped in pre. Board pairs.
So effective stacks are 20 blinds. It's 200K big blind, and Boitas has 4 million. So even though Nemeth has, you know, well over 10, effectively they're only playing 20 big blind poker. So Boitas going for value here with the king and decides on the smallest sizing possible, which is 1/3 of the pot. And Nemeth does beat a wide big blind range of hands that bluff, but decides not to make a somewhat heroic call with Jack high, but not unreasonable. Most of Boitas bluffs there are going to be, you know, for example, we saw an 8-3 offsuit defend. A hand like that, just a pretty trashy low card hand that has absolutely nothing.
One of my favorite sort of oversimplifications of poker, but one that kind of resonated with me over the years, was that the game is effectively knowing when to call with Jack high and when to fold quads.
Yeah.
Understanding those deeper nuances as we see Andrash with 2 black kings here. Boitas limping.
See what size he elects to take here. Looks like 3.5x. And it's a steep price for the 10-5 suited.
Yeah, no thank you. Not sure whether or not Nemeth was kidding, but he did appear to mention to somebody just out of view that he offered to chop. Now, I don't know what type of chop. I imagine it would just be a straight ICM chop, but that Boitas said no. Now, could just be kidding around, but would be interesting if that were true. Queen 10 now on the button.
Definitely going to play, decides to limp. A pretty strong hand, and a hand I would imagine he won't fold to a raise from Boitas, which doesn't materialize. And this flop is all Nemeth.
Yeah, 6 tray looking pretty dusty here.
Definitely a flop that'll favor a range of hands that elects to play versus a range that is 100% of hands minus some stronger holdings that would raise, which is Boitas's range at that point. The 100% of hands in the big blind minus the hands that you would elect to raise versus a limp, which will tend to be stronger holdings. Now Boitas limping here, but with quite a strong hand, king queen suited.
Like 4-1 more.
20 blinds. Ace X off is a hand that likes being all in, And king queen suited much too strong to consider folding, as we saw a snap call, and here we go.
Yes, it is king queen suited against ace tray for the tournament here, as Laszlo Bojtas needs to double up.
And should he double up, we'll be in a situation where they will be almost even in chips. Very close.
To the flop, and it's ace high with not a heart to be found. Obviously, it's a big smile on Andras Nemeth's face as he is just a couple of cards away from victory. Is there any help on the turn? There isn't. King-Queen draws dead, and just like that, a very short-lived heads-up tournament crowns a champion.
We spent more time six-handed than we did
The rest of the whole event. Andras Nemeth is your Event 1 winner.
Thank you.
Laszlo Bojtas left to applaud along with the rest of the crowd, taking home $770,000 for second place, but it's that almost $1.1 million going home with Nemeth along with the event #1 title and that beautiful Triton trophy. Man, not much really to digest there or break down or unpack.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just too happy to have it.
Sort of was what it was. And
no, just getting warmed up to some heads-up play.
Yeah.
I felt ready to digress and analyze and everything, but alas.
The deck didn't cooperate.
No. But there'll be future events coming up here. This was just the first one.
Nice.
And the King-Queen wasn't too deep to get it in.
Oh, no.
It was straightforward.
His play was pretty straightforward. He could definitely even be dominating some hands that he gets all in. Weaker king and queen X hands that play that way. So, and even against ace-3 off, he's only a very small dog with king-queen suited.
Well, one last look at the way things shook out here at this final table in event #1, which had a little something for everybody in terms of what part of the world they came from, styles, sort of the feast and famine of chip stacks, the all-ins, the resilience, plenty of excitement. And there is a lot more where that came from as the Triton Poker Cyprus Special Edition rolls on from here in North Cyprus.
Nemeth wins the trophy, but Bojtas is the people's champ with that 770K second place finish that I was eyeing.
Yeah, that's right. And our champ, Andras Nemeth, is going to be standing by with Jeff Platt momentarily. Jeff Gross, rather. That's me just not being able to detach myself from my typical stomping grounds.
You're definitely not getting through the airport with that clock.
All right, big congratulations. Andras Nemeth takes it down. This is the first Triton event in 33 months. He takes it down for over $1 million. Andras, how are you feeling?
It's a bit surreal, actually, like playing the heads up with my friend Laszlo, and it was a really tough final table because the short stack always kept on doubling, and some really strong players, really special names on the final table. So I started out a little bit nervous, made a couple of small mistakes, I think, but then I was on the good side of winning a coin flip, and then ace queen against ace 9, and then after that it was kind of like easy for the big stack to just raise a lot of hands and win, but then still had to win 4s against 7s. So yeah, it worked out really nice.
I gotta ask, because this is, I'm told, no Hungarians ever played a Triton event, not even played. And now 2 enter and you guys go 1 and 2. I mean, how big is that for the country of Hungary in poker? Is it very popular in Hungary right now, poker?
Yeah, it used to be really popular, maybe a little bit less in the last couple of years. But overall, for us it was pretty. It's kind of ridiculous actually to play it both the first time and then just be heads up and I don't know. I'm not sure how to say it, but like when you
goosebumps.
Yeah, no. When you like do this to yourself to see if you're awake.
Oh, pinch.
Yeah,
pinch yourself.
Because that's such a surreal to play for the first time, and actually win, got heads up, but also like against one of my best friends in poker. So that was really funny.
Amazing. We'll take this memory, cherish it, and are we going to see you in the short deck? Do you play short deck?
No, I don't.
Flick it in. Maybe one?
It's too expensive, and I asked a few guys like how to play it, and it seems very complicated. So I think, but it's a good motivation to maybe study it for the next event.
Well,
because this is, just let me say it, it's a super fun and wonderful event, and probably me winning the tournament helps to me to say that. But honestly, it was very nice. So yeah, maybe in the future.
Well, let me know if you're selling pieces. I'm interested. Short deck, any game, world-class player. Congrats to you. We're going to send it back to Brian and Ali, and what a day. What a night for Hungary.
Indeed. Thank you, Jeff. And almost $2 million are heading across the Hungarian border back home with those two guys who are good friends with one another. $1,082,000 going to Andras, $770 for Laszlo Bojtas. I feel like we got a little bit shortchanged with respect to how short heads-up play was. I was really looking forward to seeing them, but pretty awesome that those two guys got to get in here, and first-timers, as Jeff Gross mentioned. That's it for event number 1, Brian. We're moving on to event number 2, which is in progress right now, the 100K. You and I will be back to do a little bit of that commentary tomorrow. But until then, it's a wrap from Cyprus. We certainly hope that all of you guys enjoyed today's coverage of event number 1. And Jeff Gross and hopefully not that little frog in my throat, you, me, and Koray Aldemir will be back to bring you that coverage. But until then, from Cyprus, it's so long, and thanks for watching.